On the Tianwu continent, martial strength reigns supreme. The weak are as insignificant as ants, while the mighty can stir rivers and seas with a single fury, leaving 100,000 corpses in their wake. In a small nation upon this continent, there lies the Summer Kingdom. In a remote corner lies a place called Changxing Village. Beneath the drifting clouds gazing out across the valley, a small village gradually comes into view, Changxing Village. This place is small with only a few dozen households, yet every family has its cultivators. These people revere martial prowess. If you are weak and unable to master even a single technique, you are nothing more than an ant among men, despised by all. In a small dilapidated courtyard, a young boy was pulling weeds. His clothing was very plain. Though his attire was humble, he possessed a pair of incredibly bright, piercing eyes that one could hardly meet directly. Suddenly a flock of birds burst from the forest into the sky, startling the young boy. 16 years already since I came to this world without realizing it, the boy murmured, watching the trail left by the birds. Cough, cough. Damn it, Wang Hao, you will pay for this. Revenge. How I'm nothing but a cripple. Revenge. What revenge? Between coughs, the boy spat out a large mouthful of shocking fresh blood. His already frail body grew even paler and weaker, looking as though he could die at any moment. This young man's name was Junlin. He had originally been a senior college student in the real world. One day while crossing the street, a child suddenly rushed out. In order to grab her, he was struck by a car that had no time to brake. When he woke up, he was already in this world. And inexplicably he obtained the myriad world's destiny sign-in system. At first, Junlin was overjoyed. In the real world, he had read about them in novels. Systems? What are systems? They are existences that can take a worthless person straight to the peak of cultivation. Able to truly look down upon all of history, making even the myriad worlds bow in submission. But what happened afterward completely extinguished any fantasy Junlin once held. For 16 whole years, this system had never issued a single task, remaining silent since the moment it was bound. And he had been in this world for a full 16 years. However, he could not cultivate. He was a true waste. Most importantly, this system had never shown any sign of activity at all. Even during his most painful moments, the system never successfully activated. He did not know how to activate it at all. But after so many years, Junlin had already grown accustomed to it. Moreover, he was about to die. He was severely wounded. He was now nothing more than an utterly ordinary mortal. He had been beaten half to death by the village bully Wang Hao, nearly dying on the spot. In truth, his nature had always been one of non-contention with the world. Yet once again, driven by compassion, when Wang Hao was harassing a good woman, he stepped forward. Because of this incident, Wang Hao bore a grudge against him. Anyway, Wang Hao kept finding trouble with him under all sorts of excuses. Junlin shook his head at the thought. In this world where martial strength reigns supreme, the strong prey on the weak. In such a situation, he surely could not survive. From the moment he arrived in this world, he discovered his meridians were completely blocked. He could not cultivate martial arts, not even basic self-defense techniques. He had thought that when the system descended upon him at binding, he could gain privileges and reign supreme in this world. But the system never awakened, and now he could only live and wait for death. Because his injuries were far too severe. Wang Hao and his men were all existences at the peak of martial apprentices. A single swing of an arm could unleash a force of 1,000 jin. Had no one intervened, Junlin would have died on the spot. But the current situation was no better. These past few days he had been coughing up blood every day, clearly having only a few days left to live. Ding! The myriad world sign-in system has been activated. Sign-in location, Changxing Village. Does the host wish to sign in? An electronic voice suddenly rang in Junlin's mind. Junlin did not show the slightest expression of joy. After waiting 16 years, it had finally come true. Although Junlin could hardly believe it, he still chose to believe. At this moment, Junlin suppressed the joy in his heart, though a trace of excitement remained. Confirm sign-in. Junlin said. Ding, the destiny sign-in system is activating. Please host wait patiently. At this moment, an electronic voice rang in Junlin's mind. But Junlin did not jump up in excitement. Instead, he remained very calm. He was not overwhelmed by excitement. Because for so many years he had been expecting it every day, only to be disappointed every day. By now he was essentially able to maintain a heart, like still water, not stirring a single ripple. Even if the system failed to activate, there was nothing worse than his current physical condition. Ding. System loading complete. Sign-in location, Changxing Village. Reward unknown. Confirm sign-in. Junlin spoke again. Ding. Sign-in successful. Rewarding the host with 1,000 years of cultivation. Ding, the system has detected that the host's injuries are severe and will now proceed with repair. Please host prepare. Ding. Beginning repair of host's injuries, beginning the infusion of power. One after another system electronic prompts kept sounding in Junlin's mind. Before Junlin could even react, his injuries were directly healed. Junlin could feel his body becoming significantly lighter in an instant. The pain in his body also vanished in an instant. Boom. Just as Junlin was rejoicing in his recovery, a violent rumbling sound suddenly erupted in his mind. A force surged directly into his body. Then Junlin felt as if his entire being was about to be torn apart. Even the willpower Yi Junlin had forged over these years could not withstand this agony. Yi Junlin fainted on the spot. Sigh, the host's body is truly far too fragile. A soft sigh echoed throughout the entire courtyard. Very well, then, rewarding the host with 100,000 marrow washing pills for cleansing and refining the marrow. Immediately after, Yi Junlin's entire body was enveloped in a layer of golden light. The entire courtyard was filled with densely packed golden marrow washing pills. The pills all began to melt, transforming into a majestic river of energy that surged directly into Yi Junlin's body. One should know that even the royal family of the Summer Kingdom might not be able to produce 1,000 marrow washing pills. Yet at this moment Yi Junlin was consuming a full 100,000 of them. If word of this got out, others would surely go mad. No one could consume 100,000 pills at once. That would absolutely burst a person apart. Not to mention 100,000. Even the Summer Kingdom's #1 expert Xiao Yuyun would not dare to consume 10 pills at once. Marrow washing pills cleanse and refine the marrow. An ordinary person needs only one, for the second pill would basically have no effect. If multiple pills were swallowed together, that vast and pure energy could blast a person apart alive. But Yi Junlin was different. He had the system. These problems were nothing in the eyes of the system. The system could also allow every single marrow washing pill to exert its maximum effect. It would not be that the second pill onward would become useless. Ugh. Yi Junlin struggled to open his eyes. He murmured softly, for he had just had an exceedingly long dream. A dream in which his system awakened. The system then directly rewarded him with a great abundance of pills, and even attempted to forcefully transfer cultivation into him. The pain of that infusion was so intense that even when he lost consciousness he could still feel it. He had nearly perished in that dream. The system awakened. Is it real or not? Yi Junlin muttered to himself, unable to discern whether it was a dream or reality. But all around was utter silence. No one answered his question. Not even the anticipated system notification sound appeared. Yi Junlin then slowly sat up, only to discover that he had slept the entire night in this shabby, broken courtyard. What was even more terrifying was that beneath his body lay a horrifying sight. A puddle of dried blood and bone fragments. This is all mine. There's truly no surviving this now. Sigh, in the end it was all just a dream. So be it, so be it. Such is fate, such is destiny. Yi Junlin lamented. He had no idea that these were the bones and blood shed from his body after his complete rebirth. It was as if a perfect new body had been sculpted for him from scratch. Even if I must die, I want to do so with dignity. What a pity. I won't be able to exact my revenge. Yi Junlin swayed unsteadily to his feet and staggered toward the thatched hut. He wanted to wear a presentable piece of clothing so that he might pass away peacefully. But what Yi Junlin considered a slightly better garment was merely a robe patched together with over 30 stitches. Because all his other clothes were utterly ragged, not even fit for a beggar to have. So there should still be some time. I'll take a bath before I go. Yi Junlin was a clean person and did not wish to die with dirt on his body. Why is this bucket of water so light? Yi Junlin stared blankly at the broken wooden bucket, leaking water in his hands, muttering in bewilderment. In the past, even half a bucket of water would have been a struggle for him. But today, carrying nearly a full bucket of water, he felt not the slightest weight. My end must truly be near. Is this my final rally before death? Yi Junlin's eyes were filled with desolation. There was no vitality within them. He knew it well. Once a person experiences their final rally, death is not far behind. Bam! Yi Junlin accidentally kicked the door threshold as he walked. The threshold instantly shattered into flying debris. This threshold crumbles at the slightest touch. Truly. Yi Junlin stared blankly at the completely shattered threshold and sighed. Even my feet can't feel a thing. I need to hurry. Otherwise I might die in there, and no one would even collect my body. With this thought, Yi Junlin began to quicken his pace. Yet he failed to notice that his whole body vanished from where he stood, reappearing in an instant beside the water well. Then he vanished once more, reappearing beside the wooden bathtub inside the thatched hut. Phew, cold water it is. No time to heat any now. Yi Junlin plunged directly into the bathtub, his body feeling not the slightest coldness. When did I get such muscular flesh? When did I become this robust? Yi Junlin looked at his 8-pack abs with utter disbelief. His body had always been thin, chronically malnourished, always on the verge of collapsing. No, this must be my final rally. I need to wash quickly and lie down properly. Then wait for my corpse to rot. No one will care about me anyway. And no one will come to collect my corpse either. Yi Junlin said as he changed into his relatively better clothing. Afterwards, Yi Junlin quietly laid down on the bed. His hands crossed over his chest, and he peacefully closed his eyes. He quietly awaited the arrival of death. Snore. Soon Yi Junlin started snoring thunderously. Yi Junlin, you thing that crawled out from a crack in the rocks. I've come for you. Why aren't you on your knees to greet me already? An extremely arrogant shout rang out from outside Yi Junlin's broken hut. Oh, could it be he's really dead? Smash his broken, thatched hut for me. Wang Hao ordered arrogantly from outside. Immediately several of his thuggish underlings sprang into motion. Boom. How could the already broken and loose wooden door possibly withstand the force of these martial apprentices? Brother, how this kid seems not dead yet. Listen, he's still snoring. One thug hurriedly reported to Wang Hao. Indeed, Wang Hao had not noticed it before. But now standing outside the door and focusing his chi, he truly heard an extraordinarily powerful snoring. Good. He's still sleeping, which means he's fine. Drag him out. I'm in a bad mood today, and I need someone to take it out on. Wang Hao's face flashed with a hint of cruel amusement as he spoke. Several underlings hastened toward Yi Junlin's room. Bam! They showed no courtesy at all, kicking the bedroom door open with one strike. The entire wooden door exploded on the spot, splintering into fragments. Yi Junlin, who was in deep sleep, was jolted awake instantly. He sat up and stared blankly at Wang Hao's several henchmen. Well, Yi Junlin, haven't seen you in days, and you look quite refreshed. One of the thugs said with a cold sneer. Damn, even if I'm dead, do you think I'd still fear you bunch of lapdogs? Yi Junlin flipped off the bed and said in a sinister voice. The thugs instantly felt their hearts tighten, waves of cold dread crawling up their backs. Yes, they knew from a few days ago, Yi Junlin had nearly been beaten to death. How could he have recovered in just a few days? The more they thought about it, the more something felt wrong. I don't believe it. I want you dead. One thug, terrified beyond reason, drew a dagger and thrust it toward Yi Junlin. Clang. Instead of piercing through as expected, the sound of metal striking metal rang out. The dagger in the thug's hand snapped clean in two on the spot, and not a single mark appeared on Yi Junlin's body. Ha, today is finally my turn for vengeance. Yi Junlin laughed wildly as if mad. For years he had endured Wang Hao and his men's wanton bullying. Time and again they had beaten him into critical injuries. One must remember, he was a mortal with not the slightest ability to resist, let alone any pills. The only reason he had survived was because there was a mountain forest behind the village. As a mortal wandering into the mountain forest, the spiritual grasses he gathered were all low-grade ones that others deemed worthless. It was through these that he had survived. Otherwise he would have died long ago. Mom, it's a ghost. Run. Several thugs screamed on the spot, scrambling to their feet to flee. Run. You'll all have to come down and keep me company. Yi Junlin said in an eerie voice. He still believed to this moment that he had already died and had merely become a vengeful ghost. His purpose now was to claim lives. Brother Hao, save me. Yi Junlin is dead. He's turned into a ghost. Help. Outside the door, Wang Hao suddenly heard the miserable screams of several underlings, and his expression immediately turned grim. Then he looked at the sun in the sky, and a faint smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. A ghost? Aren't ghosts afraid of the sun? I'd like to see just what kind of ghost you are. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes and stepped directly into Yi Junlin's house. Yi Junlin, I never imagined that in just a few days apart your talent for fooling people would grow so much. Wang Hao sneered as he looked at Yi Junlin before him. At this moment Yi Junlin carried an indescribable aura, one that Wang Hao could not articulate. Nor could he see through it. The aura was profoundly mysterious. It was as if Yi Junlin had become an entirely different person, no longer submissive and weak. Moreover, in one of Yi Junlin's eyes, sun, moon, stars, and constellations were rising and falling. In the other eye, countless great stars were falling. One side was like a chaotic world evolving and being reborn, the other was like pure destruction. For a moment Wang Hao was stunned. What a terrifying pair of eyes. This Yi Junlin must have obtained an extraordinary inheritance. Brother Hao, this is a ghost, not a human. Someone said to Wang Hao, his heart trembling. Ghost? Ghost my ass. Have you ever seen a ghost that isn't afraid of the sun? Have you seen a ghost with a green face and long fangs? Wang Hao said coldly. These words made Yi Junlin's heart tremble. Could it be that he truly hadn't died? Could the dream from last night have been real? He had awakened the system. He wasn't dead. Yi Junlin, hand over what you got. I promise I won't cause you any more trouble from now on. How about it? There are 20 taels of silver here. Take it. Think of it as buying it from you. How about that? You know, 20 taels of silver is enough for you to live without a care for a year. Wang Hao said with overbearing wealth. He was originally the illegitimate son of the patriarch of the Wang family in a nearby city called Qingshi City. The Wang family patriarch had temporarily placed him in Chongqing village to be raised. The Wang family was one of the three great clans of Qingshi City, powerful and mighty. No one in Qingshi City dared to provoke them. As a result, Wang Hao was overbearing and unbridled, with no one daring to discipline him. Oh, you have that much money? Yi Junlin asked bluntly. He couldn't keep living in this broken thatched hut. It was time to get some new clothes. Most importantly, he deserved a few good meals. Of course. As long as you're willing to hand over what I want, all of this is yours. Wang Hao said, pulling a money pouch from his chest. Then I'll accept it without further ado. Yi Junlin's expression turned cold, and he vanished from where he stood. Not bad, exactly 20 taels. Standing in place, Yi Junlin opened the money pouch and began to speak. You. Wang Hao's face changed drastically. He hadn't even noticed when the money pouch in his hand had ended up in Yi Junlin's hand. Yi Junlin clearly hadn't moved. He had been standing in the same spot all along. Now it's time for us to settle all the grievances between us over the years. Yi Junlin casually put away the money pouch and looked at Wang Hao coldly. Yi Junlin, what do you think you're doing? Don't forget, I'm from the Wang family of Qingshi City. You can't afford to offend me. Wang Hao blustered, outwardly fierce, but inwardly frightened. If you let me leave today, I can pretend nothing happened. Wang Hao said again. He was somewhat afraid now. Based on Yi Junlin's mystifying ghost-like movement, just now he knew that Yi Junlin had changed. He was no longer the youth who had once been at his mercy. Nothing happened. Heh. Yi Junlin shook his head and asked with a smile. Are the years of pain you inflicted on me going to be let go just like that? Wang Hao, you're much too naive. Yi Junlin's expression turned cold. Without another word, he stepped forward and directly grabbed Wang Hao by the neck. Yi Junlin, spare me, spare me. I won't dare again. Wang Hao said with difficulty, his neck clamped in Yi Junlin's hand. He could now feel death closing in. Yi Junlin, calm down, calm down. Think about it. Even if you kill me, the Wang family of Qingshi City will definitely find you. How about this? Let me go and I swear I will never come to trouble you again. Wang Hao said, his face flushed crimson. He was truly about to suffocate now. In the depths of his eyes was a look of immense venom. He swore that he would make this bastard die a miserable death. Crack. Ow. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out, and Wang Hao screamed in agony. All 5 of his limbs had been ruthlessly broken by Yi Junlin. Those who know this kind of pain don't need an explanation. Smack. Yi Junlin simply let go and flung Wang Hao outside like a piece of garbage. Mercy. Mercy, boss. Several of his lackeys were so scared that they pissed themselves on the spot. They felt a cold, chill needle straight into their hearts. Seeing Wang Hao foaming at the mouth with his eyes rolled back in a dead faint, they immediately crawled and scrambled to kneel before Yi Junlin. You aided a tiger in its crimes. Go keep him company. In the end, Yi Junlin was still too soft-hearted. He merely crippled the 5 limbs of these lackeys. He didn't slaughter them. After all, having been reborn from a modern civilized society, he still couldn't bring himself to kill. He only crippled them without killing them. It's time to leave this place. Yi Junlin decided to head to the nearby city, Qingshi City. He could cultivate now, but he didn't know what kind of cultivation realm he was in. In the past, he was just an ordinary mortal who couldn't go anywhere. Now things were different. He was a cultivator too, and he could go out and see what this world was truly like. What young man has never harbored the soaring heroism of galloping on horseback with a sword through the world? Qingshi City. Yi Junlin wandered the streets of Qingshi City. Everyone coming and going was a cultivator. The lowest cultivation realm was at least first-rank martial apprentice. Yi Junlin was about to casually enter a restaurant named Tianxiang Restaurant. Stop. Do you know what place this is? A beggar like you deserves to step into Tianxiang Restaurant. The waiter at Tianxiang Restaurant blocked Yi Junlin with a sneer. He could tell at a glance that this guy wasn't a wealthy customer. Just someone looking for a free meal. His clothes were full of patches of every size. No matter how you looked at it, he wasn't the kind of person who could afford meals. The strong eat the weak. That is the eternal truth. Yi Junlin muttered to himself, then walked straight into Tianxiang Restaurant. Are you damn deaf? Get the hell out of here. The waiter's face changed slightly. He quickly reached out and grabbed at the back of Yi Junlin's neck. As a 4th-stage martial apprentice, dealing with a beggar was still a sure catch. After all, there were important people inside Tianxiang Restaurant today. If this beggar disturbed their meal, his own life would be over. Scram. Yi Junlin's eyes turned icy as he spat out a single word. Bang. In that instant, the waiter felt as if struck by thunder. His whole body flew backward. He crashed to the ground, vomited blood profusely, and fell into a complete faint. He still could not understand. A beggar, nothing more. How could he possess such formidable cultivation? Who dares to raise a ruckus in my Tianxiang Restaurant? At this moment, a gruff voice exploded from the upper floor of the restaurant. Then everyone watched as a middle-aged man in ornate robes descended slowly from the 2nd floor. This middle-aged man emanated a powerful aura from head to toe. One glance was enough to tell that his cultivation was no ordinary feat. This is Manager Li. They say Manager Li's cultivation is no worse than that of the heads of the other 3 great families in Qingshi City. Bah, what do you know? Someone murmured. This Manager Li appears to be a mere shopkeeper on the surface, but he's actually tied to Wanbao Pavilion. Otherwise, why do you think nobody dares to touch him? Another put in. What? He's actually from Wanbao Pavilion. Now that's going to be a good show. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Wanbao Pavilion was one of the most powerful forces in the entire Xia Kingdom. Even the imperial household had to show it a measure of respect. The Wanbao Pavilion branch here was merely a tiny, insignificant sub-branch. Wanbao Pavilion's influence stretched across the entire Tianwu continent. This beggar dares to cause trouble in Tianxiang Restaurant. He may not live to see tomorrow's sun. Someone sneered. Boom. Suddenly the man who had spoken was struck as if by lightning and hurled backward. He had merely received a glare from Yi Junlin. Moments before, none of them had seen Yi Junlin make a move, but now they saw it with perfect clarity. With a single glare, that man had been thrown backward and now lay completely still. Sir, if you resort to force in my Tianxiang Restaurant, you owe me an explanation today. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted sharply, and then he looked sternly at Yi Junlin. An explanation? What explanation do you want? Yi Junlin neither intended to explain that the waiter had looked down on him like a dog, nor saw any need to. It seems you are intent on opposing my Tianxiang Restaurant. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. No one had ever been allowed to act so outrageously in Tianxiang Restaurant. It was precisely because behind Tianxiang Restaurant stood Wanbao Pavilion. With your mere 10th level martial master cultivation, do you think you are qualified to speak to me like this? Is that all the confidence you have? Yi Junlin said lightly. The middle-aged man's expression grew even grimmer. Could this ragged youth really see through his cultivation at a single glance? That left only two possibilities. First, the youth's cultivation was higher than his. Second, the youth carried a priceless treasure that could see through others' cultivation. The middle-aged man braced himself for battle, ready to strike at any moment. Lead to stop. A voice as sweet as a lark rang out. A graceful figure walked down from the second floor. Her bearing was elegant, and a delicate veil partially hid her face. Her large limpid eyes sparkled with moisture beneath long lashes. Though her full face was hidden, one could already tell from such features that this woman possessed a beauty capable of toppling cities. Young miss. Manager Li immediately bent at the waist in deference to the woman. Young master, this establishment failed to receive you properly. I hope you will forgive us. The woman addressed Yi Junlin directly. Bring the finest wine and dishes for this young master. This meal is on my Tianxiang Restaurant. Please take your time, young master. My underlings were tactless earlier. I hope you will be gracious. The woman said softly to Yi Junlin. For some reason, she kept feeling as if Yi Junlin could see through her entire being. It was because Yi Junlin's eyes were far too bright. Even though his clothes were shabby, one could easily tell that this Yi Junlin was a strikingly handsome man. Without a word, Yi Junlin sat down beside an empty table, utterly ignoring the woman. You. Manager Li was about to flare up. It's nothing. Let's go. The woman cast one last deep glance at Yi Junlin before turning and walking upstairs. Young miss, he's nothing but a beggar, yet he dared to ignore you. This. Manager Li stood beside the young woman and spoke resentfully, though still respectfully. That man is no ordinary person. You are no match for him, the young woman said slowly. This. Manager Li's expression changed drastically. He was currently at the peak of the martial master realm, only one step away from breaking through to great martial master. He was actually no match for this boy dressed in tatters. The boy was young, not old at all. Could he already be at the great martial master realm? Leaving aside Qingfeng City, even in the imperial capital, someone who had reached the great martial master realm at such an age would be an outstanding young talent. On the Tianwu continent, everyone revered martial cultivation. The realms of cultivation were divided into martial apprentice, martial practitioner, martial warrior, martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial sovereign, martial saint, and martial emperor. Just then a commotion broke out on the street. Shouts, curses, and the clatter of iron hoofs. I am Wang Gu, patriarch of the Wang family. I asked the manager of Tianxiang Restaurant to accommodate me and allow me to enter and seize the murderer of my son. A sonorous voice rang out before Tianxiang Restaurant. So it is the Wang family patriarch. I wonder what murderer could be in my Tianxiang Restaurant. Manager Li appeared at the entrance again, cupping his fist toward Wang Gu. Manager Li, my Wang family has always had dealings with you. Please accommodate me today. Wang Gu pressed. Well, all right, but don't make a move inside. Manager Li said. Naturally. Rest assured, Manager Li. This is but a small tokening. I hope you won't think ill of it. Wang Gu took out a silver note for over 1,000 taels and handed it to Manager Li in a low voice. Manager Li pocketed the silver note without changing his expression. Boy, you certainly have nerve. You crippled my son, then used his money to come here and gorge yourself on fine food and drink. Wang Gu looked coldly at the conspicuous Yi Junlin and sneered. His face was icy and a murderous intent radiated from him. He was absolutely certain that this was the man, for no one else around was dressed as tattered as he. Clearly you came from some village. Wang Hao is guilty of monstrous crimes, oppressing the innocent and tyrannizing women. He deserved death, yet I spared him a way out, merely crippling him instead of killing him outright. Yi Junlin said indifferently. What do you think you are? Just a savage, and you dare to be mentioned alongside my son. Trash like you. Dead means dead. Do you know how cheap your life is? Once you land in my hands, I will make you taste what it means to be worse than dead. As for those others in that Chongqing village, I'll make them answer for your actions too. Wang Gu sneered. Alas, without ruthless means one cannot stand firm. I spared a man's life, yet you show no gratitude, and instead refuse to repent. In that case, the Wang family of Qingshi City shall be wiped out. Yi Junlin sighed and shook his head. That single thought of mercy he had once shown had instead become the reason for others to insult and berate him. Hell, wipe out my family. The Wang clan has stood tall in Qingshi City for decades, growing ever more prosperous. And today a mere brat like you dares to speak such words. You've got nerve. Men, take this savage away. I'll make you understand what it means to wish for death. Wang Gu set his face dark as he stared at Yi Junlin. Wish for death? Hep. Yi Junlin sneered coldly. He was no longer the man he used to be. In the past, he had been humiliated and forced to yield at every turn. But now, though he did not know the exact extent of his cultivation, he knew one thing. His current power was by no means something these contemptible wretches could look down upon. And vaguely he recalled the system mentioning a reward of 100,000 years of cultivation. Even if he were the most talentless fool, how could 100,000 years of cultivation still fail to overcome a mere martial master peak? Enough talk. Take him away. Wang Gu barked, his face grim. It was at this moment that Steward Li realized the man Wang Gu wanted to seize was none other than Junlin, the very person he had initially looked down upon. This young man was an ancestor, someone he dared not offend. After all, a prodigy like this almost always had a sect or a formidable master behind him. He was definitely not someone Steward Li could afford to provoke. Although the Tianxiang restaurant was backed by the Wanjian Pavilion, the pavilion would not stand up for him. He was merely a small steward after all. Wang Gu, what do you think you're doing? This young brother is not someone you can touch, Steward Li said with fury in his eyes. He remembered that his young lady had said this youth was by no means weak. He was likely at the Grand Martial Master realm. He had absolute faith in his young lady. She was the precious daughter of the Wanjian Pavilion of noble status. Even the Emperor of Xia would bow to her. Now that the young lady was traveling incognito, he naturally had to perform well. Brotherly, what is the meaning of this? Wang Gu was dumbfounded and quickly asked. What meaning? This young brother is a distinguished guest of our Tianxiang restaurant. How dare you think you can seize him as you please? Steward Li huffed indignantly. Then he took out the 1,000-tael silver note Wang Gu had given him earlier and flung it back at him. This was the perfect opportunity to forge a bond with Junlin. If not now, then when? If he could befriend a rising young talent, the future benefits would be undeniable. Fine, very well. Steward Li Wang will remember this. Wang Gu said, his old face twisted with unwillingness. No matter how resentful he felt, he did not dare utter harsh words against the steward. Though the Wang clan ranked among the top 3 families in Qingshi City in the eyes of the Wanjian Pavilion, they were nothing more than ants. Of this he was deeply convinced. You can protect him for a while, but not for a lifetime. Unless he holds up in your Tianxiang restaurant forever, just wait. Wang Gu sneered. Let's go. The moment that bastard steps out, kill him. Wang Gu laughed coldly. A mere ant daring to challenge a dragon. Truly he doesn't know how to court death. Steward Li sneered as he watched Wang Gu's retreating figure. Indeed, in his eyes, who was Junlin? He was a rising young elite. Even by the capital of the Xia kingdom, his age and cultivation would mark him as a prodigy, let alone in this tiny Qingshi city. On the Tianwu continent, kingdoms like Xia were as numerous as dust beyond counting. And Qingshi City was merely the weakest among the 3,000 cities of Qingfeng Prefecture, one of the 3,000 prefectures of Xia. Situated at the edge of the barbaric beast forest, it suffered constant threats from savage beasts. At the same time, it was woefully poor in cultivation resources. The entire Qingshi City producing a few martial master peak experts was already commendable. Naturally, someone like Wang Gu who had reached that level was extremely arrogant. After all, such a cultivation level already counted as a formidable expert. The entire Wang clan had entrenched itself in Qingshi City for decades, its roots running deep. Hold it. Junlin called out slowly. Oomph. What, you bastard, finally come to your senses? Just now I was still willing to leave you a whole corpse. But now even if you kneel before me, I'll make you suffer beyond imagining. Worse than death itself. Wang Gu ignored everyone around him and spoke coldly. So the enmity between us is an unending blood feud. From this moment on, every member of the Wang clan will try to kill me on sight. Junlin said, his gaze calm as still water. Of course. Did you think you could walk away scot-free after breaking my son's limbs? This is a mortal grudge, one that ends only in death. If I didn't know you were a fatherless, motherless bastard, you'd already be kneeling at your parents' graves. Wang Gu said coldly. Buzz. A resonant hum echoed through the void, audible to all. Within Junlin's eyes, dreadful frost began to spread. His parents were his absolute, unassailable taboo. When he had been reborn, he was just an infant, but he remembered with crystal clarity. That night his father, who was like a war god, shattered the barrier between worlds with a single punch and vanished, riding celestial light. It was not that his parents had abandoned him. They had lured the powerful enemies away. Back then in Chongqing village, Junlin had lived with an old man. Later the old man passed away peacefully, leaving a few-year-old Junlin behind in the village. He already possessed the mind of an adult, so he naturally remembered everything clearly. Now, even though he had cultivation. But the more he gained, the more horrified Junlin became. When he had no cultivation, he merely assumed his parents were extraordinarily powerful warriors. But now, having barely glimpsed the truth, he understood the magnitude of his parents' existence. It was absolutely. He himself had no words to describe it. Since that is so, the Wang clan must be annihilated. Today let it begin with all of you. Junlin declared, his face devoid of expression. Ha ha ha. What did this old man just hear? A bastard saying my Wang clan must be annihilated. That he will destroy my Wang clan. Ha ha ha. Don't say I'm bullying the young. I'll stand right here. Come and destroy me. Wang Gu roared with wild laughter. Very well then, die. Junlin said, his face calm. Fine. I'd like to see just how you plan to kill me. Wang Gu said, his face full of contempt. A mere ant daring to spout nonsense. Junlin slowly extended his index finger and lightly tapped the air toward Wang Gu. Ha ha ha, you think one finger can kill me? That feeble limp finger. Are you trying to scratch an itch for me? God. The moment Wang Gu's words left his mouth, he suddenly looked as if he had encountered something utterly terrifying. His expression drastically changed, and he didn't even have the courage to resist Yi Junlin's finger. He could only watch helplessly as that finger descended. Then before the eyes of countless onlookers, Wang Gu was reduced to ashes. All that remained on the ground was a pile of powder. Everyone shuddered violently. This youth, this ragged boy, was truly terrifying beyond measure. A peak martial master and absolute powerhouse in all of Qingshi City, yet he could not withstand even a single finger from this youth. Could this youth be some young prodigy from Qingfeng Prefecture? One among the onlookers remarked. How could that be? Another countered. If he truly came from Qingfeng Prefecture, would the Wang family patriarch dare offend him? Someone immediately retorted. Everyone was consumed by curiosity about Yi Junlin's true identity. Patriarch, wailed the members of the Wang family. Boy, you're something else. You dare slay our patriarch. One day we will surely kill you. Someone blustered with a voice full of false bravado, then turned and fled with the remaining Wang family members in the blink of an eye, not even bothering to gather Wang Gu's ashes. Yi Junlin showed no reaction at all. Since he had declared the Wang family doomed, then doomed they would be. He paid no heed to the horrified gazes around him. He sat calmly in his chair, quietly savoring the delicious food before him. For him, this meal was the first decent one he had enjoyed since arriving in this world. Yi Junlin ate in a quiet, refined manner. The people around him did not even dare breathe loudly for fear of meeting the same fate as the Wang family patriarch. Check please. Yi Junlin said indifferently. A young friend, this meal is on me. I feel an instant kinship with you. At that moment, Steward Li scurried over to Yi Junlin with a fawning smile. At the same time, he could not help admiring the foresight of the young lady of the Wanbao Pavilion. Little did he know that the young lady was at that very moment standing quietly at the stairway on the second floor, gazing at Yi Junlin. Her eyes were filled with sheer astonishment. No one knew what that astonishment meant. Perhaps only she herself did. I don't like owing favors to others, Yi Junlin said calmly. Your total comes to 10 taels of silver. Today, to celebrate our 8th anniversary, we're offering a 90% discount. Just 1 tael will do. A fleeting glint of gold flickered through Steward Li's eyes as he spoke, scheming to forge a connection with Yi Junlin by any means. No need. Yi Junlin tossed down 10 taels of silver and strode out of Tianxiang restaurant, heading straight for the Wang residence. What a joke. Would he stoop to haggling over a paltry 10 taels of silver? Once the entire Wang family was wiped out, everything they possessed would be his. Not to mention wealth that could rival a nation. At least several 100,000 taels would be within reach. The show is about to begin. I heard this young man say he would annihilate the Wang family. Someone said and followed along immediately. Everyone was eager to see how this youth would destroy the Wang family. After that single move just now, none of them doubted he could do it. Along the way, a long procession trailed behind Yi Junlin. All of them wanted to witness this youth annihilate the entire Wang family with their own eyes. Shameless. You worthless lot. You just stood by and watched someone slaughter your patriarch, and then had the nerve to flee back here. You didn't even bring back the patriarch's corpse. The grand elder of the Wang family roared furiously at the guards who had returned in disgrace. Although the Wang family had been in Qingshi City for decades, they were still an outsider clan. They had only survived this long through unwavering unity. Otherwise, they would have long been devoured and annexed by other families. Useless trash. Gather all the guards of the Wang family and follow me to Tianxiang restaurant now, the grand elder bellowed. Grand elder, that man said we should wait. He said he would come to us. The leading guard muttered quietly. Fine. Excellent. He slays our patriarch and still dares to set foot in our residence. Today I will see for myself whether he truly has 3 heads and 6 arms. The grand elder sneered. Does everyone think our Wang family is easy prey? Go and invite our clan's elder out. Tell him our family faces extinction and we need the ancestor to appear. The grand elder said coldly. If these words were heard by outsiders, they would stir up a massive uproar across Qingshi City. Since when did the Wang family have an ancestral elder? And judging by the grand elder's tone, this ancestor was no ordinary figure. His cultivation would surely shock everyone beyond belief. Bang! At that very moment, the gates of the Wang residence were violently kicked open. Dust billowed into the air and splinters scattered everywhere. Today I have come specifically to annihilate the entire Wang family, came a calm voice from within the haze. Yi Junlin slowly stepped out from the dust and spoke softly. A mere brat like you dares to come make trouble in our Wang residence. Just because you have some cultivation, you've forgotten who you are, the grand elder roared. Guards of the Wang family, where are you? The grand elder thundered. Seize this arrogant wretch for me. Shoo! In unison, the Wang family guards moved, surging toward Yi Junlin to attack. I will say this only once today: I have come to destroy the Wang family. All who are uninvolved leave now, and you may keep your lives. Otherwise, no mercy. Yi Junlin would grant only one chance. Anyone who was not a member of the Wang family still had a chance to live, but if they stubbornly refused to leave, they could not blame him for his ruthlessness. Yet those rushing guards all wore expressions of unwavering loyalty. How could they possibly heed the words Yi Junlin had spoken? Good counsel wasted on the damned. Yi Junlin shook his head, and said softly, "Whoosh." He raised his right hand and began pointing continuously. Anyone he pointed at exploded on the spot. In just a few breaths, almost half of the several hundred Wang family guards had perished, without even knowing what had happened. They all stared at Yi Junlin in terror. In their eyes, whoever he pointed at died instantly, an incomprehensible, terrifying power. I'm not part of the main Wang family. I'm just here to earn a living. Please spare me, please. One guard threw down his weapon and immediately begged for mercy, his face twisted with fear. Clatter. All the remaining guards also dropped their weapons and cried out for mercy. There was a chance, but you failed to seize it. So now all of you die. Yi Junlin said coldly. Foolish loyalty that refuses to seize its chance. Death is its only reward. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots, or they will grow again come springtime. How cruel-hearted you are. We already begged for mercy. Even if I become a vengeful ghost, I will never forgive you, a guard cried out in unwillingness. In their eyes, Yi Junlin was a true demon of slaughter. They all cursed and reviled Yi Junlin. But Yi Junlin turned a blind eye to all of this. How dare you? Who is it? Who dares to cause trouble in my Wang family? At that moment, an aged voice thundered in everyone's ears. Everyone was utterly shaken. Such a vigorous tone, such overwhelming spiritual energy. This was no ordinary person. Sure enough, high above the Wang family estate, an old man in a green robe stood in midair, coldly overlooking the scene. The old man's gaze was icy, his eyes shooting forth strands of chilling light, pressing down on every person present until none could raise their heads. This pressure was simply too formidable. The Wang family's ancestor, Wang Chongqing. It's actually Wang Chongqing. He isn't dead, he's still alive. Several elderly cultivators among the onlookers exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, people immediately asked just who this Wang Chongqing was. This Wang Chongqing was once the clan head of the Wang family. Back then, when he took part in the hunting tournament of Qingfeng Prefecture, he entered a secret realm. When he came out, he was gravely wounded and seemed on the verge of death. Who would have thought that after all these years he had reached such a level? Everyone outside assumed he was dead. It seems he obtained a tremendous fortune inside that place. A cultivator shook his head and said, "This young man is in grave danger. To be able to stand suspended in midair, he is undoubtedly a martial spirit expert." An elder cultivator said, a trace of envy flickering in his eyes. "What? Martial spirit? He's actually a martial spirit." Someone cried out in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment. A martial spirit expert? Forget Qingshi City, even in Qingfeng Prefecture such a figure was a true powerhouse. Indeed, only those who had reached the martial spirit cultivation could stand in the air. Clearly the Wang family ancestor was at the martial spirit level. And the city lord of Qingshi City. Could it be that he will just watch this bastard run wild here? Wang Chongqing said coolly. "I, the city lord. I am here. Ancestor Wang, 30 years have passed since we last met. You look well." A middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd, speaking with an ingratiating smile. "I had just emerged from seclusion when I heard someone actually dared to cause trouble in my Qingshi city. And even dared to think of destroying the Wang family. Is the Wang family something you can destroy? Do you have any idea how many contributions the Wang family has made to Qingshi city? I rushed here with all possible speed, and I arrived just in time. Today I, the city lord, shall rid the people of this scourge." The city lord declared with feigned righteousness. Around them, sounds of disdain arose. Everyone knew this was by no means an act of justice. It was simply that the city lord did not dare to offend the Wang family. "Are you certain you want to take their side?" Yi Junlin asked calmly, fixing his gaze on the city lord. Somehow under that placid stare, the city lord suddenly felt a chill run through his entire body. He had not sensed even the slightest trace of aura from Yi Junlin. He's just a fallen youth. Can he really stir up waves? The city lord shook his head, casting off the chill in his mind. "What? You come here to commit violence, and today, I, the city lord, simply must intervene." Thinking it a disgrace to be intimidated by a mere youth, the city lord immediately raised his voice. "Even so, the city lord's mansion has no need to exist any longer," Yi Junlin said indifferently. His expression was forever calm and unruffled. "City lord, do you see this? Such an arrogant wretch. He does not even place the city lord's mansion in his eyes. What crime should he be charged with?" Wang Chongqing said evenly. "I am a city lord personally appointed by His Majesty the Xia Emperor. What do you think you are? You dare threaten me?" The city lord stared at Yi Junlin, fury in his voice. Yi Junlin paid him no heed at all, walking straight toward the Wang family members. "How bold! He actually dares to ignore me, the city lord. Quickly summon the city guard and slay this brat on the spot." The city lord rather cleverly directly ordered his subordinates. He simply wanted to buy time. After all, sending for troops would take time. By then perhaps this youth would already be dead. In this way he could curry favor with the Wang family without offending them. "Hold it." At that moment a clear, crisp voice rang out. The young mistress of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion had arrived, gazing at the tense standoff as she spoke. Behind her an old man followed closely, maintaining a distance of 1 meter at all times. One could tell at a glance that he was a formidable expert. "Young Mistress One, what brings you here?" The city lord's expression shifted dramatically at the sight of her, but he immediately rushed over and asked with utmost respect. He obviously knew that she was the young mistress of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Though he did not know exactly how formidable the pavilion was, he did know one law of the Xia Kingdom. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion may act as it pleases without requiring the approval of the royal family. That single law alone was enough to convey how mighty the pavilion truly was. He must not come to harm. Wanxia parted her lips slightly and spoke. Of course, whatever you say. The city lord hastened to reply. At the same time, he could not help but marvel at Yi Junlin's good fortune in securing such a powerful patron. This time, it was Yi Junlin's turn to be a little bewildered. He did not recall having any connection with this veiled young mistress Wan. Is that Wang family ancestor really a martial spirit? Wanxia asked, gazing at Wang Chongqing in the air. Yes, young mistress. Wang Chongqing has now reached the peak of the martial spirit realm and could step into the martial ancestor ranks at any moment. The old man behind Wanxia said lightly. What? Peak martial spirit? The city lord's body trembled, and his eyes shot wide open. Ancestor Wang, this man. You must not touch him. The city lord immediately turned and said to Wang Chongqing. Shut up. Not only will the Wang family be destroyed, but the city lord's mansion as well. Some things cannot be smoothed over with a few words. Yi Junlin said indifferently. Was this a joke? Did he need others to plead for mercy on his behalf? Grandpa Li, if he cannot defeat them later, please step in and save him. Wanxia said, looking at the old man behind her. Rest assured, young mistress. A mere martial spirit is nothing. But young mistress, is it worth it for this boy? Old Master Li slowly shook his head. You have all seen it. It is not that I, the ancestor, am unwilling to spare him. It is that he insists on seeking death. There is nothing to be done. Wang Chongqing said slowly. Just moments ago, when Wanxia had tried to protect Yi Junlin, his heart had quivered. If the boy were allowed to leave, that would be disastrous. One so young who could already kill martial masters. If allowed to cultivate for a few more years, he himself would fall victim to Yi Junlin. But now Yi Junlin had refused the protection, giving him the chance to eliminate this brat directly. In that way, even the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion would have nothing to say. Puchi, Pudong, bang. Sounds of bodies bursting rang out without cease. With a casual flick of Yi Junlin's finger, members of the Wang family exploded one after another. Flesh and blood splattered corpses littered the ground. It was like a hell on earth. Bastard, go to hell. Wang Chongqing could no longer sit by as he watched the descendants of the Wang family fall one after another. He swooped down from the void and drove his aged palms straight down at Yi Junlin. A deafening sonic boom echoed in everyone's ears. Bastard, accept your death. Witness my mountain-splitting palm. Wang Qingshan bellowed. The mountain-splitting palm was mighty and weighty. It was said that at perfection it could split a mountain open with one palm. Old wretch, you call me bastard at every turn. Today I'll send you to the afterlife. Cold light burst from Yi Junlin's eyes. Then he slowly raised his right hand. No technique, not the faintest fluctuation of spiritual energy. Just like that, he swung it toward Wang Chongqing. Yes, it was literally a slap aimed straight across the face. Some were curious, why did Yi Junlin use no technique at all? Wasn't that obvious? He had merely gained 100,000 years of cultivation and knew no techniques whatsoever. Everything he did now was supported purely by overwhelming spiritual energy. Everyone believed Yi Junlin was dead for sure. After all, Wang Chongqing was a genuine martial spirit powerhouse and indisputably the #1 in Qingshi City. Even elderly behind Wanxia was already preparing to make a move. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Everyone widened their eyes and stared in disbelief at the place where the two had clashed. At that spot, where was there any sign of Wang Chongqing, the Wang family's ancestor? There was only Yi Junlin standing quietly in place. What happened? Where is he? Everyone strained their eyes searching for Wang Chongqing's figure. But they couldn't see him. They simply could not find him. Elderly, did you see that? Wanxia asked, her beautiful eyes staring blankly in Yi Junlin's direction. I couldn't tell. In that instant, I couldn't even perceive his speed. Elderly said, his expression filled with horror. When the city lord heard this, he immediately trembled all over and nearly wet his pants. He truly had not expected this young man to be so terrifyingly powerful. Then he remembered what the young man had said earlier, that he would destroy the Wang family and the city lord's manor. The city lord was so frightened that he wet himself on the spot. Good, he died while he deserved it. The Wang family has committed every crime imaginable over the years, burning, killing, robbing, plundering, so they died well. This young hero is truly a dragon among men. You have removed a great scourge from Qingshi City. Congratulations, congratulations. Young friend, you may not know, but I have always loathed the Wang family. Over the years they have caused me no end of trouble. The city lord immediately stepped forward and flattered. But Yi Junlin ignored him completely and walked straight toward the remaining Wang family members. Dead. He's dead. Just like that. The Wang family members said in disbelief. They were like souls who had lost their spirits, their eyes hollow and vacant. You dare kill me. You dare annihilate my entire clan. The Wang family's great elder looked at Yi Junlin with disdain. My son is a disciple of the Royal Academy. If you dare kill me, you will be the one who dies. I know you're an orphan, but with the Royal Academy's methods, finding your parents is certain. When that time comes, even your parents will die. The Wang family's great elder said viciously. The Royal Academy, is it? If it provokes me, I'll annihilate it. Yi Junlin said indifferently. Your son is at the Royal Academy. Then it seems I have to make a trip to the Royal Academy as well. Yi Junlin knew very well that without eradicating the roots, endless trouble would follow. He had often read web novels before, so he naturally understood these things. A protagonist, because of a soft heart, lets a child live. Who would have thought that the child is filled with hatred? In the near future, that child grabs the protagonist's closest beloved and uses her as leverage. In Yi Junlin's view, that would never happen. All of them had to die. Wait for your son on the road to the Yellow Springs. Yi Junlin raised a hand and pointed at the Wang family's great elder. A faint ray of light flashed, instantly boring through the Wang family's great elder. At this point, the Wang family was completely wiped out. Everyone was horrified. This young man's cultivation was frighteningly high, and even more frightening was his ruthlessness. He would annihilate an entire clan at the slightest offense. It was not an exaggeration to call him vicious and merciless. Ding. Check-in location is being issued. Check-in location, Royal Academy of the Xia Kingdom. Do you accept? Successful check-in will reward the host with 100,000 cultivation, divine powers, secret arts techniques, and so on. At this moment, the system suddenly issued the mission in Yi Junlin's mind. I accept. Yi Junlin was startled at first, then overjoyed. He currently had cultivation power, but was completely ignorant of any techniques or cultivation manuals. He had already planned to go to the Royal Academy of the Xia Kingdom anyway, so he could check in and also kill the great elder's son along the way. 100,000 cultivation techniques and manuals. Since the system was providing them, they surely would not be ordinary goods. By then he would be able to truly crush his enemies. Unlike now, when he could only rely on his overwhelming cultivation and knew no martial arts or combat techniques whatsoever. It could be said that Yi Junlin was completely no match for anyone at the same cultivation level. Without techniques and combat arts, anyone at the same level could trample and torment him. But on the Tianwu continent, no one existed at the same level as him. Whoosh. Bang. Seeing Yi Junlin's gaze turn toward him, the city lord immediately fell to his knees. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat, and his entire body shook from terror. My lord, this humble one had eyes, but failed to see Mount Tai. Please spare this dog's life. The city lord knelt on the ground, kowtowing and shouting at the top of his lungs. He knew that even if he survived today, he would never be able to hold his head up as a man again. He would be whispered about and despised by countless people. But now no damn sense of face was worth losing his life. So to hell with face and all that nonsense. As long as he could stay alive, let alone kneeling. Even if he was forced to eat shit, he would do it. I said before, the city lord's manor is also on the list. It too must be destroyed. Yi Junlin's voice carried not a trace of emotion. Was this a game? The chance had been given just now. The city lord had not seized it, and had even tried to summon troops to kill Yi Junlin. Did he really take Yi Junlin for a weakling that anyone could bully? Then upon realizing they were no match, they would kowtow and apologize, and everything would be settled. What kind of reasoning was that? In Yi Junlin's understanding, if you want to kill me, you had better be prepared for your clan to be wiped out. There was no such thing as apologizing without paying the price. If apologies were useful, then why bother cultivating at all? After hearing Yi Junlin's words, the city lord immediately went limp and collapsed on the ground. He knew he was done for. Although he was a city lord personally appointed by the Emperor of Xia, even the royal family had to bow before absolute strength. Young miss, save me, save me. At that moment, as if suddenly remembering something, the city lord frantically begged the young lady for mercy. This young lady's identity was hardly ordinary. The city lord believed that as long as she spoke up, Yi Junlin might just be willing to spare him this once. I can't help you, Wan Xia said indifferently. Breaking her good relations with Yi Junlin for the sake of a city lord was not something she wished to see. In Yi Junlin, she saw the figure of a supreme young expert. To possess such cultivation at so young an age was truly unimaginable. To possess such cultivation at so young an age, there had to be an extraordinary existence behind Yi Junlin. As for Wan Xia, this trip was merely a trial arranged by the Wanbao Pavilion headquarters. It was on a whim that she had stopped here while passing through the Xia Kingdom. Yet after staying only a few days, she had originally planned to depart today. And then she ran into a monster like Yi Junlin. If she could befriend such a young supreme being, it would greatly benefit her in the future. After all, she was the young lady of the Wanbao Pavilion. What prodigy hadn't she seen? Yet a youth who had suddenly emerged from this tiny place possessed cultivation that was unfathomably deep. The city lord was utterly despairing, but a fierce will to survive never made him choose to give up resistance. Swish! The city lord instantly leaped away from his original spot. His figure flickered rapidly as he fled into the distance. He did not want to die, and he was also deeply annoyed that he had come looking for trouble today for no good reason. Why had he gone to the Wang family to join the commotion? Why had he provoked such an expert? Whoosh! How could Yi Junlin possibly let him leave? A faint beam of light burst from his fingertip and shot toward the city lord in an instant. The city lord, who was fleeing at top speed, instantly trembled from head to toe as a hole was pierced straight through his forehead. Because of inertia, he forced himself to run another 100 meters or so before crashing to the ground. You have impressive skill, sir. I am Wan Xia of the Wanbao Pavilion. I wonder if you would be interested in visiting our pavilion. As for the remnants of the city lord's mansion, my Wanbao pavilion is willing to clear them away for you. Wan Xia stepped forward and said as she looked at Yi Junlin. A faint sly smile curled at the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth as he nodded in agreement. He wanted to see what this Wan Xia intended to do. In a single day, the Wang family and the city lord's mansion were completely destroyed with not a single survivor. It set off enormous waves throughout the entire Qingshi city. But Yi Junlin, the very person at the center of it all, was at that moment leisurely sipping tea in the Wanbao pavilion. The Wanbao pavilion really is excellent. Techniques, martial arts, and pills are all available in abundance. Yi Junlin said with a smile. This was only a small branch hall in Qingshi city. Young Master Yi, is there anything that catches your eye? As long as you say the word, everything here is yours for just 1/10 of the price. Wan Xia said with a brilliant, charming smile. Now, without her veil, she had a face that could enchant the masses. It could truly be said that she was a beauty who could topple cities and states, a peerless enchantress. That won't be necessary, a few sets of clothes will be enough. Yi Junlin said. He lacked nothing right now, as decades of the Wang families and the city lord's accumulation were all in his hands. Now it could be said that he didn't lack money, he was a man of means. Of course, that only applied within Qingshi city. After all, cultivators had never placed much value on worldly wealth. It was nothing but the filth of the mortal world. In the true cultivation world, gold, silver, and treasures were nothing but waste. When Yi Junlin changed into his new clothes and came out, he truly made Wan Xia's eyes light up. At this moment, Yi Junlin wore a luxurious long robe with purple patterns. His figure was tall and slender, his hair was casually tied behind his back, and he had a pair of eyes so bright they were almost blinding. With sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, he was striking and graceful, beautiful to the extreme. The gentleman on the road is like jade, the young lord is peerless in this world. Elderly, standing behind Wan Xia, remarked with admiration. Yi Junlin was truly stunningly handsome, a living image of a beautiful man, though calling him unnaturally beautiful would not be an exaggeration. Young Master Yi, what do you plan to do next? Elderly asked with a smile. To already have the cultivation of a martial spirit, or even a martial ancestor at such an age, was astonishingly brilliant, truly worthy of the title of prodigy. The royal capital, the royal academy. Yi Junlin said coolly. When cutting weeds, one must uproot the roots, otherwise there would be endless trouble. Even if it wasn't definitely a threat to Yi Junlin. But to avoid a few minor troubles, he might as well deal with it casually. What a coincidence. We're going to the royal capital too. How about we travel together? Wan Xia looked at Yi Junlin with her big sparkling eyes. At this old man's speed, I can fly the two of you to the royal capital in less than a day. Elderly said with a smile. Even for someone as powerful as him, rushing to the royal capital without rest would take nearly a day. Of course, if they weren't in a hurry, they could take it slow. They could go while sightseeing and enjoying themselves along the way. Do you have a flying technique? To be honest, although my cultivation is all right, I've never actually flown before. Yi Junlin asked with some curiosity. Elderly and Wan Xia exchanged glances. In the world of cultivators, who would bluntly ask another person for a cultivation technique? Doing so was disrespectful to others and could easily get one beaten to death. One must know that the foundation of any powerful cultivator lay in their cultivation technique. There was no helping it. Within the cultivation world, Yi Junlin was truly a novice. He simply knew nothing about such matters. Moreover, they suspected that behind Yi Junlin there should ordinarily be an incomparably powerful master. Why had that master not given him a cultivation technique? Could this be a test? The two of them thought to themselves. But which master would test a disciple by not granting him a cultivation technique? They racked their brains, but still couldn't make sense of it. Ahem, I have a heaven-grade technique here called Wandering Dragon Steps. You might want to learn it. Elderly took out a heaven-grade movement technique directly from his storage ring and handed it to Yi Junlin. It was plain to see that Elderly's face showed great reluctance. This was a heaven-grade technique. In a small place like the Xia Kingdom, even a profound-grade technique was a treasure of the royal family. Techniques were divided into 5 grades: heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and mortal. Among them, even ordinary people could practice mortal-grade techniques. Mortal was the lowest and heaven was the highest known so far. Of course, there were even higher ranks above heaven grade. Wandering Dragon Steps. A heaven-grade technique. Yi Junlin said somewhat doubtfully. Then he was immediately immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. This was in fact the first time Yi Junlin had ever seen martial skill techniques. Young Master Yi truly deserves his reputation as a young prodigy. He entered a meditative state at a single glance. Young lady, how long do you think this young master will need to comprehend a heaven-grade martial skill? Elderly asked with a smile as he looked at Wan Xia. I can't see through his cultivation. It's hidden very deeply. When I first obtained a heaven-grade technique, it took me more than half a year to comprehend it. I think he should take less time than I did, probably around 2 months. Wan Xia answered, basing her words on her own judgment. 2 months, Elderly said with evident astonishment. He knew his young lady's talents better than anyone. In their realm, Miss Wan Xia's exceptional gifts were universally acknowledged. That place teemed with prodigious talents and countless heaven-sent geniuses rising to prominence, yet Miss Wan Xia's name still shone among the most renowned. And now his young lady spoke so highly of a young man. If word of this spread back to their realm, the prodigies, there would surely be thrown into turmoil. After all, as the undisputed first beauty of that realm, her admirers were as countless as the fish swimming upstream. Actually, I feel 2 months is rather excessive. Perhaps a month, or even half a month will suffice. Wanxia struck again with her usual breathtaking words. A heaven-grade technique in merely half a month. Elderly was utterly astounded. Their gazes then fell upon Junlin, who sat with eyes closed. To their perception, he displayed not a trace of spiritual energy, as if he were merely an ordinary mortal. Hum. Suddenly, an inexplicable energy burst forth from Junlin's body. This energy did not belong to spiritual power, but rather to a form of Tao resonance. What it's already done. The two exclaimed in disbelief in unison. Wanxia's estimate of half a month had already been generous. But now they were truly shaken. What manner of being was this? Both had practiced the swimming dragon step, naturally knowing what signified its successful mastery. Whoosh! Junlin opened his eyes, and 2 visible beams of light erupted from his gaze. In the next instant, Junlin vanished from his original position. Roar! A dragon's cry that resounded across the heavens rang out. Junlin moved like a swimming dragon, his form elusive and unpredictable, flickering through the air. So was my cultivation speed rather slow? Junlin appeared before the two and inquired. Wanxia and Elderly wore expressions of mingled emotions. Alas, a movement technique, and yet it took me such a long time. It seems my natural talents aren't particularly remarkable either. Junlin shook his head and sighed. Seeing the two remain silent, he assumed his talents were wanting. Elderly felt his face flush crimson with embarrassment, utterly mortified. He had spent a full 5 years to completely comprehend this technique. Yet this young man had mastered it in merely a few breaths. They had only exchanged a few words, and he had already cultivated it to completion. This wasn't a prodigy. No, this was a monster of unparalleled brilliance. Ahem, since young master ye has successfully cultivated it, let us set forth for the Royal Academy. Wanxia spoke softly. Indeed, he was worthy of her regard. Such talent was rarely seen in the world. Very well, let us depart then. Junlin employed his technique, once more soaring through the air. This time beneath his feet appeared a massive azure dragon radiating immense pressure. Its head like a camel's horns, like a deer's eyes, like a rabbit's ears, like an ox's neck, like a serpent's belly, like a clam's scales, like a fish's claws, like an eagle's paws, like a tiger's. Upon its back were 81 scales. 9 times 9 the ultimate number. How is this possible? Technique manifestation. This was the hallmark of supreme mastery in the flourishing ancient era. Elderly trembled as he spoke, his voice thick with disbelief. Today this young man had completely overturned everything they thought they knew. According to ancient records, during ancient times heroes fought for supremacy, prodigies rose everywhere, and 10,000 races stood side by side. The ancient era could truly be called an age where every person was like a dragon, because nearly all cultivators could bring their techniques to manifestation. That was the true supreme realm, cultivating all techniques to true great completion and perfection. Only when all techniques reached their ultimate perfected state could their full strength be unleashed. Could he possess a special innate physique? Elderly asked with lingering doubt. For one's talent to reach such heights, it was hard not to suspect that Junlin had a special constitution, such as the innate immortal body that harmonizes with the Tao from birth, or the innate Tao body, and so forth. Roar! Wanxia also executed the swimming dragon step, and a clear dragon's cry rang out. Beneath her feet also appeared a nearly tangible dragon. However, the dragon beneath Junlin's feet was corporeal. If one did not use spiritual sense to perceive it, this was a true dragon. The swimming dragon step, as its name suggested, manifested like a swimming dragon when executed. The form was elusive and difficult to grasp. Roar! With direction confirmed, Junlin rode the azure dragon and vanished into the heavens. After more than half a day, the three arrived above the imperial capital. In truth, Junlin could have arrived before them, but after all, this technique had been given to him by Elderly. Junlin had taken his time along the way, essentially waiting for them. Who goes there? Flying above the Xia kingdom is forbidden. Descend immediately and submit to questioning. At this moment, a thunderous shout rose from the imperial capital below. How dare they? Challenging the majesty of our Xia kingdom. Archers, prepare. Seeing that those in the sky paid them no heed, the imperial guards immediately shouted. A mere Xia kingdom dare to prattle on before this old man. Elderly was never a kind soul, and in his eyes a small Xia kingdom was truly of no consequence. Whoosh! Wanxia directly tossed a jade token forward. Suddenly the jade token blazed brilliantly, transforming into a scorching sun that radiated incomparably brilliant light. In that moment, everyone in the Xia kingdom's imperial capital raised their heads toward the token. An enormous character, one slowly formed, radiating scorching brilliance. This is a special token made by the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. What identities must these people possess? Could they be honored guests of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? A cultivator exclaimed in shock. The imperial guards then withdrew directly. When everyone came to their senses and looked skyward again, Where were the three people in the sky? They were as if they had never appeared, leaving only empty space. If not for having truly seen them, they would have thought it was a dream, a hallucination. Clang. A crisp bell tone rang out, echoing throughout the imperial capital. Hurry! The Royal Academy's annual recruitment ceremony has begun. At this moment, countless cultivators stirred into action. Some brought their junior disciples heading toward the Royal Academy to participate in this year's recruitment. As the largest academic institution in the Xia Kingdom, the scale of the Royal Academy needed no elaboration. At this moment at the Academy's entrance stood at least several 100,000 young aspirants who had come to participate in the recruitment tournament. The air buzzed with deafening chatter, a scene of pure exhilaration. Junlin and his two companions stood quietly upon an open patch of ground observing. These were all young boys and girls harboring lofty aspirations within their hearts. They had arrived at this place with dreams burning fiercely in their hearts, each hoping to one day ascend to become among the ranks of the mighty. Yet what occasion had Junlin ever witnessed such spectacles? From the very moment he arrived in this world, he knew such aspirations were utterly beyond his reach. He was fundamentally incapable of cultivation. But now he had abruptly acquired 100,000 years of cultivation power. Though he could not pinpoint his exact realm of power, he knew with absolute certainty that he was formidable, impossibly absurdly formidable. In times past, he too had dreamed of being discovered by some wandering cultivator of immense power who would declare his talent to be 1 in 100 million, whisk him away, and bestow upon him a legendary inheritance. Ding! You have arrived at the Royal Academy. 10,000 martial techniques are available for check-in. Do you wish to proceed? The system's distinctive electronic tone rang within Junlin's consciousness. Check-in confirmed. Junlin responded within his mind. Ding! Check-in successful. 10,000 martial techniques have been granted to the host. Rewards have been deposited into your storage ring. Please verify receipt. Junlin immersed his spiritual awareness inward, and indeed within the storage ring, he beheld countless martial techniques, combat skills, and secret arts laid before him. Not a single one was of ordinary caliber. For in that casual glance, Junlin caught sight of numerous technique names inscribed there. Names such as Zhu Xian, Zhu Shishun Gong Fei Xian, and others of similar grandeur. Simply from the names alone one could discern the immense power they possessed. Immortality. This was the ultimate longing for every cultivator, for only by becoming immortal could one truly coexist eternally with the world. Only thus could one achieve true imperishability with a lifespan stretching boundlessly into eternity. Ding! Do you wish to fuse all techniques and secret arts? The system queried within Junlin's mind. Junlin hesitated in astonishment. Could they fuse directly, as if through a transmission of enlightenment? Bypass all the time needed for comprehension and mastery. Such an operation was possible. Confirm fusion. Junlin declared within his consciousness. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang through Junlin's mind as a surge of energy, overwhelming and boundless to the extreme, came rushing forth in an instant. The information contained within this energy was simply too vast. Countless techniques, martial skills, and secret arts flooded through. Junlin achieved mastery over all of them instantaneously. Not even mentioning heavenly rank techniques, for among these the lowest caliber was supreme grade. Though Junlin did not know what constituted a supreme grade technique, it was at the very least beyond the heavenly rank. For below the heavenly rank, no one had ever heard of such a thing as supreme grade techniques. All of this transpired within a single instant. None knew that Junlin had mastered 10,000 techniques in the span of one breath. If such a thing were spoken aloud, no one would believe it. An ordinary person mastering techniques over several years would already be considered a heaven-born prodigy. How could anyone possibly master 10,000 techniques in the brief interval of a single breath? That would be absolute delusion. Silence. Suddenly a rough and boisterous voice thundered across the Royal Academy's Grand Plaza. A burly giant of a man appeared suspended in the air. A martial sect master. This is a martial sect master and academy instructor, a young disciple inquired with evident reverence. If only I could become such a powerful cultivator someday. Someone murmured with undisguised admiration. To hover suspended in the void. This was the defining hallmark of a martial spirit cultivator. Yet every instructor at the Royal Academy possessed at least the cultivation of a martial sect master. I am Stone Mountain, the instructor responsible for overseeing this session's new student recruitment at the Royal Academy. Next you must pass through 3 trials. Only those who successfully complete all 3 trials may enter our Royal Academy. New students must not exceed 18 years of age. Those who are over 18 yet have not reached the martial disciple realm leave of your own accord. Stone Mountain stated flatly, leaving no opportunity for response from those below. The first trial, comprehension. This is the fundamental essence of a person. If one's comprehension is too poor, there is virtually no chance of becoming a powerful cultivator. Wait, comprehension is not the sole determinant. As long as one possesses the spirit of endurance and hard work, I believe there is still a chance to become a powerful cultivator. Junlin gazed at Stone Mountain and spoke calmly. Stone Mountain felt a flicker of irritation. Who was he? a mighty martial sect master at the pinnacle of his power. How could he be contradicted by a mere youth? Did he have any dignity left to preserve? According to your logic, then even a person without comprehension could become a powerful cultivator. Stone Mountain asked Yi Junlin with a composed tone. Originally his manner had been rough and boisterous, yet the moment he beheld Yi Junlin, he softened his tone. Yi Junlin radiated an extraordinary aura, showing not a trace of reverence for the strong. This type of person was either a naive ignoramus or else looked down upon cultivators of their caliber. Precisely so, looking down upon a martial sect master. Of course, without comprehension, one merely needs diligence. Yi Junlin stated. He had read far too many tales of the supposedly worthless, those deemed hopeless, whose fates were ultimately transformed through encountering celestial treasures, system gifts, and the like. They had walked step by step to the pinnacle of power. The second trial talent. A cultivator's talent is classified as mortal, human, yellow, black, earth, heaven. The higher one's talent, the greater one's potential achievements. The lowest is mortal grade talent, meaning one cannot cultivate at all. The highest currently known is heaven grade. Beyond heaven grade, even we do not know what manner of talent exists. Stone Mountain continued without dwelling further on Yi Junlin's words. In his view, Yi Junlin was merely a youth. In time he would naturally come to understand these truths. This point I also disagree with. Throughout history, it is indeed true that those with higher talent have a greater probability of becoming the strong. However, talent cannot be the sole standard by which to measure a person's ultimate achievements. Since ancient times, how many individuals with extraordinary talent have there been? In the end, they were all reduced to obscurity, ordinary folk like any other. I have witnessed a legend, a being of mere mortal flesh without so-called talent or comprehension. Yet in the end, they shook the ancient and present alike, a true powerhouse that could be called the strongest since time immemorial. Oh, then pray tell, what was this strong one's name? Why is it that we have never encountered this legendary figure in any ancient text? Stone Mountain asked with a cold smile. His temper was inherently fierce. Now Yi Junlin had challenged his authority repeatedly. Even the most patient man could endure no more. Ancient texts do not record them. Yi Junlin replied directly. If even ancient texts cannot find a record, are you simply seeking attention? Another youth stepped forward, unwillingly, calling out sharply. He wished to leave a favorable impression on this instructor. Whether he passed or not, at the very least, this was the art of social relations. The third trial concerns nature. Cultivators must possess unwavering will, pressing forward with courage. Those whose will is unstable are prone to going astray, becoming demons of evil. Seeing that Yi Junlin had nothing further to say, Stone Mountain resumed speaking. Fortunately, he stole a glance at Yi Junlin. This time the young man held his tongue. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Junlin's placid voice froze his entire body in place. What is righteousness? What is evil? Ha! Unable even to distinguish righteousness from evil, yet you dare speak of pursuing the Tao way. The youth who had spoken earlier mocked once more. I cultivate only my own invincible Tao. Whether righteous or evil, if none provoke me, they may all live. But should anyone dare to provoke me, they shall all perish. Yi Junlin spoke with perfect calm. Do you truly regard yourself as some ancient mighty one? Whoever you want dead, you think they must die? The young man continued. Although I am no ancient mighty one today, I will make you die. Yi Junlin said indifferently. Had this young master will stand right here today. I'd like to see exactly how you'll kill me. The young man had no idea what kind of existence he had provoked. The Royal Academy forbids killing. Shirshan said coldly. The ones I want to kill, no one can stop me. Yi Junlin said coldly. Die. Yi Junlin coldly spat out one word. In an instant the young man's whole body shook as though struck by lightning. Then his eyes lost all their luster and his soul was extinguished outright. Yi Junlin had used a soul-type attack art called the soul extinction art. It struck straight at a person's soul and extinguished it utterly, domineering and merciless. Bang! The young man fell headfirst to the ground, leaving everyone around staring blankly. How bold! What kind of evil sorcery did you use? You slaughtered someone within the Royal Academy. You deserve death. Shirshan bellowed. He could not tolerate someone committing murder right under his nose. I told you whoever I want dead cannot be stopped. Whoever blocks me will die. Yi Junlin said directly. The crowd below erupted in an uproar. Whose young master is this? How dare he spout such arrogant nonsense? Is he not afraid of biting his tongue? A newborn calf truly does not fear a tiger. Someone sneered. The Royal Academy is the greatest academy in the entire Xia Kingdom, and its dean is the founding patriarch of the Xia Kingdom, Xia Luyan. He is also the #1 expert with cultivation, so profound it is unfathomable. If he wants to make an enemy of the Royal Academy, let's see whether he has the capital to back it. Many said this with a watching the show mentality. Junior, it is fine for a young man to be a little proud, but you cannot be too arrogant. Otherwise, in the end, the one to suffer will be yourself. A voice rang out across the entire martial training ground. Then everyone saw a white-robed youth walk out of the Royal Academy, a smile on his face. He was refined and graceful, with an elegant bearing. He gave people an amiable feeling like the big brother next door. Ding! Encountered a child of destiny. Mission issued now. Kill the child of destiny and receive the specially crafted heavenly Tao reincarnation body. Subdue the child of destiny and make him your follower, and you will receive the cultivation art, the ascendant immortal art. The system's amiable voice sounded in Yi Junlin's mind. Wait, what is the heavenly Tao reincarnation body? What is the ascendant immortal art? Yi Junlin asked. The heavenly Tao reincarnation body can reincarnate all things in the world, and even the heavenly Tao can be sent into reincarnation. As long as you are strong enough, even the heavenly Tao cannot escape reincarnation. Everyone will find their true self on the road of reincarnation and sing the monument of the immortal ones. As for the ascendant immortal art, it allows one to ascend to immortality instantly with no side effects. From then on you will enjoy endless eons of lifespan, as eternal as heaven and earth, as radiant as the sun and moon. The system explained. Immortals, the envy of countless people. Who didn't want to become an immortal? Who wasn't cultivating for the sake of immortality? You are truly arrogant. Do you not even show respect to the number one outer disciple of our royal academy? A lackey behind the white-robed youth sneered. What? That's the number one outer disciple of the royal academy, Wang Changsheng. I heard even the crown prince tried to win him over, but was rejected. Someone said, isn't that so? I heard that when he first came he was only a menial disciple. They say he was worthless and could be bullied by anyone, but he quietly endured for 3 years. 3 years later his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. In just 10 days he went from third-rank martial apprentice to martial warrior. Absolutely incredible. Now he is at the peak of the martial warrior realm, and all of this happened in merely 3 months. Someone exclaimed in wonder. Wang Changsheng. Is he the Wang Changsheng of the Wang family of Qingshi City? Yi Junlin asked indifferently. Indeed, I am Wang Changsheng, the biological son of the great elder of the Wang family of Qingshi City. Wang Changsheng said with a smile, cupping his hands in salute. Oh, the Wang family of Qingshi City has already been wiped out by me. Only you, the last seed of the Wang family, remain. Yi Junlin said with a smile. System, I choose to slay the child of destiny. Boom. What did you say? Wang Changsheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Among the 3 major families of Qingshi City, the Wang family stood at the top. Not to mention everything else. Just the Wang family's old ancestor alone was not someone a mere youth could destroy. That old ancestor was a martial spirit level expert, already considered a mighty power of one region. In the Xia kingdom he would have been in theft as a marquis. How could he have been wiped out? That was a martial spirit. There are very few in the Xia kingdom. Yi Junlin and the others had not wasted much time on the road, and the news had not yet spread. Alright, this thing should belong to your Wang family. As if remembering something, Yi Junlin took out a Wang family patriarch seal from his storage ring and said, No, how could this be? In an instant Wang Changsheng's eyes nearly burst out of their sockets. He could never have imagined that the Wang family had been annihilated. He thought of his father's affectionate eyes when he left home and his mother's reluctant expression. He had still wanted to become their pride. Yet now, just like this, the entire Wang family was gone, and he had still wanted to become the pride of the Wang family. He had only just begun to prosper, becoming a genius under everyone's gaze. He had not let down his parents' and clansmen's expectations. Now he was one of the most dazzling prodigies of the entire royal academy. I will kill you. Wang Changsheng's eyes were blood-red, radiating monstrous ferocity as he roared in grief and fury. Leaving home that time, he never imagined it would be forever. From then on they were separated by the eternal divide between the living and the dead, never to meet again. Even so, then die. Yi Junlin moved to kill Wang Changsheng as soon as he finished speaking. Stop! A thunderclap suddenly exploded. Wang Changsheng abruptly halted. Master, I want revenge. Wang Changsheng looked toward the sky, and a refined middle-aged man said, Your cultivation is inferior to his now, but with time you will surely surpass him. This time your master will not let him kill you. I will leave him for the future you. Moronbai said with his hands behind his back. What? Wang Changsheng's master is actually Vice Dean Moronbai. Vice Dean Moronbai of the Royal Academy is only in his 40s, yet he has already reached Martial King. I heard even Xiao Luyin was full of praise for Moronbai's talent. Someone said in amazement. Otherwise how could someone sit in the Vice Dean's seat at only 40? Yes, master. Wang Changsheng nodded firmly. He believed that as long as he was given time, he would be able to grow. Vice Dean, Shirshan, and the surrounding mentors and disciples all bowed respectfully to Moronbai. You say you'll spare my life. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes, gazing at Moronbai as he spoke. But I have no intention of letting the sole survivor of the Wang family go. Ignoring Moronbai's words, Yi Junlin continued. Rest assured, from today onward I guarantee that no one in the entire Xia kingdom will dare to lay a hand on you. Live well, and wait for my disciple to come seeking vengeance. Moronbai stated coolly. You're out of your mind. The last sprout of the Wang family, die. Finding it futile to converse with this Vice Dean, Yi Junlin spoke directly. Boom. Up. Wang Changsheng clutched his head and collapsed to the ground on the spot. Yi Junlin was somewhat surprised that Wang Changsheng had held on for a single breath. He even managed to let out a scream. After all, what cultivation did Wang Changxing possess? He was merely at the pinnacle of the mortal martial realm. Yet he could withstand one of Yi Junlin's strikes and endure for a full breath's time. In an instant, Yi Junlin concluded that Wang Changxing carried a supreme treasure on him. After all, as a child of destiny, he was bound to possess great fortune. But this so-called great fortune was still powerless to protect Wang Changxing before Yi Junlin. At least now Wang Changxing had yet to grow into his potential. Had it been other cultivators, martial masters, grand martial masters, or even martial spirits or martial ancestors, they might not have been able to kill Wang Changxing. For he held a trump card that could save his life, but it was simply no match for Yi Junlin's overwhelming strength. Murong Bai's hair bristled with rage as he roared at the heavens. He had never imagined that after Yi Junlin uttered the word die, his disciple would truly be gone. This was an unbearable pain for Murong Bai. He knew this disciple well, composed, persevering, and exceptionally gifted. Given time to grow, he would surely become a mighty figure renowned across the land. But now he was gone. Everything was lost. This was the disciple he had painstakingly sought out, and now he was no more. I will kill you. Murong Bai enunciated each word through gritted teeth. Boom. Murong Bai's formidable aura surged to its peak. An overwhelming pressure descended from all directions, and he held nothing back. Many of the weaker cultivators present collapsed to the ground on the spot, utterly unable to withstand such fearsome pressure. He could no longer care about anything else. He only wanted to kill to slay the youth before him. As for the others, he neither could nor would bother with them. He had never considered that Yi Junlin's cultivation might be extraordinary. In his heart, Yi Junlin was merely using some sinister sorcery. After all, he was a martial king powerhouse, yet he had detected nothing unusual, not even the fluctuation of spiritual energy. A mere youth, no matter how formidable, how far could he truly go? Stop, Murong Bai. The Royal Academy forbids killing. As Vice Dean, do you not know this? Especially against a newly enrolled student. A commanding voice resounded, and everyone felt their very minds tremble. Greetings, Dean. All the mentors and disciples bowed respectfully in a certain direction. What a lively day today. Not only has Vice Dean Murong Bai appeared, but even the Dean himself has graced us with his presence. Under normal circumstances, this would be utterly impossible. And now, all because of this youth, everyone has shown up. Someone remarked with amazement. An elder clad in black battle robes stepped through the air, his stern gaze fixed upon Murong Bai. Dean, but he was my first disciple, and my only one. Murong Bai said with a bitter expression. He knew the Dean had taken a liking to the young man's talent. He was outmatched, there is nothing more to be said. Let this matter rest here. This is a world where the strong devour the weak. When you are not an opponent's match, death is the only outcome. Xia Luyun said calmly. Fine, very well. So this is what I get for devoting my heart and soul to the Royal Academy. After all I've given, I can't even protect my own disciple. I can't even have the chance for vengeance. Murong Bai laughed uproariously at the heavens as two trails of clear tears streamed down his face. It was a sight that would grieve any who heard it and move any who witnessed it to tears. From this day forth, I, Murong Bai, am no longer the Vice Dean of the Royal Academy. I, Murong Bai, formally resigned from the Royal Academy. Murong Bai declared with a face full of sorrow. Having said this, he picked up Wang Changxing's corpse and prepared to leave. Boy, from now on I hope you never set foot outside the gates of the Royal Academy. Otherwise that will be the day of your death. Murong Bai suddenly turned back, his voice icy as he glared at Yi Junlin. Everyone present felt their hearts constrict sharply. An unfathomable chill seemed to spread through the air. Sigh. Xia Luyun opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end it dissolved into a sigh. He had no choice. He had his own considerations. The Royal Academy needed such a genius. The Xia Kingdom needed such a genius. Yi Junlin he was determined to protect. Do you truly believe you can walk away from here today? Yi Junlin said coolly, looking at Xia Luyun. Just because the Dean shields you, you think you can kill me? Murong Bai was so enraged he laughed, his voice cold. Even Xia Luyun felt a flicker of displeasure. This youth's pride was too high, and he failed to read the situation. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Junlin directly interjected. I need no one to protect me in my affairs. Only through one's own strength can one achieve eternity. Yi Junlin stated calmly. Only through one's own strength can one achieve eternity. Excellent, well said. Only through one's own strength can one achieve eternity. Xia Luyun laughed heartily while stroking his beard. Since the bond between master and disciple runs so deep, why don't you accompany him on the road to reincarnation? Yi Junlin extended his right palm and gently clenched it toward Murong Bai as he spoke. All bark and no bite, humph. Ugh. As he watched Yi Junlin clench his hand toward him, Murong Bai felt nothing but disdain. But in the next moment his expression drastically changed. He felt a will that could tear heaven and earth apart descend upon him. The entire void around him was sealed. He was completely immobilized, and the walls of air around him kept pressing inward, constricting without pause. He and Wang Changxing's corpse were now crushed relentlessly. Bang! After all, Wang Changxing's cultivation was far weaker, and his physical body was not as formidable as Murong Bai's. He was crushed and burst into pulp on the spot. Morongbai stared blankly at the bloody pulp in his arms, utterly unable to believe it. Ding! A crisp chime snapped everyone back to their senses. A small stone stele fell to the ground. It had dropped from Wang Chongqing's shattered remains. Sangqiong stele. One who obtains this stele shall rule the world. With a single moment of enlightenment, one transcends and ascends to immortality. Someone curiously read the inscription aloud. In the following moment, the entire martial arts arena fell into dead silence. Sangqiong stele. He who obtains this stele shall command all under heaven. With a single flash of enlightenment, he shall transcend and ascend to immortality. Sangqiong stele. Ascend to immortality. No one on the training ground paid any attention to how Junlin had managed it. Every gaze was now drawn to that Sangqiong stele lying on the ground. Mostly it was the inscription that proved far too tempting. He who obtains this stele shall command all under heaven. Comprehend it, and one could directly ascend to immortality. That was an immortal, a true genuine immortal. To live as long as heaven and earth, to shine as brightly as the sun and moon. The training ground was silent, but the sound of heavy, ragged breathing was unceasing. At some point Junlin had already retreated to one side, quietly watching those people. His hands were lightly clasped behind his back, as if he stood entirely aloof from the matter. An immortal? Aren't you going to contend for it? Wan Xia walked up beside Junlin and asked softly. I don't need to contend for it, because in the end it will all fall into my hands. Junlin gave a faint wicked smile. Because he was confident of it. By the usual script, a series of bloody events was about to unfold. Such was the cruel cultivation world. Heavenly treasures and earthly wonders went to those capable of claiming them. Wan Xia's heart trembled. She had also just harbored the thought of contending for the stele. But now that Junlin had spoken, she abruptly extinguished that idea. Still, she sent word to the headquarters of the Wanbao Pavilion. Junlin saw all of this with crystal clarity. He simply said nothing. He was just playing. Otherwise life would be far too dull. He knew too that just now among those people who had looked dazed, at least half were secretly transmitting messages. No wonder. Wang Chongqing had always possessed terrible talent. It was only recently after obtaining this treasure that his cultivation shot up so quickly. Someone spoke up. If even a waste can rise so swiftly and make such rapid progress, then if we were to obtain it. Many minds turned quickly, thinking such thoughts. Since no one else wants this thing, I'll take it without standing on ceremony. An elderly man who had accompanied his nephew to register at the Royal Academy stepped forward and said directly. At the same moment, he flashed explosively toward that Sangqiong stele. Spreading his aged hands wide, he moved as fast and nimbly as a hawk. His eyes were filled with nothing but greed. Closer. He drew closer and closer to that Sangqiong stele, and the light in his eyes blazed brighter and brighter. Get lost. With me here, how dare an old fool like you act so insolent? A middle-aged man flickered into the air. Then appearing before the old man, he sent him flying with a single slap. Clearly this was a martial spirit. A hidden martial spirit expert who had revealed no cultivation whatsoever. It was shocking. So there was actually a martial spirit expert in the crowd, and this was only the first. Who knew how many more lurked behind? But treasures drove people mad. They no longer cared whether it was a martial spirit or a martial grandmaster. As long as they obtained the treasure, they would not bat an eye even at a martial king, let alone a martial grandmaster. This was the Sangqiong stele, a thing that could make one an immortal. When that day came, they only needed to find an isolated spot and painstakingly comprehend the stele for several decades or a century. Naturally, they would become invincible in the world. This thing, I'm taking it. After slapping the old man away with one palm, the middle-aged martial spirit expert grabbed directly at the Sangqiong stele on the ground. Have you asked me? A mighty aura abruptly erupted from within the crowd. A martial spirit, another martial spirit expert. Exclamations of shock burst from the crowd. Those of weaker cultivation were already retreating in doubt, for a battle at this level was not something they could withstand. Charging up would only make them cannon fodder. A martial spirit expert could destroy them with one hand, as if it were a game. Boom, boom, boom. One martial spirit expert after another erupted with overwhelming power from the crowd. Every last martial spirit could no longer sit still. They had to make their move. If they delayed any longer, that Sangqiong stele would be snatched away right before their eyes. Yet many martial spirit experts also cast worried looks at Xia Luyun. He was the #1 expert of the Xia kingdom. If he made a move, none of those present could possibly contend with him. There were simply far too many legends and tales of Xia Luyun in the Xia kingdom. It could be said that 90% of those present had grown up listening to Xia Luyun's stories. But to everyone's relief, Xia Luyun showed not the slightest intention of contending with them. In fact, Xia Luyun's gaze did not even rest on the Sangqiong stele. The dean of the Royal Academy, Xia Luyun, stared at Junlin with an expression of shock and uncertainty. The move Junlin had used to deal with Morongbai moments ago still filled him with lingering dread. Although his cultivation was profoundly advanced, and his realm was lofty, even now he could not make sense of it. Especially after this Sangqiong stele had appeared, he had watched Junlin withdraw directly from the battle. This discovery made his eyelids twitch violently. Who could possibly be uninterested in becoming an immortal? This youth had taken down Morone by a martial king in a single move. That was enough to show precisely how powerful he was. He should at least be at the martial emperor realm, or even higher. Although Xiao Luyun was also interested in this so-called Sangxiong stele, he did not make any rash move. Forget it, seize it. A martial spirit expert made the first move, lunging straight toward the Sangxiong stele. At the same time, dozens of martial spirit experts shot out from the crowd. Their target was exactly the spot where the Sangxiong stele lay. The great battle erupted at once. Although all of them were martial spirit masters, one after another continued to fall. The sheer number of wounded martial spirit masters showed just how brutal the battle had become. This treasure is mine. A middle-aged man covered in wounds and bleeding profusely stood at the peak of the martial spirit realm. He overpowered the crowd. None of these martial spirit masters were a match for him. He is wounded. This thing holds the secret to becoming an immortal. Are none of you truly going to fight for it? Someone in the crowd said. His voice drifted and flickered, impossible to pinpoint. There was no way to drag him out from the crowd. This thing goes to those capable of holding it. Though I am only a grand martial master, I still wish to contend for it. After hesitating, someone made up his mind and declared, he is already severely wounded. We are not necessarily without a chance. The others also spoke up. The middle-aged man was startled, then enraged. Someone was trying to set him up. Although his cultivation was high, he was already badly wounded. In ordinary times, what were those below the martial spirit realm? They were nothing more than ants. But now the entire martial arena held 100,000 people. Not to mention the fact that many instructors in the Royal Academy were martial ancestors. Nevertheless, though greed had surfaced in their eyes, Xiao Luyun's presence suppressed them, and no one dared to make a rash move. Xiao Luyun held absolute authority. Skulking in the shadows, who spoke? The peak martial spirit master roared furiously. He knew that someone in the crowd was secretly stirring up trouble. It was all to turn him into a target for everyone. He wanted to make an example of one to warn 100, no to warn 100,000. But he could not find that person, no matter what the man was hidden too deeply. What are you still waiting for? This is a chance to become an immortal. Do you not all want to become immortals? Do you not all desire eternal life? To live forever in this world? The elusive voice sounded once more. This thoroughly ignited the desire and greed in everyone's hearts. Forget it, I'll contend for it too. What if it turns out to be mine? A peaked Grand Martial Master shot directly toward the firmament stele. Count me in as well. This is a fate-given opportunity, and it goes to the fated. What if I am the one? Martial Masters also began to move toward the firmament stele. In an instant, everyone surged into motion, their target being the firmament stele held by the peak Martial Spirit Master. The peak Martial Spirit Master was anxious and furious. With so many people, there was no way he could block them all. After eliminating the first few who arrived, he wanted to use his movement art and flee. Buzz! But suddenly a surge of aura locked onto him. The peak Martial Spirit Master's expression changed drastically. A martial ancestor had acted. A martial ancestor from the Royal Academy had made a move. His face was filled with horror. He had thought they would not intervene. He had not expected them to act after all. But that was only natural. Before such a treasure, even a sage could not remain calm. Although Xiao Luyun was holding them back, how could they let a martial spirit take it away? A mere martial spirit. Would that not be a wanton waste of heaven's gift? Old scoundrels, you have brought ruin upon me. The martial spirit master frantically bellowed at the dozen or so instructors behind Xiao Luyun in the Royal Academy. Immediately afterward, he was blasted into ashes by over 10,000 attacks. There was no helping it. He was locked on and suppressed, unable even to resist. Although the people attacking him were weak in cultivation, their sheer numbers were too much to withstand. Tens of thousands of people launched attacks at him. Without resisting, how could he possibly survive? Alas! Xiao Luyun watched the fierce struggle in the arena and sighed. Though it pained him, this was all caused by human greed. The Dean told you long ago that a treasure like this is not something you can touch. But some of you deliberately refuse to listen. Xiao Luyun said calmly. Dean, you are old, so naturally you no longer have the will to compete. But as for us, we are still young. We also want to stand at the peak. Is that wrong? One instructor said. They did not want to miss such a stroke of fortune. Although Xiao Luyun had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, in their eyes he was indeed old. But they had forgotten, how could a being who could live for hundreds or thousands of years really be only at the martial king or martial emperor cultivation level? No one knew, because the Xia kingdom had never once produced a martial emperor. They also had no records of a martial emperor's lifespan. Very well, whoever among you wishes to contend, go ahead. Xiao Luyun shook his head and said. There was no longer the slightest reluctance or compassion in his gaze. Only a heart as calm as still water. It was so serene that not even a single ripple arose. The several older elders behind Xiao Luyun did not move. What they knew was that they had grown up listening to stories of Xiao Luyun since they were children. He was the war god of the Xia kingdom, and they held Xiao Luyun in the utmost reverence. The other instructors, all around 40 or 50 years old, exchanged glances. Then those men shot straight toward the firmament stele. Battles between martial ancestors were far more formidable than battles between martial spirits. Many Grand Martial Masters could not dodge the destructive shockwaves and burst apart on the spot. Mind you, this was only the aftershock of a clash between martial ancestors. Junlin had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines throughout, and it only further steeled his heart. This world is exactly like that. If you aren't strong enough, you have no standing and no voice. Once you are strong enough, you may look upon all living beings as ants. Everyone must bow and worship. Otherwise, like those people, you will ultimately be reduced to cannon fodder. Why don't you go and contend for it? Xia Liyun looked with some curiosity at the several older instructors behind him and asked, "We are willing to heed Elder Xia's advice. None of them will survive." Xia Liyun nodded and said. The instructors were shocked. Could it be that Elder Xia was going to act personally? If that were the case, those people indeed would not live much longer. Ha ha ha. Our Qinglan sect has heard that the Royal Academy is holding a grand enrollment ceremony of unprecedented scale. We have come uninvited and hope you will excuse us. A voice like a clap of thunder exploded across the entire martial arts arena. Even the martial ancestor powerhouses who were fighting stopped in terror and looked toward a certain spot in the sky. The Qinglan sect was not located within the territory of the Xia state. The Xia state was merely a small country, while the Qinglan sect was the foremost sect in the low-rank Chu Empire. The Xia state was an unranked country. Although the Chu Empire was a low-rank empire, its strength was dozens of times that of the Xia state. Such was the difference between a state and an empire. Above in the sky, thunderclouds rolled, and a towering figure in a purple robe appeared in midair. Behind him were uniform ranks of martial king powerhouses, each exuding a truly formidable aura. The Qinglan sect master Qi Yin. Someone said in horror. This Qi Yin was a genuine peak martial emperor. It was said that he was only one step away from becoming a martial saint. Esteemed guests have arrived. What an honor, Xia Liyun said calmly. Who are you? Qi Yin asked indifferently, looking at Xia Liyun. They belong to the Chu Empire. Why would they pay attention to a small and insignificant state? Thus Qi Yin naturally did not recognize this legendary figure of the Xia state. How dare you? This is the dean of our Royal Academy. The old man behind Xia Liyun stepped forward and rebuked. Insolence. Who do you think you are to step forward and reprimand me, eh? Qi Yan's eyes blazed with dazzling fiery light, shooting directly at the old man. A mighty pressure descended on the spot. Schwa. Just as Qi Yin was about to deal with that elder, a sudden sound of tearing air rang out. A martial ancestor was seizing the sky vault steel and attempting to flee. In front of me, you still think you can escape? Die. Qi Yin turned toward the fleeing man and spat out a single word. Boom. The man exploded on the spot, reduced to nothing. Not even bones remained. Martial Emperor. This is a martial emperor expert whose every word and action can activate the power of laws to slaughter. Someone said, Dean, save us. The remaining martial ancestor powerhouses witnessing this scene were almost scared to death on the spot. Yet Xia Liyun remained utterly unruffled. This object is destined for me, so I shall reluctantly accept it. Qi Yin waved his hand, and the sky vault steel appeared in his palm. Immortal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Qi Yin caressed the immortal character on the sky vault steel with both hands, murmuring to himself. The moment he touched the steely, he felt the very blood within his body surge and gallop with excitement. How could a divine object like this be snatched by a pack of lowly ants like you? Die. Qi Yan's expression hardened as he bellowed at those martial ancestor powerhouses from before. Boom. Uft. Those martial ancestors burst apart on the spot, without even a chance to scream. Ah yes. And you who dared to reprimand me just now, you die as well. Qi Yin said to the old man behind Xia Liyun. Then he waved a hand, and a streak of radiance shot directly towards Xia Liyun and the others. This was not a move to kill one person. It was intended to wipe out Xia Liyun and everyone beside him. Young man, one should show mercy where one can. Xia Liyun said calmly. Take what you have gained and leave at once, or I fear you will not be able to leave. Xia Liyun said in an offhand manner. A transparent light barrier rose before him, just as Qi Yan's streak of radiance came piercing through. A startling thing happened. When that streak of radiance struck Xia Liyun's light barrier, it dissolved into nothingness. This old man was far from simple. As a peak martial emperor, Qi Yan's casual blow was enough that even a low-rank martial emperor could not withstand it. Yet this so-called dean had blocked it so effortlessly. This showed that the dean was also a martial emperor, at least not far from Qi Yan's level. Qi Yan had lived for several centuries, and yet someone dared to call him a young man. Ha ha ha. Well, the Empire Grand Tournament is about to begin, so I will take my leave first. Qi Yin had no intention of dragging on the fight, and he laughed aloud. In truth, he was somewhat wary of Xia Liyun. He neither dared nor wished to risk his life in a deadly struggle, for he had already obtained the Sky Vault steel. Alas, how dull. Old man, why not cross blows with him? I'm most curious to see the extent of a martial emperor's might. Just as Qi Yin turned to leave, a lazy voice made him halt mid-step. A young man strolled slowly from the edge of the training ground. His target was none other than Qi Yan's position. Young friend, you flatter me, the old man said. Look at me, advanced in years. How could I withstand such a battle? Xia Liyun shook his head. This surprised Qi Yin. Was this so-called academy dean actually showing restraint before this youth? No, not merely restraint. There was even a hint of deference. What was going on? This steel belongs to me. If you wish to live, leave it behind, Junlin said indifferently to Qi Yan. How dare you act insolently before our sect master? Today I'll cross blades with you. I'll teach you not to be so arrogant. You won't even know how you died. A martial king stepped forward from behind Qi Yan, barking out the warning. Behind Qi Yan stood over a dozen martial kings, each at the pinnacle of their cultivation. Any of them could take that final step into the martial emperor realm at any moment. I don't know how I'll die, but you'll know how you die soon enough, Junlin said faintly. Ignorant brat. I'd like to see you make good on that. The martial king laughed in sheer fury. He was merely a youth. How powerful could he possibly be? A flip of the hand would be enough to suppress him. Then watch closely. Perish. Junlin could not be bothered to say more, merely breathing out a single word, perish. In an instant, the martial king's soul within his sea of consciousness felt the erosion of an unknown force. No, this was no erosion. This was obliteration. Even more terrifying was that he could not offer even the slightest resistance. He could only watch helplessly as his divine soul faded away. What seemed an endless process actually occurred in a flash. Everyone around stared in shock. Dead just like that. There had been no sign whatsoever. Utter annihilation of the soul, leaving only an empty shell behind. Who are you? Qi Yan fixed Junlin with a grim stare. He was dumbfounded. What kind of forbidden art had this young man used? He would sooner die than believe the youth's cultivation surpassed a martial emperor's. In his subconscious, he assumed the young man had simply used some self-sacrificial secret technique. Who I am has nothing to do with you. As I said, this belongs to me. You dare covet my property, so now you must pay the price. Junlin spoke with quiet calm, yet his words brooked no argument. Nonsense. I have roamed this realm for centuries. Today I will see just what kind of demon you are, Qi Yan said coldly. As the sect master of Qinglan's sect, Qi Yan had his pride. How could he be intimidated by a mere boy? He immediately erupted with his full aura. His cultivation at the peak of the martial emperor realm was laid bare in full. The oppressive pressure was so overwhelming that everyone still alive in the training ground swayed unsteadily. The force of his aura was too great for them to withstand, and no one came to shield them. Elderly, what do you make of this? Wan Xia stood at the edge of the training ground, her gaze fixed on Junlin. This young man's talent truly surpasses the ancients and astounds the present age. At such a tender age, such cultivation. I underestimated him from the very start. I first thought him merely a grand martial master, then a martial king. Now I no longer dare venture his true cultivation. It is highly possible that he is already a martial saint, Elderly said gravely. What? A martial saint? Wan Xia's heart nearly stopped. At such an age, reaching martial saint. Even that place couldn't produce a freak like this, could it? The shock was too immense. I must send word back. This man is not to be provoked, and what belongs to him is not to be touched. Otherwise I fear clan annihilation may follow. Wan Xia made the decision on the spot. Elderly nodded in approval at her side. The eldest daughter of the Wan family was decisive in her actions, never hesitating. And her talent went without saying. That was precisely why she had stood out among the younger generation of the Wan family and earned the family head's regard. And young lady, I can't help feeling this academy dean looks strangely familiar. It seems I've seen him somewhere before. Elderly spoke again, turning his gaze towards Xia Luyun. A sense of déjà vu. Where have I seen him? Elderly fell into deep thought. I remember now. Isn't this the man in the painting in the ancestors' cultivation chamber? The face in that painting is exactly this man's likeness. Elderly suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed. Yes, it's him. He is the man in the portrait. No mistake about it. Elderly repeated in excitement. Wan Xia did not understand why Oldly was so excited. Young miss, do you know who the most powerful existences on the Tianwu continent are today? Oldly deliberately asked, keeping her in suspense. Of course I know. The mightiest existences of this era dare to take the title of immortal. Though they have not truly ascended to immortality, they already bear the name of immortals. Our Wan family's founding ancestor is one of them, the myriad swords immortal. Wan Xia spoke. She did not understand what Oldly meant by bringing this up so suddenly. The Tianwu continent to this day has 9 supreme existences. They jointly govern the entire continent, and our Wan family is one of them. And this academy head before your eyes is also one of them. Xia the Immortal Slayer. Oldly said slowly. What? Xia the Immortal Slayer, one of the 9 immortals. He is actually a supreme powerhouse who walked out of this tiny Xia kingdom. Wan Xia's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Why would one of the exalted 9 immortals choose to dwell in this tiny Xia kingdom and serve as some academy head? His deeds back then made him a legend known to every household, Oldly said with emotion. On the Tianwu continent, 9 was the ultimate number. There had always been exactly 9 immortals. As long as the 9 immortals held their seats, no one else could rise to that rank, unless one of them fell and left a vacancy. Only then could a latecomer have a chance to claim a place among the 9 immortals. But Xia Luyun had not waited for such an opening. He forcibly slaughtered the overlord immortal, one of the 9. That is why he was called Xia the Immortal Slayer. Though they were not true immortals in the eyes of the world, they were immortals. What they could not understand was why such an immensely powerful existence would appear in such a small place. Could it be for Junlin? That was the only reason they could think of. Little did they know their guess had hit the mark by accident. Xia Luyan truly was there for Junlin. He had waited here for 16 years. Heavenly remnant foot. Shi Yin bellowed, and one of his legs abruptly swelled, bursting his trouser leg apart. If that leg came down now, it would cover the entire martial arena. It would reduce the martial arena to rubble. Ugh. Afterward, dense black smoke continuously poured forth from Qi Yan's foot. The black smoke surged into the sky. Among the cultivators present, those with weaker cultivation rolled their eyes back at once and collapsed, utterly incapable of resisting. Even the dozen or so martial king powerhouses behind Qi Yan immediately retreated, watching from a relatively safe distance. One look at their expressions showed that Qi Yan's heavenly remnant foot had left them deeply traumatized. As the black smoke soared, tears streamed from many eyes. In an instant they felt as though their bodies had been drained hollow. All their cultivation had vanished. Wave after wave of sour, foul stench assailed their noses. It caused destruction on a massive scale. Such was the terrifying might of the heavenly remnant foot. A faint golden light radiated naturally from Junlin's body. He was like a war god clad in golden armor, his gaze utterly undisturbed. When the black smoke met the golden light around Junlin, it scattered at once and dissolved into nothing. A special constitution. You have a special constitution. Qi Yan's expression drastically changed. This youth definitely possessed a special constitution. Otherwise, how could his body have reacted on its own to wrap him tightly within that light? A dense golden light erupted from Junlin's forehead. This golden light was so intense that it pierced through heaven and earth. Not to mention the light of a single great sun. Even the light of hundreds or thousands of great suns could not compare in the slightest. By all logic, every person here should have had their eyes seared by that golden light. All of them would have been blinded. But this golden light did not do so. It was very gentle. The golden light on Junlin's forehead continued to grow stronger, as if something were about to emerge from between his brows. The golden light did not recede, yet everyone could see with absolute clarity. A gilded gold Yi character appeared at the center of Junlin's brow. It was not an ordinary Yi character, it was exquisitely beautiful, and gave Junlin an even greater aura of sovereign dominance. Yi, a clansman of the Yi clan. It really is you, young lord. No one saw Xia Luyan muttering to himself, his aged face suddenly streaming with tears. The foremost cultivation clan across all heavens and myriad domains, the Yi clan. Boom. A thunderous roar shook the air as an enormous pillar of golden light shot into the sky. A colossal Yi character illuminated all heavens, and the world turned gilded gold. In an instant, the entire Tianwu continent was bathed in golden light. Countless powerhouses all stared solemnly at the enormous Yi character in the sky at the same moment. What an extraordinary omen. Could a sovereign be being born? This old man has roamed for 1,000 years and has never seen or heard of such a thing. Could this be a heaven-born supreme? Quick, send people toward that direction. No matter the cost, bring him back to me, said a 1,000-year-old ancient monster with an anxious expression. The Yi character hangs above, suppressing 10,000 ages. Has the saying in the ancient texts now come to pass, said a scholarly-looking man with his hands clasped behind his back. Conceal the signs, seal. Xia Luyan watched the colossal character Yi appear in midair. At once his hands ceaselessly wove arcane hand seals. He had to suppress this heaven-shaking vision, knowing that if the Yi clan's peerless enemies discovered it, they would surely descend with overwhelming force. Right now the lord and lady were nowhere to be found. Alone, he could hardly withstand them. The Yi clan's vision was not something only the Tianwu continent would learn of. Within it lay an inscrutable mystic force capable of spreading across all heavens and myriad domains. This location is a lower plane, incredibly remote. Fine technique, concealing the signs and sealing the heavenly secrets, leaving no one any way to investigate. The scholarly-looking man murmured softly, then vanished without a trace. No one heard his words, and no one understood their meaning. Suppress. Junlin looked at Qi Yan and calmly uttered a single syllable. Boom. When Junlin spoke, the law followed. At that one casual syllable, the void trembled, and a gilded word, suppress, slowly materialized. Everyone stared in disbelief at the enormous golden character floating in the sky. Above all, it gave off an overwhelming pressure and a stunning visual impact. Who exactly are you? Qi Yan's expression changed drastically. He had underestimated this youth. This youth was not only extraordinary in cultivation, but also possessed an astonishing constitution. He was someone Qi Yan could not afford to provoke. Who I am you need not know. All you need to know is that since you dared to lay a hand on what is mine, you shall die. Suppress and kill, Junlin said with an icy expression. Since another person was already trying to kill him, waiting to be killed was simply not an option. Nor would he spare them after their desperate pleas for mercy and leave himself endless trouble. Of course, it might not necessarily bring Junlin trouble, but he still preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. No, this lord, no. I am willing to return the firmament steel to you. I beg you spare my life. At that moment Shi Yin truly saw Yi Junlin's murderous intent. He humbled himself and prostrated at Yi Junlin's feet, pleading bitterly. But Yi Junlin did not even look at him. He simply reached out and gently patted Qi Yan's cheek. Qi Yan died on the spot. The firmament steel. One who obtains the steel shall rule the world. Nothing more than that. Very well, I'll bestow it on someone loyal to me later. In an instant Yi Junlin discerned the true function of the firmament steel and shook his head with slight disappointment. A peerless treasure said to follow the child of destiny. Could it really be this underwhelming? It could not compare to even 1/10,000,000th of his system. In Yi Junlin's hands it was a chicken rib. Tasteless yet not worth discarding, it could be said to be utterly useless. Sect Master, he's gone. Run, run. The group of martial kings brought by Qi Yin suddenly felt their hearts turn ice cold. Their sect master had been a peak martial emperor. And what happened? A single gentle pat on the cheek from this youth, and he was gone. What kind of cultivation was that? Since all of you have come, there is no need to leave. Why don't you all stay for this old man? Xia Luyin said, lightly sweeping his sleeve. A condensed attack shot out and surged indiscriminately toward the martial kings. They could not block it in the slightest. They turned into dust on the spot, as if they had never existed. Your subordinate, Xia Luyin, pays respects to the young lord. Xia Luyin stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and addressed Yi Junlin with deep reverence. You know who I am? Yi Junlin asked, slightly baffled. Your subordinate was once one of the 30,000 commanders beneath the human sovereign. By the sovereign's great favor, he used supreme means to send me through reincarnation to become a member of the Tianwu continent. For the past 1,000 years I have waited here awaiting the young lord's arrival. Xia Luyin waved his hand, and a curtain of light enveloped them both. Those outside could neither see nor hear them. So you waited here for 1,000 years just to follow at my side and protect me? Yi Junlin asked. Yes, you are the human sovereign's own son. To keep you safe, the human sovereign deliberately left you in this remote lesser plane. The war in that place is brutal. Even the human sovereign could hardly guarantee your safety. Xia Luyin spoke gravely once more. Strictly speaking, I did not reincarnate. I seized this body instead. It is only that my cultivation remained. At the time, Xia Liyun's original body was already at its final breath, so I took it over. And I promised him that I would keep the Xia kingdom safe for 1,000 years. What is my father's name? For the first time, Yi Junlin felt uneasy. He had once believed his parents had abandoned him because his aptitude was poor. But the scene he witnessed while still in swaddling clothes had been real. His parents, treading upon holy radiance, had left him behind and set off for war. All of it had been to protect him, not to abandon him. Your subordinate dares not speak the human sovereign's true name directly. I beg the young lord's forgiveness. Xia Luyun shuddered at the very thought, and said hastily, this is the human sovereign's inscription. Please have a look. He took a jade slip from his robe and presented it respectfully to Yi Junlin. Human sovereign Yi Jitian, founder of the human sovereign era. Those huge words occupied the first page of the jade slip, and an unbounded domineering aura surged forth. At 18, Yi Jitian founded the Hall of the Human Emperor and led 300 war emperors, 3,000 war generals, and 30,000 commanders in conquering all the heavens. His brilliance dazzled the myriad realms. He stood unmatched in the world. However, enemies from beyond the realm sought to slaughter all living beings. The human emperor was extremely powerful, but the external invaders were not to be underestimated. Among the longevity great sects and immortal hereditary families, some had already been lured by the external enemies with great promises. Colluding with enemies from within and without, they jointly resisted the human emperor, leaving him besieged on all sides. To this day, the traitors have yet to be fully purged. Those few lines made Yi Junlin's eyes blaze with cold, killing intent. His father, in resisting foreign invaders, had indeed rendered merits that resounded through the ages. Yet these so-called longevity great sects and immortal hereditary families were stabbing him in the back, colluding with external invaders in an attempt to restrain the human emperor. It was clear that those longevity great sects and immortal hereditary families were extremely terrifying existences. But before the human emperor, they still had no say. They had been suppressed by the human emperor for far too long. Now that they had a chance, they would naturally strike back. As long as the human emperor sat on the throne, no one in the myriad heavens and countless worlds would ever remember them. The world only knew the human emperor, not these great figures. This was a resentment accumulated for countless millennia, erupting in a single moment. A pack of scum, they truly deserve death. This prosperous age is exactly what my father wanted, but these scum really deserve to die. Since my father is too busy to annihilate them, let me do it. Cold light burst from Yi Junlin's eyes as he looked up at the sky and spoke. In his gaze lay both the destruction of a universe and its rebirth. Ding. Check-in mission issued. Check-in location Empire Grand Competition. Check-in successful. Reward 1000 Calamity Pills. The Calamity Pill is capable of unconditionally increasing an entire major realm of cultivation. At the same time, the person who takes it will be absolutely loyal to the host. At this moment, the system's check-in mission echoed in Yi Junlin's mind. The Calamity Pill is not bad. Accepting the mission. Yi Junlin nodded. With the calamity pill, there would be no further instances of betrayal, nor would problems like those of the human emperor, Yi Jitian, arise. After all, they say there is no absolute loyalty in this world. One is not betrayed simply because the price is not high enough. As long as the price is right, betrayal is only a matter of time. Of course, there are also people who are absolutely loyal, but the disloyal are the majority. Once you have the calamity pill, anyone will be absolutely loyal. Explain to me, what is the Empire Grand Competition? Yi Junlin asked Xiao Luyun. The Empire Grand Competition is essentially a contest between nations. Nations are divided into lower-tier nations, such as the Xia Nation, and then lower-tier empires, such as the Chu Empire. Above them are the mid-tier empires, the high-tier empires, and the overlord empires. The higher the tier, the more cultivation resources are obtained. Thus, within a short period, a country's national power will flourish. Above the overlord empires are the 9 great powers in control. Rather than saying 9 great powers, it is better to say that the 9 immortals are in control. We 9 decide the allocation of resources. The better ones ranking, the more cultivation resources one receives. Xiao Luyun explained. Fine. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I'll represent the Xia Nation and have some fun. By the way, take this pill. Yi Junlin flicked his finger, and a calamity pill that exuded fragrance appeared in Xiao Luyun's hand. Without a trace of hesitation, Xiao Luyun swallowed it. But immediately afterward, his face changed drastically, because he was about to break through. This was not merely breaking through one minor realm, it was an entire major realm. This subordinate thanks the young lord for bestowing such a divine pill. Go ahead. Yi Junlin casually waved his hand, setting up a great array that isolated all aura. Xiao Luyun couldn't help but gasp. As expected of the human emperor's son. Such means such cultivation, such pills. These were not things ordinary people could accomplish. And these were definitely not left behind by the human emperor. He also knew how severe the human emperor was toward his subordinates and his children. This was enough to prove that the young lord's aptitude eclipsed the past and dazzled the present, a heavenly-born genius. What a pity. The great prince. Unknowingly, Xiao Luyun's eyes shimmered with tears, making him look utterly desolate. Great prince, with your heaven-granted talent, I wonder if you are still well. Xiao Luyun shook his head and spoke in a low, sorrowful voice. I still have an elder brother. Yi Junlin had appeared beside Xiao Luyun at some unknown time and asked. This? The young lord's elder brother is named Yi Zhan, and he is also the great prince of the human emperor hall. The great prince's talent was something never heard of or seen before. At only 8 years old, he could already sweep through all directions. He was undefeated among the younger generation and could dominate even the older generation. Truly peerless across the ages, brilliant beyond compare. At 16, he had already so terrified the external invaders that their courage failed them. The external invaders once even offered an astronomical price for the great prince's head. Who knows which longevity great sect or immortal hereditary family leaked the great prince's whereabouts to them. Once when the great prince entered a particular ruin, several great cultivators moved to attack at the same time. They were the 72 war sovereigns from the outer realm, and the first prince was only 16 then. They went straight into the Forbidden Land and laid down the 72 Heavenly Dipper Grand Formation, intending to seal the first prince alive inside until he perished. By the time His Majesty received word and hurried over, it was already too late. The first prince had already disappeared without a trace. If not for the fact that his soul fire had not gone out, everyone would have believed. His Highness's cultivation has reached the peak of creation. He must have used a secret art to escape with his life. Xiao Luyun said with a sigh. As if in a trance, Yi Junlin seemed to see a youth in battle armor, eyes sharp as blades, sweeping across the battlefield in every direction. No one dared to contend with him. With a casual toss, his war spear pierced straight through the outer realm battlefield. His black hair hung loose, and he looked like a god or demon. This was his elder brother. A legendary figure with peerless talent unmatched in the ages and cultivation of overwhelming might. No ancient record had ever documented a 16-year-old youth achieving such feats. He could truly be called the foremost person in 10,000 generations. When His Majesty was enraged, he struck with thunderous fury and uprooted several eternal sects and immortal clans. There were also many who defected to the outer realm. Xiao Luyun spoke again. No matter. I believe we will meet soon enough. Go into seclusion. Yi Junlin shook his head and said. He learned many important pieces of information from Xiao Luyun. He knew his cultivation was extremely powerful, but he did not know exactly where it stood on the plane where the human sovereign resided. Perhaps he was not even on par with a commander, or even more feeble than that. The Yi clan had many great enemies, all watching them covetously. Before he had grown strong, he could not afford to cause trouble for the human sovereign Yi Jitian. He needed to develop. Ding. Congratulations, host, on slaying the child of destiny. Reward a special constitution, the heavenly Tao reincarnation body. Did your reward get stuck? It took so long to send it out that I almost forgot about it. Yi Junlin said, somewhat speechless. Buzz. 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 Yi Junlin felt some kind of mysterious force flowing through his body. It was extremely comfortable, with not the slightest pain. He himself did not feel much change in his body. But in the eyes of others it was a different story. His entire body was wrapped in an indescribable power. A single glance would drag at one's mind, and one could clearly feel one's lifespan draining at an alarming rate. The reincarnation body involved the forces of time-space and the passing years. After fully mastering the heavenly Tao reincarnation body, Junlin immediately suppressed it. Otherwise, a weak cultivator who caught a single glimpse of him would probably be sent straight to reincarnation. The Royal Academy is hereby completely disbanded from today. From now on, I, its dean, will follow young Master Yi through every step. On that day, the entire Xia nation was shaken. The foremost figure of the Xia nation had left to follow a young man. But Xia Luyuan went to the royal palace and told the king of Xia that from now on the Xia nation would become an overlord empire. As for Xia Luyuan, he would completely break away from the Xia nation from now on. This was also his final farewell to his former self. The Empire Grand Tournament arrived as scheduled. This time the Empire Grand Tournament was hosted by the Qingshi Empire, an overlord-level empire. Cultivators came and went, numbering well over 1 million, and the vast martial arena was nearly as large as the Xia nation itself. Without exception, the participants in this Empire Grand Tournament were all from the younger generation. Led by their elders, they appeared one after another, their blood burning and hopes soaring. They had come to win glory for their country, their families, and their teachers. Check-in location: Empire Grand Tournament. Do you want to check in? Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward 100 calamity pills for the host. Please accept them. Junlin was quietly seated in a spot belonging to the Xia nation. One so insignificant it could not be more insignificant. Compared with the giant martial arena that could hold over 10 million people, this place, which could hold only 8, was truly much too small. There was no helping it. Xia nation did not even count as a low-grade empire to begin with. Having a seat at all was already more than enough. Besides, this time only Junlin and Xia Luyuan had come from the Xia nation. As for Wan Xia and Old Li, they naturally sat behind the two like sticky plasters. Wan Xia pouted slightly, her face full of displeasure. Junlin and Xia Luyuan had appeared at the Empire Grand Tournament in an instant. But she and Old Li had to travel for a full month before arriving. I wonder if Xia nation will be dead last again this year. A small nation from the neighboring camp asked mockingly. Junlin ignored it, and Xia Luyuan naturally would not lower himself to argue with a wise man. I think Xia nation will still be at the very bottom of this year's Empire Grand Tournament. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, the young man said with a strained expression, "Yo, pretty lady, there's no point in staying in Xia. Why don't you come over to Big Brother's side? By then our Yun nation will surely become a low-grade empire this year." The young man looked at Wan Xia and said smugly, "This woman was truly stunning, as beautiful as a celestial fairy," and he could not help drooling. How could a nation as trashy as Xia produce such a beauty? Shut up. If you don't close that filthy mouth of yours right now, I swear you will never speak again. Wan Xia gazed at the young man with an icy expression. In that instant, the young man shuddered violently. The oppressive aura and undisguised killing intent emanating from the girl in that fleeting moment sent a chill straight through his heart, nearly freezing his very soul. Damn, how could I be intimidated by this little wench? This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. The young man shook his head. Some people are just all show and no substance. Young lady, you should keep your eyes wide open. Don't end up ruining your life by falling for the wrong man. The young man spoke again with feigned sincerity. This time he didn't just speak. He dragged Junlin into it as well. I wish I could, but he doesn't even fancy me, Wan Xia thought to herself. Being handsome is useless. True strength is what reigns supreme. The young man carried on unbidden with no one paying him any mind. He grew even more arrogant. Flies buzzing around endlessly are just an annoyance to listen to. Junlin said indifferently. Luyuan understands. Xia Luyuan replied immediately. Ha ha, what kind of act are you putting on here? Ha ha, I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. Even the other members of Yun Nation were roaring with laughter. Laugh all you want, laughing at what exactly? A swarm of flies spoiling my young lord's mood. All of you get lost, Xia Luyuan bellowed. Then with a wave of his hand amid the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, the Yun Nation contestants were swept away by a violent gust of wind. Whether they lived or died no one knew, but judging by the force they most likely didn't survive. Although they were led by a martial king expert, even that martial king was sent flying without the slightest resistance. This stirred up quite a commotion in the surroundings. But those around were merely small nations. They realized that Xia Nation was not to be trifled with this year. After ranking last for so many consecutive years, was Xia Nation finally going to turn things around? A massive question loomed in everyone's mind. The Empire Grand Competition officially begins now. All of you unleash your true strength. For this concerns the fate of your nations. An elder appeared on the platform and announced in a sonorous voice. Following the usual rules, this will not be a chaotic free-for-all, but one-on-one battles. Starting with the nation ranked lowest, if you can defeat another nation or an empire, you will take over their ranking. Xia Luyuan explained. So that means Xia Nation is the first to take the stage? Junlin said calmly. That works out well. It'll save us a lot of time. Junlin rose to his feet. After all, he had only just come into contact with this cultivation world not long ago. He might as well treat this as a bit of fun, otherwise it would be far too boring. Xia Nation Yi Junlin. Without waiting for the elder on the platform to speak, Yi Junlin directly announced his name. First match, Xia Nation versus Chioya Nation. Come one, come all, don't miss out. Odds for Chioya Nation winning are 1-1. Our odds for Xia Nation winning are 1-3. Someone began setting up a betting stand on the spot. In an instant the crowd surged and bettors came in an endless stream. I'll bet on Chioya Nation, 1 low-grade spirit crystal. Chioya Nation, 1 high-grade spirit crystal. 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals equal 1 mid-grade spirit crystal, and 1,000 mid-grade spirit crystals equal 1 high-grade spirit crystal. The vast majority were betting on Chioya Nation, with only a handful wagering on Xia Nation. 1 heaven-tier cultivation technique, betting on Xia Nation to win. In an instant the venue fell dead silent. A heaven-tier cultivation technique could fetch at least hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit crystals. Do you accept it? Elderly asked. Are you kidding? If not now, then when? 1 heaven-tier technique could win 3 more. Why wouldn't he take the bet? Accepted. The man running the betting stand narrowed his eyes, then answered directly. As a member of the 9 great powers, he was naturally wealthy to be able to host such a gambling ring. Besides, he had powerful backers behind him. How could he possibly fail to pay out? 1 emperor-tier cultivation technique, betting on Xia Nation to win. At that moment another voice rang out. The man in charge stiffened. Everyone present was utterly bewildered. They had never even heard of an emperor-tier cultivation technique. Could it be a typo for Earth tier? The man in charge broke out in a cold sweat. Were they going to gamble this big right from the start? Senior, please wait a moment. I need to consult my superiors. The man in charge hastily said. A beam of light then shot out from his sleeve and vanished. Senior, our clan has agreed to accept this emperor-tier cultivation technique. Xia Luyun nodded, casually tossed out an emperor-tier technique and returned to take his seat in Xia Nation's area. After all, to Xia Luyun, an emperor-tier technique was nothing but trash, hardly anything valuable. He was simply here for the excitement. He had even higher-tier techniques in his possession, he just feared others couldn't afford to match them. Tisk, I thought it was some senior figure. Turns out it's just someone from Xia Nation. How could a mere Xia Nation possess an emperor-tier technique? If Xia Nation loses, fine, but if they win? The man in charge shot a cold glare at Xia Luyun. Clearly such a maddening technique was not something a nation like Xia should ever be able to possess. That was an emperor-grade cultivation art, a true pinnacle technique even across the entire Tianwu continent. The manager of this betting ring was already filled with regret. If he had known earlier that the one who produced the emperor-grade art came from a mere insignificant low-ranking nation, he would never have reported it to the forces behind him. In that case, he could have pocketed the art and claimed it for himself. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed and furious he became. Before he realized it, a trace of sinister sharpness crept into his eyes as he looked at Xia Luyun. Xia Luyun naturally sensed it. But he said nothing. He was simply playing along. And what he was playing with was the power behind this so-called manager. No one on the Tianwu continent had ever dared to cheat him out of his belongings. Tisk tisk tsk. The Xia Nation is growing more and more pathetic. This time only 4 people came. Across from Yi Junlin, the burly youth had spoken mockingly. Obviously you are wrong. Yi Junlin looked at the burly youth and said calmly. The burly youth was stunned, unsure where he had gone wrong. Actually, only 2 people from the Xia Nation came this time. The other 2 are not from Xia. Yi Junlin continued, haha, do you know that you are going to lose horribly, so you just brought some extra faces to put up a front? The burly youth said bluntly, 1 person alone is enough. Yi Junlin shook his head. The Xia Nation has always come in last, and this time will be no exception. Step down. I can make sure you don't lose too disgracefully. The burly youth folded his arms and looked down at Yi Junlin. Admittedly, he was rather envious of Yi Junlin's appearance. Could someone this stunningly handsome, almost demonic, truly exist in the world? Are you talking in your sleep? Yi Junlin was at a loss for words. Brainless fools appeared every year, but this year was especially packed with them. He had already encountered quite a few. The burly youth snapped, very well, boy. You have successfully angered me. Step down. The burly youth, his face twisted with anger, threw a punch straight at Yi Junlin. A sonic boom burst through the air. That is a martial master. A genius of Chioya Nation. Perhaps this time Chioya Nation can rise several ranks. Someone outside the arena exclaimed. Is that all? Begone. Yi Junlin coldly spat out a single word. In an instant the atmosphere shifted violently, as if a thunderbolt had struck from a clear sky. The burly youth was rooted to the spot, then without warning his whole body flew backward. Boom. He crashed outside the arena, raising clouds of dust. He immediately lost consciousness and fell into a faint. This. The betting manager jumped up from his seat. He had planned and calculated countless possibilities, but never did he expect this youth from the Xia Nation to win so easily. Then he remembered that old man's emperor-grade art. They would have to pay out 3 emperor-grade arts. Hold on, referee. The betting manager stood up and shouted, this man is definitely cheating. He is only a youth. No matter how strong he might be, how strong can he be? How could he defeat his opponent by spitting out a single word? The manager declared with absolute certainty and righteous indignation. At first glance one might think he was standing up for the genius of Chioya Nation. In truth, he simply did not want to pay out 3 emperor-grade arts. Although he could find a time and place to eliminate these 2 people from the Xia nation, that would still be a waste of time, wouldn't it? HM. I didn't see it clearly either. Could this young friend offer an explanation? The referee said with a smile, looking at Junlin. He did not directly dismiss the claim. Instead, he asked Junlin. He wanted Junlin to give a reasonable explanation, one that would silence everyone. What do you people think you are? Do you deserve an explanation from me? Junlin scoffed disdainfully. Ha ha, did everyone see that? He has a guilty conscience. He cheated, so he doesn't dare explain. The manager jumped out again, pointing at Junlin and shouting. I hate it most when people point at me. Junlin fixed the manager with a cold stare. Whoosh. In the next instant, he vanished from the arena. No one had seen it clearly. When they saw Junlin again, he was already standing in front of the manager. His face was full of coldness as he looked at him. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering bones rang out. Aya. In the next moment, the manager let out a miserable pig-like shriek. All the joints in the manager's hands had been crushed by Junlin. Not one remained unbroken, and every one of them was reduced to powder. Shut up. Junlin barked. MMPH. The manager forced the agony down his throat and could not make a sound. It was not because he wanted to obey, but because he realized that he could neither speak nor cry out. He was as if struck by a body-fixing spell with no room to struggle. At that moment, he was terrified, paralyzed by fear. How could this youth be so horrifying? How could he possibly be this powerful? An explanation. Do you still need an explanation from me now? A bunch of people who have no idea what they are dealing with. Junlin shook his head. If you can't afford to pay, why open a betting ring at all? From today onward, you will take charge of this betting ring. Any problem? Junlin looked at a young attendant standing beside the manager and said, No problem. I will do as the young master commands. The servant instantly turned terrified. This man was someone he could not afford to provoke. You've been hopping around merrily enough. I'll teach you what cruelty really means. With that, Junlin patted the steward's cheek, turned around with a flourish, and walked toward the arena. Ugh. Heh. Bang. The moment Junlin stepped onto the arena, the steward below burst apart on the spot beneath countless horrified gazes. Yes, burst apart on the spot with flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The surrounding cultivators recoiled in terror from the flying gore. Why? Why did you kill him? Even if he was the one in the wrong, he did not deserve death. Someone pointed at Junlin with trembling fingers. It seems you haven't taken my words to heart. I hate it when others point at me. Junlin's expression turned grim. Then he vanished from the arena once more. The man suddenly realized the danger and hurriedly tried to pull his hand back. But it was too late. Crack. Both hands were intact on the surface, yet they hung limp and soft. The bone shards inside had been reduced to powder. Without a divine healing medicine, recovery was virtually impossible. This time I have crippled your hands. If there is a next time, I will execute you. Junlin said coldly. Thank you, young master, for sparing my life. The man knelt down immediately and kowtowed frantically, crying out in gratitude. Young man, forgive where forgiveness is possible. Isn't this behavior a little too demonic? An emperor of a high-ranking empire said with some severity. Shut up. Junlin turned and snapped at him directly. In that instant, his aura changed completely, becoming utterly terrifying. The emperor of this high-ranking empire in particular was drenched in cold sweat. What he saw was completely different from what everyone else saw. Others felt nothing, but he felt as if he had died thousands and thousands of times in the young man's gaze. It was not false death, it was real death. That was reincarnation. Junlin did not strike a killing blow. He merely cast a faint glance at the emperor of the high-ranking empire. Then he walked back onto the arena. Who else wants to spout nonsense? Step forward. Junlin looked at the more than 10 million cultivators and said directly, It is fine for a young man to be arrogant, but being too arrogant is not a good thing. After all, a genius who grows up is a true genius. A genius who fails to grow up, what is he? Offend too many people, and you may well die young. Humph. Someone said in a mocking tone. Insolence. How dare you speak to our young master like that? You must be tired of living. You're simply looking for death. Xia Luyun rose to his feet and bellowed. Who was anyone to make reckless remarks about the young master? Our young master's status is noble. How dare an old coot like you criticize him? Repent. Xia Luyun appeared directly before the man who had spoken and struck down with a single palm. Xia Luyun, what are you doing? Stop right now. The Sword Immortal, one of the 9 immortals, sat on the high platform and instantly noticed Xia Luyun attacking his disciple. He immediately flew into a rage and bellowed. Indeed, the man who had spoken was his disciple. In appearance, the disciple looked even older than him. There was no helping it. His own lifespan was long, so he did not show his age. So it was you stirring things up behind the scenes. In that case, you can die too. Cold light surged in Xia Luyun's eyes. He sent a palm strike directly out, enveloping and locking onto both master and disciple. Xia Luyun, you are nothing but an upstart. Do you truly think you are invincible? The Sword Immortal, true to his name, was extremely fast. He swept up his disciple and tried to escape. But what kind of being was Xia Luyun? He was one of the commanders beneath the human sovereign. With such monstrously powerful cultivation, how could a mere Sword Immortal stop him? To put it nicely, he was called a Sword Immortal. To put it bluntly, he was no immortal at all. It was merely a title he had given himself. He was still 100,000 li away from being a true immortal. What? Xiao Yuyun. The sword immortal raised his exiled immortal sword and tried to block Xiao Yuyun's palm. He could tell that this was only a casual strike from Xiao Yuyun. He was confident he could block it. But now he realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. Xiao Yuyun's cultivation was unfathomable. It left them several streets behind. Stop. I hand my disciple over to you to deal with as you wish. Just stop. The sword immortal panicked and cried out at the top of his voice. Now. Too late. Both master and disciple go repent in hell. Xiao Luyun said coldly. He struck down without the slightest mercy. Save me, everyone. The sword immortal was utterly panicked and shouted for help. But the immortals who usually had good relations with him all sat with their eyes lowered as if deep in meditation, deaf to his cries. They did not dare. At their level of cultivation, they could clearly tell that they could not block this palm strike. And it was still a very casual palm strike. If Xiao Luyun took things seriously, today's 9 immortals might well become only Xiao Luyun as the sole immortal. They dared not take that risk. How I resent this. All that remained was the sword immortal's unwilling cry. At the same time, all of them were utterly stunned. Had Xiao Luyun swallowed some kind of elixir? How could he be this fierce? This was the man who usually kept the lowest profile and cared the least about fame and gain. Now he had finally shown his brilliance with a single spectacular display. No wonder the Xia nation could produce such a monstrous genius. With a figure like him around, what kind of monstrous talent couldn't be nurtured? Someone suddenly realized and said, "Are you stupid? Didn't you hear what Xiao Luxian called him? Young master. This Xiao Luxian is merely an old servant of this youth." Someone beside him analyzed, if that is, so then this young master Ye's background is no simple matter. He is far more than just a heavenly prodigy. Even an existence like Xiao Luxian can only be his servant. Heavens, what kind of backer stands behind him? Someone said in alarm, "Is your brain not working? Haven't you seen how powerful his talent is? So young, and yet his cultivation is already so formidable." Someone said mockingly, "How dull. I originally wanted to live as an ordinary person again, but all I got in return was distance and fear. Referee, let all the remaining empires come at me together. Fighting them one by one wastes too much time," said Junlin. The referee was troubled. In previous competitions, nothing like this had ever happened. For a moment, he was at a loss. No matter how much of a genius you are only from the small Xia nation. I, Long Out Yin of the Overlord Empire, will have a match with you. If you win, your Xia nation will replace my Yanlong nation as the Overlord Empire. If you lose, you go back to where you came from. Long Out Yin stood up in his flame-colored robe and said, "Is this Long Out Yin of the Yanlong Empire? The Crown Prince of Yanlong. His cultivation is said to be unfathomable. Even among the younger generation, he is considered an outstanding figure," someone said with a serious expression. Clearly Long Out Yin had a formidable reputation. That may be true in places like ours, but I hear the sacred city is where the true prodigies gather. The geniuses there are the real geniuses. Those are the true monsters, someone said. Shoo, people from that place. How could we dare to discuss them? Are you tired of living? I have only heard that only overlord-level empires are qualified for a few slots. The purpose of those slots is to send their prodigies there. Someone in the know said, "Long Out Yin. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere, but I've forgotten." Yi Junlin tilted his head, thought for a moment, and said, "Even if you have heard of me, it's no disgrace. After all, I am the #1 person outside the sacred city." Long Out Yin sneered. He knew that Xiao Luyun was formidable, so he was merely using the match as an excuse to compete with Yi Junlin. That way, even if he accidentally killed Yi Junlin, Xiao Luyun would have nothing to say. Long Out Yin. Isn't he the character in those novels whose ending is extremely tragic? Yi Junlin said, suddenly enlightened, as if recalling something. Sharp-tongued. I hope your cultivation is as sharp as your mouth. Long Out Yin had no idea what novels were. But he understood that Yi Junlin had just said his fate would be utterly miserable. If this could be endured, what could not be? Even though Long Out Yin was the one who had challenged Yi Junlin first and had started the trouble. But for a heavenly prodigy were challenges not a common affair. To be a prodigy was precisely to keep defeating other prodigies, thereby elevating one's own fame. It consolidated one's position and struck fear into the younger generation. Out Yin, don't act recklessly. The sovereign of the Yanlong Empire frowned and said in a low voice to Long Out Yin, "Father Sovereign, what are you afraid of? Don't forget, I am the one chosen by that place. Even if I kill him, would Xiao Luyun dare to make a move against me?" Long Out Yin looked at the sovereign and said, "This." Sigh. The sovereign shook his head and said nothing. Indeed, a candidate chosen by the sacred city. Even Xiao Luyun could not easily make a move against him. It was not that Xiao Luyun's cultivation was not powerful enough, rather the sacred city was a true immortal city. This was for no other reason than what had happened countless tens of thousands of years ago. Across the entire Tianwu continent, astonishing omens appeared as a sea of blood surged to the heavens. From the boundless universe, something fell. A crippled immortal with only half a body. That was right. A crippled immortal, a true immortal. Though maimed, his awe-inspiring pressure remained, and the place he fell was precisely the sacred city. From then on, all the powers in the sacred city obeyed the crippled immortal. because the wounds he had suffered were far too severe and there were simply no immortal materials in the Tianwu continent. His injuries remained in a grave condition. It was already remarkable that he had not died. The crippled immortal set up an immortal formation within the sacred city to suppress his own body. But he could not leave the sacred city, and those outside who styled themselves immortals did not dare to enter either. And so a delicate balance was formed. The crippled immortal could not manage or control matters outside the sacred city. But within the sacred city his word was law and he could control everything. Especially recently the sacred city had been recruiting disciples on a grand scale, personal disciples of the crippled immortal, to obtain the immortal scripture, a true supreme scripture that can elevate one to immortality. A peerless prodigy like Long Outyin naturally yearned to be the most dazzling presence. Only then would the remnant immortal take notice of him and accept him as a disciple. For among those entering the holy city, there were no fewer than 800 prodigies, some of whom had been spotted and taken in by the city's powers in their early years. At that time Long Outyin had not yet revealed his talent, but now everything had changed. The powers within the holy city had also cast their eyes upon him, desiring to bring him in. The battle with Junlin would be his final contest outside the holy city. He would enter the holy city in a blaze of glory, making every prodigy yield 3 steps back in awe. For he was the remnant immortal's disciple, the only disciple. Though some prodigies had long since entered, he still possessed his own pride and conviction. Let me see just how miserable my end will be. Long Outyin stepped forward, appearing on the arena platform, gazing coldly at Junlin. He believed Junlin was taunting him, targeting him. As the foremost prodigy of an overlord-level superfaction, his pride absolutely would not allow someone to ignore or mock him like this. Even though he was the one who started the conflict. But he had the right to, didn't he? Long Outyin, your talent is indeed remarkable, yet it is fated to become the tragedy of an era. If you had encountered me later, your cultivation would have made you a supreme powerhouse unmatched across the land. But to meet me this early only means your luck is truly terrible. A prodigy lacking great destiny's favor is nothing but a joke. Plainly you are not one favored by fortune, for you cannot avoid me. Junlin shrugged and said, come on, let me see just how strong you really are. He called out toward Long Outyin. Fine. Very fine. Long Outyin's gaze grew colder still. What exactly did Junlin mean by those words just now? Was he mocking him? Simply because he had met Junlin, he was not favored by great destiny. Wasn't that utter nonsense? Dragon battle in the wilderness. Without further words, Long Outyin stamped the arena platform and shot toward Junlin like an arrow released from a bow. Dragon battle in the wilderness was a heaven-grade cultivation art exclusive to their imperial clan, perfectly suited to their bodies and bloodline heritage. It was a technique comparable to an amplifying art. It could unlock the body's potential, allowing one to unleash far beyond their ordinary cultivation. Even among heaven-grade arts, it ranked among the most supreme. Roar. Behind Long Outyin materialized the phantom of a black dragon, overwhelmingly oppressive and truly terrifying to behold. The black dragon raised its head and roared, howling unchecked across the boundless land. Then it lunged forward to devour Junlin. Wandering dragon steps. Junlin uttered softly. Boom. The void quaked as an azure dragon materialized beneath his feet. The azure dragon was minuscule, barely 1% of the black dragon's size, but it was tens of thousands of times more condensed and refined. It seemed to be a true divine dragon, not some mere martial technique. The arena began to crumble and powerful experts stepped in to stabilize it. A peak martial emperor. This Long Outyin has reached the peak of the martial emperor realm and has already cultivated dragon battle in the wilderness to great perfection. Someone exclaimed in shock. This Long Outyin was indeed a prodigy. Such cultivation and comprehension were truly astonishing. Yet they soon realized that despite Long Outyin's overwhelming power, he could not even graze the hem of Junlin's robes. He could not land a single touch. Long Outyin noticed it too, and he was going mad. The other's movement art was clearly heaven-grade, perhaps even inferior to dragon battle in the wilderness. Yet he could not reach him by the slightest margin. How could he fight like this, unable even to touch the man's clothes? Junlin moved as if strolling leisurely through a garden, utterly at ease and utterly bored. Are you only capable of dodging? Do you dare clash with me head-on with real weapons? Long Outyin said coldly. So this is everything you've got? How truly dull. Very well. If you want a head-on battle, I shall grant your wish. Junlin halted his steps and stood there perfectly straight, awaiting Long Outyin's attack. Now, a trace of cold sneer flickered at the corner of Long Outyin's mouth as a wave of killing intent descended. With this strike, he would kill Junlin. Killing intent directed at me. How amusing. Junlin neither dodged nor retreated, standing firmly in place. Over. It seems this young lord, he only knows movement arts. That's a peak martial emperor, someone gasped. Even an initial stage martial saint would suffer light wounds from taking that hit head-on, someone cried out. Die. In that instant when Long Outyin saw Junlin unable to evade, his face twisted viciously as he snarled. This strike would surely kill Junlin. So declared Long Outyin. Boom. Dust and smoke billowed in every direction, and everyone assumed the battle had ended. This young lord, despite his formidable background, had been slain before the eyes of the crowd. There was nothing more to be said. That's it. From within the smoke, Junlin's voice spoke calmly. Since that's the case, go and be reborn. Junlin appeared before Long Outyin, lightly patting his huge face as he spoke. No, you can't kill me, you can't. I am someone chosen by the crippled immortal. Behind me stands a true immortal. Would you dare to kill me? When a true immortal's wrath erupts, no one can bear the consequences. Long Outyin breathed his last on the spot after hurriedly blurting out those words. He could not understand it. Junlin knew that the one behind him was a true immortal, yet still dared to act in such a way. You actually killed the one chosen by the crippled immortal. You're finished, utterly finished. A middle-aged man said in terror. He had just left the sacred city precisely to receive and escort Long Outyin. He had thought Long Outyin would slay this youth and add yet another brilliant exploit to his name. Who could have imagined that Long Outyin could not even withstand a single slap from the youth? He had not even had the chance to intervene and save him. If he failed to complete the task assigned by the crippled immortal, he would still die upon his return. No, you actually dared to kill my son. Today, no matter whether in heaven above or on earth below, no matter how formidable your background, I will have your life. The emperor of the Yanlong Empire roared in anguish. You, then go down and keep your precious son company. Xia Luyun appeared before the emperor and said impassively. The emperor suddenly jolted back to reality. Just now hatred had blinded his eyes. Only now did he suddenly recall that by Junlin's side stood Xia Luxian. He might not be comparable to a true immortal, but outside the sacred city Xia Luxian occupied an absolutely dominant position. Yet realizing this now was too late. Nothing could be undone. He had sensed Long Outyen's murderous intent long before. He had even gone out of his way to warn him, but Long Outyen was far too arrogant. How could he possibly listen? Now Long Outyen had wound up throwing his own life away. If he had not revealed that hidden murderous intent, Junlin might not have killed him. But the moment he revealed it, he was doomed, given Junlin's temperament. How I hate this. How I regret this. The emperor of the Yanlong Empire cried out in grief, and moments later, he died beneath Xia Luyun's palm. The so-called escort envoy also perished. All those around who knew of the crippled immortal were filled with terror. They had not expected that these people would be so utterly unscrupulous. Even the ones belonging to the crippled immortal had to die. This was provoking a calamity that would shake the heavens. Though the crippled immortal was crippled, his lingering might remained. He was absolutely not an existence these people could contend with. Did they know what an immortal was? An immortal was supremely exalted with an inexhaustible lifespan. Take the crippled immortal for example. He had suffered wounds so severe that half his body was gone and the other half was mangled, yet he still clung tenaciously to life and could not die. Even if the crippled immortal was already crippled, if he so much as mustered the slightest bit of the power of the immortal Tao, no one on the Tianwu continent would be able to endure it. That would be absolutely fatal to the Tianwu continent. From this point on, the state of Xia shall be a hegemon-class empire. And as for the quota for the sacred city, I will take it. Junlin stood on the arena and declared this with calm composure. No one dared to object, and no one could object. In a sense, this had helped Xia Luyun completely fulfill the wish he had once harbored. Silence reigned on all sides and no one dared to say a word. This year they had witnessed the rise of a monstrous prodigy and witnessed Junlin's glory and legend. What manner of monstrous prodigy was this youth who did not even take the crippled immortal seriously? No one knew. The sacred city, a palace of incomparable splendor. The fortune of the immortal Tao swirled above this palace, radiating a luminous glow and looking exceedingly imposing. The entire palace seemed to be amidst clouds and mist floating in the air. This was the crippled immortal's dwelling place. Because he lived here, the entire palace had become imbued with the aura of the immortal Tao. It could be said that owing to the crippled immortal, this palace was on the verge of becoming a supreme treasure. Worthless. A pack of worthless trash. What are you even good for? No matter what it costs, I want that Sanqiong steel. That Sanqiong steel. According to the images sent back, this Sanqiong steel will surely help me restore my true immortal body and elevate my cultivation to a higher level. Go. Send everyone out to search for that Sanqiong steel. If you fail, I will use your heads as offerings. A roar erupted from within the palace. It was not the sound of a human body, but the voice of a divine soul. The crippled immortal was beside himself with rage. He had thought that he would live this way for the rest of his life. He could not even return to the immortal realm now. All he had was a broken immortal body and a fraction of his magical power. Although he could not die, living like this was more agonizing than death itself. But now he saw hope. As for the Sanqiong stele, from the images the crippled immortal could tell, it truly possessed an immense amount of immortal chi, enough to help him restore his immortal body and magical power. When that time came, he would be able to return to the immortal realm once more. But now the people under his command had actually failed to find that Sanqiong stele. All they knew was that a youth had taken it away. The crippled immortal was driven mad by hatred. He had to obtain that Sanqiong stele no matter the cost. Whether through coercion or bribery, anything was acceptable, as long as he obtained that Sanqiong stele. Yes, We subordinates shall strictly obey the decree of the immortal Tao. Countless powerhouses knelt before the palace and spoke tremblingly. The crippled immortal already had a terrible temper. If they enraged him, their fate would definitely not be good. They harbored a bone-deep fear and reverence toward the crippled immortal. It was for no other reason than that over the years, in order to restore himself, the crippled immortal had seized who knew how many infants and young children from the sacred city. He relied on the innate essence of these infants and young children to suppress the injuries in his body. Though the effect was subtle, it was still of some use. The crippled immortal would even seek out cultivators with special constitutions, forcibly rip away their unique physiques, and then forcibly merge them into himself, all to strengthen himself and hopefully recover a little. Go. Whoever can find the Zhangxiong Steely or bring that person back, I will accept as my disciple, impart my teachings, and grant the immortal Tao scripture. I believe that in the future he will naturally attain the Tao and become an immortal. The crippled immortal's weak voice sounded. Outside the palace, several powerful experts were overjoyed. Their gazes flickered as they thought about how to seize Yi Junlin and obtain the Zhangxiong Steel on him. They absolutely could not allow Yi Junlin to appear alive before the crippled immortal. If the crippled immortal ever took the notion of accepting Yi Junlin as his disciple, they would all be done for. At the same time, they also had to guard against their own allies. For the chance to become the crippled immortal's disciple and obtain the immortal Tao scripture, a bloody struggle among them was inevitable. Several experts, each harboring their own schemes, vanished from the holy city and set out to find Yi Junlin. What they did not know was that Yi Junlin was currently strolling through the holy city at that very moment. Liu Yun, do you know the origin of this crippled immortal? Yi Junlin asked. 1,000 years ago, a massive rift tens of thousands of miles long suddenly tore open in the sky above the Tianwu continent. From it fell many damaged weapons and dried immortal blood. The crippled immortal was among those who fell, but only he survived. Logically, the immortal blood that fell should have helped him restore his true body. However, that blood was stained with a terrifying curse. The crippled immortal is crippled, but his lifespan is still long, Xiao Luyun said. There was not the slightest change in his expression, as if he were merely recounting something trivial. And that was indeed the truth. A mere crippled immortal. Even if a true immortal descended, Xiao Luyun would not regard him differently, nor show the slightest change in expression. Xiao Luyun understood the divisions of the cultivation system. In his eyes, even a true immortal was merely an ant that happened to be a little larger than the others. If he wanted to crush one to death, it would be a trivial matter. It could not possibly cause him any trouble or resistance. At that time, I knew true immortals had fallen, but I did not have the time to pay attention. Xiao Luyun said. The cultivators in the holy city were indeed more than a cut above those outside. Martial saints came and went everywhere, and martial emperors were rarely seen. Among the younger generation, however, martial emperors were quite common. Almost any younger cultivator who could come to the holy city had a cultivation base no lower than the martial emperor realm. Many had come this time specifically because the true immortal was accepting disciples. Whether young or old, all wanted to enter the true immortal's sect. Because he possessed the immortal Tao scripture which could help them become immortals. The mere phrase, become immortal, was enough to drive them mad. The true immortal is about to accept disciples, and the grand ceremony is about to begin. The streets were crowded with people, bustling and lively. But why has the true immortal suddenly decided to accept disciples now? Someone asked in confusion. Right, we've never heard of the true immortal taking disciples before. So why this sudden desire to accept disciples now, eh? People murmured among themselves. To put it plainly, the crippled immortal had never looked upon these local disciples with any respect. You should all be secretly delighted. This is a good thing. If you could become a true immortal's disciple, wouldn't you be able to swagger across the entire continent? By then, everyone would be currying favor with them, someone said enviously. If only I could become the true immortal's disciple. A young man said longingly. Do you even know what you are? You think you're worthy, another sneered with biting contempt. Before the disciple selection competition had even begun, prodigies were already measuring themselves against one another. Is that so? Even if it isn't me, it will never be you. Clang. A massive bell tolled, conveying the message. The palace where the crippled immortal resided opened its great doors to accept disciples widely. Yi Junlin, wanting to join the excitement, also arrived outside the crippled immortal's palace. He wanted to see what an immortal actually was. He had no precise understanding of his current cultivation and wanted to learn something. Suddenly, Yi Junlin sensed that someone was peering at him. It was that crippled immortal. A faint, sinister smile curled at the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth. He was certain that the crippled immortal was using his divine sense to spy on him. Yi Junlin remained calm. That wisp of immortal divine sense was nothing but garbage in his eyes. If he wanted to, he could destroy it with a single thought and kill the crippled immortal as well. Yi Junlin now had a bit more understanding of his own cultivation. At the very least, he was above true immortals. Heir of the Zhangxiong Steely, you have finally appeared. This ceremony I arranged on the spur of the moment was not in vain. You cannot escape the palm of my hand. The crippled immortal said secretly in his heart. Yes, all of this was arranged by the crippled immortal. When he saw Yi Junlin take the Zhangxiong Steely, he began making arrangements. But he had not expected Junlin to arrive at the holy city so quickly. He had thought it would take at least 10 years. He had no idea at all that if Junlin wanted to kill him, a single thought would suffice. In truth, let alone 10 years. Even 100, 1,000, or 10,000 years the crippled immortal could afford to wait. On the Tianwu continent, who could rival him in lifespan? He could outlast every cultivator by sheer attrition. But he truly had not expected Junlin to arrive so soon. After all, how fast could a youth from a tiny Xia kingdom cultivate? Following his old cautious nature, the crippled immortal would ordinarily have investigated thoroughly to find out exactly how Junlin had entered the holy city. The holy city was not a place one could enter at will. But now with the firmament steel within such close reach, he could no longer restrain that restless heart. The most reasonable explanation he now believed was that Junlin had obtained the firmament steely, and that was why he had reached such a height in only a few days. All of it had been bestowed by the firmament steel, proof enough of how mighty it truly was. If he could obtain it, his injuries would no longer trouble him. He would also be able to return to the immortal realm. This lower realm contained only spiritual energy and not a trace of immortal chi, so even cultivation was now impossible for him. The transformation from spiritual energy into immortal chi was a qualitative leap. If spiritual energy were 1, immortal chi would be 10,000, or even 100,000. The gap was vast beyond description. These seemingly dense mists are actually just spiritual energy, not immortal chi. Junlin took a moment to sense it, and said the crippled immortal needs immortal chi to heal himself, so how could he be willing to release even a wisp of it? Xia Luyan shook his head, and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is the abode of a true immortal. How could mere mortals like you discuss it?" Someone blustered with feigned ferocity as if their idol had been slandered, or perhaps to leave a good impression on the true immortal. After all, a being like that could clearly perceive even the slightest stir. Exactly. Who do you think you are? A true immortal. Are you worthy of discussing him? In this day and age, every stray cat and mangy dog dares to step forward and yap. Some people simply rely on such tricks to court attention. The true immortal's eyes are fiery golden eyes that see through everything. How could he be deceived by the likes of you? More and more people around them joined the accusations. Most could not bear that Junlin dared to call the true immortal a crippled immortal, even though that was exactly what he was. Are you all finished? Have you said enough? Junlin asked, coldly gazing at those sanctimonious cultivators. What of it? What can't take a few words? If you have the guts, come kill us. Someone stepped forward and declared arrogantly. They believed no one would dare to make a move on the crippled immortal's territory, because it would be disrespectful to the crippled immortal. They had such confidence. I have never heard such an arrogant request. Since you raised it, I will grant your wish. Junlin was briefly startled, then smiled. This was the first time he had ever heard such a request. Since you sincerely begged for death, how could I be so ungracious as not to oblige? Junlin opened his palm, and a cluster of golden light appeared in the center of his hand. Do you believe there is light in this world? Junlin asked softly. Go return to the cycle of reincarnation, all of you. The golden light in his hand suddenly flared, and the cultivators who had just begged for death instantly went vacant-eyed. Their eyes lost focus as if they had turned senseless. Crack. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the bodies of those vacant-eyed people began to crack and split. Like old tree bark, fissures split open across their skin. Then with a crash they toppled over and became heaps of dust. Their souls had long been extinguished and their bodies turned to ash. The surrounding cultivators could not help but draw cold breaths. What kind of monstrous being was this youth? His cultivation was terrifyingly formidable. With just a ball of light, he had instantly reaped dozens of nearby masters. How dare you? Who dares to cause trouble in an immortal's residence and slaughter wantonly? A vast oppressive aura rolled in like surging waves. That is Lord Pang, the true immortal's steward. He usually keeps himself hidden and never reveals his hand, but no one expected he had such cultivation. I fear he is not inferior even to the immortal outside the holy city. Someone said in horror. This Lord Pang seldom showed his face, nor had he ever revealed his cultivation. Now he had stunned everyone with a single explosive display. As expected of the true immortal's steward, his cultivation is truly terrifying. Lord Pang fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Junlin. At first he thought nothing of it, but the longer he looked, the more familiar Junlin seemed. Slap. Lord Pang slapped his thigh as if recalling something. Isn't this the youth in the painting? The one who obtained the firmament steel? Lord Pang murmured to himself. His master, the true immortal, had been searching for this youth all along. He had never expected the youth to appear here. My lord, it is this brat who showed disrespect to the true immortal. He even dared to openly call the true immortal. Someone said, trembling. Oh, what did he call my master? Lord Pang's eyes were like torches as he fixed his blazing gaze on the man bringing the accusation and asked. Gulp. Overwhelmed by Lord Pang's imposing aura, the man was momentarily unable to speak. I'm asking you again, Lord Pang said once more, his tone calm. He called the true immortal a crippled immortal. Boom. Before the man could finish, Lord Pang's entire aura violently burst open. The man had no time to react. He was directly crushed into ashes, his face frozen in terror. Boy, you have guts. daring to address the master in such a way. Are you tired of living? Lord Pang turned to look at Yi Junlin, his eyes gleaming as he spoke. Is he not a crippled immortal? Is he not severely wounded? Yi Junlin sneered outright. You are courting death. Lord Pang flew into a rage. Crippled immortal was a taboo, and the crippled immortal would never allow anyone to call him that. Just as Lord Pang was about to strike, his eyes suddenly flickered. He did not strike, because he had received a voice transmission from the crippled immortal. This man was not to be killed for now. The people around them were dumbfounded. What was going on? Hadn't they said that the crippled immortal could not be insulted? Why didn't he make a move? Lord Pang rarely showed himself, but he was an out-and-out ruthless man. They were bewildered, unable to understand what Lord Pang was thinking. Of course they absolutely did not dare to step forward and question him. Unless they were all tired of living. Silence. Today is the grand ceremony where the true immortal of the immortal mansion personally accepts disciples. All of you must refrain from making noise. Lord Pang pressed his palm down slightly as he spoke. His words were calm, yet his voice pierced through the entire plaza. This was the immortal plaza, formed by many lesser worlds layered together. It appeared not to be very large, but in truth its area was nearly comparable to that of the entire Tianwu continent. Such were the arts of immortals, evoking boundless yearning. Now you are about to witness the arrival of a supreme powerhouse of this era. You are fortunate to behold it with your own eyes. Lord Pang's voice resounded across the plaza. Hubbub. The entire plaza erupted in commotion. If I heard correctly, Lord Pang just said the true immortal would descend in person. Heavens! The true immortal. We are actually fortunate enough to see a true immortal today? Someone said, trembling with excitement. A unique aura emanated from the palace. Everyone held their breath, not daring to blink, afraid of missing even a moment. This aura was as deep as the sea, vast and overwhelming. Then everyone saw a tall, imposing figure appear at the entrance of the palace. The figure looked very strange. It had only one arm, one leg, and even only half a head. However, because of the mist, the others could not see it clearly. Only Yi Junlin and Xia Luyun saw it with perfect clarity. What the hell kind of crippled immortal was this? It was simply a lump of rotten flesh. The crippled immortal had only one side of his body, and that remaining half was covered in wounds. They could be described as densely packed and appalling. From time to time, streaks of light flickered and flowed across the wounds. That was the power of the heavenly laws preventing him from healing and leaving him tormented day and night. The cultivation realms are divided into martial disciple, martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial sovereign, Dunyi realm, Shudao realm, and Guitian realm. Beyond that are the true immortal fire realm and true immortal realm. There are still further divisions, but it would not be good for you to know too much. The crippled immortal said softly. His words were like a deafening great bell striking against everyone's heart. It left no one present able to remain calm, stirring towering waves in their hearts. They had not imagined that there were even more realms after that. The so-called immortals outside the holy city are merely at the peak of the martial sovereign realm. In other words, only half a step into the Dunyi realm. The crippled immortal continued. Boom. The immortals outside are only half a step into Dunyi. The crippled immortal's words were like a meteorite cast into a calm sea. They stirred up monstrous tsunamis. This celestial venerable began cultivating the Tao at the age of 5. At 10 I was already at the peak of the martial master realm, at 12 a grand martial master, at 15 a martial emperor. At 20 I was already a martial saint powerhouse. At 50 I had already reached the peak of the martial saint realm. After that it took me tens of thousands of years to barely cultivate to the true immortal realm. The crippled immortal said. Indeed, a true immortal is a supreme powerhouse of the true immortal realm. At the same time they were astonished by the true immortal's cultivation talent. Indeed, one who could become a true immortal always had peerless talent. Today I, the immortal venerable, will accept only 3 disciples to inherit my legacy. In the future, they will certainly become true immortals. I, the immortal venerable, will bestow supreme scriptures of the immortal Tao. The crippled immortal said. The crowd below went completely into an uproar. They had not expected the crippled immortal to accept 3 disciples, nor that one could obtain supreme immortal scriptures. Yi Junlin sensed that when he said these words the crippled immortal had been scrutinizing him. What did this mean? It meant that the crippled immortal was here for him. It seems he is after that Sanxiong steel. Yi Junlin thought to himself. Since you want to play, this young master will play with you. A devilish smile curled at the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth. This immortal venerable has always been magnanimous. As for those who have said things they should not have, I shall not pursue the matter. The crippled immortal said with great magnanimity. It was as if he truly did not care at all. The magnanimity of a true immortal is beyond what the likes of us can reach. With such bearing he truly deserves to be called a true immortal. Someone immediately flattered him. They all knew the crippled immortal's words carried a hidden meaning, and he was referring to Yi Junlin. After all, just now Yi Junlin had kept calling him crippled immortal cripple, and so on. It was not that the crippled immortal insisted on taking a disciple, nor that he did not dare to seize it by force. He was merely worried that the firmament steel had already established a binding contract with this young man. If he forcibly stripped it away, it might damage the firmament steel. If not for that, the crippled immortal would not have wasted so much time, nor would he have suppressed his killing intent. Since you are to be this immortal venerable's personal disciple, you must naturally possess extraordinary talent and an excellent bearing. Therefore, a necessary talent test must still be carried out. The first trial is the talent test. This is the talent stone of the immortal realm. This stone can determine exactly how much talent a person has. Even in the immortal realm, it is a rare treasure. A colorful and bizarre stone pillar appeared in the crippled immortal's hand as he spoke. An immortal venerable is truly an immortal venerable. He can produce a supreme treasure at will. People kept flattering him. The crippled immortal was quite satisfied. To these natives of the lower realm, casually taking out 1 or 2 items that were a dime a dozen in the immortal realm, they would treat them as supreme treasures, looking as though they had never seen the world. The crippled immortal only needed to casually promise them something, some garbage cultivation arts, or the like. Naturally, those who came to beg from him were as numerous as carp crossing a river. This thing is also a supreme treasure. In the immortal realm, it is a dime a dozen item. A mere true immortal dares to style himself an immortal venerable. I'm afraid he would be beaten to death in the immortal realm. Xiao Luyan sneered disdainfully. Because they had just referred to the true immortal as the crippled immortal, they were deliberately isolated by the crowd. No one could hear what Xiao Luyan said. Otherwise, even the crippled immortal would not be able to sit still. What Xiao Luyan said was absolutely right. A mere true immortal was nearly the lowest tier immortal in the immortal realm, utterly without status. Who among those who could call themselves immortal venerables was not the master of a major power in the immortal realm? Simply press your palm against this talent stone and circulate the spiritual energy within your body. It will emit different colors of light. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and gold. Red means the lowest talent and gold means the highest talent. Even in the immortal realm, only a few possess gold grade talent. Back then, this immortal venerable's talent was merely cyan grade. So if you have green grade talent, that is enough to pass the first trial, said the crippled immortal. What? Even the immortal venerable only had cyan grade talent back then? Someone exclaimed in shock. Everyone felt tremendous pressure. If even a true immortal only had cyan grade talent, it would be very difficult for them to meet a true immortal's standards. Everyone lined up nervously and began testing their talent. But to their astonishment, among the 100,000 people tested, at least half had reached cyan grade talent. Those who reached cyan grade talent were overjoyed. What did this mean? It meant their achievements could also reach the level of a true immortal. Although not guaranteed, they could at least surpass the martial emperor realm. They were happy, but the crippled immortal's expression turned extremely ugly. If they could see the crippled immortal's face, they would not dare to show their joy. The crippled immortal had not lied when he said his talent was cyan grade in the past. But what he could not understand was how such a small lower plane had so many people reaching cyan grade talent. Boom. Suddenly the talent stone radiated brilliant light. A dazzling blue beam shot straight into the sky. Everyone was stunned. Blue grade talent. It's actually blue grade talent. A talent that even the immortal venerable never reached back then. If so, this person's future cultivation will be at least at the true immortal realm. Someone shouted. The crippled immortal's face fell instantly. Damn it. Is this really a lower plane? When Junlin saw the person being tested, he suddenly understood. The one who had tested with blue-grade talent was none other than Wan Xia of the Wan family. He was not at all surprised that Wan Xia had appeared here. As one of the 9 major powers, the Wan family could naturally send several people into the holy city. Good, not bad, not bad. Such talent, excellent. The crippled immortal said with a forced smile. His real intention was not to take on a disciple, but to accept Junlin and then persuade him through both emotion and reason. He wanted Junlin to hand over the firmament steel willingly. That was his true purpose. But he truly had not expected so many people to have such high talent. Although his talent was average in the immortal realm, he was still an immortal after all. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. This is too funny. Junlin saw the remaining half of the crippled immortal's face turn livid and could not help bursting into laughter. He clearly saw every change in the crippled immortal's expression. With the crippled immortal looking like that, how could he seem like someone about to take on a disciple? This was clearly nothing but jealousy over how astonishing these people's talent was. Boy, what is so funny? Have you lost your mind? Seeing others with such incredible talent feeling inferior. Someone glared at Junlin. They could not see the crippled immortal's expression and thought he was praising them. At that moment, hearing Junlin's loud laughter, everyone became furious. Young friend, may I ask what amuses you so? The crippled immortal tried to appear approachable, asking with a kindly tone. After all, his target was Junlin, and since he wanted the firmament steely, he naturally had to swallow his pride. Because I felt like laughing. Because it is funny. So I laughed. Everything follows the heart. Junlin shrugged and said nonchalantly. Good, fine, everything follows the heart. Young friend, at such a tender age you already possess this kind of insight. The crippled immortal said with a sigh. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Could the crippled immortal actually appreciate this boastful young man? Crippled immortal, are you quite confident in yourself? Junlin looked at him with a smile and asked. Naturally. This immortal venerable's cultivation reaches the heavens. His magical power is peerless, and he is rarely found in this world. The crippled immortal's face changed at first, then he spoke with a smile that did not reach his eyes. At this moment his heart was filled with flames of rage. What he hated most was being called the crippled immortal, although it was the truth. But in this lower realm, he was the supreme existence. Those who dared to defy him would die, and those who dared to call him the crippled immortal would suffer a fate worse than death. But in front of Junlin he endured. He had no choice but to endure. He needed the firmament steely, and he was afraid that it had already acknowledged a master. If he killed Junlin, the sentient firmament steel would vanish in an instant. His cultivation was far from its peak, so he would be unable to catch it. There was also another possibility. Junlin had completely mastered the firmament steel. If he turned ruthless, he might very well self-detonate the firmament steel. If that happened, everything would be over. This was what the crippled immortal feared most. Rarely found in this world. Peerless magical power. Cultivation reaching the heavens. Then how did you end up crippled? You are so incredibly powerful. How did you manage to lose half your body? Do you amuse yourself with self-mutilation when you have nothing else to do? Did you slice parts of yourself off? Junlin asked with a face full of curiosity. At that moment he was like a child with a strong thirst for knowledge. His face was full of innocence. Ahem, of course this venerable encountered an extremely powerful enemy. In the end this venerable killed him at the cost of grave injuries. That battle could only be described as heaven crumbling and earth rending, with the sun and moon losing their light. It nearly blasted the entire immortal domain into pieces. The crippled immortal said with deep emotion, as if recalling the past. I almost believed you. Junlin was amused. Boy, I advise you to watch yourself. How could an immortal venerable be someone you can laugh at? If you want to become the immortal venerable's disciple, you had better go test your talent first. Why make a spectacle of yourself here like a buffoon, trying to attract the immortal venerable's attention this way? Fine, I admit you succeeded. But without testing your talent, do you think the immortal venerable will give you a chance? Someone sneered. Actually, even without their words, Junlin would have tested himself. He knew his own situation. If not for the system rewards, he would still be a piece of trash with zero cultivation. It was even highly likely that he would have died already. He did not believe it. His father was the human emperor, and his mother was naturally no ordinary person. Could their offspring be a waste? Impossible. In particular, his elder brother, Yizhan, the eldest prince of the human emperor hall, had astonished everyone with talent that outshone ancient and modern times at barely 16 years of age. He refused to believe that he was an outright waste with not a shred of cultivation aptitude or talent. Once my young master makes his move, it will surely shake the ages. Xia Luyun said only this, but it drew a wave of contemptuous noises. Junlin gently pressed his palm onto the talent stone. Then he circulated the spiritual energy within his body. Boom. The talent stone did not begin to glow from red. Instead, an overwhelming golden light instantly illuminated the entire holy city. If not for the suppression of the immortal grade grand formation, all of Tianwu would have been flooded with golden light. Heavens! Heavens! It is the highest talent, golden. Someone said in astonishment. Such talent was something even true immortals had never possessed. The true immortal realm was merely his starting point. Surpassing the true immortal realm was a simple matter. Even the crippled immortal was stunned. Talent like this was possessed only by the prodigies of a few supreme powers in the immortal domain. Yet now it had actually appeared in such a lower realm. If only I could possess a body. A faint glimmer appeared in the crippled immortal's eyes. He had considered possession before, but the talents and physiques of these lower realm people were simply too terrible. He had once been an immortal, so he naturally looked down on them. But now the situation was different. With talent like this, in the end, barring any unforeseen accidents, he would absolutely become a giant of the immortal world. Crack. The sky-filling golden light lasted for only a quarter of a breath. Then a crisp cracking sound rang out. Everyone looked at Junlin. The talent stone beneath his palm had shattered into pieces. The wounded immortal's heart trembled. This youth's talent was so extraordinary that even the talent stone could not measure it. What did this signify? It meant that his talent far surpassed the golden tier. The wounded immortal was shocked, and a strange gleam shone in his eyes. It was greed, it was bloodlust. Even if his broken immortal body could never recover, as long as he could seize this body by possession, he would surely become one of the great lords of the immortal realm in the future. At this thought, the wounded immortal's gaze grew even more fervent. Good, very good. Such talent truly bears the mark of supreme greatness. You need not undergo the remaining tests. Your talent has already proven everything. The wounded immortal said with a beaming smile toward Junlin. Would this young friend be willing to become my disciple? From now on you shall cultivate the immortal scriptures, temper yourself with the Tao of immortality, and forge your own path. The wounded immortal tried his best to put on what he thought was the kindest smile. But he had forgotten that his entire body was shrouded in mist. No one else could see his expression clearly, though Junlin could. The mind-reading art. Junlin wanted to know what this wounded immortal was truly thinking. So he used the mind-reading art among the 100,000 secret techniques. As its name implied, it allowed one to know what others were thinking, and even to access their memories. Once I seize this boy's body, I shall return to the immortal realm, and even claim the skyward monument as my own. Then I can find some excuse to transmit my power to him, make him open his mind, and thus easily enter his spiritual sea and destroy it. For so many years I have suffered daily from the sealing power on my wounds. Even the essence, energy, and spirit of those children can no longer suppress my injuries. Now at last I see hope. Junlin saw all this in the wounded immortal's mind. His expression turned solemn. This so-called immortal had actually captured hundreds of thousands of infants to suppress his wounds, draining their essence, energy, and spirit dry. Become your disciple, Junlin asked with contempt. Yes, I, this immortal lord. Before the wounded immortal could finish, Junlin cut him off. Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of having me as your disciple? You're merely a minor true immortal, and now you've been severely wounded, your cultivation plummeting. Now you don't even possess the realm of a true immortal, yet you want me to be your disciple. To suppress your injuries, you captured hundreds of thousands of infants in this holy city and drained their innate essence. How dare you claim any right to do this? Junlin stated directly. The wounded immortal was stunned. These deeds were absolutely unknown to anyone. He couldn't understand how Junlin knew. This youth was merely from the remote Xia kingdom. He had only just arrived at the holy city. How did he know? Even if you won't be my disciple, there's no need to slander me like this. Do you truly think I'm so good-tempered that I wouldn't dare kill someone with extraordinary talent like you? How could the wounded immortal possibly admit it? Since this, Junlin already knew everything. He absolutely could not be allowed to live. But below, the crowd was in an uproar. Over the years, infants have been going missing every day. Now that we count them, the number is terrifying. Could it really be this true immortal? Someone said doubtfully. How is that possible? Don't listen to this boy's nonsense. Even if the true immortal was injured, he should have recovered long ago over these 1,000 years. Why would he do such a thing? Another person retorted. Whether it's true or not, just ask the wounded immortal to reveal his true form, and everything will be clear. Junlin shrugged. No one dared to ask the wounded immortal to reveal his true form. That would be an offense to an immortal. But everyone stared intently at the wounded immortal. They said nothing, just looked at him. Their meaning was clear: we trust you, but whether you reveal your true form is up to you. If he revealed his true form and proved his wounds were fully healed, then he wasn't the culprit. If he dared not reveal it, they wouldn't accuse him outright, but they would certainly think so in their hearts. Nonsense. His Excellency is in a good mood and doesn't wish to argue with you. But you have repeatedly provoked the dignity of a true immortal. Do you truly believe no one will deal with you? Steward Pang leaped forward and glared at Junlin, blustering. No one paid him any attention. Everyone silently watched the wounded immortal. They were also curious about what kind of body lay beneath the mist. Today's disciple recruitment ceremony is hereby concluded. You, for insulting and questioning a true immortal, are sentenced to 1,000 years of wall-facing reflection. Everyone else disperse. You stay. Steward Pang stepped forward and declared. 1,000 years of wall-facing reflection. What's the matter sending everyone away so you can eagerly seize my body? Junlin sneered. The wounded immortal's heart shook violently. How did this youth know everything? Could it be? Because of the skyward monument, he murmured to himself. Possession. What of it? Having this immortal lord seize your body is your honor. Rest assured, I will use this body of yours to dominate the world. The wounded immortal said in a cold voice. At these words, the entire assembly was stunned. Could this true immortal truly intend to seize the body of this extraordinarily gifted youth? A group of ants, mere mortals, that I have descended upon this Tianwu continent, is your good fortune. What are a few 100,000 infants? As long as it can suppress my injuries, even destroying the entire Tianwu continent, so what? The crippled immortal's cold tone spread through the air. He was throwing all caution to the wind, now broken as he was. But he was certain that no one on the entire Tianwu continent could possibly be his match. After all, he had once been an immortal, a true immortal. Boom. Didn't you want to see me? Then today I'll let you see it clearly. The crippled immortal said icily. He had no intention of letting a single person present leave today. Didn't you all want to watch? Then I'll show you. The price of watching is death. The crippled immortal withdrew the mist shrouding his body, and a figure gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Where in the hell was that awe-inspiring immortal aura from just moments ago? Everyone's hair stood on end. The crippled immortal was a ghastly sight. Only half of his body remained. The other half had been torn from him, apparently ripped away by someone's bare hands. The wound was extremely jagged. Even after all these years, fresh blood still seeped continuously from the crippled immortal's wound. The wound could not heal because it was sealed by the power of the laws. Tisk tisk tsk. Torn in half by someone, and you still have the nerve to claim you went through an epic world-shaking battle. That thing of yours is split in two now, crippled immortal. You're cut off from your bloodline. Junlin clicked his tongue in wonder. Had he kept quiet, it would have been fine, but his words cut straight into the deepest pain in the crippled immortal's heart. It truly hurt. He was unable to produce a next generation because that thing really had been split in two. It had already lost its most basic function. This was the most unbearable agony he had suffered in his life. Once I seize your body, all of this will naturally be settled. The crippled immortal was prepared to stake everything on one desperate gamble. Regardless of whether Yi Junlin had fully mastered the firmament stele, he would still attempt the possession. Seize my body. Your immortal sense is powerful, but in my eyes you are no different from an ant. Yi Junlin shook his head and sneered. Is that so? Then try it. At that moment the crippled immortal stopped suppressing his injuries and unleashed his full aura. Boom. The entire Tianwu continent trembled. This was the might of an immortal. With the crippled immortal no longer suppressing his injuries, they worsened at a visible speed. His wound burst open and immortal blood streamed down without end. But this immortal blood was not the usual blood red. It was an eerie, sinister black, and it even gave off waves of a foul stench. The crippled immortal's cultivation shot upward like a rocket, soaring higher and higher. Soon he had firmly established himself in the immortal domain. What an intoxicating power. The crippled immortal closed his eyes, his face full of bliss. Boy, give up struggling. When the time comes I will take this body of yours and rule the world. The crippled immortal looked at Yi Junlin, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He did not believe he would fail because he now stood in the immortal domain. He was a true immortal in the truest sense. At the same time he had stopped suppressing his injuries. If he failed, those injuries could never be suppressed again, and then he would die. If the possession was unsuccessful, he would surely die. Then this young master will play with you, Yi Junlin said with a smile. The next moment, Yi Junlin vanished completely. Oh! A heart-rending scream rang out. It was the crippled immortal's scream. Somehow Yi Junlin had already appeared at his side. With one kick he burst the last remaining half of the crippled immortal's manhood, the only remnant of his bloodline, into pieces. Even for an immortal the pain was unbearable. The crippled immortal was greatly shocked. He had not seen Yi Junlin's movement at all. He had not even seen an afterimage. How was this possible? He was a true immortal. Could it be because of the firmament stele? Yi Junlin had completely mastered the firmament stele, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. But this was simply beyond reason, shooting straight past the true immortal realm. This was no mere treasure, it was absolutely a supreme divine artifact. Slap! Before the crippled immortal could think any further, another crisp slap rang out. The crippled immortal, who had only half a face to begin with, had the remaining half of that face smashed to a pulp on the spot by Yi Junlin. Ayot! I will make you wish you were dead. The crippled immortal roared madly. He realized that he did not even have the ability to dodge Yi Junlin's attacks. This youth's cultivation had definitely surpassed the true immortal realm. You're too weak. You can't even take a beating. Yi Junlin found it boring. Boy, you forced me into this. You forced me. The crippled immortal said in a low voice, half of his hair hanging loose. Rise. Go. The crippled immortal bellowed. Suddenly a tiny gleam of light shot out from his hand and vanished. A message transmission. Is that to the immortal domain? Yi Junlin asked curiously. Ha ha ha, some people are salivating over the treasure you carry. Once they descend to the lower realm, the entire Tianwu continent will be reduced to ashes. All of this is because you forced me. Ha! The crippled immortal spoke the truth. However, those from the immortal domain cannot descend to the lower realm at will. One must pay a considerable price to do so. Back then the crippled immortal only managed to appear in the lower realm because an unexpected rift had been torn open in the passage during battle. Only thus could he appear in the lower realm. The passages from the immortal realm to the lower realm are all controlled by major powers. Unless there was enough benefit at stake, no one would be willing to pay the price to descend. Originally, the crippled immortal did not know the true purpose of the firmament stele, but now he believed he did. Yi Junlin came from the remote Xia kingdom, and it had only been a short while since then. He had already grown to such a terrifying level of cultivation. The crippled immortal believed that all of it came from the firmament stele. This proved that his previous understanding of the firmament stele had been wrong. The firmament stele was not merely something that could make one an immortal. Given Yi Junlin's rate of progress, it might even let him rapidly become one of the overlords of the immortal realm. It had saved him at least 100 million years of cultivation. How terrifying was that? The immortal realm. That disciple of mine is still clinging to life. He hasn't died yet. In a resplendent golden palace, a deep sonorous voice rang out. The palace was so vast that it rivaled the entire Tianwu continent. Master, where is he? I will go and kill him at once. If second senior brother lacks the ability, then I will personally go to slay him. A young man in battle armor, holding a heavenly halberd, said indifferently. If he had not stolen Master's Chinko mirror, why would Master have wanted to kill him? Even if he has not died, he will never recover. Little junior brother, are you saying that I, your second senior brother, am incompetent? A middle-aged man appeared behind the young man in battle armor, speaking with a hint of mockery. If second senior brother were truly capable, how could he have let this traitor escape? The young man in battle armor said carelessly, Enough? This time disaster may have turned into a blessing. That wicked disciple has found a supreme treasure in the lower realm on the Tianwu continent. Qing Yu and Ji Fan and Fan Qing Yu 3 shall descend together to the lower realm. Bring back the supreme treasure this unworthy disciple spoke of. If it really is a heaven-defying treasure as he claims, then spare his life. Grant him an immortal elixir for recovery. If he was deceiving us, you know what to do. The deep sonorous voice spoke once more. Master, you can entrust this matter to me alone. There is no need to trouble first senior brother and second senior brother. Besides, first senior brother is in seclusion cultivating, so he probably has no time. Fan Qing said, holding his heavenly halberd. Ha ha, little junior brother, I, your first senior brother, am quite free. A burst of hearty laughter rang out. A man in a gray robe appeared before Fan Qing. Ahem, congratulations to first senior brother for great progress in his divine art. Fan Qing coughed awkwardly, then offered his congratulations. Before first senior brother, he had no right to be arrogant, and it was simply because the first senior brother's cultivation was too powerful. Although he had always acted with insolent pride relying on his great talent and the master's doting affection, he still knew better than to show such arrogance here. That was why he had never taken the second senior brother seriously. But since his cultivation had not yet reached the first senior brother's level, he naturally did not dare to be too insolent. Because the first senior brother had a nickname, the Immortal Butcher. The immortals he had slaughtered were more numerous than those Fan Qing had seen. This was enough to show how terrifying the first senior brother was. In that case, descend to the lower realm. Inside the palace, the deep voice spoke and then vanished. Boom. Open for me. Qing Yuan curved his hands into claws, grabbed the void, and violently tore it apart toward both sides. The void was rent open, revealing a rift in which spatial storms raged. An ordinary true immortal who entered would be instantly ground into powder. But the three were undisturbed and directly stepped inside. Waiting is always so long. Slap. Having nothing better to do, Yi Junlin slapped the crippled immortal, flying. Cough, cough. The crippled immortal coughed blood, his eyes filled with resentment. He was an immortal. When had he ever been treated like this? And in this tiny lower plane no less. But now he dared not make a single sound or show the slightest displeasure. The young man before him was a monster. Or rather, the firmament steel was an absolute monster. In just a short span of time, it had turned a young man into something this powerful. How he hated it. If he had known earlier how powerful the firmament steel was, he would have left the holy city no matter what. He would have staked everything on a desperate struggle rather than let his master claim the benefit. Now whatever he said was too late. He could only hope that his master, for the sake of their old bond, and for the fact that he had discovered such an important supreme treasure, would spare his life and grant him a sacred healing medicine. Oh, you still won't accept it. Slap. Yi Junlin threw a backhanded slap and sent the crippled immortal crashing into the immortal formation, where he bounced back. The crippled immortal's body, already burdened beyond endurance, now became even feebler. There was nothing he could do because he had not suppressed his injuries. Now not only had his injuries begun to erupt, but with Yi Junlin's merciless slaps in addition, he could hardly hang on. He could even sense his life force draining away at an alarming rate. This realization began to make him panic. Even if he is a traitor, a disciple of our immortal Trace sect, is not someone a puny mortal like you can strike or curse at will. Just as the crippled immortal believed he was doomed, the entire Tianwu continent began to tremble. A majestic voice descended. To the horror of all, the void directly above the holy city split apart. Three figures, their bodies entirely shrouded in mist, appeared in the void. As powerhouses from the immortal realm, a single sweep of their divine sense was enough to locate the crippled immortal on the tiny Tianwu continent. Thus they had no need to search and descended directly above the holy city. Third brother, do you know your crime? Qing Yuan stood in the void and asked coldly. Senior brother, I am guilty. I am guilty. I, third brother, am willing to atone by obtaining a supreme treasure for the venerable master. I beg senior brother to save me. The crippled immortal staggered to his feet, then threw himself to the ground and wailed in sorrow. Though you are nothing but a broken remnant, to be beaten like this by a mortal from a lower realm. What a glorious achievement. Second brother Ji Fan said disdainfully. Half of the crippled immortal's face remained pressed against the ground. No one noticed the icy killing intent that flickered through his eyes and vanished. Had it not been for second brother Ji Fan, would he have been reduced to such a state? If Ji Fan had not been overly arrogant and torn him apart with his bare hands, he would never have had the chance to escape. Even if your immortal body is damaged with all seals fully released, you should not be much weaker than a true immortal. Fourth brother Fan Qing sneered. Hand over the supreme treasure you spoke of, and I may consider sparing your life. Qing Yuan, the eldest, said from on high, looking down at everyone. Senior brother, the supreme treasure is inside this young man's body. He was originally a weak and insignificant cultivator, yet after obtaining the supreme treasure, the firmament steely, his cultivation in just a few days became comparable to a true immortal. The crippled immortal pointed directly at Yi Junlin. Then he took out a recording stone and projected the entire process of Yi Junlin obtaining the firmament steel. He who gains the steel gains the world. With a single moment of enlightenment, one ascends to immortality. The inscription is imposing enough, but I do not see this firmament steel as being so powerful. Qing Yuan frowned slightly. The firmament steel merely carried a trace of immortal aura. He did not consider it a supreme treasure. Whoosh. Qing Yuan flicked his finger, and a beam of radiance shot straight into the crippled immortal's body. The crippled immortal was stunned at first, then ecstatic. For no other reason than the immortal pill that Qing Yuan had just sent into his body. His wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you, senior brother, for granting the sacred healing medicine, the crippled immortal said respectfully. Not so fast. If this so-called firmament steel is not as powerful as you claim, you will still die. This time I will act personally, Qing Yuan said coldly. Yes, senior brother is right, the crippled immortal said sheepishly. In the presence of the senior brother, he did not dare to be presumptuous. Young man, hand over that steel. Let us examine it. Second brother Ji Fan said, looking straight at Yi Junlin. Their words were spoken from on high, as if even that tone were already a show of mercy toward a mortal. And in fact that was exactly the case. He was merely a person from the lower realm. Why should they speak gently? What do you think you are? You order me to hand it over, and I must obey. Yi Junlin said lazily. So these were the legendary immortals. They truly looked weak beyond belief. Yi Junlin could tell that they were all far stronger than true immortals. However, he had no idea what realm lay above true immortal. Oh. Yi Junlin slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that Xiao Liyun, as one of the commanders under the human emperor, would surely know. Moreover, in his perception, Xiao Liyun was far more powerful than these men. His cultivation must certainly be above theirs. Liyun, young lord, how exactly are these cultivation realms divided? Yi Junlin asked. The cultivation realms of this world, fixed since time immemorial, are divided into martial disciple, martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial sovereign, martial sage, martial emperor, the transcendent unity realm, the void Tao realm, the heaven return realm, the immortal fire realm, the true immortal realm, lower rank golden, immortal mid-rank golden, immortal upper rank golden, immortal grand golden, immortal grand superior, immortal lord, immortal king, and immortal emperor. These are the divisions of the immortal realm. Above the immortal realm, there are even more refined divisions, Xiao Liyun said respectfully to Yi Junlin. In that case, those two should be lower-rank golden immortals. And the leading senior brother is a mid-rank golden immortal. Thus spoke Yi Junlin. The young lord is right. They are indeed at such cultivation levels, Xiao Liyun replied. He was puzzled. The young lord's cultivation was absurdly high. Yet he seemed utterly ignorant of the cultivation realms. If he knew nothing of the cultivation realms, how could he have cultivated to such a level? You don't even know the realms that lie beyond. How did you manage to cultivate upward? Xiao Liyun did not know, nor did he dare to ask, nor did he dare to say. Are you ignoring me? Qing Yuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Yi Junlin. Just now Yi Junlin and the old man behind him had actually ignored him and chatted as if no one else were present. Stop shouting. A mere few lower-rank and mid-rank golden immortals. Do you actually think you can overturn the heavens? Men of the immortal domain dare to come to the lower realm and lord it over others. I think it is high time the immortal domain was disciplined. Yi Junlin said, his eyes cold. Rectifying the immortal domain. You actually dare to say such things. Who do you think you are? The boundless heavenly venerable. An immortal emperor of the celestial court. Ji Fan said disdainfully. Pathetic and pitiable mortal from the lower realm. Since you refuse to hand it over, let me give you a hand. Fan Xing sneered while gripping his halberd. He intended to forcibly strip away the Zhangqiang steel from Yi Junlin's body. You want to help me, eh? Then go ahead and try it. Yi Junlin said indifferently. So what if they were gold immortals? Even if they were low-grade gold immortals, in his eyes they were merely slightly larger ants than ordinary insects. Of course, all of this was predicated on strength. Only with true power could one act with such reckless abandon. Fellow disciples, be careful. It is possible that he has already fused the Zhangqiang steel with his very being. That is why he dares to behave so brazenly now that he sees we intend to take it. Because he knows we came for the Zhangqiang steel, but it has already merged with him. If we try to seize it by force, he might self-destruct, and that supreme treasure would vanish along with him. The crippled immortal said urgently. The crippled immortal did not want to see Yi Junlin blow himself up and the treasure disappear. If that happened, these fellow disciples would surely kill him on the spot, without hesitation, to cover their own failure. Only then could they return and report back. They could simply claim he had deceived them, and that no supreme treasure ever existed. Indeed, hearing the crippled immortal's words, all of the fellow disciples turned solemn. This matter was indeed somewhat troublesome. This youth's cultivation was at least at the true immortal realm. But who were they? Gold immortals. Even if they were low-grade gold immortals, their strength outstripped true immortals by countless streets. True immortals could not withstand even a single move in their hands. But it was only slightly troublesome, not a real problem. If you are going to act, do it quickly. Stop dithering and rambling like a housewife. Yi Junlin said impatiently. Boy, you have nerve. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. You are the first to dare show such contempt for us fellow disciples. I will make you suffer beyond imagination. Today I shall teach you the meaning of true power. Ji Fan quick-tempered as he was stepped forward with a thunderous roar. You mere lower realm brat, do not think that inheriting some legacy makes you equal to an immortal. In our eyes you are nothing but trash. Though Ji Fan said these words, his attack was utterly merciless, because he knew this youth had beaten the crippled immortal to the point of utter helplessness. He had once torn the crippled immortal apart, forcing him to flee. Although the crippled immortal's combat power had greatly diminished, a desperate final strike could still unleash the force of a peak attack. Yet even so, he had been tormented to death by this youth. Boom! Ji Fan lashed out directly, holding nothing back in his assault. A monstrous aura exploded outward. How could these mortal cultivators possibly withstand such a force? In an instant, at least 10,000 people were shattered by that pressure. Their bodies burst open on the spot, reduced to nothing but scattered bones. When I strike, I show no mercy. But I only slay those deserving death, and I do not butcher the innocent. You dare commit mass slaughter in the mortal world. Are you not afraid someone will bring you to justice? Yi Junlin said coldly. If he had not blocked it in time, the remaining people of the entire holy city would have died in an instant. Ha ha, justice. Who dares to judge me? They are nothing but ants. If they die, they die. I have killed not just tens of thousands, but hundreds of millions. Ji Fan roared with bloodthirsty madness. Do you care how many ants you crush while walking? Ji Fan spoke again. His meaning was clear. Mere lower realm humans meant nothing. Death was death. Good, very good. You have successfully made me interested in you. Don't misunderstand. I mean, I will make you die in a very rhythmic way. Schwa. After saying this, Yi Junlin vanished from the spot entirely. What? I cannot catch his trace at all. Qing Yuan's expression changed dramatically as he spoke in alarm. He was a mid-grade gold immortal, his cultivation far above his junior brothers, yet now he sensed that matters might have taken a grave turn. At the same time, his greed for the Zhangqiong steel surged uncontrollably. The crippled immortal had made it very clear this youth had possessed the Zhangqiong steel for no more than a few short days. And in just those few days, his cultivation had skyrocketed to this level. A teenage immortal. Who the hell would believe that? It seemed that Zhangqiong steel was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. Smack! Ant! Smack! Yi Junlin appeared beside Ji Fan in an instant, slapping his face repeatedly. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected, an immortal's face is thick-skinned. Slapping it feels amazing. Yi Junlin marveled as he looked at Ji Fan. Ah, how dare you humiliate me? Die. One finger-crushing star. Ji Fan went berserk. He, a gold immortal, had been humiliated by slaps from a lower realm mortal. Light began to gather at the index finger of his right hand, a blinding radiance condensing into a bead the size of a soybean. Then it transformed into an extremely terrifying beam that shot straight toward Yi Junlin, piercing through everything in its path. Under the power of that beam, the void split open in a long rift before automatically healing. Void art, great cosmos. Yi Junlin sneered coldly. This was the supreme technique among 100,000 secret arts, the great cosmos art. Among the 100,000 techniques and secret arts Yi Junlin had obtained, even the supreme rank arts were considered the lowest level. Of course, even now he had no idea what the supreme rank actually meant. Suddenly, a circular black hole forged from the void appeared before Ji Fan. It was not large, only the size of a single person. Yet from it surged boundless, devouring power. Ji Fan's attack was swallowed entirely by that force, and he nearly lost his footing and stumbled straight into the black hole. Terrified, Ji Fan realized how effortlessly his opponent dealt with him, merely a casual wave of the hand. Meanwhile, a black hole also appeared behind Qing Yuan and Fan Qing. But the two were completely unaware, their gazes fixed grimly on the black hole that had devoured Ji Fan's attack. Their minds raced as they calculated whether their own attacks would be swallowed as well. Suddenly, Ji Fan looked as though he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Qing Yuan and Fan Qing. The two frowned, unable to understand why he was looking at them like that. The grand cosmos art produced no spatial fluctuation at all, visible but untouchable. Be careful, Ji Fan bellowed. Boom. A thunderous explosion rang out. Qing Yuan and Fan Qing spun around to defend themselves. Yi Junlin had redirected Ji Fan's attack right behind them. But they reacted too slowly. Though they managed to block, they were caught off guard. Uffed. Fan Qing immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. With strength on par with Ji Fan's and forced to resist in haste, he was wounded directly. Qing Yuan's expression darkened, his upper garment had been completely blasted apart. Though he was unharmed, it made him lose face utterly. Good. Very good. How many years has it been since I last took a wound? Young man, you have successfully ignited my fury. Qing Yuan's eyes turned icy cold, a flash of crimson passing through them. Ji Fan, Fan Qing, and the others knew that Qing Yuan was truly furious. This was a sign he was about to go berserk. Blood Dragon Claw. Qing Yuan's right hand underwent a horrifying transformation. In an instant, countless blood-red scales covered it, an extremely violent aesthetic to behold. His arm began to swell, becoming more than 10 times thicker than his left arm. It was covered in vivid crimson veins, looking utterly terrifying. At the same time, the void itself warped, unable to withstand Qing Yuan's aura. Brett, are you ready? Qing Yuan asked coldly. Die. Qing Yuan swung his immensely thick right arm, his fingers having turned into dragon claws. Sharp enough to pierce metal and split stone, they stabbed straight down at Yi Junlin. Qing Yuan knew that if he used mystical arts, Junlin would likely use that black hole to divert his attack away and redirect it elsewhere. So he resorted to his physical body's trump card instead. Surely Junlin couldn't redirect that. But as always, ideals are plump while reality is harsh. Just as Qing Yuan's attack was about to reach Junlin, void art grand cosmos. Junlin smiled with a sinister charm, then lightly traced a single hand toward the direction Qing Yuan came from. Qing Yuan swore that it was no more than a light flick from Junlin. Effortless, casual, as if shooing away a stray cat or dog. Qing Yuan's expression drastically changed. A black hole appeared before him, small exactly the size of his fist, and just large enough to suck his arm in. He couldn't understand it. He had clearly stopped using mystical arts, so why couldn't he break free from this void black hole? Careful, Qing Yuan bellowed. He was a mid-level golden immortal, his cultivation naturally beyond compare to his junior brothers. A single strike from him could very well kill them. But despite his warning, the gap in cultivation stood as it was. A black hole appeared directly above Fan Qing's head. Utterly oblivious, Fan Qing kept staring intently behind himself because the previous black hole had appeared exactly behind him and caused his injury. Cheap trick. Let's see how you try to ambush me this time, Fan Qing said, gripping his heavenly halberd and staring behind him. He decided that the moment a black hole appeared, he would bolt. After all, a full force strike from a mid-level golden immortal was something he simply could not block. He was still weak. Talented, yes, but even the greatest talent needs time to develop. At this moment, Qing Yuan simply could not rein in his power. If he forcibly withdrew it, at the very least his arm would be completely crippled, something he was unwilling to accept. If two choices lay before him, sacrificing his own arm or sacrificing his junior brother's life, he would rather trade his junior brother's life to keep himself whole. You fool above your head, Ji Fan called out from afar. Though he and Fan Qing did not get along, they were still fellow disciples of the same sect. He wouldn't risk his life to save him, but a verbal warning was well within reason. What? Fan Qing's expression changed drastically. Although he usually had little regard for Ji Fan, at this moment, he had no mind to argue with Ji Fan about who was the fool. He channeled all his immortal power intent on turning and fleeing. He did not even have the courage to glance at the black hole. Boom. At that instant, a terrifyingly immense fluctuation erupted above his head. He could clearly sense the violent aura radiating from above. It belonged to none other than their eldest senior brother Qing Yuan. My life is over. I refuse to accept this. I have yet to become a peerless immortal emperor, and today I am to fall here. Fan Qing's face was filled with despair as he glared at senior brother Qing Yuan with bitter resentment. He understood that if the senior brother withdrew his force, he would not die, only suffer severe injuries. But as things stood, the senior brother clearly had no intention of pulling back. Evidently, the senior brother was unwilling to risk being hurt himself and would rather see him dead. Hum. Fan Qing no longer resisted. He closed his eyes knowing that any resistance would be futile. But then a sudden anomaly occurred. A vast surge of azure light erupted from Fan Qing's body, gradually coalescing into a colossal hand. The enormous azure hand floated silently above Fan Qing's head. Not a trace of violent aura leaked from it. It exuded only a tranquil calm. Master. Fan Qing opened his eyes and murmured. Sensing that the blood dragon claw had yet to descend, he cried out. I never imagined the master would always favor you, little junior brother. He even left a protective talisman on your body. Ji Fan was burning with envy and resentment. Senior brother Ji Fan jests. Perhaps the master left protective talismans on the two of you as well. Fan Qing spoke, his tone subtly changed after surviving the ordeal. Ji Fan was taken aback. It was rare for Fan Qing to call him second senior brother, and his attitude toward him was usually far from amiable. This kid is troublesome. Let's withdraw. My apologies, little junior brother. Just now I failed to react in time. I couldn't hold back my strength. I hope you won't take it to heart. Qing Yuan walked over to Fan Qing and said. He was well aware that neither he nor Ji Fan could possibly possess the master's protective talisman. One could say Fan Qing alone enjoyed the master's favor. Whether it was heavenly treasures, spiritual medicines, or divine arts, the master always thought of Fan Qing first. After all, Fan Qing's talent was exceptional. The talent stone had measured his aptitude as blue grade. Because of this, the master held him in high regard, believing he would eventually grow to at least the realm of a great immortal. A great immortal was a powerhouse, standing on equal footing with their master. Upon reaching that level, one would have the opportunity to serve directly under an immortal emperor. From then on, one would follow the immortal emperor's lead and enjoy boundless wealth and glory. Their master was currently the captain of the guards under the Azure Immortal Emperor of the North. Even as just a captain of the guards, his authority was terrifyingly vast. Who would dare lay a hand on someone under the immortal emperor? How could I, senior brother? You are the eldest senior brother. If a mere junior like me dies, then so be it. It's of no consequence. When I return, I will surely explain everything to the master. I understand you had no choice, senior brother. Set your mind at ease. Fan Qing said with a smile on his face. Qing Yuan's expression instantly turned grim. Fan Qing's words were a threat. He lowered his head, a flicker of killing intent passing through his eyes, then lifted his face like a shifting mask, all warm smiles. He dared not make a move against Fan Qing, because he feared the master might have left other means hidden within Fan Qing's body. If he acted rashly, even if he returned alive, 1,000 years of facing the wall would be the least of it. He might even have his cultivation crippled. He could not take that risk. Little junior brother, we are fellow disciples of the same master. I beg you not to hold this against me. This is a small token of my sincerity. Please don't refuse it. Qing Yuan produced an immortal pill radiating azure light from his bosom, his face twisting with pain as he offered it to Fan Qing. Oh, the Qingxian pill. Fan Qing's expression tightened. This senior brother certainly had bold spirit, even willing to use a Qingxian pill to mend their relationship. Senior brother, how could I accept this? Fan Qing said the words, yet his hand honestly tucked the Qingxian pill away, causing Qing Yuan's mouth to twitch violently. There was nothing he could do. Those who live under someone's roof must bow their heads. Have you finished your chatter? If not, it doesn't matter. You can continue on the road to the Yellow Springs. At this moment, Junlin spoke indifferently. Hadn't these people talked a little too much? Boy, I admit you are powerful, but do you really think you can keep all of us here? Ji Fan sneered at Junlin. In their eyes, apart from that one technique he had just used, Junlin was no match for them. If they simply refused to fight, his great universe art would be useless. For them, leaving would be effortless. They might not be able to deal with him, but they were certain that Junlin carried the supreme treasure, the Sky Dome steel. They would leave the rest to their master. If they offered it to the immortal emperor, their rewards would be boundless. Junlin knew only one technique, the art of moving flowers and grafting branches. As long as they did not attack, they could render Junlin utterly helpless. Is that so? You want that Sanqiong steel? It's right here, come and take it. Junlin took out a small, exquisite steel from his Qinquan ring. To be honest, in the eyes of immortals, this small steel looked utterly ordinary. They could not even find anything valuable about it. But the four of them immediately stared with wide eyes. This was the very thing that allowed this youth to rise to such a level in just a few days. As expected of a supreme treasure, it was truly different, a treasure that had already returned to its original simplicity. Outsiders could hardly fathom its mysteries. If I get it, I can surpass Master in the shortest time, and then... Qing Yuan's eyes were filled with blazing fervor. If he had such a treasure, he would not have to watch Master's expressions anymore. Nor would he have to worry about offending junior brother Fan Qing and being punished by Master. When that time came, would he still need to watch anyone's expression? The fellow disciples each had their own schemes. Then keep it safe. When the time comes, our Master will personally take it away. In the end, they suppressed the craving in their hearts. This youth was too bizarre. He could redirect their attacks, and they could not break through it. With no other choice, they could only retreat first. Third brother, you did well this time. When we go back, Master will not punish you. Come back with us. Qing Yuan looked at Qian. At this time, Qian's body was completely restored, and his true immortal cultivation was on full display. Thank you, senior brother. I will do whatever senior brother decides. Qian said submissively. Leave? You must still be dreaming. Didn't you want to forcefully seize this Sanqiong steel? Didn't you want to kill me? The opportunity is right in front of you now. Either kill me, or all of you go to reincarnation. Pick one. Junlin looked at the four. What? You alone think you can hold the four of us here? A joke, Ji Fan said disdainfully. After all, even now they still could not see through this youth's cultivation. But if this youth's cultivation was higher than theirs, why had he not shown it earlier? So they concluded that Junlin only knew that one grand Qinquan technique, moving flowers and grafting branches. Qian wanted to kill me to seize my body to obtain that Sanqiong steel. In your eyes, people from the lower realm are nothing more than cats and dogs to be slaughtered at will. Today, not one of you will leave. I've said it. Even Jesus can't stop it. Junlin said this to the four, then waved his hand. Xiao Luyun understood. The young master simply had no interest in these ants, which was why he did this. He had only been playing along with them for fun. Keep their heads. When we reach the immortal realm, maybe we'll run into their master too. When that happens, it will be a great gift. Junlin said calmly. Hell boy, and an old servant actually want to defy heaven and slay immortals. This story is really laughable. Ha ha ha. The brothers burst into laughter at once. Obviously in their eyes, Xiao Luyun was just an old servant. It was understandable for a youth to be this heaven-defying, that Sanqiong steel gave him that. But judging by their behavior, they had clearly come from some small backwater. This old man couldn't possibly also possess that Sanqiong steel, could he? Xiao Luyun obeys the young master's command. Xiao Luyun said respectfully to Junlin. He completely ignored the mockery from the others. Then with a sway of his body, he vanished from the spot. God! The four immediately went rigid. Their expressions turned grim, and they could no longer laugh. Because they did not know where the old man was. They could not see him. They could not detect even a trace of his trail. It was not a movement technique, it was as if he had vanished directly into thin air. This was what happened when one's cultivation reached a certain height. In other words, their cultivation was far, far lower than Xiao Luyun's. It was very likely that Xiao Luyun was above Golden Immortal, perhaps even above Grand High Immortal. They were terrified. They were horrified. An old servant like him actually had this level of cultivation. Who exactly was this youth? He was definitely not an ordinary person from a remote corner of the lower realm. Could he be the son of an immortal emperor training down in the lower realm? That would explain his cultivation. It was not that Sanxiong Steel's doing at all. The moment this thought arose, they all broke out in cold sweat. But they had no time to think so much now, because Xia Luyan had appeared before them. Senior, we were Ro. Qing Yuan knelt in the void on the spot and said bitterly. But before he could finish, he was interrupted. Because his head fell off. Xia Luyan had no extra words or actions. He just waved his palm and gently plucked. The heads of the dead men all dropped. But they did not die immediately. You doomed us. Qing Yuan glared at Qian with hatred in his eyes, then croaked. The crippled immortal was utterly speechless. At this point, how could he not understand? It was never the power of the sky canopy steel that had allowed this youth to grow so swiftly. Rather, the youth's own background was far from ordinary. A formidable elder accompanying him everywhere. How could this be the mark of a common man? But now they had no time left to ponder such questions, for their heads had all been taken by Xia Luyan. Everyone was utterly stunned. They had assumed this strikingly handsome youth was nothing more than an ordinary person. First, he displayed terrifyingly monstrous talent. Then he revealed a cultivation base of staggering terror. Could such a being truly belong to the Tianwu continent? And who in the world was this dreadfully powerful old servant? As cultivators of the Tianwu continent, their knowledge and cultivation were limited. The highest realm they had ever witnessed was merely that of a true immortal. The cultivation levels of the crippled immortal's senior brothers were utterly beyond their comprehension, for such heights exceeded the limits of their imagination. Could he be a celestial from the heavens? A celestial so young, someone murmured in a daze. They were all frozen, their minds completely short-circuited from start to finish. Everything had happened far too quickly, so quickly that they could not even react. In the blink of an eye, the crippled immortal had come to take this youth as his disciple. Then the youth revealed a sovereign might that crushed all others. Finally, the crippled immortal's senior brothers descended, true celestials beyond their reach. Yet these heavenly immortals were utterly fragile before him. In this youth's eyes, immortals were nothing more than that. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes vacant, staring blankly at Yi Junlin. What? Who dares to kill my disciples? I swear I shall make you wish for death. In the celestial realm, the grand immortal Ouyang Lan roared to the heavens. His figure appeared outside the palace, for all his disciples had been extinguished from existence. Could it be that a true immortal has descended to that lower realm for a peerless treasure? Grand Immortal Ouyang Lan spoke with lightning-like eyes. Issue my decree, strictly monitor the path of ascension. The moment anyone ascends, report to me at once. After issuing the order, Ouyang Lan vanished from sight. There is nothing left to linger for here. Liu Yun, make the preparations. We depart for the celestial realm. Yi Junlin said to Xia Luyun. Yes, young master. Xia Luyun replied. Then with a single step, Xia Luyun appeared high in the sky. Boom. Xia Luyun clenched his fist and struck out. The void tore apart inch by inch, revealing a golden passageway beneath his feet. Wanxia was it. Take this. Consider it repayment for teaching me the wandering dragon steps back then. Yi Junlin appeared before Wanxia in a flash and offered the sky canopy steel. This. Is it really for me? I cannot accept it. Wanxia said firmly. Take it. To me this trinket is utterly useless, a mere chicken rib. Yi Junlin handed the sky canopy steel to Wanxia. This settled the karmic bond between them, and from this moment onward they would be strangers. Wanxia clenched her silver teeth and finally accepted it. She knew that from the moment she took the sky canopy's steely, she and Yi Junlin would belong to two entirely different worlds. Though they had never truly existed in the same world, at least they had once traveled together. During her trials, she had encountered this intriguing youth, one both fascinating and ruthlessly decisive. Previously, she had believed him to be merely a grand martial master. As they spent more time together, she revised her judgment to martial ancestor, then martial emperor, martial saint, and finally martial sovereign. Yet time and time again she had been wrong. Again and again this youth remained unflinchingly composed through every crisis, filling her heart with astonishment. For Wanxia had once investigated Yi Junlin's background. He was merely a young man from a small village in the Xia kingdom. How could his cultivation be so profound? Now she understood. All of this was surely an illusion crafted by the forces behind Yi Junlin. Otherwise, no matter how gifted this youth might be, how could he emerge from a village and instantly become invincible? The more she learned of Yi Junlin, the more overwhelming her shock became. Xia Luyun had never crossed paths with Yi Junlin before, yet he naturally assumed the roles of master and servant. This strongly suggested that Yi Junlin had merely been sent out by his clan to gain experience. Now that the time had come, the clan had dispatched an expert to escort him back. Cultivate diligently. Farewell. A faint smile graced Yi Junlin's lips as he spoke to Wanxia. He then strode toward the golden path in the high heavens. This was the immortal path, the road every ascendant must walk. It appeared to be a golden highway, yet in truth, it was fraught with countless unseen dangers, far less radiant than it seemed. It was also a trial of ascension. Boom. Indeed, the moment Yi Junlin set foot upon the golden path, a thunderbolt exploded from the clear sky. A colossal pillar of lightning thousands of miles in diameter descended directly upon Yi Junlin's head. Scram! Yi Junlin cast an indifferent glance at the thunder above and uttered a single icy word. Abruptly, the thunderbolt in the sky vanished without a trace. Even the brewing storm clouds dissipated entirely. The heavenly tribulation did not dare to strike Yi Junlin, it simply dispersed. Such overwhelming heavenly might dispelled by the power of a single word. Wan Xia's eyes grew vacant as she murmured to herself. Yi Junlin's cultivation had long surpassed her understanding of this world. Perhaps a dragon among men like him was a rarity unseen throughout the ages. And the world did not refer to the Tianwu continent, but to the world Yi Junlin came from. Ever since arriving in this realm, I have remained on the Tianwu continent. It does hold some meaning for me. Rise. Yi Junlin spoke to the Tianwu continent beneath his feet. Buzz. A colossal formation covering the entire Tianwu continent rose up from the earth. This is a protective formation. From this day forth no evildoer shall descend upon Tianwu. Cultivate diligently, and in time you too shall ascend to immortality. After uttering these words, Yi Junlin ascended to the heavens together with Xia Luyun. Everyone was stunned. Before his departure, Yi Junlin had laid down a great formation blanketing all of Tianwu, so mighty that even immortals could not breach it. At the same time, they marveled to discover that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become nearly 100-fold denser. They all knew this was the young man's magnanimous gesture. The sky canopy steel is on her person. How about we? After Yi Junlin disappeared, someone gazed at Wan Xia with greedy eyes. Slap. Do not be so insatiably greedy. That was bestowed upon her by an immortal lord. How dare you covet it? Are you courting death? The mere fact that the immortal lord enriched Tianwu's spiritual energy 100-fold is already a monumental boon. Another person delivered a resounding slap to the one who had just spoken. How can one be so insatiably greedy? Everyone was condemning that person. Wan Xia breathed a sigh of relief. If these people had all turned against her at once, she feared she would not be able to withstand it. Of course, she was well aware that all of this was due to Yi Junlin's deterrent power. One who could lay down such a grand formation. They feared that Yi Junlin knew their every move. Although their cultivation levels were low, they were not stupid. So what if it was a supreme treasure? Before absolute strength, you might have the life to take it, but not the life to use it. In truth, how could Yi Junlin have time to care about them? Even if Wan Xia died, he would not lift a finger. It would merely mean she was no match for her opponent. Not even the slightest ripple would stir in his heart. Pretty as Wan Xia was, she would never be the one Yi Junlin considered his ideal match. They were just passers-by to each other, nothing more. So this is the immortal realm. Yi Junlin and Xia Luyun stopped in an unknown place and looked at the Golden Gate 3,000 zhang high before them. The Immortal Ascension Gate. This Golden Gate was called the Immortal Ascension Gate. Once one crossed it, one would become a true immortal in every sense. Who goes there ahead? State your name at once. A golden armored soldier stood inside the gate and called out loudly. Yi Junlin, ascender from the Tianwu continent. Xia Luyun, ascender from the Tianwu continent. Yi Junlin stated his name. What? Ascended from the Tianwu continent. Quick, quick. Report to the Grand Immortal at once. Someone from the Tianwu continent has ascended. The golden armored soldier's expression changed, and he immediately said to the soldier beside him. The ascension passage of the Tianwu continent was precisely within the jurisdiction of the Northern Qingdi Immortal Dynasty. Are we registered yet? Can we enter? Yi Junlin asked calmly. With their level of cultivation, he had naturally heard what the golden armored soldier had just said. But he did not take it to heart. After all, when one's cultivation is strong enough, one can truly look down on everything. What's the hurry? Can't you see I'm still cultivating? Go stand aside. You can only enter when I say you can. The golden armored soldier said impatiently. He was waiting for the Grand Immortal to arrive. Even a watchdog guarding the gate dares to be this insolent. It seems you have quite a lot of confidence. Yi Junlin was the son of the human sovereign. How could he use his authority to oppress others? If word spread that the human sovereign's son used his authority to oppress others, his father would be disgraced. That was why he had first announced his name according to the rules. But if others refused to appreciate the respect they were given, he could not be blamed. How dare you? Shut the gate. If I don't let you in, let's see how you get in. The golden armored soldier sneered. Over the years, every ascender from the lower realm had been courteous to them, hadn't they? In their presence, those ascenders had not even dared to breathe too loudly. They had even been shrewd enough to offer precious treasures they valued. Now these two who had just ascended actually dared to be so rude. Forget failing to speak politely. They even dared to put on lofty airs. Who did they think they were? Did they think they were still in the lower realm, supreme above all? Which of those guarding the immortal gate was not a true immortal? Those who had just ascended were at most in the immortal fire realm. Their immortal fire had only just been ignited. The soldiers could extinguish it for them at any moment. You truly don't appreciate the face I gave you. Fine then. I want to see which unlucky grand immortal you speak of dares to come looking for trouble with me. Yi Junlin said. At these words, the golden armored soldier was instantly stunned. What the hell? From such a distant gap, he could hear the whispers they had exchanged. Was this the immortal fire realm? But even though the golden armored soldier was shocked, he was not the least bit panicked. After all, he belonged to the northern Qingdi immortal dynasty. As the saying goes, a person with a powerful tree behind him enjoys the shade. This immortal gate serves no purpose if it remains. Others endure immense hardships to ascend only to have to watch your moods. They get harassed by you too. So what is the point of keeping it? Destroy it. Junlin shook his head and said, Haha, what did I just hear? Destroy it. Please, this is the gate of the immortal realm. Destroy it. Although it is not a supreme treasure, it is extraordinarily hard. Even if a grand immortal descended, he could not leave the slightest mark on it. The golden armored soldier laughed without restraint. Boom. Junlin did not bother with more words, he struck out with a punch. There was not the slightest wave of energy on his fist. It was an utterly unremarkable punch. The golden armored soldiers inside the immortal gate laughed until tears came out. Is that all? I thought you were something special. After that punch, you're probably going to be in pain for a long time, right? The golden armored soldier mocked without restraint. Bang. No earth-shattering sound was produced. Thud. Crack. Junlin withdrew his fist. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I can't take it, my stomach hurts. Seeing that the immortal gate had not been damaged in the slightest, the golden armored soldier burst into loud laughter. I just heard a cracking sound. Could it be that this kid's arm is broken? A golden armored soldier said with a laugh. That must be it. But before he could finish his words, he saw that the immortal gate was densely covered with cracks. The sight was shocking. The cracks spread in all directions like a spiderweb. Boom. Then the gate collapsed thunderously, kicking up clouds of dust. They were truly stunned, completely unable to believe their own eyes. The immortal gate. Shattered. The golden armored soldier said in a daze, unable to believe it. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Report at once. At this point, the golden armored soldier was thoroughly panicked. The shattered immortal gate was absolutely no small matter. The immortal gate represented the entrance of an immortal dynasty, its very face. The main purpose of the immortal gate was to gather the prodigies who ascended from the lower realm. After all 3 of the 4 immortal emperors in the immortal realm had ascended from the lower realm. After that, their rise had become overwhelming. They swept everything before them and founded immortal dynasties that awed the world for ages. Running around in panic like this, what sort of discipline is that? At that moment, a figure descended. Seeing the panicked golden armored soldiers, the newcomer frowned and rebuked them. The visitor wore a wide purple Taoist robe with his hair hanging loose. Grand Immortal Ziyun. The people you are looking for. They smashed the immortal gate. The golden armored soldier said in terror. HM. The people I am looking for. Could it be? Immortal Ziyun's gaze was like lightning as he looked toward Junlin and Xia Luyan. Nonsense. What do you mean the people I am looking for? Which of you has been misreporting my words? I was only passing by. Now that I see nothing is going on, this immortal will take his leave. Ziyun's pupils constricted sharply first, then he sternly rebuked the golden armored soldiers and tried to leave. He was not a fool. With the immortal gate shattered, what reason had he to stay here? To court death? Grand Immortal Ziyun, they really are the people you are looking for. Oh, and they ascended from the Tianwu continent. The golden armored soldier thought that Ziyun had not understood, so he repeated it on the spot. At this moment, Ziyun's heart was shattered. He was panicking like crazy. He truly wanted to slap this worthless piece of trash to death. What an oblivious fool. How could anyone who shatters the celestial gate be someone he could afford to provoke? Right now, he truly wished he could slap the golden armored soldier to death. The one this supreme immortal seeks could hardly be them. And besides, are you abusing your authority to block others from ascending? He added. Ziyun berated them with blustering force, his voice tinged with false bravado. At this moment, he stood tall and righteous, pointing his finger at the golden armored soldiers. No, great immortal, it was you who ordered us to intercept those ascending from the Tianwu continent. The soldiers protested. The soldiers replied in disbelief. The order had come from the great immortal himself. There was no mistake. They simply could not understand why Ziyun refused to acknowledge it. Even if his strength had allowed him to shatter the celestial gate, Ziyun should not have acted this way. Behind them stood the Azure Emperor Immortal Court, one of the most powerful forces in the immortal realm. Moreover, having provoked such a ruthless figure, they desperately wished to shift the blame onto Ziyun. They were too weak to deal with this situation. They were mere underlings. Even if they died, they would die in vain. The Azure Emperor Immortal Court would likely not care about their lives at all. But Ziyun was different. Ziyun was one of the commanders serving under the Azure Emperor. If Ziyun died, the Azure Emperor Immortal Court would absolutely not sit idly by. After all, the death of a commander would be a slap in the face to the Azure Emperor Immortal Court. Although they might suffer Ziyun's retaliation for such thoughts, judging by the current trend, Ziyun could not win. He might very well die. A dead Ziyun held no threat to these golden armored soldiers. Silence. This supreme immortal says it is not so, and that is final. Are you courting death? He snapped. How dare you question this supreme immortal? Ziyun's eyes blazed with icy, killing intent as he spoke coldly. He was truly exasperated. These soldiers were slow-witted. He had made it so obvious, yet they still could not catch on. Young friends, first allow this commander to welcome the two of you to the Azure Emperor Immortal Court. I congratulate you both on your ascension, and welcome you on behalf of the Azure Emperor Immortal Court. I have had the fortune of earning the Immortal Emperor's appreciation, and for years I have followed him in campaigns across the realm. Of course, as one of the most powerful immortal courts in the immortal realm, the Azure Emperor Immortal Court continually recruits outstanding talents and powerful cultivators. Would the young friends happen to be interested in joining our immortal court? Ziyun said with a smile. Though he appeared to be introducing the court, he was really saying that he stood at the right hand of the Immortal Emperor. And the Immortal Emperor, surely they knew how much weight that carried. In the eyes of the immortal realm, the Immortal Emperor's stature was not merely heavy, such beings were legendary, unmatched figures. Not interested. I think you, however, would be very interested in these. Yi Junlin nodded towards Xiao Luyun. Whooshed. Xiao Luyun waved his hand, and 4 objects shot straight towards Ziyun. At first confusion flickered in Ziyun's eyes. He did not understand what Yi Junlin meant by being interested. But then his gaze sharpened. He saw clearly now, for severed heads were flying toward him. From the very beginning, Yi Junlin had sensed from Ziyun's aura that it shared the same origin as the 4 immortals who had been killed in the lower realm. Coupled with what the golden armored soldiers had just said, Yi Junlin knew that this man was the master of the 4 immortals from the lower realm. Wretched fool, he cursed. They are dead already. What were they doing coming back? A flash of killing intent crossed Ziyun's eyes, and he immediately roared in fury. A single blast reduced the 4 severed heads to ashes. Alas, young friend, you see, these 4 were my disciples. I have no idea why they went down to the lower realm, Ziyun continued. It's nothing. Your disciples coveted the supreme treasure I carried and sought to kill me for it. But I disposed of them all. Yi Junlin shook his head, as if it were of no consequence. Alas, it was my failure in teaching that led to such a situation today. I too bear responsibility. Ziyun's aged tears streamed down his face, and for a moment he seemed utterly grief-stricken. He appeared to have aged, greatly enveloped in a lonely desolation. Indeed, raising disciples who wreak havoc everywhere. You do bear responsibility. When disciples heir you as their master, must bear the consequences. Yi Junlin said calmly. He could tell the quality of a master simply by looking at the disciples. All of his disciples had been arrogant and domineering, not one had been righteous. Yes, I am at fault. I shall return immediately and face the wall in seclusion for 100 years, alas. Ziyun spoke with striking sincerity, and tears could be seen glistening in his eyes. This was not an act, it was real. His most beloved young disciple Fanqing was gone. He had always treated Fanqing as his own child, teaching him with devoted care. He had even left life-saving measures on Fanqing's person. He never expected that this single descent to the lower realm would cost him all 4 disciples. Had it been only the other 3, he might not have been so devastated, but Fanqing alone outweighed the other 3 by far too much. No need for wall seclusion. Yi Junlin looked at Ziyun and said, Young friend, you need not try to persuade me any further. You are right. They erred, and I too bear responsibility. Since they have already perished, body and Tao extinguished, what remains shall be my atonement as their master, Ziyun declared with righteous solemnity. He thought the young man had been moved by compassion, so he insisted on playing the part. I mean, wall seclusion is utterly useless. Atoning with your death is the only way. Yi Junlin shrugged as he looked at Ziyun. In that case, I shall follow your suggestion and atone with my... What? Just as Ziyun was about to go along with it, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He had assumed Yi Junlin was advising him to let the matter go, since death settles all debts. But he had not expected the young man to be so ruthless, telling him to kill himself outright. Young friend, what did you just say? Ziyun asked cautiously. I said you should atone with your death. If you raise disciples like this, if not you, then who should die? If you lack the ability, do not imitate others by taking disciples. Go and be reborn in reincarnation. If you set off now, you might just meet your dear disciples on the path of reincarnation. Yi Junlin said as he looked at Ziyun. Boy, do not think I am afraid of you. Do you know who stands behind this supreme immortal? In the whole Azure Emperor Immortal Court, if you kill me, you will be hunted down without end. When that time comes, neither heaven nor earth will answer your call. The entire immortal realm will have no place for you to hide. Ziyun blustered, his voice sharp but hollow. He no longer bothered to keep up the act. Since the pretense was already shattered, he grew brazen. His earlier fear had been that Yi Junlin would kill him on the spot. Once dead, no amount of pursuit would matter. That was why he had been stalling for time, because he had long since sent a transmission. Liu Yun, lend him a hand. Yi Junlin had no desire to act personally. Yes, young master. Xiao Luyun appeared before Ziyun, in an instant, ghostly and swift. Wait. If you kill me, the entire Azure Emperor Immortal Court will never let you go. Ziyun screamed wildly. He was trying to intimidate them with the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty. He did not want to die, and since reinforcements had not yet arrived, he needed to keep stalling. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Yi Junlin, he had never intended to let him go. After all of his disciples had been killed by Yi Junlin's hand. Of course, revenge was a minor matter. What truly mattered most was the supreme treasure Yi Junlin had just mentioned carrying on him. That was what Ziyun truly coveted. But now Yi Junlin gave him no chance at all. He intended to slaughter him outright. Kill him. We'll keep waiting here. I'm rather curious to see just how the people of this so-called immortal dynasty conduct themselves. Junlin waved his hand dismissively. Then he strode straight toward the golden-armored soldiers. The golden-armored soldiers were frozen in terror. What was this young man coming over for? Was he coming to kill them? This was the man who had slain even a grand immortal with a single command. Yet to their surprise, Junlin did not pay them any attention at all. Instead, he found himself a spot. He produced a chair from his universe ring and sat upon it in comfort. Damn it. Ziyun's expression drastically changed. This old man's speed was simply too fast. So fast that he could not react in time. He could not even see the old man's afterimage. Ziyun had never intended to cross blows with him, perhaps because the immortal gate had been shattered. A grand immortal could never shatter an immortal gate with a single fist. The other party's cultivation surpassed grand immortal, and this was the cultivation of the young man sitting not far away. As for this old man, judging from the current clash, he was absolutely a terrifyingly powerful existence. Ziyun now only wanted to figure out how to escape. But in the face of Xiao Luyun, he did not even possess the qualification to flee. The young lord decreed your death, so you should die with gratitude rather than put up futile resistance. Xiao Luyun looked at Ziyun and spoke. I don't believe this. Flee. Ziyun roared. This old man was far too terrifying. Merely his aura was more than Ziyun could bear. It was like the feeling he experienced only when facing the supreme immortal emperor. This realization made his heart skip a beat. Then he shook his head violently. How could an old servant possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with the immortal emperor? Ziyun produced an escape talisman from his bosom, and in an instant blazing radiance burst forth. This escape talisman was a reward bestowed by the immortal emperor long ago for his meritorious deeds. Though called an escape talisman, it was truly a universe-sundering, boundary-breaking talisman capable of crossing what could be 1 billion miles in the span of a breath. He had kept it on his person at all times, and now it finally proved useful. Boy, once I return and report this, you can all wait for death. I swear you will pay for this. You killed my disciples. This enmity is irreconcilable. Ziyun felt a pang of heartache over the talisman, but now he roared with absolute confidence, venting all his pent-up frustration from earlier as his murderous intent surged higher and higher. Then in front of Ziyun a void portal appeared leading somewhere unknown. Ziyun shot Junlin and the others a vicious glare, then turned and stepped into the void passage. Within a square inch wide and narrow at will. Xiao Luyun spoke a single line softly, then opened his palm. And then, there was no then. He simply stood there quietly gazing down at his palm. In an instant, it was as if heaven and earth spun in reverse. Even the river of time, the power of the ages, was thrown into disarray. The void writhed, and then everyone witnessed the scene beyond belief. Ziyun, who had already escaped using the boundary-breaking talisman, now reappeared in the palm of Xiao Luyun's hand. Yes, Ziyun was right there in the center of Xiao Luyun's palm. Only now Ziyun was smaller than an ant. Damn it all, I finally escaped. All of you wait for me. Once I report this, I will definitely have my revenge. Boy, the supreme treasure is mine. You can't run from me. If I do not avenge this, I am unworthy of being an immortal. Ha ha ha. Having narrowly escaped death, Ziyun laughed maniacally in the palm of Xiao Luyun's hand. Leave? And where exactly do you think you're going? Xiao Luyun asked with curiosity. To the immortal dynasty, of course. Where else would I go? Almost subconsciously, Ziyun answered directly. Who's speaking? Ziyun immediately snapped to full alert, his eyes sharpening as he glared at the 5 pillars surrounding him. The place he found himself in was a barren wasteland. Not even a single blade of grass, only 5 towering pillars. Lift your head and look. Xiao Luyun said with great interest. How did you become so huge? Is this a Dharma idol golden body? Ziyun was so startled when he looked up that he nearly jumped out of his skin. He had clearly used the boundary-breaking talisman. But what was happening now? How was he still in this old man's palm? Could this old man truly be so powerful that even a boundary-breaking talisman could not carry Ziyun beyond his grasp? Go to the cycle of reincarnation. Xiao Luyun said nothing more. He slowly closed his palm into a fist. No, don't. I hate this. Ziyun barely managed to spit out those words before he was crushed into nothingness by Xiao Luyun. Not even a trace of his bones or flesh remained. The golden-armored soldiers were all trembling in terror. A dignified grand immortal had been crushed to death outright, without even the chance to flee. How could such a formidable being have come from the lower realm? Could it be that people from the lower realm were all this ferocious? They stood as if petrified, not daring to move a single inch, not even daring to breathe. They were terrified that the sound of their own breathing would be too loud and bring about their annihilation. Junlin was waiting for the reinforcements that Ziyun had called for earlier. No one said a word. The golden-armored soldiers wished they could dig a hole on the spot and bury themselves alive, vanishing into oblivion and becoming utterly unnoticeable. Who dares to damage the immortal gate of my Azure Emperor immortal dynasty? Have you no regard for our dynasty at all? A thunderous roar sounded out. A burly man with a golden crown on his head and battle armor draped over his frame stood in the void, his cold gaze sweeping across the shattered immortal gate as he spoke. Luxia, immortal lord. I never thought it would be Lord Luxia himself who came. The golden armored soldiers' faces changed drastically. This Luxia, immortal lord, was infamous for his ruthlessness. Was it you lot? And where is Ziyun? Where has he gone? Tell him to crawl back here to see me now. Luxia said, coldly staring at Junlin and the others. Reporting to the immortal Lord Ziyun. Immortal Ziyun has already perished. A golden armored soldier stepped forward and stammered. Who killed him? Liuxia's expression did not flicker in the slightest as he asked calmly. We killed him. Junlin stretched lazily and rose slowly to his feet. So you're the ones who ascended from the Tianwu continent. Luxia, immortal lord, did not show the slightest anger. Instead he asked. Any advice? Junlin asked with interest. A person who ascended yet can rebel against heaven itself and slay a grand immortal. Such battle prowess is truly astonishing. No wonder this is the place the Azure Emperor once resided. Prodigies emerge one after another endowed with heaven-defying talent. Liuxia's face was full of admiration, so much so that he had probably even forgotten that Ziyun was dead. The entire host of golden armored soldiers was dumbstruck. They had thought Luxia, immortal lord, had come to exact punishment, but why in the world was he singing praises instead? I wonder if you young friend would be interested in joining my Qingdi immortal dynasty. This lord believes that with aptitude like yours you could become a mighty general who dominates a whole region within just a few short years. Of course everything is entirely up to you. My Qingdi immortal dynasty will never coerce you in any form or manner. Luxia smiled and spoke to Junlin. His attitude was sincere and composed without the slightest hint of arrogance or intimidation. At first Luxia thought that some hostile immortal dynasty had shattered the immortal gate of the Qingdi immortal dynasty. But after arriving and taking a look, he unexpectedly discovered a peerless prodigy. He knew without even thinking that it must have been the guards defending the immortal gate who had deliberately made things difficult. Since Luxia, immortal lord, had once guarded the immortal gate himself, he naturally understood the tricks behind such matters. As long as it was not a hostile force, everything could be discussed. Moreover, these two, the young man and his companion, had come from a place where the immortal emperor had once stayed. No need. I am long accustomed to being lazy and unrestrained. I will certainly visit when I have time. Junlin said, waving his hand. Of course it was merely a polite remark. He had not taken it to heart himself. Is the immortal emperor of the Qingdi immortal dynasty Qinglong? Xia Luyun asked directly. How bold. The name of Qingdi is not something you may utter so casually. Luxia was taken aback for a moment, then said in a burst of fury. Qingdi was a taboo. How could these people directly call him by his real name? But at this moment Xia Luyun ignored Luxia and instead said to Junlin, young master, perhaps it would be worth paying this immortal emperor a visit. Many years ago, I remember the human emperor once had a mount whose name was Qinglong. In those days we once fought side by side, but for certain reasons the human emperor left him behind in the immortal domain. Seeing Liuxia's reaction, Xia Luyun knew his guess was correct. This Qingdi was indeed that little azure dragon from back then. Is that so? Then let us go take a look. Junlin said. Luxia was somewhat baffled. What were these two talking about in such a jumbled manner? At the same time he was deeply shaken. Qingdi's true form was indeed an azure dragon. And a dragon symbolizes great power. When had anyone ever dared to call Qingdi a little azure dragon? Luxia took a deep look at Xia Luyun. This old man was not simple. He had once fought side by side with Qingdi. Just who was this powerful figure? Luxia could not recall any memory of such a person. You there, Liuxia, right? Lead the way. Junlin said to Liuxia, who was still lost in shock. Ahem, please follow me, both of you. Luxia no longer dared to address them as young friend or anything of the sort. He transformed into a streak of light and sped swiftly toward the palace of the Qingdi immortal dynasty. Junlin and Xia Luyun followed as easily as if strolling through a courtyard. Luxia pushed his speed with all his might, but no matter how he drove himself, the two behind him continued following with relaxed and effortless ease, not showing the slightest strain. To them it was truly easy. Luxia realized that these two had cultivation far above his own, and it was very likely that what they had said was true. They had indeed fought alongside Qingdi. But the more he thought about it, the more horrified he became. Just who were these divine beings that they had once made Qingdi their mount? How powerful would such a person have to be? Liuxia's heart could not settle for a long time. No wonder this old man and this young man had been utterly calm from beginning to end. This was what immense cultivation brought with it. They feared no one. The entire Qingdi immortal dynasty had vast territory and ruled over the entire northern part of the immortal domain. Within the immortal domain, there are 5 great immortal dynasties. In the east is the Eastern Immortal Dynasty, whose immortal emperor is Dongfang Shuo. He is a man of boundless ambition who once unleashed a great war wanting to claim the entire immortal domain for himself. In the south is the Nalan Immortal Dynasty. Nalan Longda is its immortal emperor. He neither advocates war nor seeks peace. In the west is the Yaoqi Immortal Dynasty. Yaoqi Imperial Mother is a highly formidable immortal emperor and the only woman among the 5 immortal emperors. Finally, there is the Kunshan Immortal Dynasty in the central immortal domain ruled by Kunshan Immortal Emperor. No one knows his real name. Everyone calls him Kunshan Immortal Emperor. The very fact that he can preside over the central immortal domain, the most flourishing part of the immortal domain, shows that he is no ordinary person. Along the way, Lu Sha continuously explained the situation in the immortal domain to Yi Junlin and Xia Luyun. Kunshan, could it be? Xia Luyun's gaze hardened, and a trace of killing intent leaked out. Then he completely suppressed it. Could it be that you know this Kunshan Immortal Emperor? Yi Junlin sensed it, having clearly perceived Xia Luyun's killing intent. I was just reminded of a few things. In that place back then, Kunshan was the name of a clan. I will never forget that among the several great immortal aristocratic clans that besieged His Highness the Grand Prince, the Kunshan clan was one of them. Back then they certainly fled quickly enough. They moved their entire clan and defected beyond the immortal domain. Xia Luyun spoke, endless cold light spreading in his eyes. Kunshan. What a fine Kunshan clan. When Yi Junlin heard that among those who had once besieged his elder brother there was a clan called Kunshan, his expression changed. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Then it seems we will have to meet this Kunshan Immortal Emperor when the time comes. Yi Junlin said in a cold voice. Of course they were not yet certain whether this Kunshan was a member of the Kunshan clan from that place. Only when they finally met him face to face would Xia Luyun be able to tell. The two of them did not avoid Lu Sha when they spoke. Lu Sha felt that the amount of information he had received today was simply overwhelming. This old man and this youth were definitely not ordinary cultivators. Human Emperor Grand Prince, enemies from beyond the immortal domain. What did any of that mean? Lu Sha felt his mind was no longer working. He knew none of these things at all. Moreover, he was certain that in the entire history of the immortal realm no Kunshan clan or human emperor had ever appeared. But as he thought back, he realized that Kunshan Immortal Emperor had risen to fame overnight. It was as if he had emerged from thin air without the slightest sign. By the time everyone knew of Kunshan had already become an immortal emperor. Moreover, he had forcibly seized the central immortal domain. Back then Dongfang Shua had raised an army to attack the central immortal domain, but the result was that Dongfang Shua slunk back in disgrace. No one knew what had happened, and no one dared to investigate. Qingdi had also never spoken a word about it. Now that he thought back, Lu Sha felt a chill run through him. It was like an invisible, enormous net enveloping everyone in the immortal domain. Behind it all, an invisible, enormous hand was manipulating everything. The more Lu Sha thought, the more frightened he became, and he led the way in a daze. This is the Qingdi Palace. I will go in to report your arrival. Please wait a moment, both of you. Where is Qinglong? Why do you not come out at once to welcome the young master? Liu Sha, who was about to enter the imperial palace to report, stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. This was too. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted from the imperial palace, as if an ancient evil dragon was awakening. The aura was extremely powerful. Whoosh! An azure dragon silhouette flashed past before Lu Sha could react. A young man clad in a dragon robe appeared before Xia Luyun. The young man was expressionless with two horns upon his head. He looked quite extraordinary. Yet in his eyes an emotion called excitement was spreading. Immortal Lord Lu Sha greets the Azure Emperor. Lu Sha hurriedly knelt and performed the great bow with all respect. But Qinglong paid him no heed, staring fixedly at Xia Luyun. Is it His Majesty who sent you to guide me? Qinglong's lips trembled as he looked at Xia Luyun with anticipation. Lu Sha was utterly incredulous. Their immortal emperor had always been a figure of majestic pressure. Even a smile was rarely seen. Yet at this moment the immortal emperor was like a child waiting for someone from home to fetch him. The anticipation in his eyes was enough to make one's heart ache. Qinglong, you know that a battle between beings of that level is not something you or I can join. His Majesty was also doing this for your own good. Although Xia Luyun felt it hard to say, he still spoke the truth. For the past tens of thousands of years, Qinglong has never slackened in cultivation for even a single moment. All of it was for the sake of returning to His Majesty's side. But Qinglong's talent is limited. I was unable to leap into the sky and make a great breakthrough in cultivation. My Emperor Qinglong is ashamed. Qinglong is useless. Crystalline gleams were actually shining in Qinglong's eyes. Yi Junlin knew, they were tears. Enough. A dignified immortal emperor, and this is all the backbone you have. His Majesty has no need of you by his side for now, but you may follow the young lord. Xia Luyun slapped Qinglong on the shoulder and said with a smile. By the way, young lord, is it young Lord Yizhan? Wonderful. Young Lord Yizhan is safe. Wonderful. Qinglong immediately jumped up and laughed with excitement like a child. He had once been the human emperor's mount, so he was privy to certain news. Back when he learned that the eldest Prince Yizhan had been besieged by immortal noble families and had gone missing, grief-stricken, Qinglong raised his head and roared at the heavens. He hated his own powerlessness. He hated that he could not be of the slightest help. If only he could help even a little, he would die without regrets. But in a battle of that level, he was not even qualified to be cannon fodder. This is the second Prince, Yi Junlin. Hearing Qinglong mention the eldest Prince, Yizhan, Xia Liyun's expression first darkened, then he moved aside. Revealing Yi Junlin, he said, "Your subordinate Qinglong greets the second prince." Qinglong was startled at first, then hastily knelt and performed the great bow with reverence. Lu Sha beside him was stunned for a moment, then followed suit and knelt burying his face deeply in his arms. He had only thought that they might be old acquaintances of the Azure Emperor, but he had not expected the young man's identity and status to be so lofty. Even the Azure Emperor had to perform the great bow before him. Lu Sha had gone numb. He could only mechanically perform the great bow. Lu Sha swore that today was absolutely the most breathtaking day in history. It was just too damn exciting. Qinglong, right. Rise. From now on you will stay by my side. Yi Junlin said to Qinglong with a smile. He had seen with his own eyes Qinglong's loyalty to his father, the human emperor. A person of such loyalty naturally should be kept close. As for cultivation, that was not a problem. Qinglong, why are you still standing there in a daze? Did you think His Majesty left you here for no reason? Naturally, it was to assist the young lord. His Majesty's vision reaches far and wide. Xia Luyun said to the dazed Qinglong. Yes, His Majesty has not abandoned Qinglong. Sob, sob, sob. Qinglong is willing to follow the young lord, to serve faithfully at the young lord's side, and to have no regrets even unto death. 2 clear tears rolled down Qinglong's cheeks as he hastily replied. By the way, Qinglong, what do you think of Kuan Xian of the Central Immortal Domain? Yi Junlin asked. He wanted to know how much Qinglong knew. Tens of thousands of years ago, Kuan Xian descended directly upon the Immortal Domain and dominated the Central Immortal Domain. No one knew where Kuan Xian had come from. At that time, Dongfang Su led tens of millions of immortal soldiers to suppress him, but returned severely wounded. But I know that he was not just severely wounded. He was already on the verge of death. One move, just one move, and Dongfang Su was utterly defeated. Qinglong said gravely. Later, after much investigation, I discovered that this Kuan Xian was the #1 prodigy of the Kuan Xian clan. He did not follow his clan in defecting to the outer realms, but instead, he came to the immortal domain. I once met him, and he said he was atoning for his sins. Interesting. The Kuan Xian clan schemed to frame my elder brother, and yet this so-called #1 person of the clan's younger generation is actually atoning for his sins. Although Yi Junlin wore a smile, boundless killing intent also surged within him. Qinglong, send out the invitations. Have all the powers of the 10 immortal dynasties come to the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty. As for the reason, think of one yourself. They must all come. Yi Junlin said to Qinglong. Young lord, the others are easy, but this Kuan Xian has always been quite aloof. Even when our great immortal dynasties have matters to discuss, he never shows up. Qinglong said somewhat awkwardly. Come, I'll teach you how to send an invitation. Write this on the invitation: the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty is inaugurating an unprecedented golden age in the immortal domain. Immortal Emperor Kuan Xian is specially invited to lead the prodigies here for the grand competition. You must come. I'll FCK you. If you don't come, you're mine. If you dare not come, I'll damn well FCK you. Respectfully, the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty. Xia Luyun. Qinglong. Immortal Lord Liu Sha. I'm just dumbfounded. Brutal, truly brutal. Any normal person could hardly withstand such vicious and twisted provocation. Qinglong understands. I'll make the arrangements at once. Qinglong turned and left to handle the arrangements. Central Immortal Domain. Report, Immortal Emperor. This is the invitation sent by Immortal Emperor Qinglong. Qinglong has always been steady in his actions. This does not look like his handiwork. Could it be? He has come. In the dim palace hall, Kuan Xian narrowed his eyes, staring at the string of regards on the invitation, and said in a low voice. Kuan Xian looked very young, seemingly only in his early 20s. But in reality, he had already lived for who knows how many tens of millennia. Tianjizi once said that he would appear in the immortal domain. If that is true, then I must take a trip. Kuan Xian said softly. No one knew what his words meant. How many tens of millennia has it been? Because of him, I have stayed in this garbage-tier plane for so many ages. Has the time for my return finally come? Kuan Xian Tianyi stood up with his hands clasped behind his back. In an instant, his aura began to surge violently, breaking through even the limits of the immortal domain. By the order of this emperor, gather all the prodigies of the central immortal domain. Today we set out for the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty. Kuan Xian Tianyi commanded directly. The invitation in his hand then turned to ashes. Provocation. How intriguing. I very much want to see what kind of person Tianjizi said could move all eternity. Kuan Xian Tianyi's gaze seemed to pierce through the palace toward the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty. He still remembered what Tianjizi had said in his original world. Then his figure vanished. Is Kuan Xian truly only an immortal emperor? With a single move, I was gravely wounded and nearly died. After recuperating for tens of thousands of years, my injuries are finally fully healed, and my cultivation has even advanced a step further. Dongfang Su of the Eastern Immortal Dynasty walked out of a secluded cultivation chamber, murmuring to himself. He was still haunted by lingering fear. Kuan Xian was terrifying to the point of despair. Even now that his injuries had healed, the fear deep in his heart could not dissipate. Dongfang Su knew that Kuan Xian's power had long since planted a curse in his heart. Thinking back to that move of Kunshian's, Dongfang Su now realized that Kunshian had simply struck casually. Kunshian Tianyi had intentionally spared his life. As for why Dongfang Su had never understood. Scheming to seize the Eastern Immortal Dynasty. What a joke. As long as Kunshian wished, these immortal dynasties were nothing more than items in his pocket. Gather the prodigies of my Eastern Immortal Dynasty and head for the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty immediately. I would like to see what tricks this Qinglong is up to now. After saying this, Dongfang Su vanished. Your subordinate greets the Empress Mother. This is an invitation from the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty. How strange. The Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty has never held such events before. Have they taken the wrong medicine this year? Empress Mother Yaoqi said languidly. She reclined lazily on the throne with an indescribable charm, yet her features were invisible, obscured by a powerful sense of haziness. The stage is set, so I might as well make the trip. With the 5 immortal emperors gathering, what kind of collision will happen this time? Could Kunshian the immortal emperor truly be the number one? With that, the Empress Mother said no more, and her attendants took the order and left. All these years the 5 immortal dynasties have always fought separately, with almost no interaction. In this grand competition of the immortal dynasties, the victors shall receive generous rewards. At the same time, the most outstanding prodigy will have the opportunity to follow this emperor's young lord Yi Junlin to conquer the myriad realms. This is the supreme glory. Above the enormous martial arena of the immortal dynasty, the Azure Emperor stood beside Yi Junlin and declared loudly. In truth, everyone had questions about who the young man beside the Azure Emperor really was. Because the Azure Emperor did not sit on his own throne, instead the young man sat lazily upon it. Even the Azure Emperor could only stand to one side. Now, hearing the Azure Emperor's words, the crowd burst into an uproar. A person to be served as young lord even by the Azure Emperor. Just what kind of divine being was he? The immortal emperor of the Eastern Immortal Dynasty has arrived with a host of prodigies. At this moment someone shouted. Boom. In the sky in the distance, a golden dragon carriage sped over. Pulling the carriage were 9 ancient ferocious beasts, the Moonhowl Wolf Kings. The hair on their bodies was like countless god-slaying needles, looking extremely tough. Each Wolf King had the cultivation of an immortal lord. Oh whoa. The 9 Wolf Kings roared at the sky, and immediately the winds and clouds changed. Behind the dragon carriage was a colossal void warship. This warship was truly too enormous. On its hull, dents and countless marks could be clearly seen. They were left by weapons, and each mark exuded astonishing killing intent. This warship was a supreme treasure with a glorious past. Dongfang Su, long time no see. Qinglong narrowed his eyes as he looked at the golden dragon carriage and spoke. Ha ha ha, Qinglong, it has been many years since we parted. I wonder if your cultivation has improved. If there's a chance, you and I must definitely spar. Dongfang Su's voice came from the dragon carriage. Then a figure walked out of the carriage, and with each step the void wailed. This was an immortal emperor. Every move and gesture represented the extreme of the immortal path. Oh whoa. As if sensing the might of the immortal emperor, the 9 Moonhowl Wolf Kings raised their heads and roared, their momentum overwhelming. Wretched beast, shut up. Behind Qinglong, a middle-aged man in golden battle armor stepped forward and shouted. Oh whoa. The Moonhowl Wolf Kings immediately let out low whimpers, horror showing in their eyes. Since when does an immortal king dare to rebuke this emperor's mounts? Dongfang Su narrowed his eyes at the immortal king and said, it's fine if beasts are ignorant, but is even the majestic immortal emperor of the East ignorant? Qinglong looked directly at Dongfang Su and asked calmly. Qinglong, do you want to start a war? Dongfang Su's expression changed as he spoke. Qinglong actually compared him to the Moonhowl Wolf Kings. This was a blatant insult. Who was he? A dignified immortal emperor. How could he be compared to a group of beasts? Dongfang Su, you don't truly think this emperor is afraid of you, do you? If you want war, then let it be war. Qinglong said, fearless and composed. Dongfang Su, I heard that tens of thousands of years ago Kunshian severely wounded you in a single move. Is that true or false? My little sister would like to know too. A laugh like silver bells rang out. In the sky, countless petals suddenly appeared, sweeping over with a rich fragrance. One could clearly see a stunningly beautiful woman walking slowly through the void with her subordinates. Her crystal-clear jade feet gently tapped the void, and wherever she passed, golden lotuses bloomed one by one. Yaoqi, who said I was defeated in a single move. In that battle, this emperor almost tore through the entire central immortal domain, and in the end barely managed to force a draw. Dongfang Su said calmly. Naturally, he would not reveal the true circumstances of that battle, although everyone knew what the truth was. But knowing and saying were not the same. Brother Dongfang, it seems your cultivation ranks among the top 2 of us 5. The immortal emperor of the Nalan Immortal Dynasty appeared standing in the void, asking curiously. Of course. In that battle back then, I barely managed to draw, but after so many years this emperor's cultivation has reached an even higher level. Even if I were to fight that Kunshian again, I would surely defeat him. Dongfang Su said with a cold smile. Naturally, he could speak so boldly, because he knew that Kunshian would disdain to participate in whatever grand competition or the like. Therefore, no matter what he said now, no one would doubt or question him. But Yaoqi and Nalan Longda were jolted inwardly. Dongfang Su's cultivation had reached a higher level. For them this was absolutely not good news. Xinglong remained utterly composed, though no one knew what was going through his mind. In truth, he had hardly given it any thought. What did it matter if Dongfang Su's cultivation had reached another level? With the calamity pill bestowed by young Lord Yi Junlin, Xinglong's cultivation could soar 100 or even 1,000 levels higher. So the current Dongfang Su was truly nothing in Xinglong's eyes. Just as Dongfang Su was spouting arrogant nonsense, Emperor Kunshan arrives. Gob. Dongfang Su was instantly like a duck whose neck had been squeezed. His face flushed crimson, and for a moment he was rendered speechless. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda both changed expression, their solemnity plain for all to see. This was Emperor Kunshan. Though he rarely appeared in person, the pressure he exerted on these immortal emperors was immense. Kunshan did not descend directly from the sky. Instead, he walked step by step through the main gate of the Qingdi Immortal Court. As he passed Dongfang Su, Kunshan halted and fixed his eyes upon him. He said nothing, only gazed silently. In an instant, Dongfang Su's robes were drenched through with sweat. Well, Emperor Kunshan, long time no see. Dongfang Su forced a smile and greeted Kunshan. Inwardly, he cursed Xinglong for inviting this freak. Today he had utterly lost face. He had wanted to put on a show of strength, but never expected the slap to come so swiftly. Since everyone has arrived, please take your seats. Xinglong said expressionlessly to the group. Ha, excellent, truly excellent. Emperor Kunshan, please. Dongfang Su laughed heartily and made a welcoming gesture toward Kunshan. Upon the high platform, there were 7 seats in all. Only now did Dongfang Su notice that a youth was seated in the central position. Beside the youth sat an elderly man with closed eyes. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda looked at the youth lost in thought. Dongfang Su, however, refused to accept it. How could a mere youth be qualified to sit alongside 5 immortal emperors? And in the very center seat, no less. Boy, what do you think you are? This emperor gives you 3 breaths to get out of that seat immediately. Otherwise, this emperor will reduce you to ashes on the spot. Dongfang Su said coldly. Today had already been vexing enough, and now a mere boy dared to sit above an immortal emperor. That made Dongfang Su explode. He needed an outlet to relieve his pent-up frustration and displeasure, and Yi Junlin happened to walk right into his line of fire. Xia Luyun. Could this youth be? Kunshan's pupils abruptly contracted as he looked at Xia Luyun, muttering inwardly. Perhaps Xia Luyun had never met him, but he had seen Xia Luyun before, because he had once witnessed a projected image of the battlefield in his clan's archives. Xia Luyun was slaughtering foes within that projection, and his cultivation was indeed supremely formidable. At least in Kunshan's eye, Xia Luyun was unquestionably powerful. After all, he had once been a commander under the human emperor, so his cultivation was naturally exceptional. With Xia Luyun by his side, I can't make a move now. It seems I'll need to resort to a roundabout strategy. A strange light flickered in Kunshan's eyes. Originally, he had planned to kill in one strike, to slay the human emperor's second son as Tianjizi had foretold. But with the powerful Xia Luyun guarding him, Kunshan could not make a move for the time being. He could only wait, and first build a good relationship with Yi Junlin. Dongfang Su, who do you think you are? How dare you berate my young lord? Xinglong appeared before Dongfang Su in a flash, sneering. Ha ha, Xinglong, you're living backwards. You actually acknowledge a snot-nosed brat as your young lord. Dongfang Su burst into laughter. Anyone who insults the young lord shall die. Xinglong, kill him. Xia Luyun opened his eyes and spoke. Yes, Commander Xia. Without another word, Xinglong attacked Dongfang Su directly. Nearby, Kunshan steadied his breathing, ready to act at any moment. Of course, he wasn't going to attack Yi Junlin. He wanted to take down Dongfang Su. After all, only by doing so could he win Yi Junlin's favor and get close to him. But for now, he couldn't make a move. He had to wait until Xinglong failed to subdue Dongfang Su. He knew that Xinglong could at best fight Dongfang Su to a draw. Both were at the same cultivation realm, so a decisive victory was impossible in a short time. True Dragon Claw. A cold light gathered in Xinglong's eyes, and his opening move was a trump card technique. This was the innate divine ability unique to the dragon race, once known as one of the 10 fiend arts. Its power was naturally terrifying. Xinglong's right hand had transformed into a colossal dragon claw. With a single grasp, the void itself shattered, and the claw descended upon Dongfang Su with irresistible might. At the sight of this move, Kunshan's face changed. This was not an attack an immortal emperor could unleash. It clearly surpassed the immortal emperor realm. He couldn't understand how Xinglong had broken through beyond the immortal emperor realm in just a few tens of thousands of years. When he first met Xinglong, the latter had just entered the immortal emperor realm. Even at his peak, now Xinglong should only be at the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. But Kunshan never expected that Xinglong had broken through without making a sound. Now Kunshan's plan to win Yi Junlin's favor had failed once more. In such a situation, why would his help be needed? The gap between the immortal emperor realm and the realm above it was no small difference. It was vast, so vast that it drove one to despair. Ha ha ha, Xinglong, do you think you can defeat me? Fine. This emperor's cultivation has also reached new heights. Today I'll make an example of you. Dongfang Su was not flustered at all. Aside from Kunshan, he considered himself the strongest among the 4 immortal emperors. Dongfang Su raised his right palm upright and chopped it down toward Qinglong's true dragon claw. An immortal emperor's strike was no joke. A full power blow could destroy half an immortal dynasty. PFF. As their attacks collided, Dongfang Su stared at Qinglong in disbelief. His own attack was like paper, utterly fragile, not even worth a second thought. The moment his attack met Qinglong's, it vanished, instantly unable to offer even a sliver of resistance. Impossible, impossible. How can this be? I don't believe it. Block for me. Dongfang Su was stunned at first, but then he frantically gathered immortal qi to form a massive shield before him. The shield looked extraordinarily sturdy. Any other immortal emperor would find it extremely troublesome to break. Yet beneath Qinglong's true dragon claw, the shield was still pathetically fragile. Crack. The moment the true dragon claw touched Dongfang Su's shield, it began to crack, then burst apart. Junlin's spiritual perception was extraordinarily powerful. Just now he had distinctly sensed this Quinqian constantly appraising him. Moreover, he could clearly perceive that flicker of well-concealed killing intent as it flashed past in an instant. Had his cultivation not been so profound, he would never have detected it. A trace of amusement curled at the corner of Junlin's mouth. Pucci. Without the slightest surprise, Qinglong's dragon claw pierced straight through Dongfang Su's body. His chest was pierced clean through. When Qinglong withdrew his dragon claw, a heart was visible in his hand. That heart was still beating incessantly within Qinglong's grasp. The sound was like thunder, deafening to the ears. Immortal emperors were not easy to kill, but Qinglong's cultivation had long since surpassed that realm. No. How? How is this possible? Qinglong, what exactly is your cultivation? Dongfang Su looked at Qinglong in disbelief and asked. He simply could not bring himself to believe it. Had Qinglong already unnoticed transcended the immortal emperor realm? Empress Mother Yaoqi and Nalan Longda likewise watched Qinglong with grave expressions. To some extent, Qinglong's cultivation would determine the great reshuffling of powers in the immortal realm. This was not something they wished to see, but they were utterly helpless. Death to those who insult the young master. Qinglong did not answer Dongfang Su, but said coldly. Only then did everyone's pupils contract, sharply realizing what the young man meant to Qinglong. A youth who could make Qinglong bow his head. That was enough to tell them he was no ordinary person. As for how extraordinary he was, they had no idea, for they had never even laid eyes on Junlin. Qinglong, listen to me. Spare me, spare me. I will give you the entire Dongfang immortal dynasty. The imperial treasury holds endless heavenly treasures. I beg you, let me live. Dongfang Su was thoroughly panicked, pleading without cease. Die. Qinglong paid no attention to Dongfang Su. His dragon claw slowly closed around Dongfang Su's heart. Bang! Dongfang Su's face instantly turned deathly pale. He knew he was finished. Though losing a heart would not necessarily be fatal, he was certain Qinglong would not simply let him walk away. Run! Dongfang Su turned and fled at once, not daring to remain. Qinglong was set on killing him. You cannot escape. Come back. Qinglong roared. He slowly spread his dragon claw, and an immeasurable suction force erupted from it. Dongfang Su, already far away, abruptly froze. He could not break free. All he could do was watch helplessly as he was pulled backward through the air toward Qinglong. Pucci. Without a word, Qinglong twisted Dongfang Su's head clean off. An immortal emperor who had dominated the realms for countless millennia perished on the spot, swallowed by his own bitter despair. There is no need to be so tense. I am not a bloodthirsty man. Dongfang Su insulted our young master, which is why he met this end. Please all of you be seated. Qinglong said with a smile. The two immortal emperors felt rather ill at ease, but Quinqian Tianyi by contrast sat down with a thoughtful air. His demeanor was completely relaxed, with not the faintest trace of discomfort. One of the Quinqian clan. They had barely taken their seats when Junlin's remark nearly jolted the other two immortal emperors out of their chairs. But in the next moment, they realized Junlin was not addressing them. Yes. Quinqian replied with a smile. There was not a hint of awkwardness on his face, only a faint, amiable smile that gave one an impression of great serenity. It was as though the Quinqian clan being mentioned had nothing whatsoever to do with him. Junlin smiled faintly. This man concealed his depths well. To remain utterly composed, even when he brought up the Quinqian clan. What a deep schemer. Then you should be fully aware that the Quinqian clan deserves to die. Junlin said, still beaming as he fixed his eyes on Quinqian Tianyi. Even while smiling, he emanated a killing intent so immense and overwhelming that the surrounding air began to solidify, sending chills down every spine. Empress Mother Yaoqi and Nalan Longda were both horrified by what they heard. How could this youth wield such oppressive authority? They could not comprehend how a mere boy dared to declare before Quinqian that his clan was doomed to extinction. Though they were unaware of what kind of beings the Quinqian clan truly were. Tianyi knows this. While concerning the matter of the first prince, the Quinqian clan was indeed worthy of execution. I tried to stop it at the time, but those power-hungry schemers in the clan would never listen to me. Back then I was only a junior with slightly above-average talent. It was not my place to have a say. What a pity about His Highness the First Prince. I belonged to the same generation as His Highness. But to be truthful, His Highness's talent was rarely seen in ancient or modern times. While I was still striving at the martial ancestor and martial king realms, His Highness had already reached the immortal emperor realm. At that time the first prince was merely 15 years old. Kunshan Tianyi said, with deep emotion. Empress Mother Yaoqi and Nalan Longda were utterly stunned. An immortal emperor at 15? Was that meant to scare people to death? They were perplexed and deeply confused. In the history of the immortal realm, among the countless ancient records, did they have any memory of an immortal emperor in his teens? This could not be blamed on their ignorance, for their cultivation determined their field of vision. Swoosh. Every single member of the Kunshan clan, all of them, deserves to die. Xiao Luyuan opened his eyes, boundless cold light flickering within them. Since Qinglong is willing to lend a hand, the Kunshan clan truly has no right to live. Qinglong also stepped forward and voiced his stance. Because of you immortal clans, my elder brother remains missing to this day. Tell me, what right do you people have to continue living? Yi Junlin looked at Kunshan Tianyi. Tianyi is right here. If the second prince wishes to kill me, I will not fight back in the slightest. I am at the second prince's disposal. Kunshan Tianyi said with utmost composure. The Kunshan clan was originally a prestigious house with immensely glorious war achievements. Who could have imagined that it would ultimately betray the human emperor and betray all the heavens and countless realms? To willingly serve as dogs to outsiders. How utterly ridiculous. Yi Junlin kept provoking Kunshan. The Kunshan clan has sinned, so I defected from the Kunshan clan, hoping only to atone for its crimes. If the second prince does not trust me, then Kunshan stands here. Whether you strike or kill, it is entirely at your pleasure. Kunshan Tianyi put on an expression of unruffled defiance, as if to say, a dead pig fears no boiling water. What a fine strike or kill at your pleasure. I forgot to tell you. I, this prince, act exactly as I please. Kill him. Yi Junlin looked at Kunshan with a cold smile. He was still putting on that facing death with equanimity act in front of him. If I don't kill him, whom should I kill? Yi Junlin was no saint. They had schemed against his elder brother. That was a blood debt. How could it be written off by a few words from Kunshan Tianyi? Jiaoi. Kunshan Tianyi was taken aback. This second prince was not following the expected script. In such a situation, should he not have offered sympathy and understanding? After all, he was now turning from darkness to light. Yet in Yi Junlin's heart, wrong was wrong and right was right. Since a wrong had been committed, there would always be a price to pay. Kunshan believed he had hidden his intentions perfectly, never realizing that Yi Junlin had sensed his murderous intent from the very first glance. Yi Junlin did not intend to let him live. After a brief moment of fluster, Kunshan regained his composure. According to the usual script, this second prince must be testing him right now, to see whether he had truly abandoned darkness for the light. Yes, that must be it. Kunshan was filled with confidence. He did not resist or oppose, but sat calmly in place. He showed no sign of defending or resisting, firmly believing this was Yi Junlin's test. Only by passing the test would Yi Junlin trust him and let down his guard. Only then would he have a chance to kill Yi Junlin. Although Yi Junlin was the human emperor's second son, Kunshan did not believe his cultivation could be as freakishly strong as the eldest prince's. Even if he were as powerful as the eldest prince, it made no difference. After all, he was only a little past 10 years old. At most, he was barely above the immortal emperor realm, and Kunshan could destroy him with a turn of his hand. Whoosh. Qinglong struck immediately, a colossal dragon claw sweeping down toward Kunshan's head. Yet Kunshan sat there as calmly as ever, motionless, letting Qinglong's attack crash against his skull. Clang. A metallic ring sounded as Qinglong's attack landed on Kunshan Tianyi's head. Sparks flew in every direction, yet Kunshan Tianyi remained unmoved as a mountain, unhurt, with not even a single strand of hair severed. Qinglong, however, paled, for he could not even break through Kunshan's defense. Kunshan Tianyi's cultivation had to be extremely formidable. Of course, it's only a test. How could a mere Qinglong possibly wound me? Kunshan felt reassured and said secretly in his heart. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda had remained solemn-faced throughout. They had anticipated a gap between their cultivation and Kunshan's, but they had never imagined it could be this enormous. Even Qinglong, who had killed Dongfang Su with a single strike, was no match for him, unable even to break through his defense. Perhaps it should not be called a defense. It was simply that even Kunshan's physical body could not be broken. What realm exactly was this Kunshan in? It had already exceeded their imagination, reaching a level they dared not think about. Perhaps a god. Above the immortal emperor are deities, and above deities are true gods. As expected of the Kunshan clan's foremost younger generation figure, such cultivation is enough to be proud of. Yi Junlin looked at Kunshan and said with a smile, "Your Highness flatters me. Such cultivation naturally counts for nothing in the eyes of your Highness. Given time, your Highness will surely surpass me. It is merely a matter of time." Kunshan said, his face blooming with an amiable smile. "Damn it, do I owe you face? You call surpassing you a matter of time? Give you an inch and you take a mile. With trash like you, surpassing you is effortless." Yi Junlin had been smiling just moments earlier, but now his expression turned cold. "Commander Xia, go and test him," he said to Xiao Luyuan. At this, Kunshan became somewhat flustered. If Xiao Luyuan really made a move, there was no way he could withstand it. But in passing, he caught the trace of amusement in Yi Junlin's eyes. He instantly calmed down again. This was still Yi Junlin testing him. At least that was what Quinqian thought at the moment. Yi Junlin would not kill him after all because he had abandoned darkness for the light. He had already stated very clearly that he was here to atone for the sins of the Quinqian clan. For the sake of that, he had even betrayed his family, so Yi Junlin would not kill him. Quinqian suppressed the impulse to flee and continued sitting there with the same tranquil, unhurried demeanor. His eyes held no ripples, only boundless determination. But all of this was deliberately feigned to let Yi Junlin see his resolve. Yet Yi Junlin was no soft-hearted saint. When a wrong had been done, a price had to be paid. I don't care whether you've come to surrender. That was Yi Junlin's truest thought. Besides, did he need anyone to surrender? He was hardly short of expert warriors beneath him. Yes, young master. Xia Luyuan rose slowly and walked toward Quinqian. It's all fake, just a test. I have to hold on. Quinqian sensed the world-destroying energy surging within Xia Luyuan's body and kept telling himself over and over. Tap, tap, tap. At every step Xia Luyuan took, Quinqian's heart lurched. From the initial composure, one could now faintly make out Quinqian's body trembling. It was fear. Though he tried his utmost to control himself, he simply could not. Xia Luyuan's oppressive pressure was too overwhelming. Damn it, I'm done pretending. Quinqian suddenly shot to his feet and roared, unable to bear the pressure any longer. Xia Luyuan, after so many years apart, I never imagined your cultivation would reach yet another level. This pressure has already surpassed the past. Quinqian Tianyi looked at Xia Luyuan with a solemn expression. With Xia Luyuan's cultivation, he was fully qualified to be one of the 3,000 war generals under the human emperor. Needless to say, Quinqian was absolutely no match for Xia Luyuan. The gap between them was far too great. But he was not the least bit panicked because he was the foremost figure of the Quinqian clan. This time he had naturally come on his family's orders to eliminate Yi Junlin. The Quinqian clan was, after all, an immortal aristocratic house. He still had life-saving cards to play, since he was no longer pretending he would make a desperate attempt to slay Yi Junlin. Whether it succeeded or not, he had to try. Because after this he would have no other chance. But clearly Xia Luyuan would not give him that chance. And of course, even if Xia Luyuan did, it would have been useless. Die! Quinqian bellowed as he activated a secret art and shot toward Yi Junlin. This was the Quinqian clan's forbidden art, soul-devouring, specially designed to extinguish a person's divine soul. Its most terrifying aspect was that it could slay enemies directly and invisibly. Formless and intangible, it was impossible to guard against. Do you still dare to act so savagely in this old man's presence? Perish! Xia Luyuan said coldly. Even a secret art was nothing but illusion before absolute power. Xia Luyuan, sure enough, your cultivation has reached an even higher level, but that's fine. I'm certain we will meet again before long. Quinqian sneered, then produced an object resembling a small boat with both hands. The Void Ship. The Quinqian clan certainly has extraordinary boldness, actually bestowing their clan-protecting treasure upon you. Xia Luyuan said with a grim expression. The Void Ship could rend the void itself, and as long as one had coordinates, could reach any place in the world. Moreover, it could not be stopped. This was a true supreme treasure. Boy, you will eventually die by my hand, and when that day comes I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Son of the human emperor, Yi Zhan's fate will be your fate. Even someone as formidable as Xia Luyuan was powerless. Not to mention that he was merely a commander. Even a war general under the human emperor's command could not be certain of detaining Quinqian Tianyi. As an immortal aristocratic clan, the Quinqian family possessed a depth of heritage far more terrifying than one might imagine. Otherwise, the human emperor Yi Jitian would have long since eradicated these disloyal clans. Immortal aristocratic clans, as their name suggested, stood eternal through the ages, enduring alongside the world itself. Within them gathered countless experts, the accumulated strength of untold years, making them fearsomely powerful. Of course, it was not that the human emperor feared them. Rather, once a conflict broke out, it would merely be internal strife. The human emperor was unwilling to let his subordinates perish on the iron battlefield of their own kin. Instead, they would die beneath the iron hooves of their own people, giving the outsiders an opportunity to counterattack. Within every immortal aristocratic clan resided an ancestral patriarch who guarded the clan. Though their cultivation was not equal to the human emperor Yi Jitian, if it truly came to blows, they could stall him for decades without difficulty. A few decades would be more than enough for the invaders from beyond to slaughter every resisting cultivator across the myriad domains. Were it not for this constraint on the human emperor, the outer enemies would have long since retreated in defeat. Second Prince. Until we meet again. Quinqian said, a smile curling at the corner of his lips as he looked at Yi Junlin. He did not believe that he would meet his end here today. That was because he possessed the Void War Vessel. It was the supreme treasure of the Quinqian clan, the unparalleled choice for escape. Aside from figures like the ancestral patriarch, who else under heaven could possibly stop him? Thus Quinqian Tianyi was utterly fearless. All he wanted now was to hurl the most biting mockery, for it brought him a measure of satisfaction. His original intention had been to annihilate Yi Junlin outright, but upon arrival, he discovered that Commander Xia Luyuan was accompanying the second prince. The thought of making a move against Yi Junlin was extinguished at once. System, I want to keep him here. Hurry up and issue me a check-in mission. Junlin spoke inwardly to the system. The system. Ding, check-in mission now issued. Check-in at the Qingdi Immortal Dynasty. Check-in, reward the 10 directions, heaven-suppressing steel. As long as your cultivation is sufficient, even heaven and earth can be suppressed. After a moment of silence, the system issued the check-in mission. Confirmed check-in. Junlin said directly. Ding, check-in successful. Reward the 10 directions, heaven-suppressing steel. The reward has been delivered to your Qingkuan ring. Please check it, host. The system's voice echoed within Junlin's mind. Actually, host, if you wish to know certain information, you can simply check the panel. There is no need to ask others. It is rather embarrassing. Junlin was just about to examine the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel when the system suddenly blurted out such a remark. A system opened the panel. Junlin suddenly realized that he had been forgetting about the system all along. That was not really surprising though, for he had only obtained it not long ago. Host Junlin. Cultivation, Divine God Realm. Martial Disciple, Martial Warrior, Martial Master, Martial Grandmaster, Great Martial Grandmaster, Martial Spiritual, Martial Ancestor, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial, Saint Martial God D Realm, Shudao Realm, Guitian Realm, Immortal Fire Realm, True, Immortal Realm, Lower Golden, Immortal Middle Golden, Immortal Upper Golden, Immortal Grand Golden, Immortal Grand Upper, Immortal Lord, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor. Divine Fire Realm, True God Realm, Lower God Realm, Middle God Realm, Upper God Realm, Divine God Realm, Divine King Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Divine Sovereign Realm. Talent. Divine Powers, Techniques, and Secret Arts, 10001. Too many to list individually. Special Physique, Yi Clan Dao Body. All of this seemed slow, yet in truth it took but an instant. If you had simply left without another word, perhaps I truly could not have stopped you. But now go ahead, try to leave. Junlin shrugged at Quinqian. In the past, Junlin had been rather skeptical that villains fell to their doom by speaking too much. But now he believed it. Had Quinqian fled immediately without all that prattle, Junlin would not have had the time to stop him even with the system check-in. But Quinqian, relying on his void-crossing war vessel, was far too smug. Indeed, with such a supreme treasure, anyone else could only stand by and watch, helplessly powerless to act. In the end, they would have no choice but to let him swagger away triumphantly. Are you trying to frighten me? You have no idea how miserably your elder brother died back then. Tisk tisk tsk. Even now, whenever I think of it, it brings me such immense pleasure. Wasn't Yizhan always hailed as the foremost genius of the younger generation? Look at how pathetic his end was. Oh right. Even some of the older generation could not match him. But then what? What became of him in the end? I still have a memory stone here. You can take a look at how your elder brother perished. Protected by his supreme treasure, Quinqian now found himself unwilling to leave so soon. He decided to leave some scars in Junlin's heart, who knew perhaps it might even drive him to chi deviation. By then there would be no need for Quinqian to lift a finger. Junlin would have destroyed himself. Buzz! Quinqian took out a memory stone from his bosom and cast it into the air. Immediately a massive scene materialized within the void. It depicted a forbidden land. A young man in a white robe stood suspended in the void, his eyes like lightning as he stared at the silhouettes surrounding him. You scum are truly a curse upon the myriad heavens and realms, Yizhan said slowly. In his eyes, boundless killing intent surged forth enough to cast heaven and earth into shadow. Great Prince, it is out of respect that we call you Great Prince. Blame your father for this. For how many years has he suppressed our immortal clans? Who knows how many years? A powerful figure spoke from the void. These people all shared one trait. None of them revealed their faces. They dared not, fearing that the human emperor would later hunt them down and annihilate them. Although the ancestral patriarchs of all their families could, if united, hold off the human emperor for decades, the eventual outcome would still be the patriarch's certain death. No second ending was possible. Moreover, the human emperor was now at the height of his youthful vigor, his blood surging with vitality. Many of them dared not overlook one fact: the emperor's heaven-defying talent itself. It was precisely because of the human emperor that they did not dare risk allowing his son Yizhan to grow any further. For Yizhan's cultivation speed was simply appalling, unheard of throughout all eternity. They were afraid. Thus, they seized the moment when the great prince entered the forbidden ground without any guards. Do you really think, riffraff like you can stop me? Yizhan looked at the surrounding powerhouses with disdain. Since you've already come, why not show yourselves, eh? He suddenly raised his head and spoke toward the void. The human emperor's son is indeed extraordinary. You can even see through our concealment. A strange voice came from the void. You outer realm lot, a pack of skulking cowards. As long as this prince lives, I will slaughter every last one of you. Yizhan's eyes glittered with icy coldness as he spoke. A pity then. You will never have that chance. What say we all join hands and kill him? Figures continuously emerged from the void, speaking as they looked at the immortal clan members. In terms of appearance alone, these outer realm people were no different from those of the myriad heavens and realms. But there was an obvious difference. For instance, the area between their noses and upper lips. There a conspicuous black square object was visible. It was not a beard, and no one knew what it was. Moreover, their manner of speaking was rather unsettling to the ear. We are merely providing information. If you want to kill him, you'd better do it quickly. If the human emperor catches wind of this, even death would be a luxury for you. The various immortal clan members said coldly. Sure enough, at the mention of the human emperor, these outer realm people who had been living comfortably suddenly underwent a drastic change of expression. They harbored an instinctive fear of the human emperor. Gentlemen, attack. Him must die. The leader of the outer realm people commanded directly. Come on, you weird-tongued bastards. I Yijan fear no enemy, ha. Today I'll revel in bloodshed. Yijan, his black hair streaming loose, looked like a demon god laughing up at the sky. He had earned his fame at the age of 6, and by 15 he had already made every side tremble in fear. Now merely a few decades old, even the immortal clans regarded him with dread, and even some elders could only stare at his back from afar. The younger generation was left so far behind that they couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Heaven-slaying. Yijan waved his single hand, launching indiscriminate attacks toward every direction. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of sword chi flew out in every direction, each bolt locked onto an enemy. Whether they were Outer Realm people or Immortal Clan members, their faces all changed drastically. Yijan's growth rate was too terrifying. The crisscrossing sword chi struck directly at vital points. Although all these men were powerhouses, none dared to take a single sword strike head-on. Some powerhouses, unable to dodge in time, had no choice but to grit their teeth and resist. But all their efforts were futile and useless. In almost an instant, half the surrounding powerhouses were wiped out. Every one of them died from a single fatal blow. Ha, thrilling. Yijan laughed to the sky. Everyone quickly activate our king's great formation. Otherwise we will all be buried here today. The leading Outer Realm figure said with a grave expression. Activate the formation. Several powerhouses jointly took out a formation disc. Its surface was densely carved with crooked, twisted characters utterly impossible to decipher. The characters were somewhat similar to the words these people used in speech. But the vast killing intent radiating from them was real. A killing intent so intense, it made even Yijan frown. The aura of an Outer Realm king. You really do think highly of me. Yijan narrowed his eyes. There was no way to dodge. The great formation enveloped him directly. If King Baki wants you dead, then you will die. The leading man sneered at Yijan. If you were to die here today, do you think your father would go mad? The sole son of the human emperor will die here today. Take a good look at the scenery around you. You will never see it again. The leader laughed wildly. Activate the great formation, annihilate him. Outside the formation, several figures darted about rapidly, then all of them exerted their power together. Boom. A dull sound rumbled. Within the formation, a black long spear slowly condensed. The oppressive pressure radiating from it was simply too terrifying. Even through the recording stone, Qin Long felt his body go weak and suffocating. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda fared even worse. They collapsed on the spot, their eyes filled with terror. At this moment, Yijan strained to channel his entire cultivation base, confronting the spear directly. He charged straight at it. There was nowhere left to dodge. Since escape was impossible, he would gamble everything on a desperate struggle. Then the two collided, erupting in boundless, dazzling light. No one could keep their eyes open. When the radiance finally faded, everyone turned toward the great formation at the same moment. A spear was lodged in Yijan's chest, golden blood streaming down unceasingly. Bang! The next instant his body burst apart into pieces, flesh and blood splattering in all directions. Good. Now that the human emperor's son is dead, the human emperor will surely be thrown into disarray. We'll be taking our leave. The members of these immortal aristocratic families wiped away every trace of their presence and slipped away at once. Are you joking? If we don't run, now do we wait for the human emperor to descend in person? Once Yijan dies, the human emperor will sense it and tear through the void to come here. By then none of them would be able to get away. The only thing they could do now was meticulously erase their own traces so the human emperor would not discover the truth. Damned Kunqian clan. Damned immortal aristocratic families. You all deserve to die. Xiao Luyan roared with bloodshot eyes. So this was how the great prince had died. Such a bleak and miserable end. Ha, what? You want to kill me? Then come on. Kunqian laughed smugly. Finally his heart felt a little more at ease. After all, watching his opponent lose his composure and burn with rage was a kind of pleasure to him. Only Junlin remained aloof, lost in thought. Everything had happened too quickly just now. Only Junlin had seen clearly what occurred beneath that brilliant light. He possessed the great Tao reincarnation body. When he channeled it into his eyes, it could manifest all things and trace them back to their origin. He had seen it just now. His elder brother had long since vanished using the golden cicada sloughing art. The one who died was merely a puppet. It had been stained with Yijan's essence blood, allowing it to take on a face exactly like his. Junlin instantly sighed with relief. His elder brother Yijan was perfectly safe. Ha, second prince. Does it not feel terrible right now? Do you have the urge to kill me? Are you dying to get rid of me this very moment? But unfortunately you can't. Kunqian laughed, wagging his right index finger at Junlin. Is that so? I told you you're not leaving today. Junlin said indifferently, is that so? Then I'd like to see exactly how you plan to stop me. A void vessel appeared in Kunqian's hand, and he activated it preparing to leave. 10 directions, heaven suppressing steely seal, the 10 directions of heaven and earth. Junlin raised his hand, and instantly a golden heavenly steel appeared in the void. It did not emit powerful ripples, it only gave one an overwhelming sense of massiveness. It seemed to have existed since time immemorial. Though it looked small, one could clearly feel its profound weight. A mere small stone steel wants to stop me, Kunshan said contemptuously. Then he began to activate the void worship. But immediately after, Kunshan expression drastically changed. He found that he could not activate it at all. No matter how he drove it, the void worship remained motionless as a mountain. No matter how desperately he pushed, it stood stubbornly still. Damn it, move already. Kunshan could no longer remain calm. His entire body felt weak, and an emotion called fear began to grow in his heart. Especially the faint elusive smile at the corner of Junlin's mouth only made his panic spike. And when he saw Xia Liuyun's murderous man-eating expression, he was thrown into complete disarray. Don't kill him. Imprison his soul instead. The Kunshan clan must not die so comfortably, Junlin said softly as he looked at Xia Liyun. Since they dared to betray the human emperor and lay hands on the human emperor's own son, they had better be prepared to endure agony. Dying like this would be far too easy. Junlin would have his soul subjected to boundless torment. Only thus could he atone, and only thus could petty villains be deterred. Otherwise would anyone dare to betray on a whim. Betrayal demands a price, and that price is heavy. Yes, young lord. This subordinate will not fail the mission, Xia Liyun said, looking at Junlin. Just now, at that very moment, he had sensed upon Junlin an aura that could only be called imperial. He had once felt such an aura from the human emperor as well. Clearly Junlin had already begun to possess the awe-inspiring presence of an emperor. For some people, iron-fisted measures are necessary. There can be no mercy lest more and more follow their example. Don't come near me, Kunshan shouted at once as he watched Xia Liyun step toward him. When this commander was campaigning across the battlefield, you weren't even a tadpole. Do you really think you're such a big deal? The young lord has ordered that from this day forth your soul be imprisoned, never to enter reincarnation for all eternity. Day and night you will suffer the torment of your soul. This is only the beginning for your Kunshan clan. Get out. Xia Liyun grabbed with his palm, and instantly a translucent soul emerged from Kunshan's body. Kunshan let out a maddened roar, but it was all in vain. The remaining two immortal emperors were still sprawled limply on the ground, unable to move. The pressure emanating from just a recording stone was so immense that they could barely breathe. Whoosh! Xia Liyun casually slashed through the void, and a void prison instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. The void prison was pitch black, having never been touched by a single ray of light for ages. Within it a flame black to the extreme crackled and seared relentlessly. This was the black flame of hell, specially meant to scorch one's soul. Every person burned by it suffered unbearable agony, and within a few days their souls would scatter and perish. But Xia Liyun was not about to let him die so easily. Every time Kunshan was on the verge of death, he would immediately feed him a soul-nourishing pill. The moment he took the soul-nourishing pill, Kunshan instantly regained his vitality. Ding! The check-in system has issued a mission. Check-in location, the Divine Realm Auction House. Upon successful check-in, you can obtain 50,000 supreme physiques, such as the Primordial Sacred Body, the Innate Saint Body, Tao Fetus, the Chaos Body, the Hongmeng Supreme Body, the Double Pupils, and so on. Side mission: participate in the auction and win. Payment for the auction can only be made with items from the modern civilization, such as RMB, ice cream, spicy strips, and so on. If you participate in the auction and succeed, you will be rewarded with another 50,000 supreme physiques. At this moment, the voice of the check-in system sounded in Junlin's mind. A check-in system? Why have you changed? Why is there an additional mission? Junlin was somewhat confused. Shouldn't checking in directly grant a reward of 100,000? Why split it now? Because no check-in mission was issued before, which violated the original purpose of this system. Now it is returning to the right track. The system spoke smugly. Junlin then said, fine, you're the boss. Isn't it just an auction? No problem at all. Isn't it just using items from modern civilization for the auction? A piece of cake. The entire immortal domain, you two will manage it. You must not bully the young because of your seniority, nor oppress others with your power. That's all for now. Liyun and Qinglong, come with me into the divine realm, Junlin said without further ado. He had held this grand competition precisely for this Kunshan, and now that Kunshan had been captured alive, he had lost all interest in staying in the immortal domain. He wanted to charge straight ahead at full speed, reaching the world where his father resided. Together with his father and elder brother, he would fight and wipe out all the foreign enemies from beyond the realms. Yao Qi obeys the second prince's command. Nalan Longda obeys. The two mighty immortal emperors lowered their proud heads and said to Junlin, your subordinate obeys. Xia Liyun and Qinglong also said respectfully. Qinglong held no attachment to the immortal domain. At the thought of campaigning across the myriad heavens with his young master, his entire body trembled with excitement. He could clearly see the envy in the eyes of Yao Qi and Nalan Longda. That was the divine realm, a place these immortal emperors could only dream of going to. Let's go. Junlin stepped forward, treading the void and ascending into the heavens. Then, under everyone's incredulous gaze, he threw a punch. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound exploded. Junlin's fist blasted open a passage. Boundless laws of the divine realm poured down, forming a path of laws. Why were they incredulous? Because they had initially thought that Junlin only dared to act so brazenly because he was protected by a peerless powerhouse. They simply could not believe that this youth's fist contained such immense power. With a single punch, he shattered the barrier between the immortal domain and the divine realm. This youth was indeed worthy of being guarded by such a mighty figure. The might of his fist was terrifying beyond measure. Xiao Luyan and Qinglong followed Junlin into the great path of the divine realm and vanished from everyone's sight. These are the laws of the divine realm. They are indeed far more powerful than those of the immortal domain. Junlin spread his palms, sensing the laws of the divine realm as he spoke. Find out where the largest auction house is. Junlin turned to Xiao Luyan and said, Yes, young master. Xiao Luyan closed his eyes, and his divine sense surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Xiao Luyan was powerful, at least Junlin knew that much. But exactly how powerful he was remained unknown. Xiao Luyan himself could clearly sense the current state of the entire divine realm. Who dares to spy on this emperor? In a vast palace, a middle-aged man as majestic as a deity suddenly opened his eyes and said. He had clearly just felt an extremely powerful divine thought sweeping past. By the time he tried to seize it, that divine thought had already vanished without a trace. Such a powerful divine thought. What has happened? Could it be someone from above? The middle-aged man muttered to himself. At the same time, several powerful auras erupted in different places across the divine realm. Having all sensed such formidable divine, since they were all shaken with terror. Xiao Luyan had not probed covertly at all, he had done so openly and ostentatiously. Otherwise, with his cultivation, these people would never have been able to sense it. Young master, the largest auction house should be the Divine Emperor Auction House in Divine Emperor City, Xiao Luyan said, opening his eyes and looking at Junlin. What a name. Truly surprising. Junlin was speechless. It was obvious that it was opened by a divine emperor. All right, now notify all the most powerful beings in the divine realm to come and participate in the auction. Junlin thought for a moment. Since he was going to do it, he might as well do it in the biggest and best way. 3 days later at the Divine Emperor Auction House, you must come or die. At the same time, an aged voice exploded in the sea of consciousness of every divine emperor in the divine realm. These divine emperors were almost scared out of their wits. They also knew that this person was supremely powerful, at least having surpassed the strongest being in the divine realm. May I ask whether you would like to auction an item or participate in an auction? If you wish to participate in the auction, you will have to wait 3 years for our next one. If you wish to auction an item, we will take 20% of the final proceeds. As soon as Junlin and his 2 companions arrived at the Divine Emperor Auction House, a young attendant came out and addressed them. His attitude was courteous, not the least bit arrogant. I'm auctioning an item, Junlin said calmly. Very well, please come in. Our professional appraiser will surely give you a satisfactory price. The attendant smiled and led Junlin and his 2 companions into the Divine Emperor Auction House. I am Lu Kong, a gold medal appraiser of the Divine Emperor Auction House. May I ask what divine pills or miraculous medicines you wish to auction? Just as they entered the appraisal room, an old man walked in and asked the 3 of them. Set your own price for these items. Junlin casually found a seat and tossed the Lianshan Di Dao meat Di Jangium ice cream and other things onto the table. The old man was somewhat displeased. This youth was far too unrestrained. For Junlin had directly taken his seat. Still he said nothing. Soon his attention was captivated by the items Junlin had laid out. Their designs were so novel that in all his years he had never seen nor heard of anything like them. May I ask what these things are? Why are they so peculiar? The old man inquired curiously. They are merely snacks for leisure, things that can enhance one's cultivation. Junlin shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, though these were products of modern civilization, the system had provided them as heavenly treasures. How does one open this? The old man asked, sweating profusely. He had just been struggling to open the outer packaging. Yet no matter what he tried, he could not open it. He was inwardly astonished. Even the packaging of this thing called Leixiao was an absolute treasure. It was exceedingly tough. One must know that this old man was a heavenly god, yet he could not even tear open this plastic bag packaging. There's a notch here, see. Just give it a gentle rip. Junlin picked up a package of Leixiao and tore it open with ease. Instantly, the entire room was filled with the aroma of Leixiao. It was not the usual pungent, irritating smell, but a fragrance within the spiciness that kept stimulating one's senses. It made one desperately want to dig in and devour it heartily. Gulp. The old man swallowed hard, feeling as though his saliva was about to drip out. Young master, are you certain you wish to auction such a divine object? The old man asked. Unconsciously, his address had changed to a more reverent you. Of course, why else would I have come to auction? Junlin asked curiously. Would this old man be permitted to have a taste? Otherwise, it would be difficult to set a price. The old man asked. The aroma was extremely enticing, yet he still could not determine what price range this item should command. Naturally, he also wished to taste it. Otherwise, if the winning bidder encountered problems later, it would tarnish the establishment's reputation. Of course you may sample it. Junlin nodded with a smile. This taste is truly marvelous. It feels as if one might ascend to the heavens. Most importantly, my cultivation has increased so much from just a small bite. The old man was utterly astounded. He was genuinely shocked. An effect like this was truly priceless. He had just entered the heavenly god realm, yet after merely eating one strip of Latiao, his cultivation had surged to the peak of the heavenly god stage. And this was only a portion of the energy. He could clearly sense that the remaining energy lay dormant throughout his body. Whenever he wished, he could mobilize it at any time and break through the heavenly god realm to become a god king. How terrifying was that? He had no doubt that even a god emperor would experience significant effects from this priceless treasure. Young master, these are truly priceless treasures. Even this old man cannot assign them a price. But I believe the final transaction price will certainly satisfy you. The old man said fervently to Junlin. This would absolutely be the greatest auction of his lifetime. Handle it as you see fit. The auction can begin right now. No need to wait 3 years. What do you think? Junlin looked at the old man and said, Of course, everything shall follow the schedule set by you, young master. The old man quickly replied. This was an enormously important client. Hurry, send word immediately. Notify every great clan major power and even the god emperors. 3 days from now, our god emperor auction house shall host an unprecedented auction extravaganza. The old man hastily issued the orders and also sent messengers to inform the god emperors. Whether they came or not was their own affair, but afterward, even god emperors would be stricken with regret. But to his astonishment, before he could even send out the invitations, several god emperors arrived in rapid succession. Today is the most radiant day in the history of the god emperor auction house. Because today the god emperor auction house possesses a true priceless treasure. This old man has personally tested its effects. Ladies and gentlemen, please behold. The old man smiled at the tens of millions of people below the stage. Boom. An immensely powerful aura erupted directly from the old man's body. God King. How is that possible so quickly? Someone below exclaimed in disbelief. They all knew that by Shanghai the auction host had a cultivation base at the early heavenly god stage. Even reaching the late heavenly god stage would normally require at least 1,000,000 years. There was absolutely no way he could have achieved such a level in just a few short years. By Shanghai, how did you do it? Is this the item being auctioned today? Someone in the crowd asked. Meanwhile, Junlin and his 2 companions were in the supreme VIP box upstairs, casually eating melon seeds. They chatted and laughed while watching the scene below. That's right. The priceless treasures today are these. Please take a look. The first is called Latiao. Its taste is truly unlike anything this old man has ever encountered in his life. There is no second equal. The second item is what is known as melon seeds. The kernel within possesses remarkable power and can nourish the soul. The third item is a treasure known as ice cream. It is cold and refreshing upon entering the mouth, leaving an endless aftertaste. It is especially suitable for cultivators of fire attribute arts, for it clears the mind and calms the heart with tremendous efficacy. The most important function of these priceless treasures is to elevate one's cultivation, and they are completely free of side effects. This old man only ate a tiny bit of this Latiao, and his cultivation directly soared to the God King realm. That should be enough to demonstrate its immense power. Moreover, it is not only beneficial for those at my level. Its effects are endlessly profound, even for a god emperor. After speaking, Bai Changhai smiled and looked at the crowd below, for he knew that once he said it, people would believe him. The crowd below erupted into complete frenzy. What? A treasure that even a god emperor would find immensely useful. What kind of divine object was this? They had never even heard of anything like it before. After all, everyone knew Bai Changhai's original cultivation level. Moreover, as the largest auction house, their reputation was beyond question. What do you all think? In the box beside Yi Junlin's, a dignified man asked. Around his body swirled countless threads of natural law. Though his aura was suppressed, one could still sense the world-destroying energy within him. Logically speaking, since all of us are gathered here, they wouldn't dare deceive us, even with 10 times their courage. Yes, the 7 of them were the 7 supreme rulers of the entire divine realm. He was the true divine emperor, the genuine sovereign of this heaven and earth. But have you ever wondered, who exactly sent us a divine summons to gather us here? And could that person's cultivation level be far too terrifying? A divine emperor frowned and spoke. They were all the strongest beings in the divine realm, yet today all of them had assembled here because of a single person's word. This left a bitter taste in their mouths. For they were the mightiest figures in the divine realm, and it had been countless years since they last felt such a sense of powerlessness. They were masters of great powers, accustomed only to others bowing before them in submission. But today they were afraid. This thing called fear, it had truly not appeared in countless millennia. That person's cultivation is absolutely supreme and unrivaled. Perhaps he comes from above. One of the divine emperors pointed toward the heavens with his finger. If he truly does come from above, then what business does he have in our divine realm? A divine spirit frowned and asked. What lay above they did not know. Only that the ancient annals of past generations offered them some scant hints. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. Savor it carefully. Bai Changhai took out the bag of spicy strips he had opened not long ago and undid the divine power seal at its opening. Because Yi Junlin had told him that once opened it must not be exposed to air for too long, it had to be sealed tightly. Otherwise the spicy strips inside would lose their flavor and their effects would sharply diminish. What is this aroma? Why do I feel like I want to swallow my own tongue? Someone sniffed lightly and felt his saliva constantly secreting in his mouth. He nearly drooled on the spot. Could this really be the smell of those spicy strips? Someone stared intently at the spicy strips in Bai Changhai's hand and asked, You have guessed correctly. What you smell is indeed the aroma emanating from these spicy strips in my hand. Today's auction can truly be called an auction of the tongue. Whether it is to satisfy one's cravings or to enhance cultivation, this item is truly beyond anything these old eyes have ever seen. These three different treasures differ vastly in flavor, but each one leaves a lasting impression. Take this spicy strip with its rich, numbing spiciness, for example. Its taste is fiery and addictive, endlessly flavorful, fragrant from lips and teeth, delightful in color and form enough to make one's mouth water. As for the true taste itself, you will have to savor it personally. Honored guests, the auction now begins. There is no reserve price, but each bid must be no less than the value of a divine king weapon. Bai Changhai stood on the stage and spoke with a smile. Hiss! The entire auction house trembled. The sound of many people drawing in cold breaths filled the air. Every bid must be no less than the price of a divine king weapon. This was utterly terrifying. The general currency of the entire divine realm was divine crystals. Divine crystals were divided into low-grade divine crystals, medium-grade divine crystals, high-grade divine crystals, and supreme-grade divine crystals. 10,000 low-grade crystals were equivalent to one medium-grade crystal, and so on. Meanwhile, a single divine king weapon was worth at least around 1 million high-grade divine crystals. It could be said that this price excluded 95% of everyone present. The spicy strips, the Shadow Pavilion wants them. I bid 500 supreme-grade divine crystals. A man dressed in a black robe seated in the very front row stood up and said. At the same time his icy gaze swept across the surroundings, his threatening intent unmistakable. To make an opening bid of 500 supreme-grade divine crystals. That is 5 million high-grade divine crystals. The Shadow Pavilion. It is actually the Shadow Pavilion, the most formidable assassin dynasty in the divine realm. Although he is not the pavilion master of the Shadow Pavilion, he is still a divine emperor-level powerhouse. If no divine emperor steps forward, who dares contend with him? Many people below the stage muttered in fear. The main reason was that the Shadow Pavilion's reputation was simply too overwhelming. Their assassinations had never once failed. Their members were all first-rate experts, masters of the assassination arts. To cross them would be to invite sleepless nights. 600 high-grade divine crystals. Not far from the black-robed man, a stalwart middle-aged man stood up and shouted. Someone from the Wu dynasty. How about letting the Shadow Pavilion have these spicy strips? There are still melon seeds and ice cream later. The Shadow Pavilion will be grateful. The black-robed man looked at the middle-aged man and said, Others may fear your Shadow Pavilion, but that does not mean the Wu dynasty fears you too. If you can afford it, keep bidding. If you cannot, shut up. The middle-aged man sneered coldly. They say the crown prince of the Wu dynasty has a fiery temper and is extremely arrogant. Seeing him today confirms it. Of course, the Wu dynasty also has a divine emperor seated at its helm. Besides, it is said that this crown prince's cultivation has already reached the divine emperor realm. Someone whispered in discussion. No wonder he dares to challenge the Shadow Pavilion. Fine, very well. I bid 700 supreme-grade divine crystals. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with boundless cold light, and his face had darkened to the point of dripping water. You two allow me to join the fun as well. I bid 1,000 supreme-grade divine crystals. Another refined middle-aged man in the front row stood up with a gentle smile. Even Qing Shang Gongzi of the Listening Rain Pavilion has come. Indeed, today was nothing but a contest between the great powers. None of this had anything to do with us, someone muttered dejectedly. Other major powers could casually take out top-grade divine crystals, while these people could barely scrape together a single mid-grade one. Even so, it did not stop them from enjoying the spectacle. Qingshang, aren't there plenty of items later? Why must you join the fight for the spicy strips? The God Emperor of the Anin Pavilion asked with displeasure. There is no particular reason. I observe that this item radiates a scorching aura which should prove wonderfully effective against an ice-cold constitution. My younger sister has been tormented by the 9 nether cold ice constitution all these years. As her elder brother, I cannot bear to watch. I did not come here today with any real hope. Yet this has turned out to be a surprise for me. Young Master Qingshang said with a beaming smile. He looked as refreshing as a gentle breeze, a sight that delighted the heart. Speaking of Qingshang's younger sister, heaven truly begrudges a peerless beauty. As the most beautiful woman on the Shinji continent, she has suffered the torment of the Nine Nether physique since childhood. Alas, although the Nine Nether physique grants tremendous speed and cultivation, if the cold energy within cannot be suppressed, she will eventually turn into an ice sculpture bereft of all vitality. If Qingwu young Master Qingshang's sister had not been born into a great power like the Tingyu Pavilion, she would likely have died long ago. Even a mighty force such as the Tingyu Pavilion has spent years scouring the world for heavenly treasures of supreme yang and unyielding hardness. And yet in the end it has always been nearly impossible to suppress. Had she been born into any other power, she would have died long ago. Qingshang's words stirred an enormous response among the spectators below. Since brother Qingshang has come for the sake of younger sister Qingwu's illness, the Wu dynasty withdraws from the bidding for these spicy strips. The crown prince of the Wu dynasty said to Qingshang. Qingshang thanks the crown prince of Wu for yielding them. Qingshang was always refined and courteous. Even his words of gratitude were pleasing to the heart and spirit. Young Master Qingshang, these spicy strips are very important to me as well. I bid 1,500 top-grade spirit crystals. The God Emperor of the Anin Pavilion refused to give up. He had no choice, for he also needed these spicy strips of supreme yang and adamantine hardness to offer to the Anin God Sovereign. No matter. Let each of us compete on our own merits. Qingshang said with a smile. I bid 5,000 top-grade divine crystals. He announced it directly without the slightest trace of reluctance. Hiss. F5,000 top-grade divine crystals. Young Master Qingshang is truly generous. He cherishes his younger sister beyond words. I would take a dozen brothers like him. A woman said, stars filling her eyes as she looked at Qingshang in admiration. Even the God Emperor of the Anin Pavilion's expression changed. Qingshang was prepared to spend his entire fortune to claim those spicy strips. Qingshang's face showed no sign of reluctance, only unwavering resolve. He had always doted on his younger sister. For her sake, what did it matter if he exhausted his entire fortune? I bid 7,000 top-grade divine crystals. The God Emperor of the Anin Pavilion said through gritted teeth. This was his limit, for he was merely a God Emperor within the Anin Pavilion. When it came to status, he certainly could not compare with Qingshang standing in the Tingyu Pavilion. The most top-grade divine crystals he could command was 7,000 at best. I bid 10,000 top-grade divine crystals. Qingshang did not hesitate. The moment the God Emperor of the Anin Pavilion spoke, he threw out his own price. Curse it! The God Emperor of the Anin Pavilion hissed, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. He had not expected the first auction item to reach such a staggering height. Presumably the ice cream and melon seeds later would not be much cheaper either. After all, they had driven the price of the first lot far too high. The God Emperor of the Anin Pavilion no longer felt confident. Qingshang, since you want them so badly, I will not stand in the way of what you love. Although the Anin God Emperor was deeply displeased, he still had to maintain appearances. I do not need you to yield, thank you. If you truly have the means, you are welcome to compete with me. Do go ahead and raise the bid. Qingshang was peaceful by nature, but even a clay figure has a spark of anger. He had refused to yield just moments ago, and now, because he could not afford it, he chose to yield. He wanted to have his cake and eat it too. Qingshang, you. The Anin God Emperor's face twisted violently. For Qingshang to say such a thing at this moment was nothing less than a barefaced slap in his face. Now everyone understood that it was not because he was being gracious to Qingshang, but because he could no longer afford the price. Fine. You are very good. The God Emperor of the Anin Pavilion sneered. What a disgraceful wretch. In the private room upstairs, the God Sovereign of the Anin Pavilion stared coldly at the God Emperor of the Anin Pavilion. This time the Anin Pavilion had thoroughly lost face. Very well, is there anyone else who wishes to raise the bid? If not, the spicy strips will go to young Master Qingshang. Bai Changhai said with a broad smile. The price the spicy strips had brought today was far beyond anything he had expected. Very well, no one is bidding. Young Master Qingshang, these spicy strips belong to you. Bai Changhai handed an entire pack of spicy strips to Qingshang. By the way, everyone, there is also half a pack of spicy strips here. This is the pack this old man used for testing earlier. More than half of it still remains. Its effects are the same. I wonder if anyone cares to bid. Bai Changhai placed the open pack of spicy strips on the table and asked. I will take the half pack. I bid 1,000 top-grade divine crystals. The God Emperor of the Anin Pavilion immediately stepped forward and declared. I bid 5,000 supreme-grade divine crystals. Qingshang said directly. Qingshang, are you deliberately trying to make trouble for my Inying Pavilion? Are you trying to wage war against my Inying Pavilion? The Inying Pavilion's divine emperor was furious, stamping with rage. If you don't have spirit crystals, don't make a spectacle of yourself here. If you can't afford to bid, don't attend such a high-class auction. Besides, my Tingyu Pavilion is unafraid. If you want war, then war it is. Qingshang said directly. Very well, Qingshang, you're quite something. I bid 7,000 supreme-grade divine crystals. Qingshang, if you bid again, I'll let you have it. The Inying Pavilion's divine emperor said coldly. Let me have it. I'm not interested. I have plenty here, and these spicy strips are more than enough. I'll let you have it. Qingshang sat back down and said with a smile. Good, good. What a Qingshang, what a Tingyu Pavilion. The Inying Pavilion's divine emperor gnashed his teeth in fury. By now how could he fail to see that Qingshang had deliberately been driving up the price? His goal was simply to make him suffer a loss. What should have been secured for 1 or 2,000 had instead drained all 7,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals on him. The items that followed now had nothing to do with him. The people around cast strange glances at the Inying Pavilion's divine emperor. They were holding back with great effort, truly on the verge of bursting into loud laughter. After this, the Inying Pavilion's divine emperor was thoroughly disgraced. Not only because Qingshang had played him for a fool, but even more because Qingshang had made him spend a fortune on a defective item. Indeed, auctions and the like are truly amusing, Yi Junlin said with a smile, watching every move below from his private booth. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes turned in unison toward the booth where Yi Junlin sat. Of course they could not see inside, but Yi Junlin and his 2 companions could see everything outside. It turned out that Yi Junlin had not set up a sound isolation array when he spoke. His words resounded through the entire auction hall. At that, the onlookers below could no longer hold back. Someone had already burst out laughing. May I ask which senior is in the booth above? The Inying Pavilion's divine emperor looked intently at the second-floor booth and asked. He knew that anyone who could sit in a private booth was no simple figure. They had come in such haste that by the time they arrived, all the booths were already taken. Otherwise, a divine emperor powerhouse would definitely have qualified for a private booth. Do I look that old? Yi Junlin said with a smile. Then with a wave of his hand, all the windows in the booth instantly turned to dust. Yi Junlin and his 2 companions were now completely exposed to everyone's sight. These people looked so unfamiliar. I wonder which major power they belong to. Someone asked in confusion. At this moment, the Inying Pavilion's divine emperor's mind was racing furiously. He was wondering which divine sovereign level force this young prodigy belonged to. But he could not think of an answer. No need to think about it. The 3 of us are all wandering cultivators. We have no faction and no clan in the divine realm. Yi Junlin shrugged and said. Yi Junlin was telling the truth. In the divine realm, they truly had no faction or clan. But in an even higher realm, they did hold power. His father's Renhuang Hall was the foremost power under heaven. Of course, no one could grasp the meaning behind Yi Junlin's words. Good, very good. Even mere cats and dogs dare to jump out and mock this divine emperor. After confirming this, the Inying Pavilion's divine emperor said in a fury. Then his killing intent poured out madly like a surging tide. Inying divine emperor, please be mindful. This is the divine sovereign auction house, not your Inying Pavilion. Anyone who dares to make a move here will not walk out alive. Bai Changhai barked at once. What nonsense. This young man was a major client of their auction house, so naturally, he had to step forward and protect him. Although Bai Changhai was only a divine king, he still held a rather prominent position in the auction house. The Inying Pavilion's divine emperor continued to stare coldly at Yi Junlin. The killing intent in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. But he did not dare to act, for a divine sovereign was presiding here. The onlookers no longer dared to make even the slightest sound of laughter. Only then did they realize that this was a divine emperor, and one skilled in assassination at that. Absolutely not someone they could afford to provoke. It's fine. If he wants to make a move, let him. At this moment, Yi Junlin looked at Bai Changhai with an amused smile and said, Young master, this. Bai Changhai was taken aback. He did not believe that Yi Junlin and his 2 companions, all 3 wandering cultivators, could be a match for a divine emperor. But since Yi Junlin had said so, he was put in a difficult position. Boy, you certainly have nerve. The Inying Pavilion's divine emperor was briefly stunned, then revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Friend, if needed, Qingshang can hold him off for you. At this, Qingshang rose to his feet, as if about to make a move. No need. A mere divine emperor, could he overturn the heavens? Yi Junlin waved his hand, and said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Who had given this young man the courage to speak to a divine emperor in such a way? Was it Liang Jingru? They didn't believe it, though they had no idea who Liang Jingru was. Today this divine emperor will teach you a lesson. The Inying Pavilion's divine emperor said directly, then vanished from sight. Yes, he had vanished into thin air. Even Qingshang himself, a god emperor, furrowed his brows slightly. Dealing with a god emperor was already troublesome, but dealing with one who excelled at assassination was even more so. But Qingshang was ready to act at any moment. Whatever the reason, he had to save this youth. Earlier, everyone had thought that the youth bore an extraordinary bearing and might come from a formidable background. But now all their assumptions about the youth were overturned. He could not read the situation, indulged himself wantonly, and behaved with such arrogance before a god emperor. At first glance, he seemed to be some spoiled young master from a family that had no idea of its place. He had not even heard of the illustrious Shadow Pavilion, yet still dared to provoke it. The Shadow God Emperor concealed his form in the void, and continuously shifted his position. As an assassin, he naturally had to strike with a single fatal blow. But in the next instant his expression changed drastically. Because no matter where he moved, Xiao Liuyun's gaze remained fixed on him. He did not know whether it was an illusion or something else. Xiao Liuyun's gaze had never left him. After all, he had not revealed his form at all. Even god emperors of the same rank found it hard to perceive his concealment art. The other party could see through him with such ease. This person was at the very least at the peak of the God Emperor realm, or perhaps at the God Sovereign realm. No, impossible. How could a God Sovereign be the servant of a youth? The Shadow God Emperor roared madly in his heart. But he no longer dared to make a move because he no longer had the conviction of a sure kill. What are you running back and forth for? If you're not tired from running, this old man is tired just watching. Get out here, Xia Luyun said with a face full of impatience. Then his palm rapidly expanded, sealing off the entire space in an instant. Then to everyone's horror, a giant palm slowly closed. In disbelief, they saw that within this palm the Shadow God Emperor was tightly clutched in Xia Liyun's grasp. He could not move at all. Who was this? This was a God Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion, a being whose cultivation was second only to God Sovereigns. Yet now he was effortlessly taken down by a servant beside a youth. What exactly was this youth's background? Even the attendants around him were supreme powerhouses at the God Sovereign realm. This aura. This is the aura of the person who sent us the message. Exactly, there is no mistake. In the private booth next to Yi Junlin's, several God Sovereigns exclaimed with drastically changed expressions. Damn it! What kind of existence has this trash brought upon our Shadow Pavilion? Yu, the Shadow Pavilion's God Sovereign, said through gritted teeth, his face pale. Then he directly tore apart the private booth wrapped in divine power. The figures of 7 God Sovereigns suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. These are 7 God Sovereigns, each one a giant, from a top-tier force. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. They had never expected that 7 God Sovereign powerhouses could be gathered in one private booth. Pavilion Master, save me. The Shadow Pavilion's God Emperor squeezed in Xia Liyun's hand, suddenly cried out frantically toward Yu, as if he had seen his savior. You useless troublemaking wretch. How dare you offend anyone you please? Yu said, staring coldly at the Shadow Pavilion's God Emperor. Young master, Yu greeted Yi Junlin courteously, but before he could finish, Yi Junlin waved his hand and cut him off. Do you want to save him? Yi Junlin pointed at the Shadow Pavilion's God Emperor and asked. Young master misunderstands. He offended you all, so he should die to atone. Yu said without the slightest hesitation. Since you are not pleading for him, then step down. Yi Junlin waved his hand and said. Crack. Meanwhile, he himself sat there with an air of composure, cracking melon seeds. Those are the melon seeds from the auction. What a sin. What a heavenly treasure. How can they simply eat it like that? It is said the kernels inside the melon seeds have powerful effects. But the shells are still treasures that can be used as medicine. If these shells were refined together with various divine herbs into pills, their efficacy would not be much inferior to the kernels inside. Someone clutched their heart and said. Seeing the pile of melon seed shells before those 3, they spoke with grief-stricken hearts. It was such a waste of treasures that their heart could barely endure it. The melon seeds at the auction had come in only one small pouch, yet the 3 of them had cracked several times that amount. Moreover, every time they saw Yi Junlin casually throw away the shells, their hearts would twitch fiercely. What a squanderer. It truly made one want to cry. Kill him, Yi Junlin said without even looking at the Shadow God Emperor. No, Pavilion Master, save me. The Shadow God Emperor roared madly. But the Pavilion Master of the Shadow Pavilion did not pay him any heed at all. Yes, young master. Xia Liyun tightened his hand around the Shadow God Emperor. Squelch. The God Emperor was instantly crushed into a pile of tribulation ashes. Yi Junlin and his 2 companions continued leisurely cracking melon seeds and watching the fierce bidding at the auction. What a comfort. But a large portion of the people below were not putting their minds on the auction. Instead, their eyes gleamed greedily as they stared at the melon seed shells on the table of Yi Junlin and his companions. Only then did they realize that this young man was the one who had provided these auction items. No wonder even a divine sovereign had to respectfully address such a person as senior. Even a divine sovereign would have to remain extremely courteous, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Brother Qingshang, if you are interested, why not come up and join us? Yi Junlin said to young Master Qingshang. Qingshang was at the very least someone who wanted to help him. Most importantly, he had heard that Qingshang's younger sister actually possessed the 9 Nether Cold Ice Constitution. He might be able to help Qingshang's younger sister eliminate the harm of the 9 Nether Cold Ice Constitution. In that case, Qingshang will gladly accept. Qingshang clasped his hands in salute to Yi Junlin, then walked toward Yi Junlin's private booth. Alright everyone, the auction will continue. This second item is the treasure known as snow cake. This thing is extremely delicate. As long as the temperature rises even a little, it will melt directly. And after it melts, its taste will be far inferior to how it is now. Therefore, this auction house has specially used Ian's old cold ice to seal it within. Now everyone may begin bidding. Bai Changhai said with a beaming smile. I bid 10,000 supreme-grade divine crystals. The moment Bai Changhai's voice fell, a divine sovereign in an upstairs private booth immediately called out. Hiss! Everyone drew in a cold breath. Wasn't this divine sovereign far too rich and bold? His first bid had already matched the highest price Qingshang had offered. I bid 20,000 supreme-grade divine crystals. The divine sovereign of the Shadow Pavilion shouted, unwilling to be outdone. 50,000 supreme-grade divine crystals. The 7 mighty divine sovereigns kept raising the price, all fighting to win. Once a divine sovereign spoke, the people below naturally dared not bid any further. Not to mention that a divine sovereign's supreme status meant no one dared to contend with them. Even their sheer wealth alone was beyond comparison. They did not necessarily need to obtain this item. Rather, they wanted to leave a deep impression on Junlin. 1 million. The entire auction house suddenly fell silent. A smiling divine sovereign stood up and shouted, "This is Divine Sovereign Xian of the Wangguan Bank, the largest bank in the entire divine realm." The other divine sovereigns all wore grim expressions. 1 million supreme grade divine crystals was nearly their entire fortune. But there was nothing they could do. If one were to ask who in the divine realm was the richest, it was this Fatty Qian before them. Fatty Qian's most famous saying was, "There is nothing in this world that money cannot settle. If there is, then the money must not have been paid enough." Amid the grim expressions of the other divine sovereigns, Fatty Qian chuckled and put away the snow cake. The third item is melon seeds. As some have said, not only are the melon seed kernels treasures, but the outer shells after years of being soaked and infused have long since become treasures as well. Now let the bidding begin. Bai Changhai said with a smile. 1,100,000 supreme grade divine crystals. The shadow divine sovereign stood up abruptly and bellowed. That was his entire fortune. If anyone raised the bid, he would have no choice but to withdraw. Fortunately, no one raised the bid this time. This allowed the shadow divine sovereign to heave a sigh of relief. He had only wanted to leave a good impression in front of Junlin. But it seemed that Junlin had not paid any attention to him from beginning to end. Junlin and the other 3 were chatting and laughing merrily. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Boom. Suddenly, an extremely massive pressure burst out from Junlin's private booth. Several divine sovereigns immediately took action. Of course, they were not attacking, they were suppressing the pressure. Because Qin Shang had broken through. Yes, after eating a few melon seeds, Qin Shang's cultivation had directly broken through to the divine sovereign realm. This was the effect of the immense divine power contained within the melon seeds. Several divine sovereigns, including everyone present, were all completely stunned. They had known the medicinal effect was powerful, but was it really this powerful? It had directly pushed a divine emperor to the divine sovereign realm. One must understand that Bai Changhai had been able to advance to divine king only because Bai Changhai was merely at the heavenly god realm. The heavenly god realm and the divine emperor realm were completely different concepts. Breaking through was 1,000, even 10,000 times harder than at the heavenly god realm. Yet under everyone's gaze, Qin Shang broke through. At that moment, the other divine sovereigns who had not managed to win the item in the auction finally came to their senses. What a treasure they had missed. Perhaps it could push them into an entirely new realm, and when that happened, the balance of power in the divine realm would inevitably be broken. Among them, the shadow divine sovereign secretly rejoiced, for he had wanted to leave a good impression on Junlin. He had not expected that in the end it would turn out to be a pleasant surprise for himself. Seeing the strange gleam flashing in the eyes of the surrounding divine sovereigns, the shadow divine sovereign's expression changed. Were these people planning to join forces to seize it? Everyone, I will take my leave now. Let us meet again when there is time. Senior, this junior will take his leave first. If you have time, be sure to visit my shadow pavilion. This junior will surely fulfill the duties of a host. The shadow divine sovereign said in an indistinct voice, for he had swallowed all the melon seeds he had won in one go, leaving not even the shells. Then he turned and left. Whoosh! At once the gazes of all the divine sovereigns converged on Fatty Qian. Don't look at me. See, I ate mine long ago. Fatty Qian said as he licked the tiny traces of snow cake still remaining on his hand. The other god emperors secretly seethed with regret, for they had missed a colossal heaven-sent opportunity. But now it was too late. The shadow god emperor and Fatty Qian had already downed the whole thing in one go. Qin Shang still had some on hand, but since Qin Shang was right beside Junlin, they dared not strike. But the divine emperor of the shadow pavilion still had half a pack left. But the shadow pavilion's divine emperor had already turned to ashes, and that half pack of spicy strips was gone with him. The auction continued, yet it failed to rekindle everyone's enthusiasm. Nevertheless, it remained extraordinarily lively. Midway through, Junlin also took part and won an item. He naturally had no regard for it, but doing so fulfilled the system's quest. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the auction quest. Reward 100,000 special physiques. Please prepare, host. The fusion is about to begin. The instant the auction concluded, the system's chime echoed in Junlin's mind. Guard me. Junlin barely had time to say that one sentence before he sank completely into a cultivation state. Xia Liyun's eyes flashed with cold light as he rose to his feet and stood guard beside Junlin like a steadfast guardian. His aura exploded outward in full. Every person present trembled in fear. Even though Xia Liyun's aura was not directed at them, they could not straighten their backs. Having sensed only a faint trace, they still felt suffocated. Not only them, even the god emperors could barely remain standing and were forced to prostrate themselves. The young lord had spoken, so Xia Liyun naturally dared not be the least bit careless. He was now on full alert, watching not only the inhabitants of the god realm, but also closely monitoring what lay above it. Having reached the God realm meant they were drawing nearer and nearer to the world where the human emperor dwelled. The great enemies of the human emperor Hall were watching and searching at every moment. Seal. Xiao Luyun waved his hand and sealed the entire auction house directly. Boom. Yi Junlin felt his body transform 100,000 times in an instant, each transformation a completely unique experience. These were peerless physiques unseen for eons. Each one could be called a supreme physique. If even one of them appeared in the world, the ancient orthodox lineages would fight to possess it. For these physiques represented invincibility. They represented natural-born supremacy. As long as their bearer did not die young, he would inevitably dominate the world and become an ultimate powerhouse. It could be said that in an instant Yi Junlin underwent 100,000 bodily transformations. To outsiders, Yi Junlin's body turned gold one moment and crimson the next. At the same time, they could feel as though one ancient great fiend after another had been sealed inside him. His aura rose endlessly with no sign of stopping. All were horrified. This youth had only been at the heaven god realm, yet now they could no longer see through him. But these god emperors clearly sensed that in that short span of time the youth's body had transformed fully 100,000 times. Every transformation caused his aura to surge explosively. Yi Clan Dao body devour. Yi Junlin roared in his heart. That's right. Relying on the special physique unique to the Yi clan, he forcibly merged and devoured all 100,000 physiques. Coupled with the great Dao reincarnation body he had obtained before, Yi Junlin's own Dao body had now devoured 100,001 supreme physiques. His Yi Clan Dao body could be called utterly unprecedented and unrivaled. Even his father and elder brother could not compare. What was more, he was the first person to use his own physique to devour other physiques. Crack. Xiao Liuyun's expression changed drastically. The seal he had placed was actually cracking and about to break. The young lord's cultivation. Xiao Luyun was truly stunned. In a single instant, the young lord had surpassed him directly from the heaven god realm. Even if he had not surpassed him, he was already almost at his level. Damn it, seal. Xiao Liuyun's face shifted dramatically as his hands flew through hand seals like mad. Seal after seal shot from Xiao Liyun's hands and merged into the grand sealing formation, restoring the part that had just broken. Unknown space. It has appeared again. That same aura once more. In just a few short days has it already reached this level. Too late. Everything is too late. He is already fully grown. A jade-faced scholar, hands clasped behind his back, kept shaking his head and sighing. In that instantaneous moment, he had sensed the unique aura of the Yi clan. This aura was unmistakable. This feeling of power. It truly is wonderful. Yi Junlin slowly opened his eyes, and an immense force erupted from him. It was because his realm had risen too quickly for him to control in such a short time. Fortunately, Xiao Liyun's grand formation was protecting him, otherwise that single instant alone would have shattered the entire god realm. After Yi Junlin adapted to his cultivation, he completely restrained his aura. Brother Yi, no Senior Yi. Was that the nine nether ice body a moment ago? Qing Shang asked with some restraint. Because it concerned his younger sister, he had no choice but to steel himself and ask. Forget all this senior talk, just call me Brother Yi. As for your younger sister's nine nether ice supreme body, I believe I have a way to resolve it. Correct. The nine nether frost supreme constitution is one of the supreme constitutions. It is also one of the 10,000 supreme constitutions Yi Junlin acquired. If it were simply the nine nether frost supreme constitution without suppression, it would be very difficult for one to grow. Though the nine nether frost supreme constitution is extremely powerful, its side effects are equally apparent. The higher one's cultivation, the more intensely one feels the agonizing cold, which can freeze even the soul stiff. In this situation, either one must birth another supreme constitution of extreme yang within one's body. The two would counterbalance each other, thus eliminating all side effects. Alternatively, one can merge with a person who possesses an extreme yang supreme constitution, fusing into one, which also alleviates the side effects. However, this is not a one-time solution. They must merge again after intervals. This too would lessen the pain wrought by the nine nether frost supreme constitution. Yi, brother Yi, are you telling the truth? Can my sister's constitution truly dispel the negative effects? Qing Shang said excitedly. How old was his younger sister now? She was merely in the bloom of youth, just over 20. Yet over the past decade or so, his sister had grown increasingly tormented. Needless to say, the heavenly treasures and rare herbs consumed over those years were too numerous to count. Any ordinary force would have been bankrupted long ago. I cannot guarantee that. I can only say there is a chance. Yi Junlin truly could not guarantee it, because transplanting an extreme yang supreme constitution was extremely troublesome. Moreover, whether the recipient could endure, it was still uncertain. Although there was another method, Yi Junlin would not resort to it unless absolutely necessary. Excellent, truly excellent. There is no time to lose. Brother Yi, would you be willing to come with me to the Tingyu Pavilion now? Qing Shang said excitedly. As long as there was a chance, he would not let it slip. Qing Wu was the little princess of the entire Tingyu Pavilion, cherished by her elders since childhood. No one was willing to see Qing Wu suffer. Even if she lacked a supreme constitution, they would have been content, for the Tingyu Pavilion was powerful enough to protect her and ensure her safe growth. In that case, let us head to the Tingyu Pavilion now. Yi Junlin stood up and said. Qing Shang was not a bad person, at least when facing the divine emperor of the Inying Pavilion. He had stepped forward to aid Yi Junlin despite being total strangers. Yi Junlin felt that he was a decent man worth befriending. However, their respective cultivation realms meant they were not on the same level. Thus, helping his sister break free from the torment of her supreme constitution could be seen as fulfilling one of Qing Shang's deepest concerns. The Tingyu Pavilion indeed lived up to its reputation as one of the most powerful forces in the divine realm. Exquisite jade towers and resplendent halls could be seen everywhere. At the innermost depths of the Tingyu Pavilion, the scenery was unlike any other part. The ground was covered with flowers and plants, and wherever one looked there were stretches of blooming seas. A young maiden was holding a water ladle watering these flowers and plants. A sweet smile perpetually adorned the maiden's face, enough to soften anyone's heart. Her stunningly beautiful countenance was now covered with beads of sweat. It was hard to imagine that a maiden with such high cultivation could sweat. Don't be surprised, Brother Yi. Because cultivation only causes my sister excruciating pain, the clan elders have sealed her cultivation. But the Nine Netherfrost Supreme Constitution is simply too powerful. The elders can now suppress it for shorter and shorter periods. Now they must seal it once every 10 days. Even with the seal, my sister's cultivation continues to grow, and she has already reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. Qing Shang said with deep distress. Yi Junlin understood this constitution well, for he had just fused with one. This constitution's cultivation speed was extremely fast, ranking among the top 3 of all constitutions. But it had a fatal weakness. Those who possessed this constitution never lived long. It was like a forbidden constitution. It was cursed by heaven. Throughout history, no one with this constitution had survived past 30. It was utterly incurable. Brother, when did you arrive? At that moment the maiden seemed to sense something and looked up, asking curiously. In an instant, it was as if 10,000 flowers burst into bloom, causing heaven and earth to pale. The maiden's sweet smile and fragile appearance made one's heart ache. Little Wu, this is a friend your brother just made. Perhaps he can cure your chill ailment. Qing Shang pointed at Yi Junlin and said. Hello, big brother. Brother, it's useless. Xiao Wu knows her own body best. I've been a burden to the clan, but now it's fine. Xiao Wu lives happily every day. Xiao Wu said with a forced smile, pretending to be strong. That's not necessarily true. What if I really can cure you? Yi Junlin shrugged and said casually. But as far as I know, in history no one with this constitution has ever lived past 30. How would you cure me? Xiao Wu looked at Yi Junlin curiously and asked. Over the years she had remained in the Tingyu Pavilion, never once going out. Because of her constitution, her clansmen were deeply concerned. This was also the first time Qing Wu had ever seen someone from outside the Tingyu Pavilion. That's because they never met me before. But now that they have crossed paths with me, they will naturally live forever. Yi Junlin said. Brother Yi, if this time you can cure my sister's chill ailment, I am willing to give you the Tingyu Pavilion's quota for the trial of the ancient mythical continent. Qing Shang said solemnly. What is this trial quota for the ancient mythic continent? Yi Junlin asked curiously. Even Xia Luyun and the others looked at Qing Shang with great curiosity. They had naturally stayed in the god realm while growing up alongside the human emperor Yi Jitian. But they had only remained there for a few decades and had merely heard a little about this so-called ancient mythic continent of the god realm. They did not know the details, however. Nor would they have stayed in the god realm for 100,000 years for the sake of this mythic continent. The ancient mythic continent, as its name suggests, is filled with the aura of myth. But the real ancient mythic continent has long since perished, or perhaps exists in a special kind of space. It opens only once every 100,000 years, and every time anyone who enters and can come out alive is bound to become a supreme powerhouse. These so-called god emperors are actually beings who have never entered the ancient mythic continent. As for those who did enter, once they came out, their talents skyrocketed, and so did their cultivation. Before long they had already ascended. Moreover, no one has ever entered the depths of this ancient mythic continent. All who entered died, with not a single survivor. Qing Shang explained. Then why is there still a quota limit? Yi Junlin asked curiously. By rights, a major faction, like Tingyu Pavilion, should not have quota restrictions. This is a rule set down by our ancestors. Every faction, be it large or small, has only 2 places. If my little sister can be cured this time, let her go in with you. Qing Shang's eyes were clear and limpid, without the slightest trace of greed. Nor was he tempted by the fact that the prodigies of past generations who entered had emerged with skyrocketing cultivation and even more powerful talent. Yi Junlin nodded inwardly. This young man was quite good. Forget the quota. When the time comes, I'll simply found my own faction. Yi Junlin waved his hand and said. Since there was a quota limit, he would simply establish his own faction. However, anyone entering the ancient mythic continent had to be under 10,000 years old, otherwise they would not be able to enter. The repelling force outside would cast them out, and no external power could break it open. Can Xiao Wu go in too? Qing Wu blinked her big eyes and asked with longing. All these years she had only stayed inside Tingyu Pavilion, and was not allowed to go out, so the outside world held an irresistible allure for her. She yearned to go out and see whether the world beyond was the same as Tingyu Pavilion's. But Xiaowu knows her own body best. She doesn't have much time left. She said somewhat dejectedly. There are 2 ways to resolve the drawbacks caused by your 9 Netherfrost Supreme body. The first method can completely eliminate the side effects of your 9 Netherfrost Supreme body. As for the second, find someone who also possesses a Supreme Yang body, and then engage in the Dragon and Phoenix union. Yi Junlin said no more after that, believing that they all understood. Of course, nothing in this world is absolute. Let us first try the first method. That is to plant a Supreme Yang body inside you anew, Yi Junlin said. Brother Yi, where are we supposed to find a Supreme Yang constitution? Even if one did exist, that person would be another family's precious treasure cradled in the palms of their hands. How could they be willing to hand over a supreme body? Qing Shang said anxiously. No matter, I have my own methods. Xiao Wu, sit cross-legged on the ground, silently recite the oral formula of the mental technique, and keep your spirit clear and lucid. Yi Junlin beckoned to Xiao Wu. All right. Xiao Wu obediently sat cross-legged in front of Yi Junlin and closed her eyes. As expected of one with a supreme body, she could enter a meditative state in an instant. And because she had never been exposed to the evil of this world, she possessed a pure and innocent heart. Unseal. Yi Junlin formed seals with both hands and gently pressed them against Qing Wu's smooth, fair forehead. The instant her seal was unlocked, Qing Wu let out a pained moan. But she suppressed it at once. Such pain was not something an ordinary person could bear. Qing Wu had long grown accustomed to it over the years. Yet every time it flared up, the pain multiplied. System, give me a Supreme Yang body. Consider this alone. Yi Junlin said to the system in his mind. System. Qing Wu, get ready. I'm about to plant the Supreme Yang body right now. If you can't hold on, say so. Yi Junlin shouted. It was also his first time doing such a thing, and he had no absolute certainty of success. Boom. A shockwave burst out from Qing Wu's petite body. Caught off guard, the people around were almost blown away. Yi Junlin directly implanted the Supreme Yang body, the innate solar flame supreme body, into Qing Wu's body. Then he personally activated it, allowing the solar flame supreme body to grow quickly until it was at least on par with the 9 Netherfrost supreme body. Only then could they counterbalance each other, bringing enormous benefits to Qing Wu. It also gave her infinite possibilities along the path of cultivation. When the 2 utterly different constitutions, Supreme Yang and Supreme Yin, collided, there was no great explosion. Instead, they gradually fused into one. Yin and Yang, ultimate Yang and ultimate Yin, merging together without the slightest side effect. Yi Junlin nodded with satisfaction after witnessing this. Next, Qing Wu's cultivation will surge like a fountain. You had best be prepared, Yi Junlin said to Qing Shang. Indeed, Qing Shang's gaze turned toward Qing Wu. At this moment, no trace of pain remained on Qing Wu's face. Her complexion had returned to normal. At the same time, the aura around Qing Wu began to churn violently, a sign that her cultivation was breaking through at astonishing speed. Brother Yi, I can never repay this kindness. Qing Shang truly does not know how to thank you. From this day forth, if Brother Yi speaks but a single word, Qing Shang will brave fire and water without hesitation. Qing Shang declared solemnly, clasping his fists toward Yi Junlin. Ha ha ha, no need for such formality. I ask you to announce to the world that from this day forward, I, Yi Junlin, am establishing the Heavenly Court. Of course, for now, the Heavenly Court has only 3 members, me, Liuyun, and Qing Long. Yi Junlin said with a smile. Brother Yi, I wonder if there is something I should or shouldn't say. Qing Shang spoke with some embarrassment. Why so polite? Yi Junlin said casually. I want to join the Heavenly Court, Qing Shang said. Qing Shang had thought it through clearly. He also knew that Yi Junlin's true age was only around 20. To possess such cultivation at 20-odd years old, and to have such powerful experts following him. What did that mean? It meant that following Yi Junlin now would lead to boundless prospects. Moreover, he would be considered a founding elder of the Heavenly Court. Me too, I also want to join. At that moment, Qing Wu opened her crescent moon eyes and spoke. By now, Qing Wu's cultivation had directly broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. Very well, I agree, Yi Junlin said after a moment of thought. The potential of Qing Shang and Qing Wu was tremendous. With a little refinement, they would both become great generals of the Heavenly Court in the future. On this day, a piece of news circulated among the upper echelons of the great powers in the Divine Realm. The Heavenly Court has been established. Only those from major powers knew the meaning behind the 3 characters of Yi Junlin's name. The rest had not been qualified to attend the auction, so naturally, they did not know who Yi Junlin was nor what the Heavenly Court represented. Boom. The entire Divine Realm trembled, and immeasurable radiance from the sky illuminated the whole realm. A voice of emptiness resounded across the heavens above the Divine Realm. The ancient mythical continent is about to open. All prodigies, please set forth. The words were weathered yet spoken with resolute strength, each syllable shaking the myriad heavens. Young lord, it is time for us to depart. Qing Shang looked up at the lofty sky, then said to Yi Junlin. Since he had already joined the Heavenly Court, he could no longer address Yi Junlin as Brother Yi. Qing Shang was well aware of this. every time the passage to the ancient mythical continent opens outside the abyssal chasm of the divine realm. We must arrive early and wait for the opening of the mythical continent. For the passage remains open only for a few brief breaths. If we miss it, there will be no second chance to enter. Qingshang said, because entering the mythical continent had restrictions on both time and age. If one missed it, there was no need to mention waiting 100,000 years. Only those below 10,000 years of age could enter the mythical continent. In that case, let us set out. Yi Junlin was truly rather curious. He had also read the relevant ancient records. However, they did not specifically describe what kind of place the ancient mythical continent truly was. Moreover, those who came out did not reveal much either. They only said that one must never enter the central region. Perhaps only those who went inside would know what it was truly like. Under the leadership of the elder of the Rain Listening Pavilion, Yi Junlin and his party headed for the abyssal chasm. They were not the first to arrive at the abyssal chasm. In fact, they could be said to be the last. Every other force had one powerful leader accompanied by two young prodigies. But everyone stared at the people of the Rain Listening Pavilion with confusion. This time the Rain Listening Pavilion had 7 people in total. Apart from the pavilion's elder, there were Yi Junlin, Xia Liyun, Qinglong, Qingshang, Qingwu, and Qinggu. Xia Liyun and Qinglong were already well over 10,000 years old, so naturally, they could not enter. Since the heavenly court had 2 slots anyway, Yi Junlin simply brought Qingwu along. As for the Rain Listening Pavilion, apart from Qingshang, there was one more empty slot, so they found another outstanding prodigy from the pavilion to fill it. Elder of the Rain Listening Pavilion, is this not a violation of the rules? No matter the size of a force, only 2 may enter. What is the meaning of this? Someone finally could no longer stand it, and stepped forward to question. Who do you think you are? Since when does the Rain Listening Pavilion answer to the likes of you? The elder of the Rain Listening Pavilion's face darkened as he rebuked. As one of the most supreme major powers in the divine realm, they naturally had their own pride. There were also people from the top forces of the divine realm nearby, but when they saw Yi Junlin, they simply pretended not to notice. Nor did they go forward to ask. They knew that the heavenly court had already been established. This man had originally been the leader of a medium-sized force, but because of the rules set down by the ancestors. So he dared to step forward and question. He believed that the major powers were merely too embarrassed to ask. Since he asked, it was on behalf of all the major powers. Even if the Rain Listening Pavilion did not give him face, they would surely have to give an answer to all the forces present, would they not? However, he had not expected that not a single one among the great powers would step forward to question. They all wore an air of standing aloof, as if it were none of their business. Say one more word, and this old man will annihilate you all. The elder of the Tingyu Pavilion declared with great dominance. The man turned pale as earth, and not daring to utter a single word, immediately retreated back into his own faction. He knew that their factions had already been marked by the Tingyu Pavilion, placing them in an extremely perilous position. What are your views on this? Yi Junlin asked with a smile, looking at the top powers, including the Anin Pavilion. Oh, if it isn't young Master Yi. Long time no see. Your charm has only grown more impressive. The Anin God Emperor stepped forward with a beaming smile, clasping his fists at Yi Junlin. What young Master Yi says is naturally beyond question. Besides, we have all received the news of the establishment of the heavenly court. Naturally, young Master Yi and the others can enter the Shanhua continent. Since I came in haste and didn't prepare any congratulatory gifts, please accept this small token of my respect, young Master Yi. Do not disdain it. With a beaming smile, Fatty Qian stepped forward and waved his hand. At least 10 million supreme-grade divine crystals were arrayed neatly before Yi Junlin. Hiss! Everyone around drew in a sharp breath. This Fatty Qian was notoriously stingy. Who would have thought he could be so generous before a young man? He casually produced a full 10 million supreme-grade divine crystals. Damn it, this Fatty Qian must have prepared beforehand. A god emperor gnashed his teeth inwardly. This Fatty Qian came from a large and wealthy family, so naturally he could afford it. The other god emperors really struggled to do the same. Young Master Yi, I am not prepared either. Please take these as a small token of my regard. Congratulations on the establishment of the heavenly court. May it last for all ages. The god emperor of the Anin Pavilion similarly waved his hand, and countless celestial treasures appeared before Yi Junlin. The value of these treasures was no less than that of the divine crystals. Most importantly, because the two of them had once obtained melon seeds and ice cream that greatly boosted their cultivation, they had long since transcended the god emperor realm. They only needed to wait until Yi Junlin left the god realm, and then they could dominate. The other god emperors gnashed their teeth inwardly, but they had no choice. They could only offer up their most precious possessions. The surrounding factions watched in stunned bewilderment. Since when did several top-tier powers need to fawn over a mere youth? They could not fathom it, nor could they understand it. Boom. Before they could continue thinking, a colossal sphere of light appeared above the endless abyss. Get ready. The Shanhua continent is about to open. Someone shouted with a grave expression. A crack gradually split open in the sphere of light, and boundless spiritual energy surged out from the opening. The quality of this spiritual energy was at least several hundred times greater than that of the god realm. Hurry! What kind of place is the Shanhua continent after all? Yi Junlin murmured softly, then dragging Qing Wu along, he vanished directly into the crack in a flash. The crack lasted for the span of 2 breaths, before completely sealing shut. So this is the Shanhua continent. Even Yi Junlin was somewhat shaken. All around were colossal mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally 1 or 2 great birds flew past, blotting out the sky. These birds were truly enormous. Even the god realm had no birds of such immense size. Wow, what a big bird. Qing Wu had never seen such things before, so she cried out immediately. Yi Junlin. Indeed, the innocent are the most terrifying. They blurt out whatever comes to mind without knowing anything. Yi Junlin observed that the weakest of these giant birds were at the divine emperor realm. When he extended his spiritual sense, he even discovered birds whose cultivation surpassed the god emperor realm. This was only the peripheral region of the Shanhua continent. Of course, as for exactly where they were, Yi Junlin had no idea. All he knew was that here only he and Qing Wu were present. There was no trace of anyone else. Occasionally 1 or 2 birds would circle above them, but they did not show intense aggression. After all, in the eyes of these birds, Yi Junlin and Qing Wu were far too small, not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. They could be said to be utterly disinterested in them. However, one had to admit that the Shanhua continent, which opened only once every 100,000 years, was indeed filled with an air of mystery. Just along this journey, Yi Junlin had already seen far too many celestial treasures. These treasures were enough to make even god emperors risk their lives for them. But Yi Junlin felt that these seemed to be the most worthless goods on the Shanhua continent. Qing Wu, on the other hand, was busy having the time of her life, taking them away directly whenever she saw them. Wow, brother, you look. There's some here too. Like a little girl, Qing Wu hopped and skipped, plucking a celestial treasure and handing it to Yi Junlin as if presenting a precious offering. These are useless to me. Keep them for yourself. Yi Junlin smiled and shook his head. Suddenly his gaze sharpened as he sensed a sword intent shooting straight into the clouds not far from where they were. That sword intent was so powerful that it was the strongest Yi Junlin had ever encountered. He immediately grabbed Qing Wu and vanished from the spot. A colossal mountain stood blocking Yi Junlin's path. Does the sword intent come from the mountain peak? Yi Junlin frowned. The closer he got, the more he could feel the power of this sword intent. It was absolutely far beyond the god emperor realm. Yi Junlin even felt it surpassed Xia Liuyun's cultivation. The sword intent was overwhelmingly powerful. Even this mountain stood barren and desolate, void of a single blade of grass. Because of this formidable sword intent, no verdant vegetation could flourish upon the great mountain. Boom. The moment Yi Junlin set foot upon the mountain, a torrential wave of sword intent came crashing down upon him. Get out of my way. Yi Junlin radiated brilliant light, deflecting the overwhelming sword intent. At this moment, Yi Junlin's expression finally shifted. Previously, he had merely assumed this sword intent to be at its most powerful state. But now he understood. This sword intent had existed for countless years, having been infinitely weakened over time. At its peak, just how incomparably powerful was this sword intent? Yi Junlin's expression grew solemn as a golden radiance persistently enveloped both himself and Qing Wu, shielding them from the sword intent's harm. The higher they climbed, the stronger the sword intent became, and even Yi Junlin found it increasingly taxing to carry Qing Wu along. Brother, you go up alone. Xiao Wu cannot be your burden. I'll wait for you down here. Perceiving Yi Junlin's strain, Qing Wu immediately broke free from his grasp and ran toward the mountain's base. She refused to be a drag on Yi Junlin, knowing full well that her current cultivation was nothing but a liability. All she desired now was to rapidly elevate her cultivation. Along this journey, she had gathered numerous heavenly treasures precisely so she could refine them while awaiting Yi Junlin. Without Qing Wu weighing him down, Yi Junlin no longer needed to divide his attention. Yet his brow remained perpetually furrowed. He had never encountered anything that left him feeling so taxed. Slash. A blade of sword light tore through Yi Junlin's garments, leaving a sword wound. Yi Junlin. He was injured. No matter how overwhelming the sword intent today, I shall reach the mountaintop to discover who left this sword intent behind. Yi Junlin bellowed. Along the path, Yi Junlin encountered numerous corpses, though most lay at the mountain's base. There were some at the mid-slope as well, though pitifully few, and none whatsoever beyond that point. These were all prodigies who had entered from the divine realm. They had discovered this place, believing supreme treasures awaited at the summit. Yet they all perished here, never even ascending past the mid-slope. Huff. Huff. By the time Yi Junlin reached the mountaintop, he was drenched in sweat. The sword intent atop the summit was at least 100 times more intense than at the base. Though Yi Junlin was formidable, his garments hung in tatters upon his body. Faint sword scars were barely visible upon his flesh. Blood persistently oozed from these sword wounds, making them difficult to repair in the slightest. Though Yi Junlin's physique was powerful, wounds barely mended were instantaneously torn open again. That is. Yi Junlin raised his gaze and beheld a scene that stirred his very soul. There stood an enormous humanoid creature. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of its chest, Yi Junlin would have believed it already deceased. It simply lay there upright. No, it was not lying. It was pinned there by a sword. Indeed, Junlin witnessed it with his own eyes pinned there by a small sword. Such a massive giant, yet transfixed by a diminutive sword. On the surface this seemed utterly impossible. It was akin to a full-grown adult being pinned motionless to the ground by a single embroidery needle. It appeared absurd, yet also profoundly sorrowful. The giant's body was withered, having no idea how many years it had been pinned there. One might say it had reached the very brink of extinction. Yet somehow something sustained it, something that made it unwilling to perish. Who are you? Why have you been pinned here? Junlin gasped, his breath ragged. No movement, no response. Yet Junlin was in no hurry as he sat cross-legged, for he needed to temper himself using these sword energies. He sought to refine his body with these sword energies, making it even more formidable. Creak. The desiccated giant's finger twitched. Then it slowly opened its clouded eyes, gradually turning its head to regard Junlin. That single turning motion seemed to have drained every ounce of its strength. It could not speak, for it possessed no strength to do so. Another long moment passed before this withered, barely recognizable giant finally spoke. Later. Comer, you are remarkable. After uttering those rasping words, the giant lapsed back into slumber. One could scarcely imagine how many years it had been since it last spoke. The words rang discordant and harsh, as if speaking merely a few words had exhausted its entire reserve of energy. After watching the giant fall into slumber, Junlin closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. This was indeed the first time Junlin had truly devoted himself to cultivation. Ding. Check-in task released. Check-in location, Sword Tomb Mountain. Check-in reward 100,000 Supreme Eye Techniques. Ding. Does the host wish to check in? Check-in. Junlin responded within his consciousness. Check-in successful. Reward has been issued. Host prepare for integration. In an instant, Junlin felt his eyes undergo a revolutionary transformation as waves of refreshing coolness continuously flowed from his eyes. He could clearly sense his eyes being transformed 100,000 times in a single moment. Junlin gazed into the distance. Remarkably, he could take in the entire mythical continent at a single glance. Cities billions of miles away, even the flying mosquitoes within them. He could see everything with perfect clarity, as if they were right before his very eyes. Then Junlin turned his gaze toward the giant. His gaze pierced through the giant's body, and what he saw startled him. The giant was anything but withered. Within his body surged a magnificent five-colored glow, his origin power. Junlin had never seen such formidable origin power before. Yet that origin power was firmly suppressed by a small sword. It had no way to nourish his body, which was why the giant's flesh had withered away bit by bit. He had survived solely by relying on the strength of his physical body. But no matter how powerful his flesh was, all these years had long since drained away its potential. It could be said that if his origin power were not restored soon, he would truly be at his last gasp. With origin power this powerful, it would be a waste not to follow me. Junlin shook his head. This was truly his first time seeing a powerhouse of this level. Even that cluster of origin power alone was enough to move him. If Junlin's origin power was the size of a fist, the giant's origin power was as immense as Mount Tai. After slumbering for a good while, the giant seemed to have recovered a bit of strength. The giant was about to speak when Junlin cut him off. I can save you, but there is a condition: you must follow me. Junlin looked at the giant with burning eyes. If it came to pass, he would have a supreme enforcer under his command. The giant's murky gaze rested on Junlin, as if lost in thought. Junlin was in no hurry. He sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly waiting for the giant's reply. Save me. Do you know whose sword this is? Only after a long while did the giant speak, one word at a time. When he finished, he was utterly spent, as if speaking had drained the very life from him. Then do not worry about it. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will help you break free. Junlin shrugged. In the giant's eyes, although his former might had faded, he had once been a supreme powerhouse. Though his gaze was murky, it was exceptionally sharp. The youth before him was the first person in countless years to appear at Jinmu Mountain unscathed. Moreover, the youth was terrifying. He had reached the summit with nothing more than light injuries. After only a brief moment of sitting cross-legged, the sword chi could no longer harm him in the slightest. Good. The giant forced out the word with immense difficulty, then fell silent. He stared at Junlin, eager to see how this youth would rescue him and break his imprisonment. Open your mouth, Junlin said to the giant. Go, whiz. Seeing the giant open his mouth, Junlin flicked his finger. 2 calamity pills flew straight into the giant's mouth. One restored the vitality of his body and drove the recovery of his cultivation. The other directly allowed him to break through his former realm and reach an even higher level. A pill like this. The giant was greatly shaken. He could sense his body regaining vitality. His withered frame was actually beginning to fill out little by little. His gray hair, 3,000 meters long, was turning black. His face too had transformed from aged and shriveled into the likeness of a middle-aged man. All of these changes began at the same time. The giant was genuinely shocked. He had lived for so many years that even he could not count them, yet he had never seen such miraculous pills. What horrified him most was his cultivation. It was recovering at an inconceivably rapid pace, and its momentum was fierce, showing not the slightest sign of weakening. The giant hurriedly closed his eyes and began to assault the barrier of his cultivation. He did not know how many years he had been trapped. Over those years, not only had his vitality been waning, but the sword intent of the small sword had also been steadily diminishing. Without such fortune, he could never have escaped alive. But now his cultivation had broken through, and the small sword could no longer suppress him. Clang, clang, clang. The small sword let out an ear-piercing ring, buzzing and trembling without cease, because it could no longer hold him down. Bang! In the end, the small sword was sent flying backward. At last I am free. The giant roared at the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Sangao pays respects to my lord. The giant shifted into a normal human form, walked before Yi Junlin, and knelt on one knee with reverence. Rise. I saw earlier that the sword was merely an ordinary blade. How could it seal and imprison you? Yi Junlin looked at Sangao and asked curiously. That's right. That sword was only mortal iron. Sangao fell silent for a moment before speaking. Back then, when the alien races from beyond the realm invaded, the first to fall was the Shanhua continent. The Shanhua continent was not the weakest existence among the myriad domains of the heavens. One could say that in that era the Shanhua continent was the most powerful existence in all the countless domains. The Shanhua continent was packed with experts. Someone like me could only barely be considered a powerful figure. At that time, the entire Shanhua continent was steeped in suffering and nearly annihilated. Following the most powerful beings beneath the heavens of the Shanhua continent, I came here, because we had received word that a king-ranked elite of the alien races was hiding here. When we rushed here, the Great War broke out immediately. We are all renowned powerhouses of the Shanhua continent. That conferred king from beyond the realm merely waved his hand, and an ordinary sword nailed me to this Jinmu mountain. I didn't even get a chance to fight back. It was like casually swatting away a fly. Several of the most powerful people joined forces and dragged that conferred king from beyond the realm into the river of time. In the first few years, I could still sense that a great battle was raging within it. But now I can sense nothing at all. Perhaps. They are all gone now, Song Ao said in a low voice. Yi Junlin's expression turned grave. These forebears were truly worthy of awe and reverence. To protect the Shanhua continent, they had forcibly dragged the conferred king from beyond the realm into the river of time. Only thus had the entire Shanhua continent been spared from devastation for so many years. We all know that at this rate the Shanhua continent cannot hold on much longer. So from the very beginning it was decided to give the prodigies of other planes a chance. The Shanhua continent opens once every 100,000 years to connect with the outside world. If one's talent and cultivation base are strong enough, one can obtain heavenly treasures there that enhance cultivation and talent. This can be regarded as leaving a legacy for the human race, Song Ao said sorrowfully. Once he too had been a renowned powerhouse, yet in the end, he could not even withstand a single casual move from a conferred king. He had almost died. The blow to him was tremendous. On such a battlefield he could not be of the slightest help. He did not even know how many hundreds of millions of years had passed. He did not know how the capital of the Shanhua continent, the Shanhua imperial capital, was faring now. The Shanhua imperial capital was the front line against enemies from beyond. If the capital were ever breached, the entire Shanhua continent would be lost. After learning all this, Yi Junlin decided to head for the Shanhua imperial capital. He then took Xiao Wu and a few others and set out toward it. As for Qing Shang and the others, Yi Junlin had already sent word for them to assemble at the Shanhua imperial capital. Only when he reached the outskirts of the capital did Yi Junlin understand what it meant to have one's heart and mind tremble. What met his eyes was devastation everywhere. Corpses lay scattered all around, some from beyond, some from the Shanhua continent. Dismembered limbs and broken bodies filled the ground. The crimson blood over the years had long dyed this battlefield dark red. A towering, baleful aura rose out of nowhere. Yi Junlin even saw one shattered great star after another. What kind of brutal, tragic war was this? Even the great stars in the universe had been struck down. Gazing into the distance, an incomparably enormous city appeared before one's eyes. The city was truly so vast that an ordinary cultivator's naked eye could not see its end in a single glance. The city's height was simply breathtaking. It rose so high that it almost touched the great sun in the sky. It was impossible to tell what material had been used to build it. Although it looked dilapidated and battered, it was exceptionally sturdy. Countless weapon scars covered its walls, yet even so the city had never collapsed. Directly before the city was the place where the decisive battles against enemies from beyond were fought. Yi Junlin and the other two entered through the rear gate without being stopped. Unlike other cities, the streets of the Shanhua imperial capital were not the lively, bustling sight one might imagine, filled with vendors and stalls. The cultivators who passed by all wore grim expressions and exuded killing intent. Whether old or young, male or female, they were all filled with murderous aura. This was cultivated through endless years of warfare. They had no spare time to waste on meals, idle chatter, or strolling about. Given such time, they would rather go into seclusion and cultivate, because they knew that the cruelty of the battlefield was far beyond their control. Perhaps this time, they would go out to battle and never come back. An extra measure of cultivation meant an extra measure of protection. The entire imperial capital held no joy or laughter, only boundless oppression. All of you prepare. The enemies from beyond are invading. Today the 3rd Legion follows me to the battlefield to slay the enemy. Suddenly a thunderous shout rang out above the entire imperial capital. The pedestrians in the streets were all shaken. Many of them immediately soared into the air and departed. Song Ao, what does this 3rd Legion mean? Junlin asked. It is to give all cultivators proper rest time. In the past, the entire capital's combat forces were divided into 80 legions. Each legion had 10 to 20 million people. Each time, depending on the number of enemies from beyond a few legions, would be chosen to go into battle. If only the 3rd Legion is being dispatched now, it seems the enemies from beyond are not many. Of course, this was merely the old Legion arrangement. I am not clear about the current arrangement either. In that case, let us go too and join the battle. Junlin said. Qing Wu, you stay put. Brother Yi is going to fight the enemy. Junlin turned and said to Qing Wu. Qing Wu wants to fight the enemy too. Qing Wu waved her small fist and said, refusing to be outdone. Once you step onto the battlefield, I won't have time to protect you. You can go next time. This time I'll go ahead and scout things out. Junlin said to Qing Wu. Then he turned and flew toward the 3rd Legion together with Song Ao. Who are you? Why have you come to the 3rd Legion? As soon as Junlin and Song Ao reached the assembly point of the 3rd Legion, someone stopped them and questioned. Which of the cultivators who could appear here was not a mighty existence? Even the weakest among them was at the Divine Emperor realm. I come from the divine realm of the myriad heavens, having followed the opening of the ancient Shanhua continent. Now that enemies from beyond the realm are invading as members of the myriad heavens, we naturally must contribute our strength. Junlin said directly. So it is the trial that opens once every 100,000 years. The armored leader said thoughtfully. Young man, do you know that every 100,000 years the Shanhua continent opens void passages to all realms, allowing the prodigies from outside to come and train? But in the end it is merely a round of training and nothing more. A war like this is not something you can take part in. Leave at once. With us here, the entire myriad heavens will be safe. And if even we cannot hold them back in the end, we will live and die together with the Shanhua continent, said the leader of the 3rd Legion softly. It could be said that they were the final barrier of the myriad heavens. If in the end, even they could not stop the invasion from beyond the realm, then who in the myriad heavens could? This was exactly what puzzled Junlin the most. Since the Shanhua continent was the last barrier of the entire myriad heavens, where then was his father, the human emperor, Jitian, resisting the invasion of the alien races? The general said this very calmly. When death was mentioned, there was not the slightest fear or panic in his eyes. Years upon years of battle had long forged their will harder than steel. In the eyes of others, death is terrifying, but in the eyes of these warriors, it is instead the best destination. I understand that you all want to do your part in resisting the alien races, but you have not yet grown strong enough. In many years, once you have fully matured, guiding envoys will naturally come to find you. For now, your mission is to search for cultivation resources on the Shanhua continent, all kinds of heavenly treasures and earthly wonders. Raise your cultivation and aptitude as far as possible. Only when your cultivation is strong enough will you have the ability to resist the alien races. Only then will the myriad heavens avoid extinction. Leave the frontline battlefield to us. We will buy enough time for you young talents to one day drive every enemy from beyond the realm out of our world. Yang Kuei, commander of the 3rd Legion, said with forceful words. I already have enough ability to protect myself. Without the baptism of war, it will be very difficult to truly grow. Boom. Junlin thundered. Then his aura violently erupted. All the soldiers of the 3rd Legion looked at the young man before them in disbelief. How could someone of such an age possess cultivation like this? It was simply too astonishing to believe. Yang Kuei's expression turned solemn. But he was still unwilling to let Junlin enter the battlefield. A young prodigy like Junlin was hard to find even once in 10,000 ages. With such peerless talent, being targeted by enemies from the foreign realm would certainly not be good news. Perhaps the enemies from beyond the realm would even dispatch supreme experts just to eliminate Junlin. If that happened, the myriad heavens would lose an unparalleled prodigy. That would unquestionably be unbearable pain. Rest assured, I have everything under control. Suddenly a deep voice sounded from behind Junlin, drawing the gazes of Yang Kuei and everyone else. Why you are the war god Song Ao. Yang Kuei shouted, his eyes looking as if he had seen a ghost. Song Ao was once the war god of the Shanhua continent, and on the battlefields against the foreign invasion, he had gone through 100 battles without a single defeat. In the end, he had won the title of war god. Apart from a few of the most powerful beings, Song Ao was the strongest existence. Back then, he had followed the most powerful experts of the Shanhua continent to Jimu Mountain. But they left and never returned. Even those most powerful beings all vanished without a trace. They had once all believed that Song Ao and the others had perhaps perished. He never imagined that after over 100 million years, he would once again see the war god of the Shanhua continent. That's right, I have returned. With me here, I am enough to keep the young master safe. Song Ao said without hiding anything. Why, young master? Yang Kuei was stunned. Was the young man before him actually the master of the war god? Then who exactly was he? How formidable must his background be? Yang Kuei did not dare to imagine. System, open the status panel. Yi Junlin said in his mind. Host Yi Junlin. Cultivation Sage Realm. Cultivation ranks martial disciple, martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial sage, martial sovereign, Dunyi realm, void, Dao realm, Watian realm, immortal fire realm, true, immortal realm, lower golden, immortal middle golden, immortal upper golden, immortal great golden, immortal great upper, immortal lord, immortal king, immortal emperor, divine fire realm, true god realm, lower God realm, middle God realm, upper God realm, heavenly God realm, God king realm, God emperor realm, divine emperor realm, great emperor, emperor, lord, imperial sovereign, sage, sage, king, great sage, sage, emperor. Talent, divine powers, cultivation methods, and secret arts, 100,001. Too many to list one by one. Special constitution, the strongest in the universe, the Yi clan's Dao body. Excellent. With the war god present, the Shanhua continent's odds have improved dramatically, Yang Kuei said cheerfully. Many years ago, the most powerful figures from both the Shanhua continent and the otherworldly invaders vanished together. It was only in recent years that they could barely hold the otherworldly invaders to a draw. Even though the two sides were evenly matched, the Shanhua continent still suffered horrific casualties. Of the original 80 legions, only 50 remained after all these battles. Illo. A blare from an ancient dragon horn rang out. In an instant the sound spread throughout the imperial capital, and everyone felt their blood surge. It was a peerless treasure forged from the horn of an ancient dragon that their ancestors had slain. When the horn sounded, it meant the otherworldly realm was launching another attack. All soldiers, follow me into battle. Yang Kuei bellowed from atop the gate tower. He then looked beyond the city wall. Outside the city, the otherworldly invaders' army had fully assembled. Seemingly boundless, the massed host advanced toward the imperial capital amid rolling smoke. It looks like there must be tens of millions of troops, Yi Junlin said, gazing at the otherworldly army. Open the gates. Meet them in battle. An aged voice called out from atop the wall. Yi Junlin looked up. He had not noticed it before. On the city wall, a stone figure resembling a terracotta warrior spoke. It was not a real stone man. It was only an old man who had been sitting cross-legged there. He had not moved for who knows how many years, and his body was already covered in a thick layer of dust. As the ages passed, the dust gradually hardened, making him look just like a stone man. Now that he spoke, the thick dust began to fall away, revealing his true face. Sangyo, welcome back, the old man said with a smile. So it's you, old devil. After all these years, you've become a big shot. Who gives orders? Sangyo looked at the filthy old man before him and chuckled. Alas, ever since you all disappeared, the otherworldly intruders have only grown more rampant. Over the years, our Shanhua continent has truly suffered devastating losses, the old man said sorrowfully. Indeed, of the full 80 legions, only 30 were left now. Every legion had at least 10 million soldiers. The largest could number tens of millions. Li Zhong, these years have been hard on you all, but I have returned. This time, I will follow the young lord, bathe the otherworldly realm in blood, and make certain that those who came can never go back, Tsung-O declared with forceful conviction. Boom. The huge city gates swung open, and a towering war banner was the first to be raised. This was a battle standard made by the ancient ancestors, stained with the blood of supreme powerhouses, a peerless treasure. Boom. Without another word, both sides joined battle, at once charging into each other's ranks. All manner of spells burst into a blaze of light that filled the sky, looking incomparably cold and bleak. Every spell cast meant that someone was falling in battle. Fight for the loved ones and friends behind us. While we live the Shanhua continent lives, if we die, we must still ensure the Shanhua continent endures. A cultivator shouted in frenzy, then his entire body erupted with blazing light as he charged straight at the otherworldly invaders. He was about to self-destruct, to perish together with the enemy. He had just seen that enemy kill several warriors of their legion one after another. If that man were left alive, the legion would suffer even greater losses. Yang Kuei and the others meanwhile had long since fought their way into the void. Naturally, battles among powerhouses of that level had to be kept far from the battlefield. Otherwise, even the shockwaves from their fight would slaughter their subordinates in droves. Clearly neither side's leaders wanted to see that. Kill. Yi Junlin kept weaving through the otherworldly army. Everywhere he passed, enemies fell in droves. They had no ability to resist at all. Bathing in the blood of his enemies, Yi Junlin had truly grown into his own in this moment. He knew that this was war. The slightest trace of compassion meant he would be the one to die. Warriors of the 3rd Legion also kept falling, but even in death, they would drag an enemy down with them. Such resolve was terrifying. Take for instance a cultivator of the 3rd Legion whose chest was pierced straight through by a war lance. Yet he seemed to feel nothing. He did not pull the lance out. Instead, he grabbed the enemy and perished together with him amid an explosion. This was not happening in just one place, but everywhere. This child is far too powerful. We must summon the one person who can ensure his certain death. The general from beyond the domain glared at Yi Junlin, who was mowing down enemy forces with terrifying ferocity. Over the years he had certainly witnessed young warriors stepping onto the battlefield. Yet he never paid them much attention, for these youths were simply not strong enough to warrant concern. They posed no significant threat to either side. Both factions would send their younger generation to engage in combat, for this was the swiftest path to growth and enlightenment. But the young man who appeared today was simply too formidable. The aura he inadvertently revealed was actually on par with his own, powerful beyond comprehension. What mattered most was that Yi Junlin appeared to be rampaging without any pattern. Yet seemingly at random, he was deliberately eliminating the young cultivators among his enemies. Boom! The void trembled as a mighty presence descended from the distant horizon. Like pressing dark clouds overhead, it rendered one breathless. This mass of black clouds blotted out the sky and earth. Wherever it passed, the void shattered inch by inch. The land below collapsed, mountains and lakes cracked open and evaporated. This horrifying sight immediately drew everyone's gazes. A saint! They've sent a saint! Yang Kuei's pupils contracted sharply as he exclaimed. This was no ordinary formidable foe. This was a saint. An ancient saint. With cultivation that pierced through heaven and earth, terrifying beyond measure. Boom! From the direction of the mythical imperial capital, another surge of energy erupted. Old Li, who guarded the city gates, stepped forward and appeared above the army in an instant. His expression solemn, he fixed his gaze upon the void, knowing that a powerhouse of his own level lurked there. For the sake of establishing a grand cosmos prosperity circle, you insects fail to show gratitude, yet dare to obstruct us. How truly ignorant. Therefore this one grants you death. The void quaked as this magnificent voice rang out across the entire battlefield. Boy, your talent is exceptional. You may join our ranks. In time, wealth beyond measure and power over the world shall be yours unlimited. Furthermore, we can dramatically enhance your cultivation and bestow upon you the precious divine elixir. The black clouds churned ceaselessly, hovering above Yi Junlin's head as it spoke. Everyone turned their eyes to Yi Junlin in unison. This person came from beyond the mythical continent. They wondered if he could withstand such temptation. After all, none of them knew Yi Junlin well. There were precedents. More than one or two individuals had defected from the mythical continent. Some entire families had even fled. Stop right there. How dare you hover above my head? I despise most those who look down upon me and give orders. So I'll give you only one thing to say. Wherever you came from, crawl right back there. A bunch of trash. You can't even understand your own world, yet you dare to dream of invading others' realms. Yi Junlin's words rang out with absolute conviction. In his past life, he had despised those who invaded other nations, the so-called bird country people. Never did he expect to encounter their like again in this life. Their attire, their manner, everything aligned perfectly. Very well, very well. You may die. The black clouds churned violently, preparing to unleash devastating force and annihilate Yi Junlin in a single blow. Your opponent is me. Dust-covered Old Li appeared, facing the black clouds, regarding the ominous mass. There's no need. This man's head shall be mine. Yi Junlin spoke to Old Li. He truly craved a battle at equal level, not mere crushing dominance. Finally, someone worthy of his appetite had appeared. This, Old Li hesitated. He dared not take such a risk. A genius of this caliber, given time to grow, would surely reverse the entire war's outcome. But as things stood now, rest assured the young master's cultivation is no weaker than yours. Song Ao transmitted his voice calmly. Unless Song Ao himself wished to reveal his presence, the opposing saint could never detect him. What, not weaker than me? Old Li was astounded. He fell silent. Very well. This saint is yours to face. Old Li trusted Song Ao's words implicitly, yet he simply could not wrap his mind around this revelation. It was too absurd. Still he turned and walked away, leaving the battlefield to Yi Junlin. Old Li, Yang Kuei's face was filled with utter bewilderment. What was happening? This youth claimed he would handle the enemy saint, and Old Li actually agreed, and walked away just like that. Die? All who do not submit to our grand cosmos prosperity circle shall perish. From within the churning black clouds, a colossal hand descended with a single devastating slap. Like the end of the world itself, the black clouds surged toward Yi Junlin with annihilating force. Everything in their path seemed destined for extinction. One after another, beings exploded. This was the people from beyond the domain. As for the soldiers of this side, Song Ao shielded them within his protection, ensuring not a single one suffered harm. Creature lurking in darkness today, let me see your true face. One fist shakes the world. Yi Junlin roared. Golden light erupted brilliantly from his fist as he launched it skyward toward the black clouds. Boom. Splat. The massive hand formed of dark clouds crumbled like paper, shattered instantly by Yi Junlin's fist. Simultaneously, without losing any momentum, it surged forward toward the dark clouds suspended in the void. How is this possible? Who exactly are you? The voice from within the dark clouds asked, tinged with evident terror. Yi Junlin's fist was simply too terrifying. Wherever it passed, star rivers exploded. Nothing could obstruct its path. Roar. I am an ancient sage. I shall be invincible. Can I truly not defeat a mere youth? The dark clouds churned, roared, and resisted with all their might. Yet everything proved futile and utterly useless. Junlin's strength was simply beyond anything he could have conceived. Though they occupied the same cultivation realm, Junlin possessed 10 supreme constitutions. Which of these supreme constitutions, when taken individually, would not render one invincible at the same level? Not to mention his 10 supreme cultivation techniques and secret arts. The phenomenon created by his peer saint was extraordinarily terrifying. The scene resembled world destruction pressing heavily upon everyone's hearts, as if the apocalypse loomed imminent. With a single punch, Junlin's power caused heaven and earth to invert, star rivers to reverse. The dark clouds scattered completely, revealing a short, middle-aged, corpulent figure within. At this moment his eyes reflected utter terror. Were it not for Tsang Ao's protection, unimaginable catastrophe would have descended upon this realm. Otherwise all living things would have faced extinction, all vitality would have been utterly extinguished. Of course Tsang Ao only sheltered the members of his own army corps. As for those from beyond the domain, let them perish or not. The middle-aged stout man with thin whiskers bellowed he had to fight desperately, or he would meet his end here today. This young man was simply too terrifying enough to make his entire body tremble. But everything he did was utterly insignificant, appeared exceedingly petty, like a moth darting into flames courting its own destruction. All his resistance only served to highlight his folly. This aura, how is this possible? No, he shouldn't know about this place. Suddenly the middle-aged stout man with whiskers seemed to realize something, speaking in utter shock. It was precisely these words that temporarily saved his life. Who exactly are you, and what relation do you have to the human sovereign? The stout man with whiskers asked in fear. Human sovereign? Everyone present stood frozen, bewildered. They had no idea who the human sovereign was, nor had they ever heard of such a title. After all, the divine myth continent had remained sealed for countless ages, and they had never truly understood the outside world. They had always believed their divine myth continent was the foremost battlefield against the entities beyond. My father, the human sovereign. Junlin spoke merely 4 words with perfect composure. No wonder someone of such a young age possesses such formidable cultivation. How does the human sovereign know about this place? The stout man with whiskers still asked incredulously. They had discovered this location while concealing it from the human sovereign, and they had learned that the divine myth continent had long existed in a state of isolation. Even the human sovereign could not possibly wait 100,000 years to arrive. The human sovereign had no knowledge whatsoever of such a place existing. They had taken advantage of this to secretly transport some more generals here. Their intention was to seize victory by attacking from within. However, these beings from the myriad heavens and 10,000 realms were simply too troublesome to deal with. This war had lasted for hundreds of millions of years. They had failed to conquer the divine myth continent. Originally, they had dispatched a king-level expert who had never revealed themselves before, hoping to capture the divine myth continent in one decisive stroke. Because all experts had records filed with the human sovereign. If even one went missing, the human sovereign would notice. Thus, they proceeded with extreme caution, finally managing to dispatch that king-level expert. But they never expected that 3 king-level experts would simultaneously appear on the divine myth continent. In that great battle, several king-level experts all vanished without a trace. So many years had passed without their reappearance. The son of the human sovereign. If the human sovereign's son dies here, no matter what price must be paid, it would be worth it. A cunning and sinister glint flickered in the eyes of the stout man with whiskers. The son of the human sovereign. If he were to die, would it not deal a tremendous blow to the human sovereign? The human sovereign's son has appeared on the divine myth continent. Dispatch king-level experts immediately. The stout man with whiskers transmitted the message directly. Ha! Human sovereign's son, your father, is about to be defeated on the battlefield. What meaning is there in you desperately holding on here? I admit the human sovereign is indeed a peerless hero, and the human sovereign's hall is the greatest force across the myriad heavens. But what use is any of that? The domain exterior battlefield is where the true battle lies. Once that front collapses, the entire myriad heavens and 10,000 realms will fall into our hands effortlessly. The stout man with whiskers laughed wildly and arrogantly. Since your father's forces are about to be defeated, what need was there for you to sneak into this place seeking a breakthrough? Throughout the ages, you ambitious yet powerless wretches are truly disgusting. When this young lord rises supreme through the ages, the first thing I shall do is annihilate you all, reducing you to eternal dust in history. I.e. Junlin, the second son of the human sovereign, shall cause your complete extermination. I swear by my Tao heart. Junlin spoke these words with unwavering resolve. Junlin's words made the short mustachioed fat man's face drastically change. A vow sworn upon the Tao heart was no laughing matter. But soon he felt relieved as long as the other side dispatched another king-level powerhouse. Then even the son of the human emperor would still suffer a bitter defeat on the spot. The people of the mythic continent were already dumbfounded. They expressed that they completely did not understand what was being said. Were there other places besides the mythic continent that had also suffered invasion? And it was this youth's father who sounded rather powerful. Even a saint would be scared shitless upon hearing it, so exactly what cultivation level did this youth's father possess? Moreover, they heard that was the main battlefield. This place was merely a corner of the world far inferior to the battlefield over there. The human emperor who intimidated the entire outer domain. Just by the title alone one could tell he was of the highest caliber. For so many years we have been too complacent and isolated, causing us to fall out of touch with the outside world. Everything we knew was merely what we assumed it to be. Starting today, let the entrance to the mythic continent be fully opened. Old Lee sighed as he spoke these words. They had originally thought the mythic continent was the primary battlefield, but now it seemed that so-called outer domain battlefield was the true primary battlefield. And it was far more brutal than here. You no longer have any value to me. I shall send you into reincarnation. Yi Junlin said, coldly gazing at the mustachioed fat man. Boom. This time, Yi Junlin directly threw a punch at the mustachioed fat man, piercing straight through his chest. The mustachioed fat man died on the spot. Wail. When an ancient saint fell, even heaven and earth mourned and blood rain poured down from the sky. He's just gone. Instantly killed. Everyone on the mythic continent was stunned. Killing a saint with a single blow was utterly impossible, even for the top combatants of their imperial capital. Boom. Yi Junlin raised his head, coldly pointing at the sky as he roared. This is an invader, a foe from the outer domain. The heavenly morning omen is forbidden. Every word was resolute, his voice thundering and soul-shaking. It was as if an ancient almighty being was rebuking the heavens, his words manifesting reality. After Yi Junlin's rebuke, shockingly, the heavenly morning omen truly vanished. Everyone was horrified. Who exactly was this man? Even heaven obeyed his words. Kill. Slaughter these damned invaders and send them back where they came from. The Third Army Corps' morale surged, and for a time the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Such an outcome was unthinkable on the battlefield before. Previously the most they could manage was a stalemate, but even then they suffered heavy losses. But now it was different. When even the enemy's saint had been killed by the human emperor's son, what could possibly stop them? The battle ended in a great victory. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the mythic continent were deliberating whether to press the advantage and strike straight into the enemy's lair. However, this plan was quickly rejected by Yi Junlin. Not long ago, he had clearly seen the enemy's saint transmit a message. That information was definitely about him being the son of the human emperor. He had reason to believe that the enemy would send powerful beings to hunt him down. Not for any other reason. Simply because he was the son of the human emperor. It was the same as when he was in the immortal realm. In order to kill him, Kuan Xian had been able to lurk for tens of thousands of years. All they could do now was wait for the enemy to launch another war. Charging into the enemy's lair now wasn't entirely impossible, but he feared they would trap them inside and catch them like turtles in a jar. Only by eliminating all hidden dangers could they advance without fear of ambushes. Somehow the high-ranking officials of the mythic continent had all begun to defer to Yi Junlin's decisions. Though there were warmongers among them, no one objected to what Yi Junlin proposed. But they still had some concerns. Years ago, it was a single king-level war general of the enemy that had drained the mythic continent's top combat power completely. The enemy seemed to possess some kind of secret power. At the same cultivation level, it was extremely difficult for anyone across the myriad worlds to defeat them. Over the years, the people of the myriad worlds had studied this matter, yet they still could not figure out the underlying reason. They voiced their confusion to Yi Junlin. However, Yi Junlin did not sense any secret power flowing within that saint who had died today. Although on the surface, they did not show excessive fear of the king-level war generals, Yi Junlin could tell that their expressions were grim. Because the mythic continent's king-level war generals had long ago been consumed on the battlefield, and to this day, it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Although the former war god Song Ao had returned back, then Song Ao's cultivation had barely fallen short of king level. Now they couldn't quite discern his cultivation, still believing he was below the king rank. After all, once one reached such a level, it was extremely difficult to ascend another step. Not to mention king level. Even saints the mythic continent could barely muster 4 or 5. One must know that a king-level war general was a true saint-king powerhouse. On the surface, a saint and a saint-king did not seem all that different. But a saint-king could wipe out a large group of saints with a mere wave of the hand. This showed that the gap between them was as vast as clouds and mud, seemingly only one realm apart, yet it was like an insurmountable chasm. Yi Junlin possessed the myriad sovereign pupil arts, so if the enemy had any secret power or hidden trick upon them, he would be able to perceive it. But today he simply couldn't see anything extraordinary about the other party. Could it be that his cultivation is too low, and thus he is unworthy? Yi Junlin speculated silently. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Such a powerhouse could be considered a top-tier expert on the mythical continent. But if placed on the battlefield where the human emperor stood, he would be nothing more than cannon fodder. Of course my cultivation is insufficient to cross swords with a Saint King, but now I can fight. Song Ao fell silent for a moment before speaking. What? You broke through? Old Lee asked Song Ao with pleasant surprise. Thanks to the young lord's aid, I broke through by luck. Song Ao replied. All the high-ranking experts present were only a step away from breaking through from the Saint Realm to the Saint King Realm. Hearing Tsang Ao's words, they all stared at Yi Junlin with blazing eyes. This son of the human emperor actually possessed such means. The ability to elevate a person's cultivation. They were all at the Saint Realm, and their longing for the Saint King Realm was overwhelming. Are you willing to follow me? Yi Junlin asked, looking at the 5 saints who remained on the mythical continent. Naturally, none of them had any idea what the calamity pill was, or what it did. He could have simply given them the calamity pills and made them swallow them. That way they would naturally become utterly loyal to Yi Junlin. But Yi Junlin clearly did not wish to do that. He wanted them to agree willingly. If they could not even agree on their own, they were unworthy of following him. The 5 saints fell silent. They were the top powerhouses of the mythical continent, yet the idea of following a young man still stirred resistance in their hearts. This old man doesn't care anymore. If even the war god is willing, I too am willing to follow the young lord. Old Li was the first to step forward, kneeling on one knee and saluting Yi Junlin. Clearly the others were still hesitating even after seeing Old Li's willingness. Swallow it. Yi Junlin flicked his finger, and a calamity pill instantly appeared suspended before Old Li. Its dense, rich dan fragrance wafted through the air. Even a single whiff seemed to slightly increase one's cultivation. Overjoyed, Old Li swallowed the calamity pill without the slightest hesitation. Boom. The moment he swallowed it, Old Li felt the pill transform into a surging torrent that rushed violently toward his dantian. It seemed extremely domineering, yet at the same time gentle. Before the incredulous gazes of the surrounding saints, his cultivation soared like a rocket, rising at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the Saint King realm. The immense pressure weighed down on the other saints, making it hard for them to breathe. Li Hui thanks the young lord for bestowing the sacred pill. Li Hui knelt directly on the ground and said solemnly, "From today onward you shall be a member of my heavenly court." Yi Junlin said with a smile, "Of course I won't force any of you. After all, at any time, there is only one chance." Yi Junlin said with a smile to the other saints. He could tell that when Li Hui's cultivation ascended, these people had been stirred. They were ready to follow Yi Junlin. But how could following Yi Junlin be decided by them alone? When an opportunity was placed right before them, and they failed to cherish it, it was lost forever. One couldn't become Yi Junlin's follower just by wanting to. The chance came only once. The saints' expressions changed again, and again, their faces full of regret. They had missed an immense fortune. "I refuse to accept this. Since you want us to follow you, shouldn't you at least give us some time to consider?" Among the remaining 4 saints, a man with a rather gloomy gaze spoke up. "Duxiu, do not speak recklessly. Duxiu, do not be rude before the young lord." Li Hui and the remaining saints bellowed. This Duxiu was truly something else. Did he have no idea of his own cultivation? How dare he question the young lord? "What? Did I say something wrong?" Duxiu said with a dark expression. "Silence. Are you even qualified to interrogate the young lord? Say one more word, and this old man will make your life a living hell today." Li Hui roared, cold light bursting from his eyes. "You reckless fool." Li Hui added icily. Duxiu's expression grew even darker, but he dared not speak another word. He feared Li Hui might slay him on the spot. Yet in his mind, he had already formulated a series of plans. Heavenly, I'm mind-reading. Yi Junlin gazed directly at Li Hui. He knew that a talent like him surely harbored thoughts different from ordinary people, such as how to take revenge on them later. Sure enough, when Yi Junlin looked, he saw everything clearly. "Never mind. You've hidden it so well for all these years that it must have been exhausting. Defecting to the outside realm, betraying your own kin. You are worse than a beast." Yi Junlin stated directly. With his 100,000 supreme pupil arts, seeing through a person was the simplest thing in the world. If his cultivation were a bit stronger, he could see through even a person's past and present lives without issue. "What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand a word you're saying." Duxiu's expression shifted repeatedly before he spoke. The people around all assumed that Yi Junlin was merely fabricating an excuse to get rid of Duxiu. Yes, they simply believed this was just a convenient excuse Yi Junlin had fabricated. His aim was simply to kill Duxiu. But they had forgotten. With Yi Junlin's cultivation, why would he ever need a reason to kill? In this world, only brute force is eternal. Only Li Hui and Tsang Ao had absolute trust in Yi Junlin. Whatever Yi Junlin said was final, and they would never question it. "Ha ha ha. I have fought diligently for the Shanhua continent for hundreds of millions of years. Never mind merit, I should at least get credit for my hard work, right? Just because you are the so-called son of the human emperor, everyone must obey you and accept whatever you say. Why should that be?" Duxiu stood up, his voice low as he spoke. Of course, it was merely an act. His goal was to provoke the same feeling among these people. This time it was Duxiu, next time who among them would it be? "These wounds all over my body are enough to prove my loyalty to the Shanhua continent." Duxiu took off his battle suit directly. His body was covered with countless scars, their age unknown. Some scars were still stained with blood, unhealed to this day. The remaining saints were shaken. They knew that Duxiu had once been severely injured. But they had never imagined that these wounds would still not have healed after all these years. You know very well in your heart how these wounds came about. Don't claim they are wounds suffered for the Shanhua continent. That is truly absurd. If Yi Junlin had followed his former temper, he would have killed him outright to settle the matter. But that was not what he did now. These people had faced death without flinching. They had once stood and fought to the death here for the myriad worlds. They were all people of iron will. Facing men like these, Yi Junlin did not wish to chill their hearts. He had to give them a reason to execute Du Xiu. Stop going on about how this is for the Shanhua continent, for all the myriad worlds. Back then during an engagement you were captured by the outsiders. In the end you could not withstand their god-slaying needle. Indeed, only those with extraordinary mental fortitude could endure such torture. Under those circumstances you agreed to join them, and you plotted to defeat the Shanhua continent from within and without. If I am not wrong, the whereabouts of the Sage Kings back then were reported by you. You led them all toward Jinmu Mountain, seizing the high-end combat power of the entire Shanhua continent in one fell swoop. Yi Junlin said indifferently. Behind him, Tsang Ao's body trembled. He remembered. Wasn't it exactly Du Xiu who had delivered the information back then? Speak. Why did you betray the Shanhua continent? Couldn't you stand even simple torture? Tsang Ao stepped forward, pressing his large hand directly against Du Xiu's forehead. An immense pressure immediately pressed Du Xiu's entire body to the ground, pinning him motionless. In his body he should have been planted with a torturous goo worm, the 10,000-year ice silkworm. Every so often he needs to take the antidote sent from the outside world, otherwise he will suffer unbearable pain. Yi Junlin said, his eyes gleaming. You all know only that I betrayed, but who among you can know the agony I have endured for all these years? This pain is unbearable. Who among you could stand it? Du Xiu laughed madly. As far as I know, this ice silkworm cannot control a person. You could have chosen to confess. I think the Sage Kings of that time should have had the ability to suppress or remove it for you. Or you could have ended your own life. Li Hui said. Easy words. I am a genius with extraordinary talent. If given time, how could I not become a Sage King? Why should I kill myself? As long as I live, I will have a chance to grow stronger and force the goo worm out. Du Xiu roared in frenzy. He did not want to die, he feared death. Because he too had once been a renowned prodigy with the potential to charge toward an even higher realm in the future. You have disappointed us deeply. Because of you, the Shanhua continent lost several supreme battle powers. Had it not been for you, we would not have suffered such grievous losses in recent years. One of the saints said in disappointment. Because of Du Xiu, the Shanhua continent had indirectly lost 50 army corps. 50 army corps, with each corps having a minimum of 10 million soldiers. Alas, give him a quick death. No need to make it public. His whole clan shall be executed in secret. A saint said with a sigh. Their comrade, who had fought shoulder to shoulder with them for over 100 million years, was actually a traitor. Even they found it hard to accept for a moment. I only wanted to live. What crime did I commit? Du Xiu roared, his eyes vicious. Wanting to live is not a crime, but by betraying the Shanhua continent you are an eternal sinner. I am granting you a dignified death now. Don't be ungrateful. Reincarnate. Tsang Ao recalled the deaths of those Sage King-level powerhouses from many years ago, and his gaze grew colder and colder. The Shanhua continent should not have had to fight such a brutal war. But by now it had indeed suffered far too many losses. All of this was because of this Du Xiu who had cost the Shanhua continent dearly. Fortunately, Yi Junlin saw at a glance that he was a traitor. Although they had no idea how Yi Junlin had seen through him, the fact that he could single out the traitor at a glance made them unable to stop marveling. Truly worthy of being the son of the human emperor, such eyesight was astonishing. Because of Yi Junlin's arrival, they saw the hope of defeating the outer realms. Boom. Son of the human emperor, come out and accept your death. Heaven and earth shook as the voice reached directly into the imperial capital. The entire imperial capital radiated a soft glow, and a mighty formation rose from the ground. This was a great formation jointly laid down by several Sage Kings of the past. It was capable of blocking the full force attacks of a Sage King. Of course, if an opposing Sage King attacked continuously for days and nights, even this formation would eventually be broken. Even the mere sound waves of a Sage King's might were enough to kill most cultivators. Now the great formation appeared, enveloping the entire imperial capital within it. Yi Junlin and the others stood on the city wall, gazing out at the battlefield. It was a colossal serpentine monster with 8 heads and 8 tails, and its lead enormous head resembled a dragon. Its eyes were as scarlet as fresh blood, while moss and trees covered its back. Its belly festered and oozed blood, and 8 colored ominous clouds often hung over its heads. Its body was as colossal as 8 mountains and 8 valleys. It's you. Yi Junlin's pupils abruptly contracted when he saw the monster. This was the 8-headed king who had besieged his elder brother back then. There was no mistaking it. That revolting appearance was exactly the same as what he had seen in the recording stone back then. It also carried the oppressive might of a Sage King. As second son of the human emperor, this aura is unmistakable. Exactly the same as Yi Zhan back then. What a pity I did not devour his flesh and blood at the time. That wonderful taste still makes me yearn for it to this day. The 8-headed king laughed grotesquely as he flicked his forked tongue. Disgusting creature, go ahead and laugh. Soon you won't be laughing anymore, Yi Junlin said with cold indifference. His entire body thrummed with excitement. He wanted to fight. Though he was still only at the sage realm with numerous supreme cultivation arts, a supreme physique, and a supreme eye art, he was absolutely capable of fighting above his realm. Even if it meant crossing an entire major realm, he would destroy that disgusting thing. Open the city gates. Yi Junlin bellowed. Boom. The city gates slowly opened and Yi Junlin stepped out in a single stride, appearing before the eight-headed king. Young Master Song Ao is willing to fight. Young Master Li Hui is also willing to fight. Song Ao and Li Hui stepped forward together. The eight-headed king's expression tightened slightly. He had not expected that there would be two sage kings on the Shenhua continent. Could the intelligence they had received be false? The Shenhua continent had hidden itself deeply all these years, but it no longer mattered. Today he would make all these people vanish together, the eight-headed king thought to himself. No need. I will personally take this battle. Yi Junlin waved his hand. Back then the eldest prince, Yizhan, barely over 10 years old, could remain perfectly composed before a sage king. Not even his feigned death had been seen through. Today he would personally slay the sage king, the eight-headed serpent. Boom. Yi Junlin's body erupted with immeasurable light, and all 100,000 supreme physiques were fully activated at the same instant. Boom, boom, boom. His physical body was now like a giant furnace, emitting the thunderous resonance of the great Tao. At this realm, he had pushed his flesh to the absolute limit. It could be said to be indestructible. Of course, this referred to the 100,000 supreme physique constitutions. In reality, there was only a single Yi Dao body. It was just that the current Yi Dao body had merged with the 100,000 supreme physiques, absorbing every one of their traits. Thus it could now be said that 100,000 supreme physiques were erupting at once. The human emperor's sons are each more monstrous than the last. He is merely a sage, so why do I feel a trace of threat and unease? The huge central head of the eight-headed serpent spoke. SSSS. All 8 heads of the eight-headed serpent rose at the same time, and 8 blinding pillars of light appeared in their mouths. The earth split open into a bottomless abyss, and the void burst apart. 8 terrifying pillars of light blasted toward Yi Junlin. At the same time, the eight-headed serpent's 8 tails lashed savagely at Yi Junlin's head like primeval divine chains. The serpent tails slashed through the void, piercing it as they went. Not to mention a sage. Even an ordinary sage king would be either dead or wounded if struck by this attack. The eight-headed serpent did not want to waste time. He only wanted to kill Yi Junlin as quickly as possible and leave this cursed place. He knew that a supreme powerhouse like the human emperor Yi Jitian would certainly sense it if his bloodline were placed in mortal danger. Should the human emperor tear across time and space and come at such a moment, the eight-headed serpent would be dead without a doubt. Yi Jitian's might was absolutely not something a mere sage king could withstand. The flesh is a furnace forged through 1,000 hammerings. My flesh is eternal. Yi Junlin raised his fist and slammed it hard toward the pillars of light and the serpent tails. At the same time, a subtle change occurred in Yi Junlin's eyes. In his left eye, the destruction of the world unfolded. Great stars plummeted from the sky as if the end of days had come. After destruction came renewal. One after another, figures of overwhelming might emerged in his gaze. Transcendent almighty beings cleaving open the heavens, striving to create a new world. In his right eye, the 6 paths of reincarnation evolved, weaving a channel of rebirth. It unsettled the mind so deeply that with the slightest lapse one would be dragged into the cycle of reincarnation. The 8-headed serpent's tails and the beam of light spewed from its jaws collided with Yi Junlin's fist. A tremendous explosion burst forth between them, and torrential energy surged in all directions from the center. The entire battlefield was collapsing. Heaven and earth turned upside down. The ground caved and the void detonated. Once the Sage King struck, it was nothing less than a disaster of annihilation. And this was merely the aftershock of their exchange. Drip. Yi Junlin looked at his palm in disbelief. A scratch had appeared on his knuckle, no larger than a pinhole. Yet there was no doubt about it, Yi Junlin had actually been wounded, even if the wound healed in an instant. This was the first wound Yi Junlin had suffered since he had emerged into the world. Ever since he started cultivating, he had not sustained a single injury. He had never imagined that the 8-headed serpent could hurt him now. At this moment, all 8 heads of the 8-headed serpent were ringing painfully. One punch from Yi Junlin had nearly exploded its central head. If the other 7 heads had not quickly shared the impact, its central head would have burst outright. Even so, it evaded destruction, but its mind was still buzzing. All 8 of its serpentine faces flicked their tongues, staring at Yi Junlin in disbelief. It truly had not expected the human emperor's second son to be such a monstrous freak. At his age, having cultivated to the sage realm was already insane, and now he dared to defy heaven and wage war on a sage king. You are not bad. Fight! Yi Junlin stared at the 8-headed serpent coldly and said with icy indifference. Then he raised his fist and smashed it toward the 8-headed serpent. At this moment, Yi Junlin was so fast that even a sage king could hardly track his figure. Almost as if he possessed the ultimate speed of the world, Yi Junlin appeared before the 8-headed serpent in less than 1,000th of a breath. The pupils of all 8 heads of the 8-headed serpent shrank sharply at the same time. Yi Junlin had appeared before it without the slightest sign. If not for its extremely rich battle experience and cultivation, it would have met its end in bitter regret on the spot. Flustered, it lashed 8 serpentine tails at Junlin, sweeping toward his waist. Even an ordinary Sage King would be smashed into pieces of flesh if struck, without blocking. Boom. Squelch. Junlin's fist slammed directly into the snake tail, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. At least half of the 8 tails were blasted apart by Junlin's bare fist. Roar. The 8-headed serpent cried out in agony, all 8 heads wailing in pain. No matter how hard it tried, it could not comprehend it. Though Junlin was the son of the human emperor, he was still only at the sage realm. The gap between them was like a chasm, simply too enormous. If it were written in ancient history that someone at the sage realm had defied the heavens and slain a being at the sage king realm, everyone would sneer at the claim because the gap between the two was beyond measure. Cosmos palm. Heaven-subduing fist. Junlin's hair was disheveled, and at this moment he resembled an ancient almighty being revealed to the world. With one hand forming a fist seal and the other shaping a palm, he attacked the 8 colossal heads of the 8-headed serpent with both at once. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 8-headed serpent sensed the aura emanating from Junlin. Forked tongues flickered in and out of its mouths, and above its head cyan clouds churned. This was deadly venom. It could be said that wherever the 8-headed serpent passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. Even the earth stained by those streaks of venom would rapidly sink into one giant pit after another. This venom was horrifyingly potent. It was the 8-headed serpent's innate lifeblood poison. But Junlin was fearless. He continued pressing forward against the 8-headed serpent. There was no protection around his body. Haha, this king's innate venom is enough to make even a great sage step aside. Die. The 8-headed serpent sneered. In the end, you are still too young. You cannot grasp it. The 8-headed serpent ignored Junlin's fist and palm, simply standing where it was and watching coldly. 10, 9, 8. The 8-headed serpent kept counting down. It believed that no matter how strong Junlin was, he could not hold out for 10 seconds. 7. Junlin still approached it unhurriedly. 6, 5, 4, 3. But Junlin remained nonchalant and continued toward it with utter calm. Stop pretending. You must be in terrible pain right now, aren't you? The 8-headed serpent looked at Junlin, who was now right in front of it, and said 2, 1. Fall. It declared with obvious confidence in its venom. Fall. Where should I fall? Junlin stepped in front of the 8-headed serpent and asked mockingly, how can this be? How can you be completely unharmed? The 8-headed serpent asked in disbelief. Even a saint king of the same rank would be unable to withstand its venom if caught off guard. Yet the youth before it had not defended himself at all and remained completely unharmed. Poison. To me it is utterly useless. Die. Junlin drove a fist and a palm directly at the 8-headed serpent's head. With a wet squelch, 6 of the 8-headed serpent's heads burst apart like watermelons. The 8-headed serpent writhed in agony, and with every convulsion the entire battlefield trembled. Massive fissures spread across the ground from its thrashing. Curse you, curse you. You forced me into this. You forced me. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Great deity of darkness, your devoted subject summons you with all sincerity. Grant me the power of darkness, and the entire world shall become your subjects. None under heaven shall fail to worship you. Descend, great deity of darkness. From the mouths of its 2 colossal serpent heads an ancient incantation poured forth without cease. Yet everyone could understand it. Boom. Heaven and earth shook. Not only the battlefield, but the entire Shanhua continent was trembling. Crack. A sound like something splitting apart rang out. Junlin clearly sensed an evil dark energy descending upon this realm. That power was overwhelming, far beyond what he could resist in his current state. Song Ao and Li Hui stepped forward at the same time, standing guard firmly at Junlin's side. It's here, and it's him again. There's no mistaking this aura, Song Ao said grimly, staring at the boundless rift in the sky. That was right. Such energy had appeared once before back at Jimu Mountain. Otherwise, the 3 saint kings of the Shanhua continent at that time could have utterly slain the enemy's king-ranked war general. But precisely because of that energy's appearance, all of them were swept into an unknown river of time. To this day, there has been no word of them whatsoever. Great deity, descend upon this realm, and grant power to your most loyal servant. The 8-headed serpent spoke, its whole body trembling with excitement. In an unknown universe. Yijitian, how many years have you blocked our path? How many more can you hold out? On both sides of a colossal Tianyuan abyss, countless armies faced off against one another. Both sides glared at each other with murderous intent. The killing intent soared to the heavens. Even saint kings were insignificant here. Across the Tianyuan abyss, a colossal heaven-supporting figure boomed, its voice like a great bell. On this side of the Tianyuan abyss, the myriad worlds, a middle-aged man in a golden imperial robe remained unmoved, still staring coldly at the other side. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of countless ages. His entire body was shrouded in chaotic mist, and every wisp of aura that leaked out made even saint kings prostrate themselves. How many years have passed? Yet they cannot conceal your wolfish ambitions. Do you truly dream of invading my myriad worlds? One day this emperor shall lead the legions of the human emperor hall and strike across. As for those who betrayed the myriad worlds, wash your necks clean. I shall personally come to take your heads, Yi Jitian said, coldly staring at the colossal silhouette across the Tianyuan abyss. Huh? Yi Jitian, are you talking in your sleep? Once the deity of darkness fully revives, what does it matter that you are the human emperor? When that day comes, you will not escape death. The enormous phantom on the other side roared with laughter. Yi Jitian wished he could charge over directly, but the Tianyuan abyss was filled with a mysterious rule force. In earlier years, it was still manageable. With his powerful cultivation, he could barely suppress it. But in the past few thousand years, for unknown reasons, the independent rule force generated by the Tianyuan abyss had grown ever stronger. Of course, this was excellent news for the myriad worlds. It meant that the enemy's most powerful beings simply could not cross over. The more powerful one's cultivation, the more fiercely the rule force of the Tianyuan abyss suppressed it. Boom. Sensing something, Yi Jitian gazed into the distance. His eyes shone like two divine lamps blazing with radiance. Everything those eyes perceived was laid bare before him with nowhere to hide. That place again, Yi Jitian murmured to himself. Many years ago that very place had produced such a powerful fluctuation. But when Yi Jitian sent his war kings to investigate, the aura had already vanished. Now, however, it had appeared once more. Huh. This is the descent of our great deity of darkness. Yi Jitian, do you dare to go and reinforce them? Oh, blast it. I almost forgot to tell you. Not long ago my subordinates told me that your second son seems to be in that very direction. Human Emperor, Yi, are you not going to save your poor child? Don't forget, he is your only child now. Huh. The colossal phantom across the Tianyuan abyss taunted him with the utmost scorn. He wanted only to disturb Yi Jitian's mind. If Yi Jitian personally went to reinforce, that would be ideal. Without the human emperor, the myriad worlds would be a mighty lion stricken by a grave illness and reduced to a kitten. They understood this, and Yi Jitian naturally knew it as well. There was not the slightest ripple in his eyes. No one knew what he was truly thinking. Tisk tisk tsk. How pitiful. A generation's human sovereign, the true, uncrowned emperor of all realms. But what does it matter if he is the human sovereign? Neither of your two sons will survive. Even if their talents overshadow the entire cosmos, without growing up they are ultimately nothing but a handful of dust. The colossal phantom across the abyss said provocatively. He wanted the human sovereign Yi Jitian to personally travel to the mythic continent. That would be the moment they would attack the abyss. As long as Yi Jitian was absent, they would have a chance to breach the abyss. Over the years, Yi Jitian had filled them with terror. He was simply too powerful. Hundreds of millions of years ago, they still had the strength to contend with him. But after all these years, they were no longer his match. They had every reason to believe that if not for the abyss, it would no longer be them invading the myriad realms. Yi Jitian would have already attacked them directly. Because the stronger one's cultivation, the more terrifying the suppression of the abyss. The human sovereign Yi Jitian was a true peerless hero, burning eternally like an inextinguishable flame. Although reaching a certain level of cultivation granted true immortality, it was only eternal life without death. Yet one would still age the skin, developing wrinkles. But over all these years, Yi Jitian had only grown younger. Without a closer look, he could easily be mistaken for a youth. The outsiders knew this was the result of Yi Jitian's cultivation growing even stronger. He had truly attained mastery of heaven and earth. A genuine, uncrowned emperor. The words of the colossal phantom did not stir the slightest wave in Yi Jitian's heart. He knew the other party merely wanted him to leave the abyss. Once he left, who else could hold back the iron hooves of the outsiders? It was true that he was immensely powerful, but no matter how mighty he was, could he protect the entire myriad realms in an instant? Pitiful, pathetic. The majestic human sovereign cannot even protect his own offspring. Someone mocked. My sovereign war emperor Huang Jian is willing to take the order and bring the second prince back safely. Behind Yi Jitian, a burly man with a solemn expression and bare upper body knelt on one knee. War Emperor Feng Qian is willing to go. Several war emperors declared in unison with resounding voices. These were all capable generals under Yi Jitian, each personally appointed as war emperor by him. Every single one of them possessed supreme combat power, their cultivation unfathomable and vast as the abyss. Father Yizhan is willing to go and bring younger brother back. A calm voice sounded from behind Yi Jitian. No, impossible. Yizhan is dead, scattered to the winds. The outsiders had been calmly mocking the human sovereign for having no heirs, but now seeing the youthful-looking Yizhan stepping out from behind Yi Jitian, they were greatly alarmed. Hundreds of millions of years. He hid for a full 100 million years. The foremost prodigy of that era. Just what realm has his cultivation reached now? Someone on the other side of the abyss spoke with a trembling voice. Indeed, the moment they saw Yizhan appear, they felt their hearts tremble violently. They dared not imagine what realm Yizhan's cultivation had reached after vanishing for 100 million years. No need. If we cannot even handle such a minor crisis, how can the three of us, father and sons, ever march into the outer realms in the future? If that so-called dark deity could truly descend, He would have done so hundreds of millions of years ago. Every time it is much ado about nothing. Yi Jitian said calmly. His own children. How could he not know their true capabilities? Besides, back then he had left that thing with Yi Junlin. As long as one faced death and returned to life, Yi Junlin could undergo nirvana like a phoenix and become unstoppable in the future. That was why he had placed Yi Junlin in a lower realm where earth-shattering upheavals would not easily occur. If Yi Junlin knew this, he would likely be greatly shocked. I truly look forward to meeting younger brother, Yi Zhan said with a light smile. He possessed peerless talent, and after 100 million years of devoted cultivation, only his father could probably see through his current cultivation. Yi Zhan appeared very calm, yet that transcendent otherworldly aura could not be concealed no matter what. Ants, ha ha ha, all of you are ants. You all must die. The eight-headed serpent laughed madly. The torn void crack stretched across countless billions of miles. A gigantic finger appeared at the opening of the crack. It seemed to want to descend, yet it could not. In that location, a mysterious force was preventing it from descending. Roar. The finger was truly colossal, and the creature on the other side of the crack seemed to be howling in fury. But no matter how it roared, its finger remained unable to descend. Yet a wisp of immense pressure did manage to descend. In an instant, the massive walls of the imperial capital began to crack. A mere wisp of pressure. The entire capital was already unable to withstand it. The cultivators inside changed expression drastically, but there was no fear on their faces. Only a resolve to face death. 10 directions, heaven-suppressing steel. A small, exquisite stone steel appeared in Yi Junlin's hand. Go! Yi Junlin waved a single hand, and the diminutive 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel began to spin with a soft whirring sound. Boom! As Yi Junlin hurled the steel forth, the very heavens and earth trembled. Though the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel appeared tiny at this moment, it radiated layer upon layer of profound weighty aura. This overwhelming aura could suppress everything under heaven. Even the horrifying colossal finger within the void lost its oppressive might entirely under the suppression of the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel, its dreadful pressure dissipating into nothingness. Everyone could clearly tell that the owner of this finger desperately wished to descend into this world. Yet the rift in the void was woven with threads of natural law preventing his arrival. He roared in fury, struggling to break free. Bang! Every person within the imperial capital changed expression drastically, for they witnessed an utterly unbelievable sight. Within the great void rift among the myriad strands of law-formed order, one of those rule lines had just been shattered by that entity from the other side. It snapped outright. Those were the chains of order born from the power of natural law. What kind of being was this creature that the eight-headed serpent called the night deity? They could not imagine it, nor did they dare to, for it went far beyond their comprehension. Rustle. More chains of order materialized from nothing, wrapping tightly around the enormous finger with a grating, teeth-aching sound. I am an ancient deity. Who in this world dares to stand in my way? A voice that sent chills down every spine echoed out from the rift. Even the laws of heaven and earth shall not stop me. A furious roar continued to pour forth from the rift, and everyone present felt like a small boat adrift amidst violent winds and towering waves. At any moment, they could be shattered by the surging billows. Strand after strand of crystalline threads coiled ceaselessly around the giant finger, striving to prevent his descent. This was the world spirit of the mythical continent, for it would never allow an extraordinarily powerful foreign being to disturb the laws of this realm. Bang, bang, bang. The giant finger thrashed about, erupting with dark radiance. One after another, the chains of order were snapped apart, only to reform in the very next instant. Damnation! Once I fully awaken, I shall reduce this entire world to ruin. The roaring continued to pour out through the great rift. A tantrum of the powerless. Yi Junlin gazed coldly at the massive void rift and spoke. Boom. Yi Junlin's words thoroughly enraged the entity beyond the rift. A vast and majestic aura surged violently out from the crack. But the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel radiated a brownish-yellow light, suppressing and devouring all that aura. The great void rift continued to be pried open wider until something that chilled the blood of everyone appeared. On the other side of the great void rift, a colossal blood-red eye appeared. Indeed, it was merely a single eye standing vertically within the rift. It had no whites. The entire eye was an expanse of pure black. Yet the dreadful pressure it exuded could not be compared to that of the finger from before. If that finger could be considered an ant, then this eye was a giant standing level with the heavens. Within it swirled a darkness that devoured the very minds of men. Boy, are you courting death. A massive surge of spiritual will pulsed outward. Though the words spoken were in an ancient primordial tongue, every person could hear and understand them clearly. For the language he used was not any modern speech. It was obscure and archaic, yet all understood it perfectly, and they all knew that the words were directed at Yi Junlin. You? A piece of filth dwelling in darkness. If you have the ability, then descend. Look at how pitiful you are. After all these years, all you have left is a single finger and a single eyeball. See what a wretched creature you have become. You have lived for eons only to end up like this. How tragic. How lamentable. I wonder, reduced to such a state, did you even manage to leave behind any descendants, eh? Yi Junlin mocked contemptuously. This being was undoubtedly a great enemy. If he could truly cross over, then all the myriad realms would be in peril. The pitch-black eyeball remained utterly devoid of any ripple or fluctuation. Having lived through countless ages, he was hardly the sort to lose control of his emotions over a few words from Yi Junlin. After surviving so long, what had he not witnessed? When dealing with an enemy, there was no pleasure more satisfying than trampling upon the corpse of one's foe. I grant you power. Kill him. The black eyeball sent out a pulse of spiritual will toward Yamada no Orochi. As my lord commands. Rest assured, my lord. Today shall be this brat's final day. I Orochi shall make him beg for death, yet find none. The eight-headed serpent lowered its remaining 3 heads toward the black eyeball. Drip. Everyone then witnessed a wisp of black energy slowly condense upon the surface of the black eyeball. It seemed unimpressive at first glance, for it gave off an exceedingly faint presence. Only Yi Junlin, Song, Aoli Hui, and a few others could sense just how terrifying this strand of black energy truly was. It was merely a single wisp, yet it descended straight toward Yamada no Orochi. Wherever this strand of energy passed, the very void collapsed, utterly unable to withstand even that single thread of power. Roar! The eight-headed serpent roared at the sky in fury. His body swelled at a terrifying speed, and at the same time his severed tails and heads were actually regenerating. Among the serpent's previous tails and heads, only the middle head had resembled a dragon's head, but the newly grown ones were now all genuine dragon heads. The ancient ancestral dragon bloodline. This is atavism. What exactly is that being? A wisp of black chi can actually create an atavistic bloodline, Song Ao said with a grave expression. All of them could sense the eight-headed serpent's aura soaring at a terrifying speed. In just a few moments he had already reached the pinnacle of the great saint realm. Kakik, son of the human emperor, repent before me. The eight-headed serpent sneered madly. Now he felt as if every inch of his body was filled with explosive power. He had never felt this powerful before. Kill him. The being on the other side of the rift said coldly. Yes, my lord. The eight-headed serpent replied respectfully. I wonder if the human emperor will be devastated when he learns that both of his sons have died by my hand. Kid, I'll play with you slowly. Whoosh. After saying that, the eight-headed serpent lashed a tail directly at Yi Junlin. Although it was only a casual lash, the force behind it was absolutely not on the same level as before. Even a casual lash was 100 or 1,000 times stronger than his earlier strikes. This was the great saint, the pinnacle among saints. Heaven-suppressing steel. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Junlin's black hair flew wildly as he directly activated the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel to suppress the eight-headed serpent. At the same time, he slammed the supreme technique's 6 paths of reincarnation fist straight into the eight-headed serpent's tail. Boom. A world-destroying energy shockwave erupted between them. Yi Junlin was sent flying backward, cracks appearing on his fist. Although the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel was an extraordinary supreme treasure, Yi Junlin's cultivation was after all still limited. Even when he pushed it with all his might, he could hardly unleash 1/10,000,000th of its power. The great saint is actually this powerful. A casual strike can wound me. Yi Junlin looked at the cracks on his fist and said, ooh, this accursed scent. I smell such delicious blood. The human emperor's offspring. Even your blood is this alluring. If this king devours you, my cultivation should surge greatly, right? After all, you are a human-shaped great medicine. The eight-headed serpent stared at the blood on Yi Junlin's fist, his eyes gleaming green. Swish, swish. 2 figures appeared directly in front of Yi Junlin, shielding him tightly. Young master, you go first. The 2 of us will hold him off. Song Ao and Li Hui said firmly. They could die, but Yi Junlin could not. The Shenhua continent could fall, but Yi Junlin could not fall. Ding. The check-in system has issued a mission. Check-in location, Shenhua continent battlefield. Check-in reward 100,000 years of cultivation. Will the host accept? Yi Junlin froze. He had already prepared himself for a great battle against the eight-headed serpent. He admitted that he was gambling, using the bearing of a saint to defy heaven and strike down a great saint. He had not expected the system to issue a mission at this moment. He had been on the Shenhua continent for several days already, but the system had released no missions. Now it had suddenly appeared. Accept. Begin check-in, Yi Junlin said. With 100,000 years of cultivation, fighting the eight-headed serpent would be like child's play. He had originally wanted to risk his life, but now the tables had completely turned. Ding. Check-in successful. Host, please prepare to receive the power infusion. Why have you gone quiet now? So you know fear as well. At that moment, the eight-headed serpent looked at Yi Junlin with a mocking expression and asked. In his eyes, Yi Junlin was now nothing more than a plaything, posing no threat to him at all. He wanted to mock him, after all, that was how he could make his presence felt. Idiot. Why haven't you attacked yet? What the hell are you waiting for? At that moment, the being on the other side of the great void rift, as if sensing something, shouted at the eight-headed serpent. Indeed, he had sensed that the young man's aura was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. The young man's cultivation had no bottlenecks, no barriers. This terrifying rate of growth was something even he had never heard of or witnessed. Who was he? The Dark Knight deity who had lived for countless epochs. Was there anything he had never seen? This young man was beyond his comprehension. Yes, my lord. This subordinate will kill him right away. The eight-headed serpent said hastily. Originally, he had wanted to torment Yi Junlin 1,000 times before devouring him alive. He wanted Yi Junlin to die in agony. But he did not dare disobey the Dark Knight deity's command. Truly a fool. As you are now, you are no longer his match. The Dark Knight deity said somewhat irritated. Were all the subjects under his command this stupid? If he had simply killed him earlier, nothing would have happened. Instead, he had to stand there spouting nonsense. If not for his inability to descend, the first thing he would do upon arriving would be to obliterate the eight-headed serpent. This was truly stupidity at its absolute peak. What? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. No matter how strong he is only of the Saint realm. The eight-headed serpent was taken aback for a moment, then frantically shook his head and said, foolish beyond measure. Take a closer look. The dark deity no longer harbored any hope that this eight-headed serpent could eliminate Yi Junlin. He knew the eight-headed serpent was finished, and he could no longer channel more energy down, for the spirit of this world would not permit it. An intriguing young man. I believe we shall meet again before long. When that time comes, I am eager to know just how many secrets are hidden within your body. My revival is imminent, and when it comes, all races shall kneel in submission. With these words, the great rift in the void began to close, and the colossal vertical eye slowly faded. The eight-headed serpent below watched utterly baffled. He had no idea what he had done wrong. Why did his lord have so little faith in him? Killing a saint was no challenge at all. Any fool could see Yi Junlin was doomed. Yet his lord had just implied that he would meet Yi Junlin again in the future. In an instant, the eight-headed serpent felt as though all 8 of his brains had stopped working. He was dumbfounded. But then an earth-shaking surge of energy erupted from Yi Junlin's body. He snapped back to his senses and stared at Yi Junlin in disbelief. With 100,000 years of cultivation, and with my current talent, this is like 100,000 years of bitter training. What realm would that bring me to? Yi Junlin clenched his fist, exhaled, and spoke. At this moment, he seemed to be the center of the entire universe. He was clearly standing right there, yet utterly inscrutable. Even a sweep of divine sense could not detect him. It was contradictory. He stood there plainly alive, and every mortal eye could see him. Yet the feeling he gave off was one of illusion. System, show the status panel. Yi Junlin said in his mind. Host Yi Junlin. Cultivation creator god. Martial apprentice, martial warrior, martial adept, martial master, grand martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial, saint, martial sovereign, transcendent, unity, realm, void, Tao, realm, heaven, return, realm, immortal, fire, realm, true, immortal, realm, lower, golden, immortal, middle, golden, immortal, upper, golden, immortal, great, golden, immortal, grand, upper, immortal, immortal, lord, immortal, king, immortal, emperor, divine, fire, realm, true, god, realm, lower. God realm, middle god realm, upper god realm, heaven god realm, god king realm, god emperor realm, god sovereign realm, grand emperor, emperor, lord emperor, king, saint king, great saint emperor, heaven opener, world creator, heavenly Tao, great Tao, primordial chaos, supreme venerate. Talent, divine abilities, techniques, and secret arts, 10001. Too many to list one by one. Special constitution, the strongest in the universe, the Yi clan Tao body. The higher one's cultivation realm, the harder it was to advance. An ordinary cultivator who reached the Saint realm would struggle for an entire lifetime to reach the Saint King realm. Even the most gifted would need anywhere from tens of thousands to tens of millions of years to reach the Saint King realm. How can this be? Who in the world are you? The eight-headed serpent was utterly panic-stricken. He had already awakened his ancestral bloodline and possessed the bloodline of the ancient primordial dragon. His talent had soared and his future had once been bright, only to be ruthlessly cast down into the abyss. Only now did he finally understand what the dark deity had meant. This youngest son of the human emperor was simply not human. In a single instant, his cultivation had skyrocketed to a realm beyond his comprehension. He still had no idea how much power Yi Junlin now commanded, but it was far, far greater than his own. Weren't you trying to kill me? Now I'll give you that chance. With those words, Yi Junlin vanished. The next moment, he was already standing before the eight-headed serpent. Yi Junlin slowly extended a finger, and a sliver of light shot into the eight-headed serpent's body. Boom. The serpent's entire body exploded on the spot. His soul was extinguished on the spot. Target the otherworldly invaders. Slay them all and avenge the fallen. Yi Junlin said coldly, pointing toward the direction of the invaders. Kill, kill, kill. Avenge our fallen brothers, friends, and families. The imperial capital city gates burst open, and this time all the cultivators of the 30 legions poured out. Each and every one was murderous, their killing intent piercing the heavens. Even the clouds in the sky were scattered by that murderous aura. Without a Saint King, the otherworldly invaders were nothing more than fish on the chopping block. They no longer had the strength to resist. The unknown battlefield. The dark deity has already left. It seems your son has been destroyed. Human emperor, what use is your peerless cultivation now? Yi Zhan did not die, but your second son was not so fortunate. On the opposite side of the heavenly abyss, someone sneered. But Yi Jitian remained utterly unmoved without so much as a furrow of his brow. Yi Junlin was his own flesh and blood. At a cultivation level like his, he could naturally sense whether Yi Junlin was safe. Report. The soul jade tablet of the eight-headed serpent king has shattered. On the opposite side of the heavenly abyss, someone reported in panic. Of course, a being at the eight-headed serpent king's level of cultivation was utterly unworthy of the attention of their upper echelons. Nor was he worth a special report. But this concerned whether the human emperor's second son lived or died. The eight-headed serpent king's death meant the human emperor's second son was still alive. Worthless. A pack of worthless trash, so utterly useless that you cannot kill even a single youth. You have lived all these long years in vain. The colossal phantom roared in fury. He had intended to deliver a heavy blow to the human emperor, yet never expected that a king-tier war general would be unable to deal with one young man. Heavenly Emperor, shall we launch a full-scale assault on the myriad heavens and myriad worlds? Below the phantom, someone asked respectfully. They were warmongers eager only to seize the vast resource-rich realm of the myriad heavens and myriad worlds. Over the years, their human emperor's might has grown more and more formidable. Now, not to mention the human emperor, even his eldest son's cultivation base is enough to astound the world. Use your head. Which of us is a match for the human emperor? For now, we can only wait. Wait for the deity to awaken and descend. Only then will we be able to launch a counterattack. What we need to do now is not to strike back, but to think about how to prevent them from coming for us. The heavenly emperor said with some concern. If Yi Jitian were to cross the heavenly abyss at all costs right now, they would be in grave danger. What the heavenly emperor could foresee, Yi Jitian naturally could foresee as well. Yet he had no intention of attacking. All the world knew that the human emperor Yi Jitian was supreme in cultivation and had attained the mysteries of creation itself. But no one knew Yi Jitian's true cultivation base. Then should we send people to the Shanhua continent to assassinate the human emperor's second son? Someone asked. Foolish. Even that deity descended and still failed to kill him. What point is there in sending anyone else, said the heavenly emperor. This was also the point he could not understand. That deity had not fully awakened, yet sending down a phantom projection was still possible. If so, why did Baki King die while that young man did not? Even if the Dark Knight deity had only sent down a sliver of power, it should by rights have been enough to deal with Yi Junlin. Now I can perceive the temporal node of that era. Perhaps the mighty experts of your Shanhua continent did not die back then. After annihilating the enemies from beyond the realm, Yi Junlin gazed toward Jinmu Mountain and said. He was now already in the realm of the creator god, so he could naturally sense clearly the long river of time beside Jinmu Mountain. Within it, there were still faint fluctuations of energy. Yi Junlin took a step forward and led the members of the heavenly court toward Jinmu Mountain. After destroying the otherworldly enemies Qing Shang and the others rushed over. At the same time, Xiao Liu and Qinglong and others entered as well. By now the Shanhua continent had long been completely open, so anyone could come in. Yi Junlin could not help feeling that the spatial node at Jinmu Mountain was somehow different, but he could not say exactly what was different because he had never experienced it before. This is the place. Back then they opened this temporal node purely by luck. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered as he discovered an extraordinary secret. This temporal node was a great gate. In the past, several people fought a great battle here, yet unexpectedly, they accidentally opened this gate. They had all thought it was the long river of time, but behind the gate was a brand new world. As for what kind of world it was, there was no way to know. The ancient histories of the Shanhua continent did not record it. Open. Yi Junlin traced a line with his finger, and the void slowly split apart. Under everyone's disbelieving gaze, an ancient bronze gate appeared before them all. Luminous light flowed across its surface, making it look indestructible. This gate had stood since time immemorial, yet someone had cast an illusion over the area outside, so that people would not know that a gate existed there. Interesting. To prevent people from entering and discovering this place, they even cast a profound illusion outside. Yi Junlin said with a smile. This bronze gate itself was not hard to open, one only needed the power of a sage king to push it open. Creak. Xiao Luyun pushed open the bronze gate, and the instant it opened, an intensely powerful beam of light shone down upon all of them. The beam was like an orb of light 100,000 times more dazzling than the great sun. It was so bright that one could hardly open one's eyes. Yi Junlin's eyes began to change, and both of them became golden. His vision was not hindered, and he could see everything around him clearly. In front of them was a huge city gate, and on the gate were 2 lines of characters. 3 bows and 9 cowdows opened the immortal gate. From this moment on, one belongs to those within the gate. The meaning was that one had to reverently perform 3 bows and 9 cowdows before this so-called immortal gate would open. Only by entering could one become a member of what lay within. At the entrance of the immortal gate lay 3 figures on the verge of death. Their bodies were tattered and broken, and black blood still oozed ceaselessly from within them. The 3 sage kings of the Shanhua continent. Yi Junlin said as he looked at the 3 figures. Indeed, he had read the ancient history of the Shanhua continent, which contained portraits of these 3. This blinding orb of light was emitted from atop the city gate. There stood a group of young men and women, and their attire alone made it clear that they were not ordinary people. The men were strikingly handsome, and the women were breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, each of them had a terrifyingly formidable cultivation base. Even the weakest among them was at the Sage King realm. They all stared coldly at Junlin and the others. They showed even greater disregard for the three Sage Kings at the entrance, as if they did not see them at all. Where have you come from, and what business do you have in our Xingu continent? A young man whose eyes remained utterly calm looked at Junlin and the others. Xingu continent. Xingu continent. How can this be? How is it possible? Xiao Luyun asked, his face changing dramatically. Wasn't the Xingu continent wiped out countless eons ago? It's said that in that battle the Xingu continent suffered severe losses, with numerous experts falling. Xiao Luyun continued. Since he had followed the human emperor for so many years, he knew some of the hidden secrets. What nonsense are you spouting? When did our Xingu continent teeming with experts ever suffer complete annihilation? The young men and women on the city wall all shouted in fury. War is imminent and darkness will swallow everything. You are not welcome here, leave. A young man on the city wall spoke again. The Pajuo clan and the Anya clan are about to launch a war. Under the leadership of the dark deity, they will invade our myriad worlds. You had better go back and spread this news. As for them, their souls were eroded by darkness long ago. They are no longer who they once were. A man on the city wall crowned with a huge divine halo spoke. Extinguish. Junlin stretched out his finger and lightly tapped toward the three Sage Kings. Black mist kept rising from their bodies. Junlin knew this substance all too well. It was the wisp of energy that the dark deity had once sent down, eroding their hearts and minds. The three Sage Kings slowly regained consciousness. Oh, young man, how did you manage it? Someone on the city wall asked with curiosity. Throughout their Xingu continent, experts were as numerous as clouds. Even the mightiest supreme beings found it extremely thorny to eliminate this black energy. Yet before this young man, it was effortless. We want to enter the city, Junlin said calmly to the group, for he had discovered something amiss. He had just used the six paths reincarnation eye to trace back to the source and make a careful observation. He found that the heavenly secrets of every person before him were shrouded. How should one put it? When Junlin looked at them, it was as if a mist blocked his view, and he could not see them clearly. Without a doubt, Junlin's cultivation base was far higher than theirs. But this was exactly the most bizarre part. In the end, Junlin came to a conclusion: these people were not truly human. Perhaps the fates of all of them had been concealed by a supreme mighty one. Combined with what Xiao Luyun had just said, this suggested that the Xingu continent had been destroyed several eons ago. It had been directly annihilated by the army led by the dark deity. Of course, it had only been after several supreme powerhouses of the Xingu continent fought desperately that they severely wounded and sealed away the dark deity. At that time, Yi Jitian had not even been born. Later, after Yi Jitian attained the supreme human emperor throne, he came to know some of these hidden secrets through deduction. Seeing that Junlin wished to enter the immortal gate, they fell silent. Very well, you may come in. In the end, they chose to compromise because they truly wanted to know how Junlin had so easily dispelled the power of erosion. But I believe you have also seen that if you follow the words on the gate, you will naturally be able to enter. Someone said to Junlin and the others. You still hold outsiders in contempt. Junlin shook his head. I dare to kowtow. Can you bear it? Junlin asked directly. Boom. Crack. He was just about to bend down and kowtow, but in an instant the wind and clouds changed color. The immortal gate trembled violently, about to explode. It could not withstand the young human emperor's single bow. Though Junlin was young, he already possessed the awe-inspiring might of a human emperor. The human emperor, the most powerful existence across the myriad worlds, revered by all living beings. Stop. Cease. Who exactly are you? What? Why is this happening? On the city wall, the men and women's expressions changed drastically. They had been within a hair's breadth of being crushed directly by this world. All because Junlin was about to perform kowtows at the immortal gate. Could this world not bear a single kneel from this young man? Who exactly was this young man? Where did he come from? Oh, open the immortal gate. Please, everyone enter. Someone said with a wry smile. The original rule was that the immortal gate could only be opened after 3 bows and 9 kowtows. But now they made an exception. This was the first exception in the history of the Xingu continent. The immortal gate swung wide open, and Junlin's party walked straight in. The natives in the city all looked at Junlin and his companions with surprise. It had to be said that the cultivation levels of these people were simply not on the same tier as those of the Shanhua continent. They appeared ordinary, but in truth, even the weakest among them had reached the sage realm. Likewise, with his 6 paths reincarnation, Junlin still could not see any life force on them. The heavenly secrets of every one of them had been veiled. And the one who had wielded such supreme, incomparable means was absolutely one of the most powerful beings between heaven and earth. The indigenous inhabitants regarded Junlin and his companions with undisguised contempt. Some even sprayed an unidentified mist-like substance in their wake, as if the very streets they traversed had been contaminated by their presence. as though every path they walked had been defiled by their passage. Cough, young man, please don't take offense. They meant no harm. Someone offered an embarrassed explanation. Yi Junlin's group understood now. The locals perceived them as a form of contamination pollution imbued with the black chi of the night god. After all, even when those 3 Saint Kings had been dying at their doorstep, the locals had shown not the slightest inclination to offer aid. Though strangers to one another, they stood united on the same front against the invaders from beyond the realm. Their contributions were certainly no less than these others yet. This question had piqued Yi Junlin's curiosity. The night god still slumbered according to his understanding. At minimum, countless ages would pass before its awakening. Yet why did they speak of night approaching? Moreover, the entire ancient immortal continent showed not a single trace of having endured war's devastation. Combined with what Xia Luyuan had revealed earlier, Yi Junlin had begun to harbor suspicions. But they remained merely speculation. Young man, our supreme requests your presence. The young man addressed Yi Junlin with impeccable courtesy, much to the astonishment of every local present. The youth of the ancient immortal continent prided themselves on their haughtiness. When had anyone witnessed them treat another with such deference? Yet here they were, not merely polite but extraordinarily courteous to this outsider. This confounded everyone. The Supreme wishes to meet them. What on earth are their origins? Someone wondered, secretly alarmed. The Supreme was the spiritual pillar of their entire people, as well as the pinnacle of martial might upon the ancient immortal continent. Lead the way. Yi Junlin answered without hesitation. He too harbored a keen desire to understand more of this realm. He felt no surprise that the Supreme had learned of their arrival the moment they entered the city. This was only natural. It was certainly not due to anyone sending word, nor would such common folk possess the authority to convey messages directly to the Supreme. Yi Junlin and his companions were escorted to an enormous Dao grounds. Truly befitting the Supreme. Observe, even the flagstones beneath our feet are paved with enlightenment stones. Yi Junlin gazed upon the scene with undisguised admiration. Every exotic flower and rare herb within view was without exception a sovereign-grade medicinal plant. Young man, I have waited long for your arrival. A weathered voice suddenly resonated within Yi Junlin's mind as he and his companions surveyed their surroundings. The voice carried a profound tranquility, evoking the image of an elder whose life approached its final chapter. Enter. The same voice stirred once more within Yi Junlin's consciousness. Wait for me here. Yi Junlin spoke briefly, then strode purposefully toward the depths of the Dao grounds. No one obstructed his path as he followed the route that materialized in his thoughts. Before him stretched an immense bamboo forest, every stalk a celestial thunder purple bamboo, each one beyond price. At the forest's heart stood a humble bamboo dwelling. Before the hut a table held 2 teacups. Drink. The aged voice resonated as Yi Junlin perceived no one in sight. Yet in a fleeting moment, an elderly figure materialized before him, gazing at Yi Junlin with a warm, gentle smile. The old man possessed an unremarkable countenance, dressed in coarse homespun garments, his face etched with the marks of countless years. Any other observer would have dismissed him as a mere mortal. Even Yi Junlin could detect not a whisper of spiritual fluctuation emanating from this elder. Yi Junlin's expression shifted unceasingly. Moments ago he had sensed no living presence here. Yet now an old man sat calmly before him. May I inquire who you are, venerable one? Yi Junlin remained standing, clasping his fist in inquiry. Come, sample the tea I have personally brewed. We shall speak at leisure. The elderly man regarded Yi Junlin with a knowing smile. Then I shall not decline your kind offer. Yi Junlin raised the teacup before him and drained it in a single decisive gulp. To speak truthfully, the fragrance that wafted from the tea was exquisite. Yet upon tasting, a wave of astringent bitterness erupted across his palate. How is the tea? The elder inquired with narrowed eyes. This tea is rather distinctive. Yi Junlin replied, a trace of bitterness in his tone. Had he not been certain this ancient one bore him no malice, he would have suspected the tea poisoned. May I ask, venerable elder, what purpose brings this junior here? Yi Junlin resolved to speak plainly, for from start to finish the old man had shown no inclination to reveal anything, merely studying him with occasional glimmers of light flickering in his eyes. I am Mo Wentian, Lord of Reincarnation. You already carry the answer within your heart, young friend. Why ask? Mo Wentian's gaze settled upon Yi Junlin. I have known for ages that this day would come, that you would arrive. Mo Wentian declared. Lord of Reincarnation. A tremor of shock crossed Yi Junlin's face as he gazed upon Mo Wentian. To claim sovereignty over reincarnation itself. This elder was truly extraordinary. Now that you have arrived, it is time you learn the truth of all things. A smile played upon Mo Wentian's features. It approaches swiftly now. My dissolution draws near. Mo Wentian lifted his gaze, his eyes blazing with brilliant radiance as he spoke. Yi Junlin was genuinely baffled. What riddle was this Lord of Reincarnation playing? Even I, the Lord of Reincarnation, find it hard to leap beyond the wheel of fate. Mo Wentian's eyes shimmered with an inscrutable divine light. Yi Junlin decided not to ask any more questions. He would simply wait and watch. He had a feeling that the answer would appear very soon. Woo. All warriors of the Xingu continent, prepare yourselves. The Night Clan and the Pajuo clan are invading. As war drums resounded, Junlin's face changed drastically. Now he understood. Imo Wentian was leading him to relive that war from years past. None of them were among the living anymore. In truth, they had long since died in battle. But the great supremes refused to accept their downfall. They forcibly unleashed heaven-defying arts to restore the cycle of reincarnation. As a warning for future generations, they had been waiting all along for Junlin to arrive. Young friend, all you need to do is stand by and watch, for you are merely witnesses. Remember, you must never interfere. Otherwise, heaven and earth will be thrown into chaos. Even if you are the chosen one, you will suffer consequences beyond imagination. Imo Wentian gave the warning with the utmost gravity. Boom. Above the Xingu continent, a pitch-black giant palm appeared out of thin air and slammed directly downward. Night deity, how dare you run rampant on my Xingu continent? A furious roar thundered and a dazzling swordlight shot into the sky, slashing down at the enormous palm. This is the lord of the heavenly sword, Shun Jinshin. His swordsmanship is the finest in the present world, Imo Wentian said from the side. The power of that single slash was dreadful beyond compare. This was by far the strongest sword intent Junlin had ever seen. Rip. Black liquid dripped from the sky. It was the night deity's blood. Despicable lowly ants. How dare you wound me? A dark figure slowly coalesced in the sky and spoke. His entire body was pitch black as if carved from coal. But his form was fearsome and he made no effort to conceal his aura. He had already stepped beyond the supreme realm, yet he still remained within its domain. Is the night deity about to transcend the supreme realm? Junlin's expression changed drastically. Alas, Imo Wentian did not speak, he only sighed. Had it not been for the night deity transcending the supreme realm ahead of them, how could they have been annihilated to the last? My children, drain every last drop of their blood. Go. Ha ha ha. The night deity waved his hand, and the void shattered like a glass mirror, cracking in every direction. Then one army after another emerged from within. All troops, hear my command. Follow me and slaughter these pieces of trash. A towering stalwart figure shot up into the air and stood coldly in the void. He wielded twin battle axes, his whole body brimming with the power of destruction. This is the Lord of Destruction, Han Hu. HM. Suddenly, a single sharp gaze shot straight toward Junlin. For a split second, Junlin felt as if his soul had frozen solid. A variable. The night deity muttered under his breath. He could actually see Junlin across the river of time. At the same time, the night deity kept calculating, sensing that he shared a profound karmic bond with this youth who did not belong to this world. One had to remember that this was merely history replaying itself, not the true battlefield of the past. Yet even so, the night deity could still perceive it. It had to be admitted that the night deity was truly formidable. Reverse the order of yin and yang and throw karma into chaos. If I strike at him now, I will bear karmic backlash, but I will be rid of a future scourge. In an instant, the night deity thought of many things. He even harbored the intention of killing Junlin at any cost. He always felt that the karma between him and Junlin was no simple matter. It made his heart tremble with dread. A single sword descends from the heavens. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword made his move, and his opening strike was his most powerful ultimate art. A colossal heavenly sword descended from above, trailing boundless sword chi as it carved toward the night deity. Heaven-splitting axe. Han Hu, twin axes in hand and wreathed in destructive power, hacked toward the night deity. The years have gone and none can turn back. When reincarnation comes another day, ask not Imo Wentian. The old man is coming. Imo Wentian laughed heartily, his palm brimming with the power of reincarnation. The years have gone and none can turn back. When reincarnation comes another day, ask not Imo Wentian. Junlin said softly. He understood what those words meant. This war had already happened, and there was no turning back. From then on, Imo Wentian, the Lord of Reincarnation, would never again exist in this world. On the Xingu continent, great battles raged everywhere. Junlin and the others were outsiders, no one could see or touch them. But they could clearly see the cruelty of this war. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses lay strewn everywhere, a blood-drenched charnel house. The three supremes unleashed their ultimate secret arts and clashed with the night deity again and again. Some of them had already begun to suffer wounds. But the night deity's mind was still partly fixed on Junlin. Junlin could feel it. The three supremes could feel it too. Unwavering and fearless, Junlin kept his eyes locked tightly on the night deity. Previously, he had only seen a single finger and a single eyeball of the night deity. But now he was seeing his true form. Junlin saw the young gate guardians who had been standing watch earlier, now all lying fallen in pools of blood. Some aged cultivators roared in fury and in desperation dragged their enemies into self-destruction, seeking to perish together with them. Innocent children were mercilessly slain. This place had become a living hell on earth. Yet Junlin and his companions could not intervene, for all this had truly happened in the past. But now it was merely a projection of history, and they could not act. The battle was utterly brutal, with severed limbs and broken bodies scattered everywhere. The cultivators of the ancient immortal continent faced death, without fear, their eyes burning with unyielding resolve. The dark night is about to descend. You cannot stop me. The dark deity spoke. If you are willing to submit to me, I will lead you to become supreme beings beyond all others. The dark deity sought to persuade the three sovereigns to pledge allegiance. Submit. Only if you trample over my corpse. Han sneered coldly. One sword to slay the soul, one sword to extinguish a god. Shun Jianxin refused to waste words and directly unleashed his unmatched sword art, striking toward the dark deity. All things in this world are bound by the cycle of reincarnation. Dark Knight, you will ultimately fail. Mo Wentian spoke coldly, standing upon the wheel of reincarnation. Fail? What are you talking about? One day the entire world will kneel before the darkness. I am the king of darkness. The dark deity declared frostily. Amid his relentless battle with the three sovereigns, he turned to Junlin and asked, "Boy, do we know each other?" Only the four of them present could see Junlin. Everyone else was utterly bewildered. Ha, could this old fiend have gone mad from fighting the three sovereigns? He's actually talking to thin air. A powerful cultivator of the ancient, immortal continent laughed aloud. Of course he knew that a being of such caliber would never act without reason. He was merely using this to dampen the enemy's arrogance. And strangely enough, it worked quite well. Many soldiers in the dark deity's army grew uneasy and looked at their god with confusion. They genuinely feared that the deity they worshipped had lost his sanity. Seizing the opportunity, many cultivators of the ancient immortal continent launched a fierce counterattack, and in an instant the battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. For the enemy's morale had crumbled. Nonsense. How could a deity be defeated by three sovereigns? Pull yourselves together and slaughter them all. From the direction of the otherworldly invaders, a commander stepped forward and coldly barked orders. They still held the advantage in numbers, yet signs of collapse were already emerging. Why had they invaded the myriad worlds? Because their original world was far too small. So small that it defied description. If the myriad worlds were a colossal football stadium, then their original world was a mere grain of rice within it. It was suffocatingly tiny, yet the population of cultivators was immense. Their resources were nowhere near sufficient to distribute among all. Thus the current Heavenly Emperor initiated a great massacre, fanning flames with vile schemes and conspiracies. He plunged other worlds into endless wars. Once their strength was sufficiently drained, he gathered all the cultivators and launched an invasion that lasted 800 million years. During this time, they encountered the dark deity and eventually entered his service. Initially, they merely wished to conquer one or two higher planes to secure enough cultivation resources for themselves. But now their ambition had swelled to conquering the entire universe. After hearing the Heavenly Emperor's words, their morale visibly lifted, and they gradually regained their senses and resumed the slaughter. Although the ancient immortal continent boasted countless formidable experts, they could not withstand the sheer number of enemies. We do know each other, and not in an ordinary sense. In the near future you will pay the price for your slaughter. Junlin, seasoned by countless battles, spoke with icy resolve. Is that so? You are not of this world, and the karmic ties are immense. But why does my heart burn with the urge to kill you? The dark deity said while continuing to battle. Indeed, he sensed a faint trace of threat from this young man, a threat that arose for no discernible reason. Many have wanted to kill me, but in the end they all died before me. My death is not something you will ever witness. Junlin replied directly. Ha, good. Boy, I admire your courage. No one has ever dared to speak so arrogantly before me. Now I will give you a chance. The first path is that I will kill you myself, even at the cost of karmic entanglement. The second is to submit to me and follow me. From then on you shall stand above all realms, second only to me. The dark deity declared. Submit to you? Who do you think you are to deserve my submission? Junlin sneered coldly. I cannot see through it. Why is the heavenly mechanism obscured? What kind of karma is this? The dark deity frowned. He was now terrifyingly powerful, yet he could not deduce Junlin's origins or identity. The young man seemed to be shrouded in a dense fog, utterly impossible to perceive clearly. Gazing upon the young faces crumpled upon the ground around them, Junlin and his companions burned with the desire to intervene. Regardless of their inadequacy, regardless of the blood that would surely stain the battlefield today. They all wished to act, yet they feared disrupting the very order of this heaven and earth. Such consequences would be catastrophic. If they were to strike, it would bring irreversible and momentous transformations. Absolute terror would surely come to pass. Oh. Junlin howled toward the heavens, watching corpse after corpse tumble to the ground, utterly helpless. A weight of suppressed fury churned within his chest. Young friend, there is no need for such anguish. If our sacrifice can purchase peace for generations to come, then it is worth every drop of blood. Our very existence was meant to buy you precious time. Blood seeped from the corner of Mo Wentian's lips, yet he spoke to Junlin with a gentle smile. Clearly he had suffered a devastating blow, yet still he could face Junlin with such composure. This only deepened Junlin's inner torment. Venerable predecessors, rest assured. Junlin shall surely eradicate every last one of these vermin. I shall restore tranquility to all worlds throughout the heavens. Yi Junlin spoke with solemn gravity. This was the first time Yi Junlin had addressed another as venerable predecessor, testament enough to the depth of his recognition and admiration for these supreme beings. A swarm of ants are you babbling in your dreams? Very well. You have now stirred my killing intent. It matters not where you hail from. Whatever mighty karma you possess, I shall bear it all alone. Despite countless causes, myriads of laws, I shall surely slay you within the river of time itself. At this moment the Dark Night God fixed his gaze upon Yi Junlin. For Yi Junlin's words had somehow stirred the faintest tremor within his heart. Who was this creature? A great one who had stepped half beyond the realm of supreme, holding absolute faith in his own perceptive abilities. Especially at such a level of cultivation, every word and deed represented the supreme principles of heaven and earth. All karma descend upon my form. Though I must contend with karma, I remain invincible beneath the heavens. The Dark Night God declared with boundless confidence. Perish. The Dark Night God thrust forth a single finger toward Yi Junlin. This single finger actually spanned across the domain of time and space itself, manifesting directly before Yi Junlin. Indeed, the Dark Night God sought to obliterate Yi Junlin across countless eons of temporal flow. You old cur, do not grow too arrogant. Everyone, we must prepare. Mo Wentian gazed calmly at the other two supreme beings as he spoke. My sword heart has long been ready. Shun Jinshin cradled his blade in his arms, responding with quiet composure. The sword was his very essence, his all. This old man is no coward who fears death. Han, whose entire being radiated terrifying destructive might, as he declared. The young friend need not rely on us to save him. Within him lies a formidable power lying dormant. What we must do now is use our own primordial essence to forcibly seal it. Mo Wentian spoke to the other two supreme beings. Come then, this is all we can do. Whether fortune or misfortune awaits hereafter rests entirely upon these young ones' fate. Shun Jinshin sighed as he spoke. Destruction, origin, explode. The three directly channeled all their primordial essence, preparing to begin arranging the formation. Meanwhile, on the other side, a colossal finger had already materialized before Yi Junlin, on the verge of striking down. This was genuine lethal force, spanning countless eons across the river of time itself. Yet it remained terrifyingly supreme. The assault of such a powerful being was simply beyond anything Yi Junlin could withstand. Even Yi Junlin felt his physical form threatening to shatter beneath this overwhelming pressure. This was undoubtedly the most formidable threat he had ever encountered. Now his system within showed not a trace of response. This was after all Yi Junlin's hidden trump card, yet no matter how he called upon it, the system remained utterly unmoved. Damn it! One's fate must be grasped in one's own hands hereafter. One cannot merely rely on the system. Of course, if one could survive. Yi Junlin's thoughts raced in that instant. Even if I am no match today, I shall display my proper dignity. Battle! Yi Junlin bellowed, instantly bringing himself to his peak state, hurling himself toward the massive finger. Simultaneously, the 10 directions suppressing heaven monument materialized. Yi Junlin embraced it with both hands and ruthlessly smashed it toward the finger. Does a firefly dare to rival the moon's radiance? The Dark Night God snorted disdainfully. Before even making contact with the massive finger, Yi Junlin suddenly felt his physical form beginning to disintegrate, to collapse. How terribly horrifying was this? Even after being infinitely weakened, the attack still possessed such tremendous might. The realm beyond supreme was truly beyond fathom. Blood seeped from the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth, yet he retreated not a single step. Even in death he would die standing tall and dignified. Hum hum hum. A peculiar fluctuation swept across the entire battlefield. Everyone gazed in astonishment toward a particular location. They could not perceive Yi Junlin, yet they could sense the fluctuation emanating from his direction. At the same moment, all three supreme beings regarded Yi Junlin with solemn gazes. They temporarily halted the formation they were arranging. Who dares obstruct my killing? The Dark Night God roared. Actually, there was someone who dared to obstruct the one he intended to kill. In the depths of his consciousness, he already sensed karmic retribution about to descend, and he was fully prepared for it. Yet now his attack was blocked. It hovered motionless in front of Yi Junlin, completely shackled in place. Alas! A sigh drifted out from within Yi Junlin's body. Then the several supreme powerhouses saw a phantom figure step out from Yi Junlin's form. That voice reigned supreme over heaven and earth, and the figure's eyes were, as if a god or demon were gazing down through 10,000 ages. His presence was overwhelmingly majestic. My emperor, Xia Liuyun, one of the 30,000 commanders, greets your majesty. Qinglong greets the human emperor. Tears shimmered in the eyes of Xia Liuyun and Qinglong as they knelt reverently and shouted, Rise all of you. With a faint smile, Yi Jitian gently waved a hand toward them, and both were lifted directly to their feet by an invisible force. Father, Yi Junlin murmured to himself. This was his father, the father he had seen only once in his memory. My son Junlin, you have grown. You have grown quite a bit. Yi Jitian said, gazing at Yi Junlin with a fond smile. Yi Junlin knew that this was merely a spiritual incarnation his father had left inside him. It existed precisely to save his life at that critical, potentially fatal moment. So his father had not simply abandoned him back then, he had left behind a protective incarnation within his body. Who exactly are you? The night deity could no longer keep his composure and shouted on the spot. He clearly knew that the supreme sovereigns of all the heavens and myriad worlds were the three figures before him. How could there possibly be yet another one? Moreover, this sovereign before him was different, more formidable than any sovereign he had ever encountered. I truly wish my true self could descend to slay you. Yi Jitian did not answer, instead speaking with a hint of emotion. The moment those words were spoken, the several sovereigns all trembled in body and mind. What extraordinary boldness was this? At every turn he was talking about directly erasing the night deity. Who was this man? It was clear to see that he had the confidence to back it up. You do not belong to this era. Who exactly are you? The night deity asked gravely. He was somewhat exasperated. In all these years this was the first person who would not even look at him squarely. Talking about killing him at every turn. What did he take him for? A chicken, duck, or fish, to be slaughtered whenever one pleased. A mere spiritual incarnation is not enough to bear such great karmic consequences. Yi Jitian again did not answer, but muttered to himself. As soon as he said this, the night deity's hair stood on end. He sensed a threat. Your Excellency, you should know that if you and I engage in battle, the consequences will be immeasurable. By then the entire river of time will be thrown into disorder. Such a price is not something either of us can bear. The night deity warned in a low voice. Everyone was stunned. This was the night deity's first roundabout concession. He was afraid. Indeed, heaven and earth would descend into chaos, but I truly want to kill you. Yi Jitian said calmly. Do you think I'm a pushover? If you don't fear the consequences, why should I? Even if you don't belong to this era, even if I must bear the great karmic consequences, I am still invincible. The night deity said seriously. Invincible? Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to say they are undefeated? Yi Jitian sneered. Shatter. Yi Jitian tapped lightly, and the enormous finger instantly crumbled. You. The night deity's pupils constricted violently. Boom. The two immediately fought. It was hard to believe that the night deity was evenly matched against a spiritual incarnation. One had to know, the night deity was terrifying and mighty. But now just one spiritual incarnation of his opponent could rival him. Most importantly, this spiritual incarnation was at the peak of the sovereign realm. It had not stepped beyond the sovereign realm at all. Boom. The void split apart and a huge foot descended from the sky, stomping hard onto the night deity's head. The night deity, as if struck by lightning, crashed violently into the earth. The spot where he landed formed a massive abyss so deep that its bottom could not be seen. This is the true body. All the sovereigns were horrified. It was Yi Jitian's true body descending, even though only a single foot had descended. But it was supremely terrifying. What a pity. If my true body could truly descend, history would be altered and unpredictable major events would occur. Yi Jitian's spiritual incarnation said. The great rift in the void then closed, and the giant foot of Yi Jitian's true body vanished without a trace. You three, seal him away. The day he breaks free will be the day of his death. Yi Jitian's spiritual incarnation said, cupping his fists toward the three sovereigns. These three were heroic martyrs of the human race, worthy of admiration. Formation arise. The three sovereigns hesitated no longer. This was the optimal time to seal him. Because the night deity was injured, they could seal him in one mighty surge. They directly invoked their primal origins, and sparing no cost used the primal origins of every cultivator on the Xingu continent to seal the night deity. All of the cultivators, facing death as if returning home willingly, offered their own origins. Then with smiles on their faces, every one of them vanished into nothingness. Don't keep looking. When the day comes that you have the power, you will naturally be able to awaken them all. Yi Jitian said with a smile, noticing the unwillingness in Yi Junlin's eyes. Father, are you saying they can return once more? Yi Junlin asked ecstatically. Of course. They are not dead, they are simply alive in another form. Yi Jitian ruffled Yi Junlin's hair and said. What you see is not what you ought to pursue. Once you truly reach a certain level, you will know that these so-called deities are nothing more than ants. Alarmed, Yi Jitian said to Yi Junlin, the true matchless enemy lies on the other side of Tianyuan. That is the real mastermind behind everything. Very well. Seeing how much you have grown, I am deeply gratified. But the road ahead of you is still very long. Your brother and I will be waiting for you at Tianyuan. Now what you need to do is open the space-time passage and head to the Tianyuan secret realm. This secret realm is profoundly connected to Tianyuan, perhaps it holds a way to counteract the laws of Tianyuan. Only cultivators under 100,000 years old may enter this secret realm. Your brother and I both missed that chance back then. Though you are only in your 20s now, your cultivation should be sufficient. The Tianyuan secret realm will open right here on the Xingu continent. Remember, our enemies are far from being mere dark night deities. There are far more formidable existences behind them. With those words, Yi Jitian faded away. His words undoubtedly weighed heavily on Yi Junlin. So the dark night deities were not the true masterminds after all. This world was truly full of unknowns. Yi Junlin gathered his thoughts and, looking at the devastated Xingu continent, he let out a long, heavy breath. Wait for me. I believe that before long, I will become powerful enough to revive every one of you. Junlin declared, his voice strong and unyielding. By the way, where exactly is this secret realm going to open? Junlin asked, feeling rather frustrated. And so Junlin and the others wandered aimlessly across the Xingu continent. Then one day, boom. The heavens and the earth thundered as an immense crash drew everyone's gaze. They all looked up toward the void. A colossal golden gate appeared before their eyes. Golden light streams swirled without pause across its surface, a magnificent and breathtaking sight. Upon the golden gate were inscribed a few large, vigorous characters, the land of Tianyuan. So this is the Tianyuan secret realm? Junlin said, staring at the golden gate. How could it be such a coincidence? It had appeared right after his father spoke of it. With a low hum, the golden gate slowly opened and golden lotuses materialized out of thin air one after another. There were only 4 or 5 golden lotuses, each bearing a cushion. Each golden lotus can carry only one person. Among us, only 3 are under 100,000 years old. Let's go. I want to see what makes this Tianyuan secret realm so extraordinary. Junlin stepped forward and sat cross-legged on a golden lotus. The 2 siblings Qing Shang and Qing Wu also seated themselves cross-legged on golden lotuses. This is the power of laws. Is it the laws of Tianyuan that father spoke of? Junlin asked out of curiosity. But before he could ponder any further, the golden lotuses shot into the golden gate, and the 3 vanished. Then the golden gate itself became illusory and disappeared entirely, as if it had never existed. Is this Tianyuan? What came into view before Junlin was a boundless universe. There was no edge in sight. All he could see were vast starry skies and dead silent great stars. As for Qing Shang and Qing Wu, they had long been randomly teleported to unknown places. The Tianyuan ancient road has appeared. I am determined to trample this world apart. In the distance, a torrent of light came rushing over. It was a powerful cultivator. The route he took happened to pass right through where Junlin stood. He charged straight at Junlin with no intention of stopping, apparently intending to smash Junlin into a pulp. As he drew near, Junlin's gaze remained as calm as an ancient well. This was not a human cultivator, but a race Junlin did not know. It had a human face, and yet upon its head gaped a huge snake mouth. It had no limbs and slithered forward at great speed. Get out of my way, insignificant ant. It spoke in human tongue, barking directly at Junlin. Seeing that Junlin paid him no attention, the cold light in his eyes flared violently. His form moved even faster, erupting with terrifying power as he charged straight at Junlin. At the same time, a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The Tianyuan trial begins with an ant like you. Die. He opened the gory maw on his forehead and lunged forward to devour Junlin. You call everyone an ant. What are you then? Junlin lashed out with a single slap. Splat. You? How could you? That creature burst apart on the spot, only managing to utter a few words. One after another, many figures emerged in the surrounding void. There were human cultivators and beings of other races. Wasn't that one from the serpent folk race a powerhouse at the great sage realm? Yet that human killed him with a single slap. Those words were spoken by a being still in fear. That human's cultivation is at least at the Saint Emperor realm. We can't afford to offend him. Let's go around, another said, likewise shaken. Some of the beings had eyes filled with terror, while others wore looks of disdain. They were all powerful geniuses from various places, each carrying their own pride and capital. If they do not offend me, I do not offend them. If they offend me, I will surely kill them. Junlin's icy words resounded throughout this cosmos. It made one's hair stand on end. Countless creatures chose to take a detour, while countless others looked on coldly. Yet not one of them stepped forward to make trouble for Junlin. All the creatures drifted through this universe. They walked without aim or destination. Junlin could see clearly that a great many of them were not from the myriad worlds. Then they must have come from beyond the myriad worlds, a place with unknown ties to the dark deities and the like. Walking through the universe was undoubtedly lonely. Everyone around was on guard against others, wary of one another. With no one to journey with and no one to talk to, it was extremely dull and tedious. Here there was no time, no alternation of day and night. Junlin wandered aimlessly through this universe, not knowing where he was going or where he would end up. There was no direction and no purpose here at all. Along the way, Junlin had even seen many mighty experts who had gone completely insane. These people had entered who knows how many years earlier than them. Yet they were still trudging along, never reaching their destination. Their minds were damaged. They had long been driven mad. One could even see many great star tombs in the starry cosmos. They stood there lonely and desolate, emitting a faint glow. It was easy to tell that these people had died midway to their destination. Some kind-hearted people had built great tombs for them, so that their souls might have a place to rest. Boom. Junlin, I was snow-buried for over 100 million years. Now revived, I have come straight from Tianyuan. What are you going to stop me? Ahead of Junlin, 2 figures stood facing each other. Unexpected, truly unexpected. I thought you had died long ago. So it turns out your clansmen sealed you in snow burial. Across from Junlin, a young man said with a smile. Hearing their exchange, Junlin understood at once. For the sake of awaiting Tianyuan's opening, they had willingly let themselves be sealed and snow-buried for over 100 million years, or even longer. All just to enter Tianyuan. But what exactly was inside Tianyuan that so many cultivators craved it like moths plunging into a flame? Junlin had no intention of paying attention to these two creatures. He simply continued along his set route. Junlin and that creature were locked in confrontation with at least 100 li between them. Junlin walked through as if nothing was happening. There was no helping it. Though this was a battlefield, it was also the only way forward for Junlin. This was the route Junlin had already chosen. Hey human boy, are you sure you want to pass through here? You ignorant brat who doesn't know your place. The human race has grown ever more reckless in recent years. Even a brat like you dares to disregard us. Do you know who we are? Seeing Junlin pass between them as if they did not matter, the two creatures eerily aligned themselves on the same side. After all, in the past, they would not have dared to court trouble with the human race. But in recent years, the human race had been constantly consumed by internal strife. This gave all the myriad races hope. Their prodigies naturally regained their confidence. Shut up. Say one more word, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Not one of the human race, are you? I wonder how you would taste. Junlin suddenly turned his head, his voice icy. A murderous intent burst from his body, raging in all directions. The two creatures instantly felt a chill shoot straight to the crowns of their heads and shuddered violently. Just who was this master? Every other word was about tearing mouths apart or eating their flesh. Was this master too fierce? Was this human bluffing them, or was his cultivation strong enough to fear nothing in the world? Though terrified, the two creatures still mustered their courage and pretended not to be afraid. Human, you have successfully. The two creatures had originally wanted to say that he had successfully caught their attention. But before they could finish, Junlin had already appeared eerily in front of them. I told you, say one more word, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Junlin said, gripping the necks of both creatures. The other creature's heart was on the verge of collapse. He was the one who said that, so why am I being lumped in too? Rip. Junlin, true to his word, tore their mouths apart at once. When the two creatures transformed into their true forms, Junlin completely lost his appetite. Both were covered in revolting, nauseating slime. The slime was green and disgusting, and they looked not unlike catfish. In the end, Junlin could not bring himself to take a bite. It was simply too revolting. He casually tossed aside the two monsters whose mouths he had torn. Then Junlin forcibly searched their sea of consciousness, but it was all for naught. There was no useful information at all. Instead, he learned quite a bit about the prodigies of various races who had been snow-buried for over 100 million years. Any one of these prodigies would be one of the most dazzling existences of the current era. Yet this time when Tianyuan opened, they had all been awakened. This occasion of Tianyuan was destined to be anything but ordinary. Interesting, more and more interesting. Junlin smiled and shook his head. Then he continued advancing in the direction he had chosen. Gradually, Junlin lost track of how long he had been walking. Perhaps a year, perhaps two. Though monotonous, he still proceeded at a leisurely pace. My mind has been tempered enough. Open. On this day, Junlin's eyes blazed like divine lanterns as he spoke to the void. Rip. A void portal suddenly appeared before him. Indeed, the entire universe seemed boundless and aimless. In truth, Junlin had known from the very beginning that this was merely a formation. The formation was exceedingly ingenious. Despite being a formation, it could still temper one's Tao heart. But if one truly died within it, then one was dead. Junlin had entered it simply to determine how effective this formation was for him. It was only after spending 2 years inside that he sensed the formation no longer had any effect on him. 2 years had passed within the formation, yet merely 2 days had elapsed outside. The first city of 10,000 races. Before Junlin stood an enormous city. It was so colossal that it was 10,000 times grander than the mythical imperial capital he had seen before. What made it different was that this city was situated within the vast cosmos. Above it hung radiant suns, emitting gentle light. Threads of pure ultimate yang power cascaded down, presenting a strikingly beautiful scene. The city had already gathered numerous cultivators from all kinds of races. The moment Junlin appeared, they were stunned. If I remember correctly, the abyssal heaven only opened the day before last, right? A creature frowned and said, how could this human have come out in just 2 days? Nor did he emerge in merely 2 years, another creature exclaimed in shock. They had all entered the abyssal heaven 100 million years ago, and to this day, they had not even set foot inside the first city. None of them knew just how many years they had sat here in silent meditation. The opening of the abyssal heaven this time was their greatest delight, for they knew the gates of the first city were about to open. Only when the second batch began their trial within the abyssal heaven could the previous batch enter. Such had been the rule of the abyssal heaven since ancient times. But what caught everyone off guard was that someone had passed the formation's trial in merely 2 days. After all, even the most prodigious geniuses in the past had taken a full 10 years. 10 years outside, not 10 years within the formation. What they did not know was that Junlin had merely wished to polish himself. Otherwise, if he so desired, he could have come out in an instant. Had he done so, it would have been utterly earth-shattering and astonishing beyond belief. Yet, even now it was still terrifying. He had shattered an eternal record, leaving no one able to stand beside him. The humans. If humanity has such a peerless prodigy once he grows to full power, who knows how many more years he will suppress us 10,000 races. It is only because humanity is currently consumed by internal strife that we can finally catch our breath. Just as we 10,000 races are about to rise, the emergence of a human prodigy like this can hardly be good news. A figure spoke with a flickering gaze, making no effort to hide his voice. His intention was clear. He wanted all the cultivators of the 10,000 races present to stand up together. Of course, if they could wipe out this human prodigy, that would be best of all. Indeed, humanity has ruled over the 10,000 races for eons, and we have finally seen a glimmer of hope. My fellow cultivators, now is the moment when humanity's infighting is fiercest. Do you really wish to watch humanity continue like this, and then give rise to another supreme prodigy? It seems the era of humanity's dominance has no end, a creature said with feigned despair. Of course, he was only pretending, deliberately stirring up everyone's wrath. This way, even if humanity sought revenge later, they could hardly annihilate all the 10,000 races, could they? If any single race made a move to kill humanity, would surely erase that race when settling accounts. But now that all 10,000 races were present, if they all wanted to kill Junlin, it would be quite simple. For they knew, let alone if they attacked together. Even any one of them alone could defeat Junlin effortlessly, as if merely playing. What a joke. So what if he was a genius? How much could talent really matter? Not to mention the time they had spent cultivating outside the abyssal heaven. They had already sat here in meditation for over 100 million years. What did Junlin have to compete with them? Moo! A tremendous bull cry resounded. This was the innate divine ability of the ancient Kuei Ox clan. This roar, akin to a soundwave attack, could disturb one's mind and spirit. Old Ox here shall test you. From among the 10,000 races stepped forth an upright standing Kuei Ox, its body brimming with explosive power. One could tell at a glance that this was a race that relied primarily on raw strength. Wild Ox, how did you know I was hungry? You've delivered tender beef. Not bad, not bad. Junlin said with a smile and a nod toward the ancient Kuei Ox. Puff puff. The Kuei Ox, which had been about to stride toward him, was stunned for a moment. Then it flew into a rage. This human actually regarded it as food. If this was tolerable, the bull could not tolerate it. The Kuei Ox flew into a rage, dropping onto its forelegs and abandoning its upright stance. It had entered an attack state. Its two front hooves ceaselessly scraped the ground, gathering strength. It prepared to charge straight at Junlin. Savage charge. Having finished gathering its strength, the ancient Kuei Ox hurtled toward Junlin like a colossal meteor from beyond the heavens. Wherever the Kuei Ox passed, dust and smoke billowed, and with every step the void itself was crushed to pieces. Savage charge. Laughable. All those years of cultivation wasted. Junlin shook his head and said. Then he extended his palm. All the living beings stared at him in shock. Was this human cultivator so reckless? He dared to use his bare palm to withstand the ancient Kuei Ox's savage charge. Even cultivators of the same rank as the Kuei Ox would not dare be so arrogant. For the flesh of the ancient Kuei Ox was extraordinarily powerful, and few at the same rank could rival it. Is this human seeking death? How dare he take it head on? A being said disdainfully, he is a great scourge, a source of disaster. It is good that he dies now. Though his talent was peerless, a prodigy cut down in his youth is only a flash in the pan. The cultivators of every race looked on coldly. Not a single person stepped forward to speak for Junlin, and among them were human cultivators. Yet they also chose to look on coldly, for they knew that once they dared to speak up for Junlin, what awaited them would surely be thunderous attacks and targeting by all the races. This was not something they wished to see. Moreover, Junlin's talent was simply too overwhelming. As long as he existed, they would forever be eclipsed. Some even secretly hoped that Junlin would die soon. But what astonished every cultivator next was that Junlin effortlessly blocked the ancient Kuei Ox. The ancient Kuei Ox was massive, and Junlin before it was like an ant. Yet this human, no bigger than an ant, directly seized the Kuei Ox's horn with his palm. No matter how the Kuei Ox struggled, it could not break free from Junlin's hand. Moo, moo, moo. The ancient Kuei Ox bellowed in panic, yet Junlin remained as unmovable as a mountain. Struggle as it might, it could not get free. A mere holy emperor. Who gave you the audacity to act presumptuously before me? Junlin raised his hand, lifting the Kuei Ox's entire body, then slammed it viciously down at his side. Crack, bang, bang, bang. To everyone's astonishment, the tiny human kept slamming the Kuei Ox into the ground. He smashed it to the left, then to the right. Soon the Kuei Ox was covered in wounds, blood pouring like a river. This step is called bleeding, so the meat will not have a bloody smell. Junlin said with a perfectly serious face. Today let's start with a dish of braised ox hoof. Junlin pressed his index and middle fingers together and swiped them across the Kuei Ox's foreleg. Uff! Aolo! Blood splattered everywhere, and the excruciating pain left the ancient Kuei Ox unable even to know how to cry out. A massive sphere of water materialized out of thin air in the void. After cleaning the Kuei ox's leg thoroughly, Junlin actually began to roast the leg over a fire. For a moment, the aroma wafted through the air, making one's mouth water. In truth, the ancient Kuei ox was a mutation of the bovine kind. It resembled an ox, had only one leg, no horns on its head, and was azure green in color. It could summon wind and rain, its roar was like thunder, and it radiated light like the sun and moon. But this particular Kuei ox had shown signs of atavism. Not only did it have horns on its head, but it also had 4 legs. It melts in the mouth, equal to a great medicine, a most nourishing delicacy. Junlin sat down heavily on the Kuei ox's body and began savoring the roasted leg as he spoke. The Kuei ox was furious, but helpless. This human was terrifyingly powerful. It was the pride of the Kuei ox clan, and an atavistic one at that. It could be said that it represented the future of the Kuei ox clan. It was truly a living symbol of the Kuei ox clan in every sense. But today it had suffered utter humiliation. Not only had it been defeated, but one of its legs had been roasted and eaten by a human. By rights, with cultivation at their level, regenerating a severed limb should be simple and effortless. But no matter how hard it tried, its wound would not heal. Because an inexplicable force at the wound was preventing it from healing. Fellow Taoist, have you not gone too far? Brother Kuei merely wished to exchange pointers with you, but such humiliation is hardly proper, fellow Taoist. A being rose to its feet and spoke. This being had a humanoid form, but its skin was like flowing radiance, and it looked extraordinarily hard. This was a spirit born from a sacred spirit stone after countless years of accumulation. Whether it is excessive is not for you to decide. It is for me to decide. If any of you dares to provoke me again, I'll beat you all to death. Junlin said with an indistinct voice while gnawing on the roasted leg. Fellow Taoist, you are carrying this too far. The spirit being narrowed its eyes, a cold gleam flashing within them, and spoke. Junlin knew that because he was human, all these beings were targeting him. But he was unafraid. Dare to bear your killing intent at me, and you will die. Junlin suddenly turned his head and stared at the spirit being, speaking each word slowly and deliberately. Even the ancient Kuei ox had not shown him killing intent, so he had merely eaten one of its legs. Now this was nothing more than a lump of stone that had become a spirit, and it actually dared to show him killing intent. The Holy Spirit was startled. A moment ago he had merely felt anger at Junlin's disregard. But now that Junlin actually turned his gaze upon him, he caught the stench of death. His cultivation was on par with Kuei Nyo's, yet his physical body was several grades sturdier. Thus among those of the same level, few cultivators dared to make an enemy of the Holy Spirit. But now he had successfully drawn Junlin's attention. Taoist brother, I admit your cultivation base is higher than mine. But if we fight at the same cultivation level, I might not necessarily lose to you. The Holy Spirit declared loudly. He knew that prodigies all possessed their own pride. He was provoking Junlin, hoping to lure him into a battle at the same cultivation level. At the same level, he was confident. If he could defeat Junlin in an equal level battle, he would leave a mark on Junlin's invincible Tao heart. Perhaps this human prodigy's path would be ruined from then on, his cultivation never advancing another inch. He was well aware that he could not kill Junlin, for the gap in their cultivation bases was simply too vast. Same level battle? Are you worthy? Junlin had no interest whatsoever. He knew that at the same cultivation level no one was his match. This was absolute confidence. How could it be that Taoist brother is afraid? If you are afraid, just say so. I won't force you. The Holy Spirit sneered. But when his gaze met Junlin's terrifying eyes, he could not help but shudder violently. Taoist brother, I know you are powerful, but there is an elder brother of my Holy Spirit clan in the city. If you kill me, you will definitely not escape my elder brother's pursuit. The Holy Spirit said to Junlin, for he saw the impatience and murderous intent in Junlin's eyes. Stop your blabbering. Let your elder brother come find me. You are not worthy. I'll send you to reincarnation. Junlin impatiently swung his palm toward the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit's expression drastically changed as his body radiated a faint glow and began to blaze with a resplendent glass-like luster. The light was truly beautiful to behold. But as Junlin's palm pressed down flat, the Holy Spirit's expression finally shifted in terror. Only now did he truly understand why Junlin was so utterly unrestrained. Because this human was indeed terrifyingly, despairingly powerful. Boom. The Holy Spirit exploded on the spot, his body shattering into pieces of Holy Spirit stone. This was a supreme treasure for artifact refining, yet Junlin paid it no heed. Outside the city gate, the myriad races waiting for it to open finally fell silent. No one dared to target Junlin any longer. Among the myriad races, Junlin also noticed several formidable presences hidden within their ranks. In terms of cultivation realm, a few of them were actually on par with him. Killing is forbidden outside the city. Those who disobey shall die. At that moment, an icy, indifferent voice resounded from atop the majestic giant city. Junlin was well aware that the owner of this voice was targeting him. If killing were truly forbidden, why had no one stepped forward when other beings had tried to kill him earlier? Now that he had slain the Holy Spirit, this person suddenly appeared. If that was not targeting him, what was? I will not offend unless I am offended. Junlin said coldly, uttering only a few words. Human, are you questioning me? The voice of that being atop the city wall rang out once again. Because the entire city was covered by a formidable grand formation, no one outside could see what was within. Only those inside could see out. I'm not targeting you specifically. I am targeting every piece of trash here. Junlin suddenly declared. At first, all the beings were stunned. Then great fury swept over them. What did this human mean? Was he calling all of them trash? Swallow it. They could not swallow this insult. Every one of those present was a prodigy of their respective race. Though they were all over 100 million years old, that did not stop them from being prodigies. Fellow beings with so many powerful warriors from all races gathered here, are we really afraid of a single human? This human has clearly shown us no respect at all. Why not join forces and attack him together? One being said furiously. Kill. Another being roared, burning with murderous intent. They all want to kill me now? Didn't you just say killing is forbidden? Offenders die. Junlin said calmly. This is a disaster of your own making. Handle it yourself. That being atop the city wall replied. Hep. Junlin laughed, laughing recklessly and without restraint. With a casual wave of his hand, he instantly wiped out several beings that had charged at him. At that moment, all the beings were shaken. They had nearly forgotten just how high Junlin's cultivation level was. The gap in cultivation could never be bridged by sheer numbers. He may not hold us in his eyes, but we really must hold him in ours. That furious being from earlier finally calmed down and suddenly spoke. Yes. Let us just quietly cultivate. They truly could not afford to provoke Junlin. Among them there were indeed several with extremely high cultivation, but those individuals had not even bothered to open their eyes, let alone cause trouble for Junlin. You actually dared to slaughter others outside the city. I, this general, hereby announce that I will punish you today. The voice from atop the city gate spoke again. It was already perfectly clear this was all deliberately aimed at Junlin. But Junlin felt no fear. A mere gate guard. If he dared to cause trouble, Junlin would not hesitate to strike him dead. Human, you have violated the regulations by slaughtering outside the city walls. You deserve death. The entire city was shrouded in mist, rendering everything invisible to all. Yet Junlin could perceive everything clearly, for he possessed the 10,000 pupil technique, allowing him to see through any illusion. The being before him appeared humanoid, yet it was not human, merely a shape-shifted form. At this moment, he stood upon the city wall clad in resplendent silver armor, appearing most majestic. He gripped a crescent blade halberd, pointing it obliquely at Junlin, assuming an air of supreme arrogance. Killed is killed, they are mere ants. How dare you presume to provoke the human race? Are you worthy? Junlin spoke softly, yet his words were filled with overwhelming authority. The guards atop the city wall stiffened. This human's aura was far too formidable, causing their hearts to tremble. Though they were city guards, they understood that humans still reigned supreme among the 10,000 races. Even the city lord was human. He dared not be too aggressive. Yet soon his eyes flickered with cunning as he conceived a method to deal with Junlin. Rumble. The towering gates that pierced the clouds swung open. An avenue paved with blue stone slabs revealed itself before all living beings. They appeared to be blue stone slabs, but in truth they were unknown celestial meteorites, abnormally hard. Cultivators of all races enter the city. The city guards shouted loudly. Finally, after waiting for hundreds of millions of years, it has opened, someone exclaimed with deep emotion. Simultaneously, powerful beings hidden throughout the realm awakened, their eyes snapping open at once. The moment their eyes opened, it was as if a blade sliced through metal, producing an ear-piercing sound. Junlin kicked aside the ancient Kuei bull and rose to his feet, striding toward the gates. Strangely, no one blocked Junlin's path. Not a single creature approached the gates. They all simply watched him. Their eyes held curiosity and gloating satisfaction. Whoosh! Junlin walked unhurriedly toward the city gates, when suddenly a piercing sound cut through the air. He raised his head to see a war spear hurtling directly toward him. The city guard on the wall had made his move. Human, you may be arrogant, but learn the rules. Remember this in your next life. The man said with a cold, mocking smile as he gazed at Junlin. He had been waiting precisely for this moment. The gates were opening to welcome the cultivators who had entered the abyss in the previous cycle. Those like Junlin's group who had just entered the abyss would need to wait another 100 million years to enter. Such were the rules. I harbor no desire to kill. If you do not provoke me, we can coexist peacefully. But since you dare to provoke me, be prepared for death. Junlin spoke with perfect calm. Today the rules of the first city of all races shall change for me. Junlin stretched out his palm and caught the war spear steadily, then drew his arm back and hurled it toward the city guard. All races were thunderstruck. This human dared to speak such outrageous words. The rules of the first city of all races would change for him. What kind of joke was this? A mere second-stage sky opener, considered a hegemon in the outside world, yet utterly worthless in my eyes. Junlin did not bother to watch the spear fly. He knew the outcome was already destined. Squelch. How dare you attack the city guards? The other guards atop the wall said with horrified eyes. They witnessed the war spear directly piercing through the chest of the creature that had previously provoked Junlin. Immediately after, that creature exploded on the spot, leaving no trace of bone or flesh. A profound chill settled in everyone's hearts. This human was absolutely not to be trifled with, killing a Sky Opener-level Grandmaster as casually as breathing. Junlin completely ignored them, walking steadily on the blue stone slabs. Human, you have already broken the rules of the first city of all races. Will you not quickly confess your crime? Some guards gathered their courage to address Junlin. Truly noisy and annoying. City guards, what city are you protecting? From this day forward, the first city of all races shall no longer require city guards. Junlin felt as if countless mosquitoes were buzzing annoyingly in his ears, so he spoke directly. All races were greatly alarmed. Would this human not only break the rules, but also slaughter indiscriminately? They had to remember that many senior figures from the 10,000 races resided in the first city. Their cultivation was surely terrifyingly high. Would this human dare to act so boldly? Let me send you to rebirth. Remember to keep your eyes wide open in your next life. Junlin summoned the 10 Directions Heavenly Suppression Monument and hurled it toward the city gates. The 10 Directions Heavenly Suppression Monument expanded dramatically against the wind, pressing directly down upon the city guards. Squelch. Bang bang bang. These city guards were all crushed and shattered like bubbles. What cultivation level is this human? Why is he so terrifying? Someone said in horror. Such extraordinary talent. Both his gifts and cultivation are remarkably supreme. He might not be inferior even to that person from the Human Emperor Hall, right? You speak of Zhan, the great prince of the Human Emperor Hall. The human race truly is a race to be revered, some creature exclaimed. All creatures were deeply puzzled. The city guards had all perished. Why had no powerful figure descended to punish Junlin? They were utterly bewildered. Because such was the rule of the first city of all races. Unless Junlin's background was so formidable that even the city lord dared not offend him. Could he be this generation's walking envoy of a primordial human clan? A being speculated impossible. The city lord has never come forward. Though he is human, he has never even laid eyes on him. How could he possibly know if he is a Daozi or Shinsi of an ancient clan? A being shook its head and said, after all, the city lord has dwelled in this city for a terrifyingly long time. How could he recognize a young human? No being could answer this question. Though puzzled, they could hardly go and interrogate the city lord. The Tianyuan secret realm was cut off from the outside world. Even peerless prodigies from outside had to restrain themselves upon entering. Powerful outsiders could not enter after all. Within the Tianyuan secret realm, some native inhabitants were absurdly powerful. Having lived in that environment, for who knew how many years, they were naturally mighty one and all. There were also cultivators who had entered Tianyuan over the past several 100 million years. Because they had been defeated and their invincible hearts shattered, they willingly remained in the Tianyuan secret realm, watching generation after generation of prodigies contend for supremacy. Take for instance the guards who had targeted Junlin earlier. They were not of the human race, and their races all harbored hostility toward humanity. Seeing a human like Junlin possess such astonishing talent, their first reaction was naturally envy. Then they began to manufacture excuses wanting to eradicate this human prodigy. But Junlin was simply too powerful enough to drive them to despair. Unexpectedly, in the end, they were the ones who wound up buried by their own schemes. Under the watchful eyes of countless races, Junlin strolled toward the city, as if taking a casual walk in his own courtyard. The beings of all races did not dare to stop him. They could only watch helplessly as this young human passed. Of course, a few powerful existences among them merely watched with cold indifference. Their cultivation was not inferior to Junlin's. They were all heaven-favored prodigies entombed in snow for countless epochs. Whether in talent or cultivation, they were terrifyingly formidable. They intended to forge their own invincible path in this age. This was a resplendent grand era with prodigies of all races vying to emerge, and these were only part of them. Only after Junlin entered the city gate did the beings of all races begin to file in one after another. The desolation outside the city and the clamor within were two completely different worlds. The city's native residents were selling all sorts of snacks, pills, weapons, and more. When the city gate was thrown open, every being stopped what they were doing and looked toward the direction outside the city. They knew that another 100 million years had arrived, and that cultivators from all races were entering once more. They simply did not know what the caliber of this batch of cultivators would be. But then, to their utter astonishment, only a single extraordinarily handsome man in lavish attire entered through the city gate. This left them thoroughly bewildered. But when they turned their gaze outside the city, their pupils violently contracted. The cultivators of all races outside stood as if stricken by a body-freezing spell, staring blankly at Junlin. Only after Junlin had fully entered the city did they begin to move again. At the same time, what was with those corpses? Every single one wore the uniform of the city guards. These were unmistakably city guards. Not a single city guard had survived. All had died, and their deaths were remarkably uniform. Each killed in a single strike. Some beings turned their eyes toward Junlin, their gazes filled with eerie dread. Shriek. A piercing cry rang out. A figure shot out of the city at terrifying speed. It was truly fast, at least that was what Junlin thought. The figure stopped beside a pile of broken stones, trembling hands caressing the rubble. These fragments were all that remained of the saint spirit Junlin had slain. That figure was the elder brother of this pile of stones, also a mighty saint spirit. His skin no longer had its brilliant glaze-like luster, instead it had taken on an eerie purple-red hue. At the same time his cultivation was immeasurably stronger than that of the earlier saint spirit. Who killed my brother? The saint spirit rose to his feet and swept a murderously cold gaze over the surrounding beings of all races. No one dared to speak. They could not afford to offend Junlin, nor could they afford to offend this powerful saint spirit. This saint spirit was the peerless prodigy of a previous epoch, now that 100 million years had passed, who knew exactly how powerful he had become. Fine, very well. None of you will talk, is that it? The saint spirit laughed in sheer rage and carefully collected his brother's shattered remains. Then his aura changed violently. Boom. An overwhelming pressure descended from all directions. Then the saint spirit casually waved his hand through the void. A golden lion was instantly seized by the neck. The saint spirit did not ask. The golden lion merely turned its terrified eyes toward Junlin. The saint spirit sneered coldly. He understood. With a casual toss, he flung the golden lion away. Just as every being thought the golden lion had been saved, boom. The golden lion hurled through the air, burst apart on the spot, body and soul obliterated. My saint spirit clan is not something your human race can slay. Crawl over here. If I am in a good mood, I'll grant you death as atonement. The saint spirit stared coldly at Junlin and barked. The saint spirit acted so brazenly because it possessed absolute confidence in its own strength. After all, during ancient times the saint spirit clan had also been a great clan that dominated an entire region. Being born from the spiritual consciousness of a meteorite from beyond the heavens, they formed their own clan. Reproduction among them was extraordinarily difficult, making it nearly impossible to bear offspring. This was why the saint spirit lineage continued to decline. Yet there was no doubt that the saint spirit bloodline was truly formidable. Their bodies alone spoke volumes, for they were formed from celestial meteorites. Naturally, they were incomparably sturdy. It was said their physical forms could be forged into supreme weapons. This alone was enough to show that provoking cultivators of this race was unwise. Their bodies were indeed born of heaven and earth, truly formidable. Had it not been for their reproductive difficulties, this race would have undoubtedly become a hegemonic power. Even now they ranked among the top 100 of all races. Their terror was evident. Since I walked the path of cultivation, no one has ever dared make me submit. You are the first, so I shall make your death. Methodical. Junlin paced leisurely, turning to gaze at the saint spirit. Since you are the first, you should also be the last, because you shall not survive. Arrogant humans, I admit your race has received singular divine favor. Since the dawn of primordial chaos, humans have been the masters of this world. But as fortune turns, present-day humanity is already riddled with wounds, is it not? I am most curious. How much longer does the human era have left? The saint spirit asked mockingly. What the saint spirit said was not entirely wrong. Present-day humanity was indeed riddled with wounds, with external enemies lurking with hungry eyes and internal strife never ceasing. Humanity truly faced grave problems. Humans have the human sovereign, they have the first Prince Yijan. These are the cornerstones of humanity. With them present, humanity shall endure for eternity. Junlin spoke with unwavering conviction. His words shook the entire first city. Well said. Humanity has the human sovereign to suppress all generations. Humanity has the first prince to stand above all races. At this moment, a deep, aged voice burst into hearty laughter. Then an old man in Taoist robes appeared beside Junlin. This elder possessed a childlike face with silver hair, looking every bit the picture of otherworldly elegance. We pay our respects to the city lord. The cultivators within the city startled momentarily, then bowed in unison. Junlin, the city lord. Who knew how long he had resided in the first city, but one thing was certain. His cultivation had reached the heavens and earth. Some creatures spoke fearfully. This was a world that valued strength above all else. With sufficient power, even the myriad races would show reverence. But Junlin was far from pleased. After all, he had laid out such an elaborate foundation, with his fervent words naturally hoping to make a grand display. He was the second prince of the human emperor's hall, the lord of the heavenly court. Who the heck did all these races think they were? But his momentum had been disrupted by this arriving elder. City lord. The saint spirit initially recoiled in shock, then lowered its head respectfully in greeting. Yet in that instant when it lowered its head, a shadow of gloom flashed across its features. It knew that today avenging its younger brother might be impossible. After all, the city lord himself had stepped forward. Very well, very good. Today, upon breaking seclusion, I behold so many talented ones from the myriad races. Most excellent. You may enter the city. Wait, why are my guards like this? Suddenly Junlin's expression changed as he beheld the cluster of corpses. City lord, this man did it all. Some creature plucked up courage to point at Junlin. They deserve death. Yi Junlin offered no explanation, merely speaking these cold words. Very well, enter the city. To everyone's astonishment, Junlin did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he simply let all creatures proceed into the city. City Lord, is this not unfair? Setting aside whether he murdered the city guards, he killed my younger brother. I deserve a proper explanation. The Saint Spirit raised its head, asking firmly, You wretched thing. Are you suggesting my city guards are less important than your brother? Songlan's aura shifted dramatically as he roared in fury. Meanwhile, the Saint Spirit seemed to witness something terrifying, its face draining of all color. I dare not. The Saint Spirit ultimately bowed its head and spoke. Old man, I suggest you stay out of my affairs. His brother died, and that's that. But just now he challenged me and demanded I come forward so he could grant me death. This is no minor matter. If the Saint Spirit clan wants me dead, my father has quite the temper. If the Saint Spirit clan wants to kill me, my father will certainly lead an army to annihilate the Saint Spirit clan. Yi Junlin spoke with perfect composure. When did a mere eternal immortal clan dare speak such grand nonsense? A single clan dares threaten the annihilation of the Saint Spirit clan. The Saint Spirit burst into wild laughter. Even Junlin felt this young man was exaggerating beyond reason. What kind of power could possibly make such a claim? Annihilate an entire clan. This clan numbered not dozens, hundreds, or thousands. It was an entire race. Even humanity's eternal immortal clans would not dare speak such words. Junlin was already growing displeased. Junlin, however, felt that this young man did not know how to read the room. He was somewhat too ostentatious and arrogant. He had stepped forward because Yi Junlin mentioned that the human race possessed a human emperor and a great prince. That was the only reason he was willing to step in and temporarily help Yi Junlin out of his current predicament. He did not even care that Yi Junlin had slain so many city guards. But wasn't this young man taking things too far? Eternal immortal family, come now, tell me which immortal family you hail from, so that our Holy Spirit clan may properly admire it. The Holy Spirit spoke, laughing until he could barely breathe. Eternal family. Did I say eternal family? Yi Junlin asked with a hint of curiosity. So it doesn't even qualify as an eternal family. Then which faction do you come from that allows you to be so arrogant? The Holy Spirit said with disdain. The human race's eternal immortal families were indeed formidable, but claiming one could annihilate an entire clan was nothing short of an absurd fantasy. Oh, I am Yi Junlin, the second prince of the human emperor Hall, the second son of the human emperor. Yi Junlin stated calmly. Merely the second son of the human emperor. God. The second son of the human emperor, the second prince. The Holy Spirit was struck as if by lightning, his voice cracking instantly. The entire space froze solid, and cultivators from all races stared blankly at Yi Junlin. Truly, the sheer weight of this revelation was staggering. A peerless genius of the human race had in an instant transformed into a prince of the mightiest force across all the myriad realms. This left them feeling stifled. Someone like this radiated brilliance and was the most dazzling presence wherever he went. Setting aside his talent, the mere identity of being the second prince of the human emperor Hall was enough for him to stride unimpeded through all the myriad realms. The majesty of the human emperor was inviolable. Even those races bearing hostility towards the human race had no choice but to hold the human emperor in awe. Such was the might of the human emperor. Second prince. The Holy Spirit was now completely panicked. Just how significant was this person's background? Moments ago, he had been talking about revenge and mocking him. He had even threatened to annihilate the second prince of the human emperor Hall. Reflecting on it now, he had been naively foolish. Wasn't this essentially declaring war on the human emperor Hall? Especially during such a critical period. The human emperor guarded the Tianyuan abyss, not just for the human race, but for the sake of all the myriad realms. This was a great favor not only to the human race, but one that all races should be deeply grateful for. Must I still atone for my sins with death? Yi Junlin said mockingly. And no, there's no need, second prince. I failed to recognize you, please forgive me. The Holy Spirit hastily knelt and begged for mercy. He absolutely did not doubt Yi Junlin's identity as the second prince. No one in this world would dare impersonate the child of the human emperor. Do you know what you should do now, eh? Yi Junlin said, looking at the Holy Spirit calmly. I understand. The Holy Spirit said with a bitter tone. There was only one path left for him now, and that was to atone with his own death. He did not wish to be the cause of a war between the Holy Spirit clan and the human emperor. If that were to happen, the Holy Spirit clan would undoubtedly face annihilation. There would be no other outcome. Yi Junlin was not inherently bloodthirsty. Earlier, it was this Holy Spirit's younger brother who had provoked him, leading to his demise. Now the elder brother comes to provoke him again. Did they truly believe he had no temper? Although he would not use the power of the human emperor Hall to exterminate the Holy Spirit clan, he would wait until he was strong enough, then descend upon their clan personally. Of course, if the Holy Spirit clan was filled with beings like this one, then their annihilation would be justified. For starters, the Holy Spirit clan harbored deep enmity towards the human race, viewing them as foes. This was evident from the Holy Spirit's earlier words. I am willing to atone for my crimes with death. I only beg the second prince to spare my Holy Spirit clan. The Holy Spirit kowtowed to Junlin as he spoke. If the Holy Spirit clan or any other race dares to offend the human race again, they shall be annihilated. I proclaim this to all the realms as the Lord of the heavenly court. Let all immortals, devils, gods, and ghosts bear witness. Junlin declared to the Holy Spirit with majestic authority. This time Junlin's words were directed not only at the Holy Spirit clan, but also at all other races. His voice thundered, deafening all who heard it. The void blazed with golden light as a phantom edict of golden decree descended. Words become law. This is words become law. Does this mean he has already received the recognition of heaven and earth? Some creature exclaimed in shock. The decree had manifested immediately after Junlin's words. Did this not mean that Junlin's future achievements could rival those of the human emperor? The first city of all races erupted in fervor. The second prince, Junlin, bore the bearing of a human emperor. This was beyond dispute. No one dared to question it. Ha ha ha, thank you for your generosity, second prince. Today, having witnessed the grace of the young emperor, I can die without regret, without regret. The Holy Spirit laughed, but this time his laughter was filled only with relief. He knew that the myriad races would never again have the chance to surpass the human race. Bang! The Holy Spirit struck his own forehead with his palm, and his entire body instantly transformed into chunks of purple-red meteorites. These meteorites radiated light and were extraordinary treasures for artifact forging. Bury them all, Junlin said, waving his hand. After all, death is like a lamp going out. Once dead, every account is wiped clean. Otherwise, the body of this Holy Spirit would surely have been taken by someone with ill intentions and refined into a weapon. Of course, not every one of the so-called myriad races would treat Junlin with reverence. This old man Junlin, the human city lord of the first city of the myriad races, pays his respects to His Highness the second prince. Earlier this old man's eyes were clouded, and I failed to recognize Your Highness the second prince. I implore Your Highness to forgive me. Having just recovered from his shock, Junlin bowed to Junlin and said, No harm done. I never expected this Tianyuan domain to also be under our human race's watch. Excellent. Junlin said with a smile. This old man boldly invites Your Highness to stay at the city lord's mansion so that I may do my duty as a host. Junlin spoke to Junlin. Very well. While at it, I would also like to ask you about this Tianyuan forbidden ground. Junlin nodded. Thereupon, led by Junlin, they headed for the city lord's mansion. As for the Tianyuan secret realm, even I do not know when it began, and the history books carry no record of it. It is said that in the ancient era, a great figure of the human race discovered it purely by chance. The Tianyuan secret realm has a total of 81 trials, 9 times 9. In other words, there are 81 cities along the way. Only those who reach the very end may have the chance to see what lies there. But in all these years, no one has ever reached the end. Of course, perhaps there were some, but perhaps they died in there. Junlin explained. Could it be that the true final destination is, as my imperial father said, a law engendered by Tianyuan itself? What kind of law is this? That it should prove mightier than the laws of all creation. Junlin fell silent, murmuring to himself. Moreover, this generation's prodigies of the myriad races will set out for the Starry Sky Ancient Road 3 days from now. Junlin went on. What is the Starry Sky Ancient Road? Junlin asked out of curiosity. The Starry Sky Ancient Road is a path by which one may undergo a profound transformation. It is also the only road one must traverse to reach the second city of the myriad races. But this ancient road is fraught with peril. It would be more apt to say one must fight through carnage to stand out rather than merely transform. Not only are those prodigies a threat, there are also creatures that have lost themselves upon this ancient road. They have existed for unknown hundreds of millions of years long, transformed by Tianyuan, each of them incomparably ferocious. To be exact, they are a horde of mindless beings that know nothing but killing. Even this old man cannot guarantee an escape with his life intact. And this is only the first Starry Sky Ancient Road. The further one goes, the more terrifying it becomes. Moreover, considering the other races that bear hostility toward humanity, it is highly likely they will make their move against you on the Starry Sky Ancient Road. Your Highness the second prince must be very careful. Junlin said solemnly. Junlin, however, became still more intrigued by this Tianyuan secret realm. A secret realm that had given birth to itself, existing for unknown eons. Within it, the power of laws had evolved on its own, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Even the human emperor, Yi Jitian, dared not force his way in, which suffices to indicate just how dreadful it is. The more this was the case, the more fascinated Junlin became. As for the dangers Junlin mentioned, Junlin knew no fear. Only by passing through the baptism of blood and fire could one grow at a faster pace. Clang, clang, clang. The void gate has opened. The Starry Sky Ancient Road has appeared. Prodigies of the myriad races, please take the road. 3 days later, the ringing of a bell echoed through the entire city. All the beings turned their gazes upward to a colossal rift in the void above the city, resembling a giant teleportation array. The great formation leading to the starry sky ancient road opens only once every 100 million years. This is precisely why the Tianyuan secret realm opens, but once in 100 million years. I am determined to see just what secrets are hidden inside this Tianyuan secret realm. Yi Junlin smiled lightly, and then he was the first to step toward the great formation. In that instant, a burst of suction rose from the formation, pulling Yi Junlin straight in and vanishing from the sight of all beings. What are you all waiting for? Are you going to let the human race take the lead again and again? The starry sky ancient road is the true battlefield. Who can laugh until the end is yet unknown. A powerful being's cold words faded away at the great formation. A dead prodigy is worthless. Then another powerful being stepped forward. These beings were exactly the few Yi Junlin had noticed while he was outside the city. Their talents were extraordinary and their cultivation bases were equally formidable. Even the weakest stood at the peak of the heaven-splitting realm. The strongest of them could even match Yi Junlin. Of course, that is merely speaking of cultivation realm rather than combat strength. They had hidden their true capabilities while only now bearing their individual fangs. Because they knew that upon the starry sky ancient road, there would be no helpers, no mighty protectors, nor human greats like Junlin. That place was the finest ground for killing and looting. Bah, that is the true place for killing. Junlin's expression darkened. Were these powerful beings declaring war on the second prince? Had he known, he should have crushed these threats in their cradles long ago. The son of the human emperor could not be tolerated to face even a hint of danger. For in the end, whether the human race could keep its place as the overlord depended on peerless prodigies such as Yi Junlin. But now, no matter how anxious he was, nothing could be done. For there were rules: they were forbidden to set foot on the starry sky ancient road. Anyone who did would be slain without pardon. Is this the Shinkong ancient road? Yi Junlin looked at the crystal-clear silk thread beneath his feet and said, needless to say, this thread was the direction indicated by the Shinkong ancient road. This was the true depths of the universe, boundless and pitch black. Whoosh! A faint glimmer flickered into existence within the void, and in the next instant it had already appeared behind Yi Junlin. A sliver of cold light, far too fast for anyone to react. Many cultivators who harbored enmity toward the human race had never once taken their eyes off Yi Junlin from the very moment they arrived on the Shinkong ancient road. Although he was the son of the human emperor with a backing so formidable, it could shock anyone. This was, after all, the Shinkong ancient road. Here no one could help him. Nor would a mighty human cultivator like Junlin appear to protect him. Thus many cultivators witnessed an artifact resembling a silver needle shooting straight at Yi Junlin. Quite a few cultivators even wore gleeful smiles. But then their smiles began to stiffen because Yi Junlin did not turn around to block that artifact. He merely allowed the silver needle to strike the back of his head. Ding! A crisp, pleasant sound of metal clashing rang out. Having fun. The soul-destroying needle, what a lavish move. Yi Junlin turned his head and said with a faint smile. In his hand, he was toying with a cyan needle. How is that possible? This is the soul-destroying needle. It ignores all defenses and strikes directly at the soul. Once struck by the soul-destroying needle, one's soul is extinguished, and there is virtually no cure. A being exclaimed in horror. You all seem rather pleased, don't you? Yi Junlin looked at the beings who had been brimming with delight, and said, in that case, go. The smile on his face vanished. He flicked his finger, and the soul-destroying needle vanished into the cosmos, 10 times faster than before. What followed were continuous screams. In the void, one mighty being after another toppled backward and crashed to the ground. Their eyes were lifeless, bulging wide. This was because the soul-destroying needle had slain their souls. Though their physical bodies appeared completely unharmed, the seas of consciousness within had long since been riddled with holes. Second Prince, stop. We never made a move against His Highness the Second Prince. Why does the Second Prince slaughter these innocent beings? Someone plucked up the courage to speak, because if he did not step forward now, he might well be the next to die. If I want you dead, then you will die, Yi Junlin said coldly. He disdained to explain. Among these beings, how many truly did not bear hostility toward the human race? With their covetous ambitions against humanity still alive, and their vain attempts to overthrow humanity's hegemony, they all deserve death. Come out. You can't hide, Yi Junlin said calmly after obliterating the several hundred beings who had just been wearing smug smiles. The being who had just ambushed him was not dead, it was still concealed in the void. It had to be said that this race's innate divine ability was truly formidable. While hidden in the void, it was extremely hard to detect. It was truly hard to discover while hidden in the void. Even now, having heard Yi Junlin's words, it remained perfectly still and hidden, hoping to find another chance to strike. Crawl out. Dark Knight Clan. Yi Junlin roared directly. It seemed Yi Junlin did not know where this member of the Dark Knight Clan was hiding. But at the very moment Yi Junlin shouted, his voice, like an overwhelming heavenly sound, surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Not far away, a figure staggered and fell from the void. Dark Knight Clan. Dark Knight deity. I wonder if there is some connection between the two of you. But it doesn't matter. Either way, you will soon become a corpse, Yi Junlin murmured in a low voice. Then he slowly walked over to the Dark Knight Clan being. Under the terrified gazes of all the other beings, Junlin pressed one hand onto its head and savagely thrust the soul-destroying needle into its mind. Even a son of the human emperor should not be so arrogant and overbearing. Does the human race really regard all the other myriad races as weeds? Killing it will. A colossal demonic mass appeared before Junlin, staring at him and speaking word by word. This one sentence clearly placed the entire myriad races in opposition to humanity. It also implied that humanity had forced them to rebel because humanity had slaughtered them wantonly. This demonic mass was enormous, exuded a powerful battle aura, and possessed cultivation at the peak of the heaven-opening realm. Then the demonic mass transformed into the appearance of a young man standing opposite Junlin. His gaze was cold like ice that 10,000 years could not melt. His eyes were strange and eerie blue. Totem Nightmare Clan. How you view the human race is a question you should ponder. But if you dare to provoke, then I will repay you with nothing but annihilation. Junlin said calmly. This prodigy of the Nightmare Clan was extremely powerful, and their kind could conjure dreams out of thin air. In battle, some enemies died for no apparent reason. The Nightmare Clan ranked among the top 10 of the myriad races, truly powerful. Their greatest trait lay in their eyes, which could drag a person into a dream.